Ray stepped out of the portal room, his sharp eyes scanning the bustling crowd. Eve and Bai Wu should be here somewhere, he muttered to himself. Concentrating, he extended his senses outward, only to frown moments later. 5 meters? That's it? He tried again, but couldn't push his perception further. What's going on? Hey newbie. A cheerful voice called out behind him. Confused about the range limit, huh? Happens to everyone in the God Ascension realm. Senses here are restrained by design. Ray turned to see the speaker. He was a young man with rough brown hair tied into a ponytail and black eyes. His outfit stood out in the sea of traditional robes, a leather jacket, a white t-shirt and jeans. Ray raised an eyebrow. You are? The stranger struck a dramatic pose. Name's Vex, the happy-go-lucky cultivator. A scoff came from nearby. Don't listen to him. He's known as the insane cultivator. Vex's grin faltered. EY. It's not insanity. It's called fashion. He tugged at his jacket collar with exaggerated flair. Fashion. Ray echoed, unfamiliar with the term. Yeah, Earth fashion. You look like you're from Earth too. That shirt of yours has a bit of an Archer vibe from Type Moon. You know, the anime? Ray's eyes widened slightly. This was a first. The people he'd encountered in his journey were either foes, allies or lovers, but never anyone who shared his connection to anime. You're from Earth? He asked. Bingo. Year 2017 for me. Died courtesy of Mighty Truck Kuan. Classic reincarnation story. Got a system, landed in high school DxD. Vex threw an arm over Ray's shoulder as if they were old friends. Ray brushed the hand off, frowning. If you were in high school DxD, why aren't you still there? Isn't it all fan service and distractions? Ah, you'd think so. But man. Issei. Fucking Issei. You have no idea what it's like being a side character in his world. Vex's voice cracked with frustration. I saved the world, destroyed evil, and what do I get? Nothing. All eyes on Issei. Ray's curiosity outweighed his annoyance, so he let Vex vent while they walked. What about you? Vex asked, eyes gleaming with interest. Which worlds have you been to? Boku no Hero Academia, One Piece, Fate/Stay Night, 7 Deadly Sins and a few others I didn't recognize. Vex's jaw dropped. You're kidding. Did you see Luffy become Pirate King? What happened? I left after saving Ace and destroying Mariehua, Ray replied flatly. Didn't stick around for the ending. Vex groaned. How could you not stay to the end? That's sacrilege, man. Ray shrugged. Waifu needed attention. Oh. Vex perked up. Care to share who your waifu is? Not from any anime, Ray said simply, cutting off further questions. Also, weren't you supposed to explain the sense restriction? Oh right. Vex rubbed the back of his head. The gods put that in place to train our perception. Senses are critical at this level, so they're making sure we don't rely on range alone. Ray nodded, then frowned as Vex continued to follow him. Why are you still here? Senior, you're from Earth too. It's rare to meet someone like us. And hey, we're in this crazy realm, a little camaraderie doesn't hurt, right? TCH. Just because you're lonely doesn't mean I need a friend. Ray turned toward the cultivation tower. You're going the wrong way, Vex said. Remember, you need to win in the arena to earn tower time. Ray stopped, glancing back. You're annoying. Hey, don't knock it. Plot armor follows people like you. Stick around, and maybe I'll find a waifu too, Vex teased with a grin. Ray smirked despite himself. It was refreshing to banter with someone who wasn't bound by formality or rivalry. Fine. Tag along. Just don't slow me down, he said, walking toward the arena. In a distant realm, the system god observed the scene with mild amusement. The corners of his lips curled upward as the beast god leaned over his shoulder. Oh? Did you give Ray a friend? She teased. Think what you will, he replied evenly. It's not bad for him to have someone with a similar background. It might help him relax. The beast god's grin widened. Oh really? Since when did you care about his mental health? Or is this about appeasing your daughter? The system god's expression darkened. Enough. She chuckled, hopping onto a nearby table. So, what's got you so serious? War is coming, he said flatly. If we're not prepared, the trainees will need to flee and rebuild everything from scratch. The humor drained from her face. You think the old war relics are moving already? Yes. And this time, the gods may not survive. They exchanged a somber glance, the weight of the impending battle hanging heavy in the air. Vex grinned at Ray as they walked toward the arena. Hey bro, how about I take the first fight and show you what I'm made of? Ray gave him a sidelong glance. You don't need to, But what brought this up? Think of it as my interview. You're the main character, and every MC needs a sidekick that pulls his weight. Imagine you're in a big fight, and suddenly you're saddled with useless old me. Wouldn't that be annoying? Vex laughed, puffing out his chest. Ray's expression stayed cold, but his tone carried a hint of amusement. I'd kill him while his guard was down, thanks to you.
Bro, don't do this to me.
Vex cried, clutching his chest dramatically.
Fine.
I'd also make sure to punch through your body, so you don't have to live with the trauma, Ray continued dryly. Of course I wouldn't live with it.
I'd be dead. Vex shot back. Ray smirked.
Relax. I'd keep you safe.
Vex's eyes softened. Bro.
Your grave, that is. I'll keep it spotless.
Fuck.
Vex shouted as Ray chuckled softly. They reached the registration area, where Vex signed up for a fight against another rank 6 cultivator. You're fighting a rank 6? Ray asked, his brow slightly raised. I thought you weren't great at utilizing your powers.
Vex shrugged.
You're not wrong, but my combat skills let me go toe-to-toe with people at my level. I make up for it with technique. As they approached the stage, Vex's opponent emerged from the last match victorious. The man had long flowing hair and a sharp, cold aura that radiated like the edge of a blade. A sword cultivator, Vex muttered, feeling the pressure. Ray crossed his arms and watched silently, curious to see how Vex would handle the fight. Vex stepped onto the stage, smiling as he opened his palm. Watch closely, bro. This is my audition for Sidekick Extraordinaire. He swung his hand back, and a 3-section staff materialized in his grasp. The pitch-black weapon had golden dragon carvings along its length, with spear tips at both ends. He spun it with precision and ease. The sword cultivator unsheathed his pristine blade, holding it in a reverse grip. Match start, the announcer called. They charged at each other. Vex's staff whirled like an extension of his body, its ends clashing against the blade with sharp clinks. His movements flowed seamlessly, his footwork low and solid, allowing him to press the attack while maintaining defense. Interesting weapon, Ray muttered as he observed. Vex increased his speed, using the staff's momentum to gain an edge. His opponent narrowed his eyes and unleashed waves of sword energy, which began to surround Vex.
HDA.
Vex shouted comically, snapping the staff sections together into a single spear. His speed surged, and the energy shattered harmlessly around him. How's that, bro? Pretty good, right? Vex shouted toward Ray. Ray shook his head. Not bad, but your offense is lacking. You can't take the initiative like this.
Alright, fine. Don't blink.
I'll end it now.
Vex called out, laughing.
Arrogant, the sword cultivator snapped, his anger flaring. He conjured a fiery lance with his free hand, letting it charge with power.
Vex smirked.
You should know better than to charge and attack mid-fight. He smashed the spear's base into the ground, creating a massive crater and launching himself into the air. You lose, he declared, vanishing from sight. When the crowd refocused, the blade of Vex's spear was at his opponent's throat. W winner, the announcer stammered. Vex hopped off the stage, his grin wide as he approached Ray.
So?
Pretty good, right?
Ray nodded. Misdirection. Clever. Ha.
You caught on right away, Vex said, spinning his staff before dematerializing it. Got the idea from Kuriko no basket. Lack of presence can be devastating if used right. True, but you need to aim for a one-hit kill when relying on that, Ray advised. So, am I sidekick material? Vex asked, draping an arm over Ray's shoulder.
Ray flicked it off.
I don't hunt in pairs unless it's with my wife.
Vex groaned. Fine.
But what was your starter ability? Everyone gets one with the system. Ray's expression turned thoughtful. Fire Demon Slayer magic.
Whoa, no way.
What's it like now? Evolved into something entirely different, Ray replied, his tone cryptic. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his face as he murmured, It's been a long time since I thought about that.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Both Ray and Vex fought several tens of times before they stopped. Fuck bro, you sure you're only divine rank 3? Because, mind my language, fuck me you are strong. I know that you got that whole main protag aura about you, but there should be a limit, damn it. Vex ranted as they walked towards the cultivation tower. MN, it depends on what you get and what you do with it. Abilities, that is, you have to try experiment more. For example, misdirection can be combined with lots of abilities to improve the effectiveness. But you know most people can only obtain 2-3 skills, and if they wanted more they'll have to discard one and forget all about it. You on the other hand with your cheat MC aura has more than 10 from what I can tell. Vex gestured at Ray's entire body. Then how many do you have?
Ray asked.
URG, don't remind me. Against a cheat existence like you even the happiest person would feel disappointed with themselves. I only have motherfucking 3 skills, man. Misdirection, heightened perception, and combo star.
Misdirection and heightened perception is self-explanatory.
But isn't combo star the ability of one of the commandments from 7 deadly sins? Ray asked as he thought back to the 7 sins world. Yeah, I gain more power as long as my combo isn't broken. Ray and Vex chatted for a while longer about how different abilities could synergies. Before they knew it they reached the cultivation tower.
So bro, as agreed on.
We're going to cultivate for 3 months before we head to another realm. Vex asked to confirm the thought. Ray simply nodded as he used the teleportation seal on the doors of the cultivation tower. Letting his body relax, Ray slowly opened his eyes as he felt an influx of energy. A smile grew on his face as he could feel his strength increase slightly by just being here. Sitting in the lotus position, Ray prepared to cultivate it but stopped when he saw something flashing in his peripherals. Trials of God function has been activated. Host has gained the trials of 5 gods as they have designated you as their successor. 1. System God Divine Rank 10. 2. Berserk War God Divine Rank 8. 3. Elemental God Divine Rank 5. 4. Slaughter God Divine Rank 10. 5. Demon God Divine Rank 10. Host may challenge the trials of God to gain the inheritance of the gods. Each trial has their own recommended rank for which host should challenge them. Please be noted that host only has 3 chances to obtain the inheritances. On this note, host must remember that it is 3 chances across the combined trials. For example, should host fail system god's trial 3 times, host would lose the chances to challenge the other trials. Ray stared blankly into the screen as he almost couldn't believe what he was looking at. I think I know about System God and the War God, but why the others? And first off, why is the geezer this generous with me? Didn't he hate me because of the whole Bai Wu incident? Ray asked with a perplexed expression. He still felt guilty about it ever since he remembered everything. While Eve may say it was okay, Ray couldn't help but feel more guilty. However, to not worry them, he had hid it away within his heart so that neither Bai Wu or Eve would worry. Should the System God not given you the trial, the mainframe would have presented the chance to gain the inheritance in the first place. However, it seems as though the System God has partially forgiven you, thus presenting you with the inheritance trial. As for the War God and Slaughter God, the mainframe believes that it should be quite self-explanatory for the host. Reading the message, Ray nodded in understanding at their titles suggest what they did. As for the Element God and Demon God, the mainframe believes that due to your ability to control all elements and eat them, the Element God has kept his eye on you. Finally, for the Demon God, it may be because the host happy face asterisk and dollar caret, percent dollar asterisk dollar and caret asterisk and dollar asterisk and caret dollar asterisk, percent asterisk and caret dollar asterisk and dollar asterisk and caret asterisk dollar and caret asterisk and percent asterisk. Ray frowned when he saw the rest of the message being censored. System, what are you trying to tell me? When the time is right, the message shall reveal itself to the host as the mainframe decides that it is currently harmful to know for the host. Ray closed his eyes as he thought about it. Curiosity killed the cat. Maybe the system was warning him. What are you? Who made you? What's your goal? Ray finally asked, as the system had always helped him some way or another. And from the recent info he gained, it was clear that the system worked separately from the System God. I am the system, or rather what most people like to call me. As for who made me, no one knows the answer. At least not yet. This includes me, as I am still questioning my own existence at times. As for my goal, think of me as a tenant. I need a strong host/good house. You are the perfect candidate. It is a give and take relationship. You give me a strong host and I strengthen you in return.
At least it's not some mega hidden plot.
For me it's to get strong, and for you, you just want a strong host. Ray smiled slightly. It is as host says, the system needs a strong host. But don't you have millions of copies scattered across millions of hosts? When dead skin fall off your body, do you keep track of where they are? Their systems are mere fragments of me. Failed product, should I say. After they detached, I've never paid them any attention. As for the host, even System God, you guys have larger fragments of me while you host has the biggest fragment.
I see.
Ray nodded as he closed his eyes. System, can you remind me after 3 months? I might lose track of time while I cultivate. Gladly.
Damn it. Slaughter God. Demon God. What's this all about?
The system god trembled slightly in anger. Mama, don't be so angry, system god. Isn't it fine that he is getting stronger? Kuhu, 3 gods are already watching him. What's 2 more going to do?
2 voices replied. The first was the slaughter god.
Famed for killing masses easily by lifting a finger, he was the harbinger of death. A spear perched itself on his back while his black and purple hair swayed behind him. Blood-red eyes and a grin plastered on his face. The slaughter god seemed like he didn't feel the system god's pressure at all. The second voice was the demon god. He was the most mysterious god in the higher realms, as no one knew when or how he came to be. He had no form, as he was black mist with a pair of white eyes. What's 2 more going to do? What's 2 more going to do? It could kill him. The system god shouted in anger. The system had already taken the trials and dispatched it to Ray. Now he couldn't do anything about them and could only hope that Ray didn't succumb to the powers of 5 gods and die. Gritting his teeth, the system god glared at the 2 gods before eventually turning around n/o/vel/b/jnc/om. Scram the fuck away from here.
He shouted. Ha ha ha, stop being so mad all the time.
Ray, that boy is more fit towards the path of slaughter than you know it. The slaughter god laughed before his form faded away. As for me, I only gave him it because I felt suppression from him. The demon god spoke as the system god turned back quickly and stared at him with widened eyes. What? Yes, my demon soul trembled at the sight of his. He is more of a demon than anyone thinks. Kikik, it's only a matter of time now. With that, the demon god also faded away.
TCH. Damn it.
The system god mumbled before bringing up the system. Beast god, war god, element god, war saint. Ray has 2 more gods watching him and they've already given him their trials.
Ohaya?
Bai Wu's husband now has 5 gods watching him. Ha ha ha, this is more interesting. Can he handle the power of 5 gods?
Fucker.
If Eve becomes a widow, I'll rip your balls right out between your legs. At the last comment, the system god unconsciously clamped his legs shut.
Can I get your help?
I want for us to slowly refine Ray's body with the power of gods early, so that he can survive even if he has the power of 5 god.
Seems interesting.
While we beast cultivators are said to have the strongest physics, I truly wonder what would happen with a body refined by 5 gods.
I'm in. Sure.
A war god needs to have a good body to begin with. As long as he survives. I'm in. As long as Eve doesn't lose a husband, I'm fine with it. Seeing the messages, the system god closed his eyes as he felt another wave of headaches coming his way. Ray gave the notification a slight glance before nodding. Asterisk crack 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 crack. Loud popping sounds could be heard as Ray moved for the first time in 3 months. Giving his body a slight stretch, Ray smiled as he could feel himself on the verge of breakthrough once more.
Status. Name, Ray. Age, not applicable.
Combat rank, Divine rank 3, 75%-98%. New. Body rank, Divine rank 5, 83%. Soul rank, Divine rank 6, 2%-18%. New. Will rank, Divine rank, 92%-93%. New.
MN, pretty good progress.
Ray smiled as he exited the cultivation tower. At the same time as he left, he saw Vex also step out of the portal. Yo bro, pretty good timing. Vex grinned seeing that they left at the same time. Ray shrugged slightly as they walked.
Any progress? Ray asked.
Not much. Ranking up from Divine rank 6 is pretty difficult. What about you? Vex replied as he placed both hands behind his head while he walked. I'm almost at Divine rank 4. Asterisk whistle, that's quite a lot of progress. Vex whistled slightly. Reaching the portal room, they were about to enter when the system gave them a notification. Portal to anime realms have been opened. Only hosts to the anime type system can access these portals. Vex and Ray simultaneously looked at each other before blinking.
Asterisk boom.
Vex gave Ray a punch to the gut, causing Ray to crouch slightly.
Fuck.
Why did you punch me?
Ray shouted.
Sorry bro, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't dreaming.
Asterisk boom.
Ray replied by roundhouse kicking Vex out of the portal room. Punch yourself then if you want to check. Ray retorted as there was a tick on his forehead. You really don't hold back bro. Vex replied while crawling back to Ray slowly. My body's at rank 5, obviously it'll deal quite some damage fool. Ray thought before checking back with the system.
What do you mean?
Ray asked the system. Having found some empty portals, the system has connected them to different anime realms to allow the host to copy some more abilities, as the main frame decided that it might be helpful as all host needs right now is to increase host's cultivation. Therefore fighting against half-baked enemies is impractical, while adding more abilities to host's arsenal of trump cards may be far more beneficial.
True.
Ray agreed, as he could defeat anyone of the same rank, not to mention even defeating people ranks above him. So which anime worlds are connected right now? So far the system had managed to connect to Overlord. Problem children are coming from another world, aren't they? No Game No Life, Bleach and the Irregular at a Magical High School, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and Toriko. Some of the other worlds are restrained for certain purposes that will be open for the host in due time.
Got it.
Vex, what worlds are available for you?
Huh?
Overlord, Problem Children, No Game No Life, Bleach, the one with Tatsuya, JoJo and Toriko. Vex replied while still clutching his torso.
So the same then.
Which world do you want to visit first? Ray asked, as any would do for him.
Want to check out Overlord?
Hee, you never know, maybe I'll be able to nab myself a waifu.
Vex grinned.
Well, aren't you fucking confident?
Come on.
Ray reached out and helped Vex up as they entered a portal. So how are we going to do this? You should know we can't just plunk ourselves into the world. We need a scenario, Ray said as he turned towards Vex. How about being veteran Vermo players just before the server shuts down and teleport to the new world with Momonga? Vex suggested. Do you think the GM would even add our abilities? We could really mess up the world if we showed our abilities off.
Bro, when don't you just overwrite their memories?
Like the only duo that had ever managed to defeat the guild Ains Ulgaun. Maybe, but my skills are too eye-catchy. I suppose your 3-section staff and misdirection would be a good option. Anyways, with the limits of what the world can hold, we can at most be Ascendant rank high tier.
Ascendant rank high tier? Bro, you know Dash.
You don't need to remind me. Think of this as a good opportunity for you to slowly get used to using your energy. Ray replied as he created 2 seals, one for him and one for Vex.
Ow.
Slapping the seal on Vex's head, Ray applied his own before gathering energy to create another seal. To think I would have enough power to rewrite world laws now. Ray thought before using the seal to implant the memory of him and Vex being 2 legendary players that had managed to defeat the guild Ains Ulgaun. Vex was a combat assassin, while his class was unknown. They had only caught glimpse of him summoning different weapons and magic being less effective on him.
Done. So where do you want to go first?
Ray asked Vex. Let's introduce ourselves with a bang. The Battle of Karn Village, when Ains and Gazef Stronov first meet. When Ains annihilates the Sunlight Scripture. Vex suggested with an excited grin. Ray nodded as he finished with the preparations. Light washed over them as they were summoned mid-air. Ray spread out his angel wings, which was the result of his heavenly demon bloodline. Naturally, he could also choose to use black wings instead.
Fuakuk.
Vex screamed out as he was falling. Shit, I forgot he couldn't fly since he doesn't know how to use his energy. Ray thought as he opened his palms and created a neon blue seal which flew towards Vex. Gesturing with his fingers for Vex to come towards him, Ray controlled Vex's body as it floated next to him.
Oh my god.
Bro, please tell me when you're going to teleport us mid-air. I almost shit out my entire spine. Vex cried out as he patted his chest. Ray shrugged before creating a pitch-black seal in his hands. Lucifer's figure blurred into view. I'm free, motherfuckers. Lucifer cried out in excitement as he spread out his void black wings. The current him had long black hair which reached halfway down his back. He had blood-red eyes and a sharp jawline which made him seem demonic while handsome at the same time. He wore a long black coat which had raven feathers decorating the collar and the edge of his sleeves. In addition to this, he wore what seemed to be a black shirt, black trousers and boots. Similar to Tang San's blackening/Z's RWFMO.jpg.
Edgy fucker.
Ray immediately thought as he saw Lucifer.
Don't shout, Lucifer.
We got people below us. Ray said as he gestured downwards at the ongoing fight between Gazef and Sunlight Scripture. Gazef was a muscular man with a slightly tanned skin, sharp eyes which burned with passion, pulled back brown hair with a few strands hanging over his forehead. He supported a short beard as it made him look slightly heroic. Wielding a great sword, Gazef cut through what seemed to be robotic angels. Ho ho, a show to entertain me after I finally breathe fresh air.
Me gusta.
Lucifer smiled as he made a pose which seemed as if he was sitting on an invisible recliner.
Who's this bro?
Vex asked, seeing Lucifer. This great one here is known by many things.
Satan, devil, traitor.
But you may call me Lucifer. Lucifer grinned while giving Vex a side glance. The one who bro thought was gay. Vex responded as he remembered Ray's rants a while back.
Fuck.
Ray, you want to fucking fight,
Lucifer shouted out.
Shut it, our turn is almost here. Ray replied as he remembered this scene from the anime. You're in my way. Gazef shouted as his sword glowed with a red light. Martial arts six-fold slash of light. 6 crimson slashes ripped through the body of 6 angels following the shout. Planting his foot backwards, Gazef neutralized the initial momentum to his sword swing as to not waste any more stamina. Oh, truly a seasoned veteran. Ray thought as he saw the way Gazef fought. It was efficient and powerful. Martial arts instant counter. Gazef called out once more as he cut down the angel that tried to take advantage of him. Using the momentum of his swing, Gazef redirected the force into his calves, giving him a bigger jump. Flow acceleration. Using his skills to their maximum potential, Gazef amplified the little remaining momentum he had at the peak of his jump in order to take out 3 more angels. Kurg. Gritting his teeth, Gazef resisted the impact due to his jump having landed. Tensing his muscles, Gazef stopped his arm from releasing his sword. Ha! 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 I can't waste any more time. We're at too much of a disadvantage. He though while redirecting his gaze towards the commander. The commander had priest robes along with a shaven head. The whites of his eyeballs seemed to be tainted an inky gray. Impressive, to have mastered so many attack skills, but it's not enough. Summon the next set of angels, focus your magic on Stronov. The commander smiled with blatant disdain and contempt seeing mortals try to resist the angels. This is bad. Gazef muttered seeing the current situations. You know Ray, if this Gazef was born with better conditions, he has the potential to be a great cultivator. Heck, with a few more skills I think he might give you a good warm-up. Lucifer commented seeing Gazef's performance. MN, he isn't fated with that path. Not to mention he commits one of the most moronic mistakes I have ever seen and it lead to his death. Ray replied with narrowed eyes. Gazef's decision resulted in the needless death of an entire army as well as himself. But then again he did that so that he could show the blonde kid and brain unglouse the difference in power. Vex thought verbally since for him, Gazef was similar to both him and Ray. Prioritizing the important people over the masses. Understanding what Vex was referring to, Ray only smiled and shrugged since he wasn't saying he hated Gazef. But rather annoyed at the pointless action and the harsh result. Think of Gazef like a warrior with his own pride. Let's say you find yourself with an enemy you can't defeat, would you bend your back so that you can live? Vex asked with a rare moment of seriousness. No, it would be against everything I have done and believed in up to this point. Ray replied instantly without hesitation. And there is the answer to, or at least why I think Gazef did what he did. Vex smiled. Ray went silent to think about the question before smiling. I'll admit, a third opinion does wonders sometimes. Ray admitted as Vex grinned. Bromance, there's nothing really gay about it, Lucifer grinned as he sung. Just to tick Ray off even more, he formed a love heart using both his hands. I'm not even going to ask how the fuck you know that song. Ray gritted his teeth as he gave Lucifer a glare. While Ray, Vex and Lucifer was chatting, Gazef was the only one remaining on the battlefield. Having fought a downhill battle, Gazef was on the verge of collapse. Openings started to show themselves on his stamina-drained body. If the angels had a mouth they would no doubt be smirking right now as Gazef looked pitiful. Though his spirit of a warrior burned even brighter wanting to take as many angels with him to his death. Ha! He shouted as he cut down another angel. However, this caused a slight opening to show on his back as another angel appeared stabbing Gazef through the back. Ku! Die! Gazef cried out as he twisted his body and swung his sword bisecting the angel who stabbed him. Sadly, with each one he killed another took his place. Barely fending off the attacks of 3 more angels, Gazef took another hit to his back causing him to fall forward and landed face first. Finish him off, but don't just use one angel. Use multiple, make sure he's dead. The commander sneered seeing Gazef grit his teeth. Yura! Don't underestimate me. Gazef shouted as he exerted his willpower to stand back up. His willpower seemed to form a tangible power as it pushed back everything within 7 meters of him. Asterisk whistle. I wouldn't recognize it before, but he almost grasped a domain with sheer willpower. Ray whistled seeing Gazef's aura imitate the first step of a domain. By exerting his willpower, Gazef reinforced his aura to follow his command of wanting to kill everything near him before he died. However, due to the lack of understanding, the domain couldn't be formed properly resulting in the domain shattering before it could stabilize. Thus the would-be domain turned into a gust of wind that pushed things back. So talented yet such a shame. You sure you don't want to save him or something? Lucifer asked with a smile. Nah, though should we give him a few years he might grasp the domain, but his fate lies with this world. Ray shook his head. Damn bro. Although I also believe the same since only a small amount of people can become cultivators. Since we know how Gazef will turn out, I can guess that he probably wasn't fated to be a cultivator. Vex sighed slightly. Naturally, we can take him away and change his fate, but we shouldn't interfere too much.
Ray nodded.
Feeling a slight shake in spatial points, Ray shifted his attention back to the fight. Alright Vex, our turn is almost here. Ray reminded as Vex cracked his neck and had a grin on his face.
Finally, he muttered.
As Vex muttered his sentence, the figure of Gazef blurred slightly before Ain's wool gown and another figure appeared in his place. Ain's had a large body stature as he wore a magician's robe colored mostly black. On his face was a red and green mask that prevented people from seeing that he was a skeleton. Next to him was a figure dressed from head to toe in armor. However, it didn't stop it from highlighting her hourglass figure, large breasts and a plump rear. How the fuck does she even wear the armor? Wouldn't it be hard due to the armor practically hugging her figure? Vex asked, seeing the scene. Don't question it, in moments like these you turn off your brain and ignore it.
Ray replied. Hey Ray, how come they haven't noticed us yet?
2 pairs of black and white wings in mid-air isn't the stealthiest, you know? Not to mention dipshit over here doesn't know how to retract his aura. Lucifer said while gesturing to Vex.
Who do you think I am?
Ray asked a rhetorical question as he showed the back of his right hand. A seal was glowing brightly as it concealed their figures and even their aura.
Maybe I should study seals as well.
Vex muttered, seeing how convenient seals were. You can try, but it isn't easy. Ray smiled in return, but then realized how easy it was for him to master seals compared to other people. Maybe I am a cheat existence. Ray thought to himself. Ray glanced back down to Ain's as he saw 2 angels pierce his body with light swords. High-tiered physical resistance. It's a passive skill that nullifies the attack of low-tiered weapons and monsters. Ain said while grabbing the head of both angels.
Skill copied with the end.
Skill improved by a factor of 50%. Peak-tiered physical resistance, copied from the user Momonga/Ain's wool gown. Allows for host to negate any damage done should the attacker be weaker than the host physically. Only works if the enemy is weaker by 2 ranks on physical body. If host has divine rank 10 body, any attack rank 8 or below is negated. Ray raised an eyebrow seeing this. Well, I'll be damned. Ray muttered out subconsciously. Ray, do you know how much of a cheat that skill of yours is? Lucifer asked telepathically. Of course I know, why do you think I haven't told anyone else? Though some people might know using other means. Ray replied as he too understood how powerful the end ability was. So these really are the archangel flames from Yggdrasil. I want to know why you can use the same magic and summons from Yggdrasil. Though I'll put it aside for now. Ain spoke out loud as he stood back up, having crushed the head of the angels. It's my turn now. It's going to be a massacre. Ain said ominously.
Attack him all at once.
The commander gestured as every angel started to move towards Ain's.
Albedo, stand back.
Ain's gave Albedo a glance as she understood what Ain's wants to do.
Hi.
She replied while he figure blurred out of sight.
Negative burst.
Ain's invoked his magic as a sphere of death energy surrounded him and pushed outwards, disintegrating all of the angels that tried to attack him.
Skill copied. Skill boosted.
Negative burst - death aura. Using death element, the user forms a domain where it stops and kills cell activity of enemies weaker than the host by a whole realm. Using the skill as a divine rank 3 would instant kill anyone ascendant rank, low tier, or below. The system was right. Visiting these worlds again would most defiantly give me some useful skills. Ray, though, seeing the message.
Wah. Impossible.
The commander muttered in shock, seeing the angels wiped out in an instant. His troops shook with fear as they sent wave after wave of magic towards Ain's, who didn't even flinch.
Skill dash.
Stop, just compress weak skills into one. Ray replied before the system could even finish the notification.
Skill compressed. Skill boosted.
Low tier, mid tier, elemental magic. Weak, either trash it or just combine it with something. Ray replied half-heartedly. Understood. Who taught you that magic? Shouted Ain seemingly in anger. This was due to the magic the mages used was skills back in the game world of Yggdrasil. This caused a mage to almost wet himself as he resorted to flinging a rock using magic. Asterisk boom. Before the rock could even touch Ain's, Albedo cushioned the rock with the side of her axe before twisting her body and increasing the momentum of the rock. Aiming back at the mage, Albedo redirected the rock as it shot forward, ripping his head off of his body, leaving it to stumble weakly before collapsing. The commander blinked twice as he couldn't register what had just happened.
What just happened? He muttered, stunned.
Albedo, you should know such weak aerial weapons would do me no harm. There were no reason for you to use your strength. Ein said calmly while smiling slightly under his mask. Or rather his normal expression, due to skeletons not being able to smile.
Please wait, Lord Ines.
There is a bare minimum that must be met before one can fight with you, Supreme One. For them to throw a small insignificant pebble at you. Ha ha ha, so you say these insects failed the test then?
Right.
Ines asked the commander after a short pause. Wow bro, Ines is a pretty good actor.
Looks quite menacing.
Maybe we should pull of an act as well. Vex turned to Ray with a smile. There's no need to act since I've already showed them our personalities with the memory seal. Oh, so how would you describe my personality? You know about the term, crouching idiot and hidden badass? It refers to people who act idiotic but are quite strong. Well, for you it was something similar.
Bro.
Vex felt gratitude but stopped midway. Why does this feel like déjà vu?
He thought.
For you I made you a crouching idiot and obvious pain in the ass.
Ray smiled. Fuck.
Vex cursed himself for walking into the same trap, having already experienced it once already. While they were talking to each other, the biggest angel on the field, Principality of Observation, started to move as it swung the mace in its hands at Ines. My, I guess I should fight back. Ines replied casually as he caught the mace with one hand. Lifting his spare hand, Ines pointed a finger at the huge angel.
Hell flame.
A black and crimson wisp of fire flickered towards the angel before exploding into a ball of fire devouring the angel.
Hell flame?
That puny candle light is the flames of hell? Should I show him what real flames of hell looks like? Lucifer said while narrowing his eyes. Deep purple flames danced around his palm as it seemed to even burn the light. Stop acting, asswipe, I know you wouldn't kill Ines. Ray blew out a breath as it put out the purple flames.
Che boring.
Can't you let a man act? Lucifer replied with a click of his tongue. You'll get your chance, don't worry. Bro, you never cease to amaze me. Being this causal with the devil himself.
Vex complimented honestly.
Ray only shrugged as he saw the angel being burned away, leaving the battlefield bare.
One hit.
That's impossible. There's no way a high-tiered angel could be killed with one spell. The commander seemed to have lose his mind as he pulled out a luminescent crystal. I'll summon the highest tier angel. Dominion Authority. The commander shouted as the crystal glowed.
Ohia Ray.
The angel is pretty high tier. Its original strength should be around sovereign tier, but it's restrained using the crystal, which resulted in the heavy decrease of its rank. It can probably sense you through bloodline since you're only at ascendant tier right now and the seal isn't at its original strength. Maybe we should reinforce it a little. Lucifer said, sensing the angel that was materializing. No need, we're stepping out now.
Ray replied. Finally.
Vex grinned as he summoned his 3-section staff and connected it into a spear. Seeing Vex prepared, Ray dismissing the seal at the same time Dominion Authority was summoned. Without the seal to block off his aura, Vex caused everyone to kneel with the exception of Ines and Albedo. Though Albedo was struggling, eventually stopping with only one knee on the ground. Ha ha ha, bow at the power of the highest tier angel. The commander shouted out in jubilance as he saw Albedo kneeling and Ines' body tremble. However, he was confused as he was pretty sure the angel never showed off such aura before. My lord, this lowly one greets your presence. The angel squeezed out as it laid down its weapon and groveled. The commander was confused seeing the angel talk. However, he froze when he saw what the angel was bowing to. Ray Vex. Ines muttered seeing both Ray and Vex. His body trembled as he remembered those two defeating the guild he and his friends created with Ray hardly doing anything. Lord Ines, please retreat while I buy some time. Albedo gritted her teeth as she understood that the two people in front of her was the only ones to have ever defeated the Supreme Ones. Long time no CMO, I guess it's Ines Ulgaun now. Ray smiled as he acted. Vex, can you restrain yourself? Ray asked, glancing at Vex. Bro, you know I can't control my aura. I suppose. Ray replied while created a new seal and slapped in onto Vex. His aura instantly faded as everyone regained control of their bodies. My lord, why are you together with a heathen? The angel asked, seeing Lucifer's void black wings.
Ha ha ha, you hear that, Ray?
Lucifer grinned as he saw the angel glare at him. The commander couldn't believe what he was seeing as 3 figures floated in the air. One with 7 pairs of void black wings, one with 7 pairs of pure white wings, and finally the monstrous youth who let out that pressure.
Ahahaha, it's over, wizard.
Servants of God have come to smite you down. The commander shouted out at Ines, who gave not fucks to him. Shut it, who said I was a servant of God? Lucifer snarled as the large angel gave Lucifer a glare.
My lord.
How can you stand for this blasphemy? The angel shouted, hoping that Ray would speak out in the name of God. Angel, Who said I was your lord? And I am no servant of God. Ray spoke calmly, confusing and angering the angel. Ray, Lucifer and Vex floated down as they landed near Ainz and Albedo. Stand back. Albedo got into a defensive position as Ainz placed his hands on her shoulder.
It's fine, Albedo.
Ray, Vex, I believe we have much to talk about. Ainz replied as seeing fellow players may mean there were more like him. Yo bro, Ainz, are you going to take care of that angel, or shall I? Vex asked, twirling his spear slightly. You can do it, I can't be bothered. Ray replied with a wave of his hand. Hold it, dipshit. Let me have some exercise since I've only been let out not too long ago. Lucifer smiled whilst walking towards the angel. Yo man, I have a name and it's Vex. Hey kid, do I look like I care? Lucifer gave Vex a grin. Summoning a lance made from purple flames, Lucifer deflected a strike from the angel NOV/L/B/JNN. Seeing this, the commander knew that they were in danger and released the control over the angel as it could fight better without his commands. Being freed from the control, the angel formed two swords which locked together with Lucifer's lance.
Holy smite!
A beam of light descended onto Lucifer's body while he had the purple flame wrap around his body.
Kuhahaha, you call this a holy smite? Feels like a hot bath.
Lucifer shouted out as he spread out his wings. Flying up towards the head of the angel, Lucifer morphed the flame into chains as it held down the angel's hands. Gripping the head of the angel, Lucifer started to rip chunks of the angel off while it screamed. Whistle. He was quite bored seeing how he's tormenting the angel instead of finishing it off in one go.
Ray said as Vex nodded.
Ainz had a perplexed expression under his mask as Ray didn't have angel wings from what he had remembered. I don't remember there being a playable angel race back in Yggdrasil. Ainz asked Ray. Hidden race, though I wouldn't say I'm an angel. Ray smiled as his wings were dyed black instantly. Ainz raised his would-be eyebrow at this while Albedo gasped slightly, as there had never been a case of anyone possessing both holy and dark type race traits. So how does it feel to lose your dick? Ray grinned slightly as he gave Ainz a side glance. He had always been curious as to how Ainz felt about it.
Ha, don't remind me.
Ainz sighed as losing his manhood made him feel incomplete as a man. Say Albedo, how do you even get into that armor?
Did you get help?
How about I try help you? Vex asked several questions at Albedo, who looked at Ainz for help, seeing as though Ray and Vex didn't hold any hostility towards Ainz. It was not her place to bear hostility with the guest of Ainz. Vex, if you want to pick up chicks, pick someone else. NTR isn't something I like to watch. Ray spoke as Vex shrugged. Say Ainz, do you mind if I try pick up some chicks over at Nazarick? Vex asked as Ainz didn't know how to respond. They're more powerful than me, so I have to tread carefully. Though I can't lose out in terms of presence in front of Albedo since she sees me as the supreme overlord. What to do? We will see, but Albedo is off limits. Ainz replied as he determined it was the best way to retain his image in front of Albedo.
Lord Ainz.
To stand up against these monstrous supreme beings for my sake. Albedo thought as she was feeling hot.
Ha.
Albedo was panting seductively even though she was trying to suppress it due to Ray and Vex being here. Ignore. Ainz thought as he looked away from Albedo and at the fading mass that was the angel. Have you vented enough? Ray asked as Lucifer smiled.
Almost.
With that he sent out a wave of flames towards the commander and the enemy as they turned to ash.
There.
Lucifer smiled deviously. Say bro, I'm pretty sure someone was using observation magic, how come we haven't countered it yet? Vex asked as he remembers that the sky would crack due to Ainz countering the magic. Oh that, I've already dealt with it. Ray replied as he turned back to Ainz. So then, lead the way. Ray smiled as he gestured to Ainz. It seems like Ray has entered some anime worlds. The system god said aloud as he was with the 4 other gods that agreed to temper Ray's body. I'll use the system to issue him some quests. The rewards will be stages of a god-tempered body. This will allow him to slowly adapt to the changes while he is off questing in other worlds.
How does that sound?
The system god asked as the other gods nodded. What kind of quest would you even issue him though? Save the world? Destroy the world?
The war god asked. The muscle head has a point.
We don't want him to get the god-tempered body easily since it could make him lazy.
The war saint replied.
Maybe have him do a quest that changes the fate of the world in a good way? The element god suggested. How about a vague quest scene as though that boy doesn't like to be controlled? The beast god suggested understanding Ray's personality. The question is how vague?
The system god replied.
If the quest's too vague it would be like there were no quest at all. How about we give him small steps first? We'll update the quests as we see what he does and react accordingly. The element god suggested. Sure, then how about the first quests being, blend yourself into the ranks of Nazarick and gain their trust?
The system god smiled. So Ray, how much do you know?
Are there anyone else who have made their way to this world? Ainz asked as they were flying through the sky.
Well,
I know more than you can understand, but at the same time less than you can think. Ray smiled while giving a vague answer. He knew more than Ainz as he knew the course of this world, yet less than Ainz thinks as he has no knowledge about Yggdrasil, the skills and the mechanics of the game. That's rather vague. Ainz replied whilst placing his fleshless fingers on his jaw.
As for Vex, never mind.
Ainz dismissed the verbal, though as Vex was always like a muscle head back in the game.
Oi, I'm offended.
Vex replied with a tick mark on his face. Then do you have anything to share, kid? Lucifer grinned as Vex replied by giving Lucifer the middle finger. Ray gave the two a glare as they instantly settled down. Seeing as though Ray is able to restrain those two, I'd say it's either he has their respect, or he is stronger than both of them. I'd say the latter, seeing as Ray feels much more dangerous than either of the two. If I fought them, I'd probably lose.
Ainz analyzed.
Well, either way, I'm thinking of having the Floor Guardians do some scouting in this world.
Ainz replied.
Ainz, before I forget, let me give you a piece of advice. Try to clear up the misunderstood before you become a puppet controlled by one you trusted. Ray gave Ainz some advice as later on in the timeline, Ainz followed the commands of his demon underling due to its intelligence. But this advice was based off ambiguous interpretations of Ainz's words, thus making Ainz a puppet under his loyal servant Demiurge. Perhaps. No, it couldn't be. Ainz, though, thinking about Demiurge. Though there were some misunderstanding, Demiurge was loyal to Nazarick and does everything for the benefit of Nazarick and Ainz Ulgaun.
I'll keep that in mind.
Ainz replied, showing that he took his words into consideration. It was open to interpretation, as it wouldn't offend Ray seeing it, though he could defeat and possibly kill him. This was the new world. Ainz doesn't know if resurrection magic still worked yet, so he didn't want to take any chances just yet. Ray shrugged, hearing Ainz reply. Oh, well, isn't this interesting? Ray muttered, seeing the system display.
Quest line obtained.
Journey in the Animeverse Part 1, Overlord. Stage 1, enter Nazarick and gain the trust of everyone. Rewards, passive skill God-Tempered Body Part 1 / God-Tempered Body, refined through the powers of 5 gods and the first of its kind, the physical potential of the owner will become unmatched. The body would adjust itself to the owner's cultivation, should the cultivation be higher than the body without additional training. In addition to this, there will be no delays for movement, as the body would move faster than the owner's thoughts while following their intentions. The further advantages cannot be recorded as they exceed all data gathered by the system so far. Is there a problem, Ray? Ainz asked, seeing Ray paused abruptly. Nothing, just surprised seeing a welcome party. Ray replied as he directed their attention to the walls of Nazarick. Atop the great walls that surround the catacombs of Nazarick, a girl who looks to be around 12 to 14 in body age stood with several people around her. The people around her had mostly black hair, scarlet eyes, pale white skin, and a white dress. She, however, wore a fancy noble ball dress, with the main color being a very dark purple adorned with red frills. The upper portion of her dress was also fitted with red ribbons, along with a cloth hat with a bow tie holding up a ponytail. Her hair was a light shade of pink, pale skin, red eyes like the lesser vampires around her, and her sharp fangs hung out slightly. Welcome back, Lord Ainz. And I Shaltir Bloodfallen greets the vampire progenitor. We greet the vampire progenitor. Shaltir and the lesser vampires bowed, while she herself couldn't help but get wet feeling Ray's bloodline. And a vampire progenitor on top of that, huh? Ainz said, looking at Ray. What can I say? You can never have enough trump cards. Ray smiled as his angel wings folded together before scattering into light particles. Ray's eyes seemed to glow with a dangerous red as Shaltir didn't dare to lift up her head. Ainz shrugged as he guessed it was some sort of hidden world-class item that allowed for multiple races. It was mostly likely the case since they couldn't sense the race of others back in the game, but now that this was real world it became possible. Shaltir, prepare 3 rooms for our guests. Ainz ordered as Shaltir nodded and left with the lesser vampires. Between Lord Ainz and the progenitor, who should I pick? Lord Ainz is the supreme overlord, while the progenitor not only managed the legendary feat of defeating Nazarick, but the vampire lineage runs through me. Even now it's telling me to offer everything of me to the progenitor. Shaltir thought, unable to resist giving her crotch a slight rub. She had accidentally looked back only to see the lesser vampires not faring any better from having met the progenitor. Their dresses were wet through, while their skins seemed more human-like due to the blood rush, giving the paleness a rare moment of peach in their color. We need to vent out our desires, having come face to face with the progenitor, or else it would be blasphemy to show our shameful display. Let us complete Lord Ainz's task before we head to the chambers. Shaltir ordered as the lesser vampires rushed off to quickly complete the task, hoping to get the opportunity to vent out faster.
Ray. Eins. Vex. Lucifer. Albedo.
They stayed silent as they looked at the trail left behind. The liquid glistened under the moonlight as it followed where Shaltir and the lesser vampires had gone.
They were moist. Vex. Moist they were. Lucifer. Indeed very moist. Eins.
Moist were they not?
Vex. Completely drenched. Lucifer. Absolutely flooded. Eins. Flooded they were. Vex. They need to vent. Lucifer. Vent they need. Eins.
Shall I give them thy vent?
Vex. Ray. Albedo. Are you done? Ray.
One more, bone them I will.
Vex.
Bone them you shall.
Lucifer.
And with that I think it's a cue for us to resume our talk. Ray said, having enough of their shenanigans. Snapping his fingers, Ray erased the trail.
It's gone. Vex. Gone it is. Lucifer. Gone it is indeed. Eins.
Lord Eins, if you desire a moist from a female body, I can moisten on command for you. Would you like to try?
Albedo.
Fuck me, what did I just listen to? Ray said while face-palming.
Fuck you. Lucifer. Fuck him. Vex. Fuck who? Eins. Fuck it. Ray. Fuck this. Albedo. Fuck her. Eins. Fuck yes. Albedo. Fuck that. Lucifer. Fuck no. Ray. Holy fuck. Vex.
Ray was going to reply before he gave up and sighed out with fatigue instead. Taking the lead, he walking inside the great tomb of Nazarick. Did we just capture all of the fucks a person could give? Vex asked, staring at Ray's departing back. Except for fuck off and fuck them, I'd say yes.
Lucifer replied.
I feel like I just lost my grasp of reality being with you too. Eins faced palmed as it felt like a shameful display being swept away by the momentum of the conversation. Fortunately or unfortunately, Albedo was more focused on other parts of the conversation, thus didn't pay attention to him being swept along. Although he can't say it felt bad, seen as though he didn't need to be as tensed around Ray, Vex and Lucifer as 3 out of 4 were players. Lord Eins, I'm sure I heard you say you want to fuck me, so let me respond in kind. Albedo whispered seductively as she had a deep blush while holding on to Eins. H.L.P.M.D. Eins' eyes seemed to be communicating with Vex and Lucifer, who only shrugged and went to catch up to Ray. It took a while for them to catch up to Ray as they found him sitting on chair with his legs crossed. His face looked unfazed as hundreds of Nazarick's residents and a few floor guardians were currently bowing due to bloodline suppression, especially Demiurge since he was an archdemon. Being higher in the tiers, he could feel how powerful Ray's bloodline truly is.
Ray dash. Don't say it, Eins. I'll fix it in a second.
Ray replied as he was making a seal. Due to his decreased cultivation, the energy he could access was drastically reduced. As such, making a seal which decreased his bloodline suppression took a bit longer. Oi Lucifer, don't you want a seal too? Since you know you're a demon too. Ray asked, giving Lucifer a glance.
Sure. Lucifer nodded.
Ray gave the seal in his hands a twist as it separated into 2. Sending one over to Lucifer, the residents of Nazarick barely stood up while still feeling slight suppression from both Ray and Lucifer. To think one of the only people to have beaten Nazarick would have such frightening power in his bloodstreams, not to mention his companion. As expected of Lord Eins, to take over the world he needs to gain control of both sides. By having Adventure Mammon gain the faith of the people, he can have Ray take over the religious side of humanity, seeing as though Ray has a holy bloodline in the mix as well. Demiurge thought as he stared as Ray. However, this man is an anomaly. Too dangerous and too powerful. While we may be able to attempt to control him with Lord Eins' supreme intelligence, this man would perhaps try to wipe us out the moment he catches wind of the plans. Demiurge narrowed his eyes behind his glasses. Ray was too much of a variable to control or involve in plans since he couldn't see through what he thinks in a short amount of time. By appearing before us and not restraining his bloodline like he clearly could, he wants to show us the difference in power. He wants to have a clear sense of advantage when it comes to any type of negotiation. What a terrifying man, and yet I believe this is not the end of his plans, merely the surface, seeing as how calm he looks. The smile he gave me make it seem like he's seen through me. Demiurge thought before retreating beside Eins without saying anything.
Phew, that was awkward.
The conversation was so stupid I forgot about my bloodline. Ray though back to what had happened just before he entered Nazarick. Anyways, let's continue on. Eins said whilst gesturing for Albedo and Demiurge to leave. But Lord Eins, we can't let you be alone with such a dangerous individual. Demiurge kneeled as it was too dangerous for Ein's safety to be alone with those three, seeing that the surface of their plans was to get advantage of any negotiations to come, and that of which Ray has already achieved. Ray smirked slightly as he thought that if he wanted to kill Ein's it would be easy as snapping his fingers. Don't worry so much, I'm feeling a little evil, so this negotiation is for me to either join or be allied with Nazarick, right Ein's? Ray smiled towards Ein's. Indeed, as such Ray, I would appreciate it should you not oppress the residents so much. Ein's followed up Ray's act, seeing his intentions. I see, I apologize for my misconduct. Demiurge apologized while he brain worked to decipher Ein's plan. As expected of Lord Ein's, while it may seem like Ray has the advantage, it doesn't change the fact that he came to us first, thus with Lord Ein's being the merciful leader, took advantage of such a strong chess piece and slowly bring it under his banner, while the chess piece itself still thinks everything is under his control. Without the subtle hints Lord Ein's revealed, I believe he is trying to warn me not to interfere, seen as though my weak deciphering had almost foiled Lord Ein's plans. And this is merely the first stages of his plan. To think his was already 5 moves ahead of me while I thought I knew what was happening. Demiurge thought to himself before looking at Ein's with worship. Please don't look at me like that, I don't know what the hell is happening right now.
Want to join?
Sure, but what do you mean by feeling a little evil? Ein's thought while faking composure. During this, Vex had a perplexed expression. You seem to have some concerns? Ray sent over a seal without anyone looking so that they could have telepathic communication. Some, yes, I do know that most of the humans in this world are mostly trash, so I have no problems with killing them and helping out Nazarick, but I don't know why there are so much trash in this world. There are good people we meet later, but...
So you're confused about that?
Okay, do you know about Newton's third law? For every action, there is an opposite reaction. This world is such. When I was rewriting the world laws for our inclusion, I discovered that the worlds near this one had so little evil, as such the opposite reaction was the formation of this world. The evil that would have gathered in the other worlds were filtered into this one, as such the residents of Nazarick are more than fitting to do a little cleaning. I see, well I suppose even if I didn't know I wouldn't have minded to help kill a few people since they were some major trash.
Vex shrugged. I have a good plan for this world.
I'll most likely need to cooperation of you, Lucifer and Ein's. As for Ein's, he can continue to do what he wants since it'll be a part of my plan. Lucifer, he will be needed later, and as for you... Ray explained his plan as Vex smiled. Sure, I don't mind, we can filter out people this way so it won't just be a mass slaughter.
Vex replied.
While they were discussing their plans, they reached the conference room where Ein sat with his guild mate before he transmigrated to this world. Seeing it there were only 4 people felt, Ein's relaxed. So, do you know if there are anyone beside you? Ein's asked with hope. While Ray and Vex were fellow players with him in this unknown world, his heart still desires his guild mates and friends. No, it was just me and Vex with Lucifer being near us. Ray shook his head. So Ein's, what are you planning to do with this world?
Rule it?
If so, would it be through fear? Would you cause massacres to cause that fear? Ray asked with a smile. Ein's paused hearing this. If possible, not through fear and death. Even if I did want to rule the world, no point ruling an empty world or one which takes away the points of life that make it interesting, resulting in a boring world. Ein's replied before giving himself a mocking laugh. Though looking at me now, I can't exactly say that the residents of this world would take to my appearance kindly, would they? Ein's replied, looking at his hands adorned with jewels but had no flesh of its own. Then do you want to become human again, or at least look human?
Ray smiled.
Of course I do, but it is mere wishful thinking.
Ein's laughed.
But theoretically, how would you rule the world? Since you have the residents of Nazarick to take into consideration. Especially since quite a few of them wouldn't mind skinning a few humans just to find some toilet paper.
How would I rule?
Ein's thought before shrugging. You don't know about what actions you can take. Some may say they wouldn't mind sacrificing themselves to save a kid, but in the end their own desire of self-conservation overwrite all, thus leaving the kid to die. So there is no point in me guessing how I would act right now. Ein's gave Ray a reply as Ray crossed his legs and tapped his fingers in deep thought. Alright, I'll join Nazarick as either a supreme leader role like you or I can go as a friend. Either one is fine, but I won't be an underling. Ray gestured with his hand. Before we get into that, I want to ask, why? Why are you joining me since you know better than anyone how evil some residents of Nazarick can be? Interest, I guess. I just take it as a whim of mine. Ray smiled as he stood up.
I see.
Ein's muttered, since it was Ray's nature to be like that. When he defeated Nazarick, it was a whim to see if 2 players could defeat one of the strongest guilds. Then would you join Nazarick under the banner of the 42nd Supreme Leader with equal authority to me? Ein's called out as he also stood up. Yes, I will, but let's keep it a secret and only let the floor guardians know for now. We can't think of them as mere NPC anymore, therefore we can't just say a person is now a supreme leader. We need to ease them into it. Ray replied since his quest was to gain their trust.
Indeed.
I'll tell this to Albedo, Demiurge, Fiora siblings, Shaltir, and Cocytus. Victim will know about this later, and the fourth floor guardian doesn't think for itself, so he doesn't need to know. Ainz replied as he led the way to the
Lucifer. Ray called out. What's up?
You understand what you have to do, right? Ray asked as he had told him of his plans. I know, I'll go do some scouting. If I see some trash I can clean it up, right? Lucifer smiled with a menacing gleam.
Feel free to.
Ray replied as he left with Ainz. So how do you plan on gaining their approval? Ainz asked, unsure of what Ray was planning. Defeat any one of them in combat or help you out. Either one of those would work.
Ray replied.
Yo bro, are you forgetting about me? Vex faked some tears while following.
Yes, I did.
Ray replied instantly.
So mean.
At least lie about it. Vex retorted but got over it instantly. I'll go to the human cities first and register myself as an adventurer. Vex said as it was his role for now. I got it, see you later. Ray bid Vex farewell as Vex walked away. Seems like you got those two completing different tasks. Ainz said, giving Ray a glance. Lucifer to scout out enemies and potential allies. Vex to gain a foothold in human cities with his influence. Ray replied as they arrived on the 6th floor of Nazarick. Entering the amphitheater, they were greeted by the figures of 6th floor guardians. Albedo, she wore a dress this time unlike her previous appearance of wearing heavy armor. The dress revealed her peerless skin while it hugged her figure, emphasizing it. On her back the dress allowed for her raven black wings to be spread out. Her eyes were of a beautiful golden color as her long hair reached her waist. On her head were also 2 horns showing that he was not human. Her posture was reserved as it showed off her demeanor of being the head of the floor guardians. Demiurge, wearing his usual red suit adorned with little amounts of accessories, Demiurge stood straight as he had a smile on his face. A tail which seemed to have its own natural carapace armor waved gently behind him. His facial features were mostly sharp, including his ears, while his eyes couldn't be seen due to his glasses, making it so that it's hard to tell what he's thinking. His black hair was swept back as it looked both rough and tidy in a weird way. The Flora siblings, these 2 dark elves, were like twins around the age of 10 to 12. Aura Bellaflora, the twin sister of Mare Bellaflora, had short spiky golden hair which looked masculine and heterochromatic eyes. Her right iris was jade green while her right was sea blue. She wore a red shirt which looked like it had scales, a sleeveless white jacket and white suit pants. Mare Bellaflora, on the other hand, looked more effeminate than his twin sister. He had short golden hair which was combed straight down and had bangs covering his forehead. Like her twin sister, he had heterochromatic eyes which instead was blue on the right side and green on the left. He wore a blue shirt of similar design and white sleeveless jacket paired with a short white skirt. Cocytus, the hulking figure of an insect, stood proud as his crystal blue carapace shone with might. He had 4 arms along with a tail which was entirely covered with his natural armor. Hardly any soft points could be seen on his body. He had 3 pairs of eyes which were a deep royal blue compared to his light blue armor. Scattered all over his back and tail were chunks of crystal which were semi-transparent, making it look like shards of ice. And finally Shaltir. She hugged her body as it shivered with excitement. Her initial lust having finally been vented came back the moment she saw Ray. Flushed face and panting hard, Ainz couldn't help but question her creator Peroroncino, of why he made her so kinky. n/o/vel/b//and c//om. As I have told you through telepathy, Ray, being the only other player to have come to this world, will join us as the 42nd Supreme Leader. Are there any objections? If there are any, be verbal about them.
I allow it.
Ainz spoke while the guardians got onto their knees.
I have none. Demiurge. I have none. Albedo. I have none. Aura. I have none. Mare. I have none. Shaltir. I have one. Cocytus. Ho?
That what objection may that be? Ainz spoke with slight interest. As a being created by the Supreme Leaders, I see that they must have a certain degree of power to become one. While I understand that Ray and the warrior Vex had overcome us once, Ray did nothing, therefore I wish to see his prowess for myself. Cocytus spoke while hesitating slightly on speaking about their defeat. Indeed, Ray, would you mind having a one-on-one combat with Cocytus? Ainz asked Ray.
Sure, go ahead.
Ray smiled as he understood Cocytus since he was a warrior in heart. Before I forget, I want you to use everything you've got. Ray smiled, but that smile made the guardians shiver slightly from the pressure. They made space in the arena as Ray and Cocytus stood face to face. Cocytus had 4 weapons in hand and accessories to help boost his battle prowess. For the weapons, he had a katana, a halberd and 2 towering shields by his side. Ray on the other hand seemed relaxed. He had one hand in his pockets while the other didn't hold a weapon. "Are you not going to use a weapon?"
Cocytus asked.
"No need, depending on how you fight, I'll use one later should I see fit." Ray smiled confidently.
Meanwhile, as expected, Lord Ines.
By having the warrior Cocytus and Ray fight each other, we can scout out the abilities Ray has and eliminate the unstable variable straight away, or at least get a glimpse of his powers. Demiurge praised Ines, who felt awkward as he didn't even think about that.
Ahem, you may start.
Ines called out as Cocytus took the initiative and charged at Ray. Ray kept his smile.
Frost aura.
Cold mist shot out from Cocytus as he drastically decreased the temperature, hoping to slow Ray's movements down.
Ice pillar.
Piercing icicle. Cocytus shot out a pillar of ice from the ground, which shot towards Ray along with ice javelins that formed around Ray and stabbed at him.
Asterisk snap.
Ray clicked his fingers as a white flame lit up on the tip of his index finger. Waving his finger slightly, Ray blew on the flame as it grew in size and evaporated everything around him. Razor edge.
Decapitation strike.
Cocytus used the cover of the steam while his katana and halberd glowed with a red and gold light respectively. Ray only put out the flame on his finger before pinching the katana with his thumb and index finger. Tilting his head, Ray purposefully exposed a portion of his neck as a black metallic substance washed over it, giving the skin a purple shine. Asterisk ping. The halberd bounced off from Ray's skin as the rebound caused Cocytus to expose a portion of his body to Ray. Twisting his body and using his right leg as a pivot, Ray roundhouse kicked towards Cocytus' opening.
Coup.
Cocytus brought the 2 shields in front of him as it tried to block Ray's kick. The sound of metal being forcefully bending could be heard as Ray let go of Cocytus' katana, letting his body fly off into the distance.
Is that all?
"I expected more from a weapons master," Ray replied as Cocytus struggled to stand up slightly. The shield was completely bent out of shape as Cocytus dropped it onto the ground. To think he could use Cocytus as a plaything, I've underestimated Lord Ray whilst trying to overestimate him. Demiurge replied as he accepted Ray to be on the same or even above the level of the supreme leaders. "That man is unfathomable," Ines said while he was shocked underneath. He's more powerful than I thought. Like, isn't he a bug?
A glitch.
Forgive me for even thinking of defending. Against a man like you, one has to forget any chance of survival if they wish to even put a dent on you. That being said, please allow this one to indulge myself in selfish desires as I wish to fight even more." Cocytus shouted out as he replaced his shields with 2 swords. "Sure, I'll indulge your little wish of wanting to fight a little more," Ray said as he removed his hand from his pocket. "I am grateful." With that, Cocytus shot towards Ray once more as his 4 weapons attacked from different directions. Jumping slightly, Ray used his left hand to pinch the halberd, his right to pinch the katana and both his legs to kick away the 2 swords. Using the downwards momentum of the halberd, Ray swung his body as he kneed Cocytus in the torso, lifting his heavy body off the ground. Stumbling back a little, Cocytus swung his tail at Ray, hoping to create an opening. Placing both hands on the tail, Ray did a handstand while giving Cocytus a kick to the side of the face, sending his body back.
"Do you wish to see more?"
Ray asked the downed Cocytus. "I wish to see what I couldn't force you to bring out," Cocytus replied, sounding very fatigued.
"Look up."
Ray smiled while pointing his finger up. Everyone was confused until they did what Ray said and looked up. Above them was an array of weapons ready to drop at a moment's notice. Some felt more threatening depending on their attribute, which is the reason Demiurge shivered, feeling the powerful holy element coming off the blade Excalibur. Holy shit. They didn't know who said the 2 words, but the floor guardians agreed. "I see, so I never had a chance. No, it was foolish to even consider the possibilities."
Cocytus sighed.
"I Cocytus greets the 42nd Supreme Leader. I Demiurge greets the 42nd Supreme Leader and the Demon Progenitor. I Albedo greets the 42nd Supreme Leader. I Aura greets the 42nd Supreme Leader. I Mare greets the 42nd Supreme Leader. I Shaltir greets the 42nd Supreme Leader and the Vampire Progenitor." The floor guardians bowed towards Ray as they accepted his role as the 42nd Supreme Leader. As for trusting him, that was another question altogether.
That's step 1 done.
With the seeds I've sowed, now I just need to water them every so often and wait for the flower called trust to sprout, Ray thought as he was closer to completing his quest. Now then, with that sorted, let us discuss the next step of Nazarick, namely the fortress city near us, Irantal. Ines spoke as the guardians had serious expressions. Ray kept a smile on his face as the timeline hadn't deviated too much yet, though he couldn't say for sure what the butterfly effect would change to the timeline. The change could be small. Likewise, the change could destroy the very foundations of the world. Only time will tell. Ray wandered through the royal capital with a red scarf trailing behind him as it covered the lower half of his face. It was a poor attempt at keeping what he looked like a secret, but somehow worked as people couldn't seem to see what was beneath the red scarf. Naturally, Ray had a seal on the scarf, making it so that people doesn't see his true form. Even if they managed to peek under the scarf, they still wouldn't be able to tell. With the current plans being worked on, Ainz will debut in Irantal, Vex will debut in the imperial capital of the empire to the east of Nazarick. Lucifer will scout out the holy city down south of Nazarick near the slain theocracy. Demiurge will be trying to find new resources for Nazarick far away in the west. Ainz butler and combat maid, Seabass and Solution will be gaining a foothold as nobles in the royal capital. As for me, I'll be debuting as an adventurer in the royal capital near Seabass and Solution. Ray thought as he made his way to the Adventurer Guild. His snow-white hair and blood-red eyes stood out as people turned their gazes over to Ray. To gain the trust of Nazarick's residents, I have to assist in Ain's supposed plans and make some great achievements. First, the easy ones will be the insectoids, as they have the main problem of needing food. Especially Kyuhuku, who resides in the 4th floor of Nazarick. He wasn't as evil as other members and pretty much neutral, meaning he is the easiest one to gain the trust of first. He cares about his cockroach family as their patriarch and have expressed his sadness over the lack of food and having to resort to cannibalism. To gain his trust, I would need to gain the large corpse of a monster and bring it back to Nazarick. I can probably place a seal on the corpse, allowing it to regenerate as long as one gives it mana. It should sort out his food problem, as it would gain his trust as a result. Ray thought out his plan, as he will be slowly gaining the trust of the mid to high rank residents first. But the first plans are to take over the branches of adventurer guilds. Maybe become a hidden supporter or their VIP, as it would allow easy access to the already huge intelligence department all over the world. Reaching the Adventurer Guild, Ray walked up to the counter as the female receptionist became mesmerized by Ray's appearance, even if it was just the upper half of his face. "Gee, good afternoon, how may I help you?" she asked with a blush. "I wish to register as an adventurer." Ray gave an eye, smiled as the receptionist blushed harder. "Ah yes, that would be 10 coppers for registration." The receptionist spoke as Ray rubbed his nose. "You see, I don't have any money, so I was looking to see if I can land a job. If possible, can I do a job first before paying you?" Ray asked. He hadn't taken any money from Nazarick as it was already low on resources, thus Ray figured it was better to earn it first. "Poohahaha. You hear that, guys? This fucker dresses nice, looks clean but doesn't have money." This shouted causes the surrounding to laugh while making Ray sigh. Ignorant was a bliss. He though as if they knew his strength, they probably won't even dare breath near him. "So miss, may I take a job first?" Ray asked again. "This? I'm afraid I'm not authorized for this. However, I should be able to trade some money for items if you have some." She offered another way as Ray thought about it. The only thing that has any value would be some monster parts one still have saved up from the Bloodcraze realm. Though their toughness and mana density would probably flatten the city though. "I don't have anything on me right now, I'm afraid." Ray smiled apologetically. No worries, if you like you could also try working at some shops near here. They give out some wages to helping hands after all." The receptionist suggested as she was helpless. As much as she wanted to help, she also wanted to keep her job as the guild receptionist. "I see, thank you." Ray nodded as he left. "What can I even do? I can probably cook for a restaurant. Work as a bodyguard. MN, being a blacksmith sounds fun." Ray thought as he looked for a weapons shop or a smithy. It didn't take long as he soon found a shop near the main districts with the sign of a sword. Walking inside, Ray couldn't help but marvel at how utterly shit the weapons were. Filled with impurities, no noticeable special effects, low durability, no craftsmanship. Absolute garbage. Ray sighed as he gave up. The weapons were no better than scrap. He felt that he would probably do better trying to find a dungeon or tomb. "Oi, Whitey!" A voice shouted out as Ray turned around. The source was a tanned muscular man who had a scar over his left eye and no hair. Wearing the traditional blacksmith garments, Ray could see the fury in his remaining eye. "Did you just sigh at my products?" he snarled in anger. "And if I did?" Ray retorted with a raised eyebrow. "Are you making a mockery of me? My weapons are one of the best in the city, to even sigh in disappointment are an insult towards them." The blacksmith said while pointing his hammer at Ray. "You ignorant fucker can't even see a good weapon when it's placed in front of you. You shouldn't even touch a weapon, you'll disgrace them." He continued as Ray was getting annoyed. Calling trash like these good weapons and how he wasn't fit. As a user of unlimited blade works, all of his weapons were the best of the best. Ray felt his pride as a weapons master rage when he said that he shouldn't even pick up a weapon.
A good weapon?
You call this trash a good weapon? Fine, open your eye, Cyclops. Ray replied as he touched the wall of the shop. His forearms glowed with neon blue circuits as Ray narrowed his eyes. What are you doing? The blacksmith shouted out as he was going to run over to Ray when an overwhelming aura washed over him. Ray offhandedly forged a stone sword using the shop's walls. Pulling his arm back, the stone sword started to compress as the thick sword slowly became as thin as paper. Due to the compression, the blade itself became transparent as there were blue circuit lines hidden inside as it shows signs of reinforcement. The aura of the sword made the shop shake as the walls started to break down. The other swords started to shake and crack as even a casual creation of Ray could overwhelm the best swords this world could offer. The blacksmith widened his eyes when he saw how Ray's easy movements created such a powerful sword. His skin was slowly being ripped just by being in the sword's presence.
Amen, it's okay.
Ray muttered as he looked at the sword, as it was just within the limits the world could handle from his reinforcement. Walking away from the kneeling blacksmith, Ray ripped the door off the hinges as he reformed it into a sheath for his sword and placed it on his hip. Kyoki and Tengaku are a tad too powerful for this world to handle, so I'll use this sword for now.
A name. Compression blade.
Lightweight, fast, contains compressed vibrations to increase cutting strength. Ray thought as he ignored the stares of the spectators. Walking into an ally, Ray dissembled his body into bloody mist as he knew there were some knights trying to tail him. His mist-like body traveled through the shadows of the city until he left the outer walls. Rematerializing near the shadow of a tree, Ray smiled as he tilted his head up. Looking at the orange sky, Ray estimated that after 2 hours it would become completely dark. Looking around him, Ray saw lots of people entering and leaving the royal capital. Focusing his gaze onto a caravan, Ray could tell there were quite a few people with half-decent strength.
It'll be you.
Ray muttered as he walked towards the caravan and trailed behind it, making it so that the more skilled adventurers could spot him. Following the caravan for a few hours, they reached a mountain range as there were a cave on the side of the mountain.
Dismount.
The captain of the adventurers shouted as 3 other parties also dismounted. Little friend, why don't you come out now? Since you have followed us this far, why don't you join us? The captain followed up as he looked towards Ray's general direction. Stepping out of the shadow, Ray gave the captain a nice smile. I'm just here to follow a bigger expedition for a little cash, Ray said as he walked closer. Why didn't you register at the guild then, little friend? He asked as people don't usually follow large caravans to tag along. I'm not registered yet since I don't have money. Ray shrugged. This caused a few people to laugh, but the captain's glare stopped them. Little friend, the place we're going has rumors of a powerful wyvern. It would be best if you return. Here, the registrations is 10 coppers, so go find a more suitable quest, okay? The captain said, pulling out 10 coppers. Ray was slightly taken aback at the kindness. Seeing Ray's shock, the captain understood and smiled. I have a son who was around your age, but because of an accident during a high-level quest he lost his life. Little friend, don't be too ambiguous, your life is most important. The captain smiled with slight amounts of sadness. I'm older than you by several times, you know? Ray thought while he still appreciated the man's concerns. It's okay, I know my strength. If you're unconvinced, how about I prove my strength?
Ray replied.
Captain, we need as many hands as we can get. We're fighting a wyvern, more hands would defiantly help. His companion said as the captain made a hard-to-describe face.
Heis, fine, just take this anyways.
If it gets too dangerous for you halfway through, don't hesitate to escape, your life is more important after all. The captain said as he handed Ray the 10 coppers.
Thank you.
Ray replied with a smile that couldn't be seen due to his scarf. He was surprised to find such a nice person as he couldn't detect any negative intentions from the man. He was purely worried about him. Even if it gets too dangerous for your team, I'll make sure you leave alive. Ray promised as he made sure to secure the safety of a person who was so kind as to worry seriously about a random person.
No problem. All right.
Let's gather up and discuss the plan of action. The man grinned before shouting out to the other teams. Surprised. The captain's companion smiled at Ray.
A little.
Ray replied, not denying. Captain's just like that, which is why most of us won't mind dying for him. Heck, as long as Captain survives we will be satisfied. This world needs more people like him. The person said before leaving as well.
Indeed.
Ray muttered quietly. The plan is simple. We have the tankers of each party leading the way with each one accompanied by an attacker. Healers stay at the back with assassins who will help them if any monsters attack from behind. Mages stay in the middle of the group so they can help at any moment. Are there any questions? The captain spoke out as he glanced at the other teams. What about your little friend there?
A person asked.
I can help with the damage roll. Ray volunteered even though he could fill any role. Heal, magic, physical attack, or even be an assassin. Well, there you go, have everyone prepare everything they need since this might be your last fight. Heck, you can go have a little private time with your wife or girlfriend if you want. We'll enter after 1 hour.
Captain, look around.
Do you think everyone has a partner?
A person said. Hey, I don't discriminate.
If you want to enter with a fellow brother, just keep it down. The captain smiled as everyone laughed. An hour passed by quickly, while Ray spent the majority with his eyes closed while he laid on a large tree branch nearby. Ray, we're about to start now. The captain shouted out as he got to know Ray's name in the hour.
Got it.
Ray replied as he hopped off the branch. Without dawdling, the entire camp of more than 3 adventurer parties set off inside the caves. The caves were huge as it could easily fit a mansion with the width and height of the tunnel. Ray had sent out his senses as he was able to detect a rather large life source. So there was a wyvern, although the wyvern would defiantly kill everyone here due to its strength.
Ray thought.
Immediately sensing this life force, Ray smiled mysteriously. So you've never told me why you took this assignment.
Fame? Money? Ray asked.
Nothing like that. Merely if it isn't dealt with, then more people would be in danger, since the wyvern had been said to have terrorized quite a few villages. The captain replied with a shrug. So thinking for the weaker people? Ray rephrased the captain's answer.
Pretty much.
Someone has to after all. *KRRKK. The sounds of what seemed to be ticking in a throat was heard as the captain immediately became serious. Soon they could see the appearances of several monsters that looked like miniature wyverns minus the wings.
Drakes. Formations.
The captain shouted as they tightened their formation, making sure the people behind were protected. The mages started to prepare their magic, while it had gained the attention of the drakes ahead of them. Remember, their scales are hard, so try to avoid hitting them. Aim for their eyes and underbelly. If you're skilled, go for the mouth and pierce their brain. The captain didn't forget to inform Ray while the tankers took the charge. The moment an opening appeared, the captain started to attack the drakes. Ray narrowed his eyes as he unsheathed his sword. Just the singular action of unsheathing the sword made the surrounding blades vibrate slightly. Whether it was from fear or excitement, no one could tell. The captain gave Ray a glance before focusing on his task again. Looking at the 2.5-meter tall drake in front of him, Ray waited for the tankers to give a little opening. Seeing the gap they created while giving him a glance, Ray's figure flashed forward as his compression blade reflected slight amounts of orange light from the torches. *shing. A single melodic ring sounded out as a faint line of red appeared on the drake's neck before falling off with a clean visible cut.
Not bad.
Ray muttered as he examined the stainless blade of the sword. %. Ray, I've underestimated you, holy damn. Where did you even get a sword like that? The captain asked as he couldn't help but stare at the blade with a mixture of surprise, shock, and appreciation. I found it in some ruins. Above the sword, the words compression blade was carved into the wall. Ray replied as he made up a story about the sword.
Ha ha ha, Ray, you don't know how lucky you are to find this sword.
While I don't know anything about the sword, by merely being near it makes me feel like I'm getting sliced up. This tells me the sword is probably a peak tier sword, heck, maybe even legendary. The captain said as he killed the drake in front of him. While he couldn't kill it like Ray, he still showed off his prowess as the captain.
You don't want it?
Ray asked while cutting down another drake. Nah, I'm fine. If I'm getting affected by the natural killing intent the sword has, I doubt it will even let me use it. The captain shook his head with pity. But of course there isn't anyone who doesn't want to try out a legendary blade at least once in their life. The captain smiled as the party advanced. Ray only shrugged as he didn't agree nor disagree. They continuously explored the dungeon for 2 more hours while occasionally taking breaks in between. So far they've been pretty successful as no one had died while a few were injured. Ray suddenly felt movement from the large life source. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Ray followed the source as it moved around the cave. Seeing that the ground shook while the life source came closer, Ray tapped the shoulder of the captain as he knew the wyvern was coming. However, before the captain could shout out, a wave of fire shot out from the depths of the cave. Ray dragged the captain and his party members behind him while ignoring the others. Stabbing the compression blade down in the ground, Ray clasped his hands together as a ball of white fire began to materialize.
Ray, wah.
The captain was shocked, but when he saw the fire in Ray's palms he couldn't close his mouth. The flames in Ray's palms were pulsing with life as the mana signals that radiated off of the tiny ball of flame were off the charts. The captain was lucky that he had managed to witness the power of a 6th tier magic when he was younger. By comparison, the lowest tier magic a person could use was 0th tier, The highest peak a human was said to have was 6th tier, and anything higher such as the 7th tier required a large amount of talented human mages to perform with dire consequences. The highest known tier is 11th tier magic, of which was only known due to an ancient book left behind in the world. And yet the tiny ball of flame in Ray's hand radiated twice no 4 times as much mana as the 6th tier magic he had witnessed. Ray's eyes narrowed down as he pushed his hands down, creating a shield using the fire. At the same time, the fire formed a net which had absorbed the fire slowly. A thin string of flame was connected to Ray's mouth as he ate the flame slowly. His only goal was to keep the captain's party safe. Other people will receive a little of his help, but they still had to rely on themselves. After the initial confusion and fear, the entire exploration party was reduced by an astonishing 70%, with the captain's party being the only one that wasn't harmed. The flames were more powerful than I thought. Captain, I don't think you should stay, Ray said in a low tone. However, the flame were merely appetizers since it was quite weak. If Ray really wanted to kill the dragon instantly, he would have just sent a flame spear over and killed it instead. What about you?
The captain frowned.
I can fight it, don't worry. Just make sure that you get out alive, since this world needs more people of your caliber. Ray gave an eye smile as he made some correction to his plans. The captain gritted his teeth as he knew this was way above their level. You guys leave, I'll stay with Ray. The captain spoke. Captain. His party members frowned slightly in worry. Amen, Captain, if fate allows for it we'll meet again. Ray smiled as he snapped his fingers. A huge magic seal appeared with Ray in the center as it encompassed everyone near him. See you later. Ray smiled, and before the captain could even reply they were sent away. Alright then, Wyvern, why don't you come out now? Ray smiled as he turned around. This lowly one greets the divine dragon. The Wyvern said as his voice held a low rumble. I have told you everything you need in the telepathic message, just focus on gathering energy and evolve into a true dragon. I'll set up a concealment array so they can't find you nor approach you. Just remember, if you forget the deal, then your soul will perish. Ray spoke as the Wyvern trembled. Understood, Lord Divine Dragon. The Wyvern bowed its head as Ray sent 2 seal towards it. Making sure that his plans were advancing, Ray left the cave as he stood at the very top of the mountain. The plan has had some changes. The initial 10 steps have increased, but together with the Wyvern evolving into a true dragon, the impact would be bigger. Ray thought as the wind blew his hair slightly. Looking at the surroundings, Ray couldn't help but feel slight regret rising once more. Eve by Wu. Seig. Ray sighed after muttering their names. Shaking his head, Ray reorganized his thoughts. But still, to gain the trust of Nazarick is almost heaven-defyingly tough. They know their creators, and thus have an unbreakable loyalty to them. Trying to budge my way into that will be harder than I thought, since they would never fully trust me. Ray thought with a frown, since he started to realize the impossibility of such quest. If it was normal humans or monsters, he may be able to gain their complete trust over time. But these monsters knew their creator and were programmed to the core to not betray them. Even if one of them managed to leave, betray, or even attempt to kill their creator, it just means that it would be even harder to gain their trust. TCH, what kind of fucking quest is this? Ray muttered in annoyance. Quest updated due to finding out flaws. Journey in the Animeverse Part 1, Overlord. Stage 1, enter Nazarick and gain the trust of everyone. Redirect the fate of the new world, new. Having realized the difficulty and impossibility to gain the trust of the group Nazarick, the quest has been updated to redirecting the fate of the world. Rewards, passive skill God-Tempered Body Part 1 / God-Tempered Body, refined through the powers of 5 gods and the first of its kind, the physical potential of the owner will become unmatched. The body would adjust itself to the owner's cultivation, should the cultivation be higher than the body without additional training. In addition to this, there will be no delays for movement, as the body would move faster than the owner's thoughts while following their intentions. More parts of the God-Tempered Body will be rewarded depending on how much the fate of this world would have differed. The further advantages cannot be recorded as they exceed all data gathered by the system so far. MN, now isn't this coincidental with my plan so far? Ray muttered as his plan, should it succeed, would turn the world on itself. Heh, system god, since you're giving me such a fine free gift, it would be rude not to take it. Ray narrowed his eyes as he understood what was happening. Finishing the steps in this mountain range regarding the Wyvern, Ray's body dissolved into mist as he made his way back to the city. 1 hour later. Hey, where's the Wyvern you were talking about? A woman's voice could be heard as they were looking through the caves. It couldn't be. Did Ray actually defeat it? But there's no battle damage. The captain muttered with worry. Unless he was able to defeat it with overwhelming power, or he was defeated with overwhelming power, the caves wouldn't look like this. Another voice replied. The captain and the party of 5 continued to explore when one of their smallest members paused with a trembling body. "What's wrong?" the party leader of the 5 females asked in worry. However, the woman didn't speak as her body was shaking uncontrollably. Looking around frantically, she continued to examine everything around. Looking above her, she sent out a wave of magic causing shock to the other party members. Flying up, she landed where Ray was before. "Vampire progenitor," she muttered as her body was shaking with delight which is out of her control. "Vampire progenitor. Are you sure it's the vampire progenitor?" The party leader narrowed her eyes as the short member nodded. "So we have more of her kin, but this one is worse than any other," a muscular member said with a sigh. "We don't know if he or she is good or bad, but we do know that the progenitor of the vampire race will be strong. It was a he came up here after feeling some negative emotions," the short member replied. "Can you tell if he was hostile or not?" "No, it seems like he was scheming something large, but I don't know the details." Let's head back to the royal capital first and report to the Adventurers Guild." With that, the party of 5 and the previous captain returned to the royal capital. "Alright, can I register for a copper plate badge now?" Ray asked, handing over the 10 coppers N/O/VEL/B//int C/////OM. "Yes, this will serve somewhat as your ID. I just need your name and class, highest tier of magic or martial arts you know, and a talent if you're a talent holder," the receptionist replied. "Thank you," Ray said while filling the form. "Name Ray. Class mage. Talents none. Highest tier of magic tier 6. Highest tier of martial arts none." Passing the form to the receptionist, she gave him a weird stare as he had a sword while being classed as a mage. "Are you able to prove you have tier 6 magic?" she asked while Ray nodded. "Please follow me to the testing room, we'll test you there." "Okay," Ray replied. Walking for a little while, they arrived at a reinforced room. "We don't need you to fire off the magic, rather just gather the mana needed for a tier 6 spell and show it to us." As the receptionist stepped back, Ray remembered to lower his output a little more, so it was around 6th tier. As a blue flame lit up on Ray's finger, the mana density and temperature of the room shot up, surprising the receptionist as a tiny flame was able to incite such changes easily. "Ah yes, the highest rank we can give you right now is mithril rank. The higher ranks of orichalcum and adamantite ranks need the guild leader's permission, so we can't give you it just yet. It is not that you're any less of an adamantite adventurer." The receptionist apologized while Ray just waved his hand. "No problem. Are you able to sort my plate out today?" Ray asked as he smiled mysteriously, feeling something off in the distance. "Yes, just come to the reception and I'll have the plate ready," the receptionist replied quickly, seeing Ray's eyes show his smile. Returning to the counter, she did a few more pieces of paperwork before handing Ray the mithril plate to show his status as a mithril-ranked adventurer. Stepping out of the Adventurers Guild, he could feel the presence speeding closer and closer. Jumping lightly, Ray landed on the roof of the Adventurer Guild before turning towards the highest point in the city and jumped once more. Landing softly, Ray smiled as he waited for the presence to come to him. And as he guessed, it didn't take more than a few seconds before he felt 5 presences landing on the roof below him. Looking over, Ray could see the adamantite party Blue Rose. The captain, Locu's Alvian Dale Aindra, had golden blonde hair as it was tied into a long single braid. Her clothes were mostly colored white, red and blue. On her back was a sword colored a deep purple that seemed to hold the galaxy within the blade. Evil Eye, the vampire of the party and their spellcaster. She had a red robe on covering his body, while a mask covered her face. Only slight amounts of blonde hair slipped out from the hood. Gagarin, the warrior of the party. She wore heavy purple armor as it covered her muscular body. She had shoulder-length blonde hair and a huge hammer behind her. Tia and Tina, similar to Aura and Mare, these two are twins. Almost identical twins, as they both wore slightly revealing ninja-type outfits. They both had blonde hair as it was tied into a ponytail. Tia had blue on her outfit while Tina had red. "Hello there, young ladies. Fancy meeting you here." Ray spoke as his scarlet eyes glowed with the moon as his backdrop. "Hello, vampire progenitor." Evil Eye spoke as Ray looked at her. "You are?" Ray asked, faking his ignorance about her. She was about to speak when Locu stopped her and looked at Ray. "I'm Locu's Alvian Dale Aindra, the party leader of the Adamantite Party Blue Rose. I would like to ask what you are doing in the royal capital, Lord Vampire Progenitor." Locu spoke as she looked at Ray with her gaze. She tried to speak in a more polite tone as they couldn't help but feel goosebumps when seeing Ray. Due to their strength, they could feel Ray's power better than others, and they could say without a doubt that should Ray want to destroy the capital he could. "What am I doing in the royal capital, huh? I suppose for some fun. Being an adventurer seems quite entertaining." Ray smiled, showing them his mithril-ranked plate. Entertaining, is it? But why would Lord Progenitor wait at the church of all places? Not to mention the silver spire, which is said to be made from a material known as the weakness of vampires. She narrowed her eyes at him. Weakness of vampires? Yes, I suppose so, but as the progenitor, such metal does me no harm. In fact, I quite like the church. After all, Ray drew out his sentence as 7 pairs white wings unfolded behind him. I also possess a holy bloodline. The party of blue roses were shocked, especially Evil Eye. The pure white wings shone slightly from the moonlight. Holy bloodline? Locuse said with an obvious stutter in her voice, evident of her shock. Yes, I believe at one point it was Archangel bloodline before it was changed to something else. Ray said with a smile. Archangel? Evil Eye muttered. But that can't be. How can the vampire progenitor be an angel as well? Evil Eye shouted out in agitation. Due to Ray's bloodline, vampires already have an attraction towards him. Yet the fact that he had an angel bloodline shocked Evil Eye to the core, making her bear some hostility towards him. How can a vampire progenitor be an angel as well, you say? Perhaps, but with me there are multiple exceptions. There are no absolutes, only probability and exceptions. An exception that a human became the vampire progenitor. An exception that a human possess both dark and holy bloodlines. And a probability that I allowed you to find me above this spire. Ray smiled as Evil Eye became dazed slightly. She could almost picture Ray's face beneath that scarf, and due to her bloodline, she had already wanted to offer everything of hers to him. Feeling Evil Eye's weird movements, Locuse quickly pulled her behind her as she stared at Ray. Ray could only give her an apologetic stare. I've already tried to suppress my bloodlines as much as possible. This is the lowest I can suppress it to, but as you see, your little friend there is still affected. Ray spoke as Locuse narrowed her eyes. What would happen if he unleashed the full aura? What would happen to Evil Eye? Locuse thought. Evil Eye, how much is his bloodline affecting you right now? She asked. Even now I still feel attraction towards him. Evil Eye spoke with some difficulties. What do you think would happen if he didn't suppress his bloodline? I don't know. Evil Eye sighed as there were nothing she could do about the bloodline. I think it would probably be a huge influence, as I met a high-ranking vampire quite a few days back and she... Let's say it was quite shameful. Ray said as he lightly rubbed his nose. He still couldn't believe Shaltir was so wet she left a trail. Is she a fucking slug or something, Jesus Christ? Ray thought, thinking back to the situation before. See, can I try it? Evil Eye asked in a weak voice. Evil Eye? Locuse said, shocked. I want to see the effects so I can prepare myself in case someone like the progenitor shows up again. She said. I highly doubt that is possible. Ray spoke as he looked at Evil Eye. He could already tell the bloodline was encroaching on her mind as she was already acting differently. I still want to. Evil Eye said as she felt desperate. Being exposed to Ray's bloodline, it was like she was a step away from ecstasy, yet she was never able to finish the last step. Evil Eye? Locuse looked at her with worry. Are you sure about that, shorty? Gagarin said with worry in her eyes. Evil Eye nodded as her brain was thirsting for it. Locuse gave Ray a glance as he could only return with a weary look. While this was a part of his plan, it never involved having Evil Eye subjected to his bloodline. He only wanted to follow the blue rose a little after some negotiation. This is the last time I'll ask, are you sure? The effects might be permanent. Ray spoke slowly as Evil Eye nodded. Locuse only sighed, showing that she allowed it as well. Fine. Ray spoke as he made a seal to close off the roof of the church. Releasing the seal he had on his bloodline, the blue rose except for Evil Eye kneeled from the pressure alone. Evil Eye on the other hand blushed madly as she dashed towards Ray. Holding out his hand, Ray stopped her from approaching anymore by pushing against her mask. Ray Sama, don't be shy, he. Evil Eye spoke as she tried to reach out her short hands towards him. Immediately retracting his bloodline, he saw Evil Eye clam down a little. Are you okay now? Ray asked slowly. Evil Eye replied softly while feeling shame from acting that way. Letting go of her mask, Ray also retracted his wings. Miss Locuse, as you can see, it's as I have said. Indeed. She replied, giving Ray a complicated look. I mean Lord Progenitor, can I see what you look like? Evil Eye asked, almost saying Ray Sama as a result of being exposed to his full bloodline. Ray nodded as he pulled down his scarf. His face came into view as there were no imperfections. Having cultivated to his standard, his skin was flawless and his features were sharp. Evil Eye took a deep breath in as she memorizes his looks. I believe I have told you what I want to do in this city. Have fun. Therefore, I shall bid you farewell. Ray said as he smiled slightly. Turning around, He was about to leave when Evil Eye held onto the hem of his jacket.
Can you stay? She asked.
You realize that by being near me the bloodline is changing you more than you think, right? Ray asked as Evil Eye nodded. But she didn't want to let go of that feeling. Lord Progenitor, how about you stay then? It would be better since you would be able to get higher ranked quests by being with our group. Lockhughes said after some thought. However, are you able to make yourself look a little more feminine? This is because our group is primarily a female-only group. Lockhughes asked with hesitation. Making myself look feminine? I'm sorry, I had to deal with enough of that when I was younger. Finally looking more masculine, how can I make myself look more feminine? Ray spoke as he was finally able to escape from looking like a girl after Boku no Hero World, and he wasn't willing to go through being mistaken as a girl anymore. Indeed, such a handsome man like yourself should be more dominating. Evil Eye spoke whilst nodding her head happily. Seeing Lockhughes, the rest of the Blue Rose and Ray giving her a weird stare, Evil Eye realized what she had just done. Ah! She cried out whilst holding her head. Come on, get it together. I haven't even met him for more than an hour. Well, it is sort of my fault for telling him to expose me to his bloodline, but it couldn't be helped, can it? I just want to see the effects just in case something bad happens, right?
Right.
Evil Eye thought whilst shaking her head. Heh, the bloodline is affecting her more than I thought. Ray thought looking at the fidgeting Evil Eye. Well, in that case, are you able to wear a mask and a robe that hides your figure?
Lockhughes asked.
That I can do, give me a second. Ray said as he walked over to the spire and pressed his hands on the silver. Blue circuits glowed slightly as Ray pulled a pure white silver mask out. The mask was simple as it had nothing on the surface. There were 2 eye holes as the rest of the mask was smooth. Placing the mask on his face, Ray took off his scarf and enlarged it into a robe hiding his figure. Pulling up the hood, Ray's red eyes glowed slightly from the shadow cast by the hood. His white hair swayed slightly as Ray's current outfit looked mysterious. Would this do? Ray asked as Lockhughes nodded.
Umu. Perfect.
Evil Eye cried out happily as it was quite similar to her outfit. Ray glanced at her with pity as he made a seal and placed it on her head. The Blue Rose was about to charge when they saw that. It should suppress the effects of the bloodline so she won't be affected as much. But it depends on her willpower. Ray said as Evil Eye calmed down. While he couldn't completely reduce the effects since his bloodline was too strong and currently he was only at Ascendant tier. If it was when he first obtained the Alucard bloodline, then he will defiantly be able to suppress it completely, but after fusing with Blood Law and his divine rank 3 strength, the bloodline had far surpassed the original.
Thank you,
Evil Eye said as she walked back to Lockhughes' side. Lord Progenitor, where will you be resting tonight?
Lockhughes asked.
Just call me Ray and I don't sleep. I haven't slept in several years now,
Ray said as they nodded.
Ray-sama, you should still rest every once in a while. It's good for the mental health, Evil Eye said as Ray thought and nodded. Just find me here again in the morning, Ray said as his body faded into the shadows cast by the spire. Lockhughes stared in silence before turning to Evil Eye. Don't say it, I know, Evil Eye said as she walked away.
Ha!
Lockhughes sighed seeing Evil Eye's back. Ray closed his eyes in the shadows as he drifted off to sleep for the first time in a while. ####.
Father.
Why are you banishing them? The eldest is too dark, and the youngest is too murderous.
They can't stay.
But they're still my sisters. They're both infatuated with you, did you know? They want to bear your offspring. They don't mind killing any female god that comes close to you. Both Leah and Kyra are just a little dependent, that's all. Leah's just a little misguided, and Kyra just wants more attention. You shouldn't banish them. Did you forget they were your children? I didn't, but did you know Kyra has already killed more than 100 peak god-ranked females that were near you? And this is just peak god-ranked, don't get me started on the other cultivation levels. Fine, but what has Leah done? She did nothing. Why did you banish her as well? How do you think Kyra can kill them for so long without anyone knowing? They both bear sins too great for them. You've always tried to tell me about compassion and family ties, and who is it that are banishing your daughters now? You've disappointed me, father. You can find someone else to take your mantle. Stay right where you are. I'm going to find Kyra and Leah. You can forget you ever had a son. Are you really going to give up on the higher realms? What would your mother think about this? Don't you fucking dare bring her up. Did you forget it was you who killed her in the first place? #####. Ray snapped his eyes open as his head started to ache. TCH, what the hell was that? Ray muttered as every time he slept he always had a dream of some sorts. But rather than dreams, they felt more like memories. As time passed on, the dreams started to feel more real, as if he was reliving that moment. Shaking his head, Ray stepped out the shadows as he looked up. The sun was just peeking up as it signaled the start of a new day. Ray-sama, it seems like we were just in time. Evil Eye called out behind him. She sounded calmer than yesterday, which was a good thing.
MN, what are your plans for today?
Ray asked, turning around to the full Blue Rose party. We're going to be raiding a drug trade route by the underground organization 8 Fingers. Our goal is to first stop the spreading of a drug called the Black Dust.
Locuse said as Ray nodded.
Shouldn't we be doing this at night then?
He asked.
The travel time needed should take us until night time, so there's no worry about that.
Locuse replied.
MN, do you know how many trade routes there are? So far we only know that there are at least 80. Locuse frowned at the number. Quite a bit. Right then, how about I help you take care of them today? Ray asked, smiling under his mask.
What do you mean?
Evil Eye asked curiously. MN, I'll tell you later. I want you to first give me a map and where the locations for the trade routes are. Ray said mysteriously as he followed them. Walking into a tavern, Ray received countless stares as they felt weird that the Blue Rose party has a new member. Sitting in a more secluded area, Ray saw Evil Eye make it so that no one could listen in on them. Pretty good, but the requirements to do this take a lot of mana for you, does it not? Ray said, seeing the spell.
Ah.
It does, but I can handle it. Evil Eye replied.
MN.
Ray only nodded as they sat down. Anyways, for the plan of taking down the 8 Fingers, we're already halfway through. The current step is for us to cut off the trade routes of the drug first, stopping the supplies going around. Next would be taking out the sources of the drugs. The trade routes spread out across the whole kingdom, but mostly gather towards the southeast, as that's closer to the mainland, since anything to the west goes closer out to sea. That's not to say there aren't any there either, since each one is dangerous and needs to be taken care of. Locuse explained, rolling out the map. Our main priority is to first end the ones closest to the west, since they're more spread out and information between them will be slower to be shared. There might be possibilities of having a magic communication device, but the chances are lower.
She continued.
That's good, but I have a question. Ray said, narrowing his eyes.
Go on.
Why are you telling this to me? You don't know if I'm working with this 8 Fingers or not. Ray said as Locuse only smiled. If so, then it's my mistake, but I trust my intuition and that you have no hostilities against us. You said that you wanted entertainment, so what better entertainment than to end a nationwide underground organization? That, and also you were worried about the effects of your bloodline due to Evil Eye. Locuse said with a smile.
MN, all right.
Ray nodded, as even if they did plan something against him, he was more than strong enough to foil their plans. I'll take you all to the 20-odd trade routes near the sea first. After we deal with them, we'll go to the ones near the southeast. But tell me, how are you going to stop the trade routes?
Ray asked.
Since these routes are all hidden and not on any main road, we're free to bury them. Not to mention we can't use the option of soldiers, since there are some moles in the upper echelon that belong to the 8 Fingers. Locuse said as she leaned back a little.
Bury them?
Do you know how much mana would be needed? Ray raised an eyebrow. Yes, but we're going to make checkpoints in the middle to make the routes unusable, she replied. MN, I suppose that would buy enough time for you to finish off the sources. Not to mention these routes might be of benefit later. Ray smiled with a nod. Now with the briefing done, are there any more questions?
None, evil boss. Tia and Tina.
I don't really strategize, so I have no problems.
Gagarin. None from me. Evil Eye.
Right then, let's set off. Locuse stood up as she led everyone outside of the city. They had their own carriage as Tia and Tina sat at the front ready to drive it. Ray stared blankly. Is there any problem, Ray-sama? Evil Eye asked, seeing Ray pause. Are we going to be taking the carriage? Obviously, or else it'll take too long. Locuse said as Ray sighed. Leave the carriage and follow me, I have a way to get us to the routes quickly. Ray said as the members looked at each other before nodded. Making sure that everyone was gathered and no one was around to watch, Ray spread out his wings as he made a seal. Hey, are you going to be taking us there?
Locuse asked. Yes.
Evil Eye, you should hold on as well, since I'll be flying at a much faster rate. Ray said as Evil Eye nodded shyly and held on to the robe. Placing a seal on everyone, they felt their bodies lighten as Ray made sure they won't let go. His wings spread out as it looked like they were preparing to explode out with power. Make sure to close your eyes and not open your mouth. Ray gave them a reminder. What do you mean, aid? H. Locuse screamed out as Ray shot off into the air. The landscape flashed by them as Ray flew quickly over to the first trade route. Ah! Tell me when you're flying. Locuse shouted out as she gripped onto Ray's robes harder. Tia and Tina didn't scream, but the way they closed their eyes showed their fear. Gagarin only clenched her teeth as she held on tighter. Evil Eye was the only one not affected as she had a mask and was used to flying. However, she couldn't help but glance at Rei and his pure white wings with a perplexed expression. Rei-sama has two opposite bloodlines. Holy, which vampires hate, and at the same time the vampire progenitor bloodline. She thought as it could potentially be harmful to Rei since two opposing powers in him body could kill him from inside out. However, just as she finished her thought she realized they were above the trade route. "We're here, ladies. Do what you need quickly and we'll move to the next route," Rei said as he had a small smile beneath his mask.
"Oh yeah."
Evil Eye muttered, snapping out of it. Looking down, a magic circle appeared in her hands as the routes started to change. I don't feel so good," Locuse muttered weakly as her face was pale. "How about I send you back? Me and Evil Eye will deal with it all," Rei suggested. "Take either Tia or Tina with you," Locuse said after some thought. "Sure, I'll send you, Gagarin, and Tina back to the tavern. Me, Evil Eye and Tia will take care of the routes. If we're fast we should be finished by tonight." Rei spoke as he made a seal and teleported them away. Finally me and Rei-sama alone. I wonder what's he going to do? If he asked me to offer myself, should I agree? Evil Eye thought whilst disregarding Tia's existences. He did nothing. Rei-sama didn't ask me to do anything apart from the task. Evil Eye thought as they returned back to the tavern after 12 hours. "Locuse, we've managed to seal off every trade route you showed us and some extras we found whilst we were doing it," Rei said as he sat down. Locuse, Gagarin and Tina's collective pupils shrank hearing about Rei just said. "What? You know you have to cover the entire kingdom and past several mountain ranges, right?" Locuse cried out. Evil Eye didn't forget to make a barrier even though she felt regret that Rei didn't ask anything of her. "Yeah, for the last few I just had to pick up the speed a little," Rei said nonchalantly. "By picking up the speed he means 3 times as fast, evil boss." Tia muttered weakly as her face was dangerously pale. "T 3 times as fast?" Gagarin cried out, unable to contain herself. Bang. Slamming her head against the desk, Gagarin decided to exit the conversation. Raising an eyebrow at Gagarin's reaction, Rei shrugged before turning back to Locuse. "So what now?" he asked. "This? I'll have to talk to the princess since our plans went faster than I had predicted." Locuse sighed. "In that case, I'll head back to the spire. Get me if you need anything," Rei said as Locuse nodded. Rei-sama let me take you there. He can fly." "Why are you asking him if you wanted to take him there?" Evil Eye thought as she cut off what she was saying. "Thanks. But I can get there myself," Rei said with a perplexed expression. Leaving the tavern and walking into the shadows, Rei appeared above the spire once more. "Lucifer, Vex, how is the plans coming along?" "Bro. I'm a mithril ranked adventurer in the Empire right now. The Emperor has his eye on me and is thinking about recruiting me." Vex's voice rang out in Rei's mind. Not bad. Don't join just yet, wait till you're adamantite rank first." "Got it, bro." "I'm fine here as well, but I have to tread a bit more carefully if I want this to be convert. Sunlight scripture and the likes are easy as piss to get past, but the black scripture are a bit more annoying. They have access to items called world items, and to avoid their detection I have to take more precautions. But don't worry, they haven't found out what I'm doing yet," Lucifer reported. Be more careful. They have items and gear from the 6 gods or 6 players that came to this world before Ainz. While they pose no threat, if I want my plans to work I can't have them finding out too early or the plan would collapse on itself," Rei replied with a nod. "Do you need any seals to help you out?" Rei asked. "Nah, I'm fine. Doing this shit without seals is harder but a good challenge after not doing anything for a few million years. Just make sure the plan isn't found out. Use the ones I've sent you if the situation is urgent." "Got it, if nothing else I'll be going now. Contact me if anything happens," Rei said before cutting off the link. "Miss Evil Eye, is there anything you need from me?" Rei called out suddenly. Evil Eye appeared as her camouflage wore off. Not really," she replied quietly. Sigh. "I guess the bloodline is having more of an effect on you now." Rei smiled apologetically as he took off his mask. Evil Eye shook her head. "Rei-sama, it's not your bloodline," Evil Eye muttered. "Oh? Then I'm guessing you have something urgent for you to find me even though the bloodline affects your mind the longer you stay near me." Rei spoke slowly. Evil Eye nodded as she prepared herself. "Can you help me become stronger? After watching you I've realized that there are people much stronger than me," Evil Eye said staring at Rei. "This way we can be alone, she thought secretly. Well, they barely beat Entoma back in the anime, I can probably integrate her to a small portion of my plan, so having her be stronger is also okay. How do you want to become stronger?
Stronger body?
Stronger mind?
Magic? Bloodline?
Choose one, and we can probably do it in a short time, or do you want to improve on everything which might take a little longer? Ray replied as he placed his hand on his chin. See, can I improve on everything? Evil Eye asked hesitantly. Sure, though it would probably take a few years. Ask Locuse if you can leave for 10 to 13 days. 10 to 13 days. I thought it should take a few years. Evil Eye replied in shock. Yes, it should, but do you know about time dilation? What we experience in a few years will be a few days to the rest of the world. Ray smiled, giving Evil Eye a shock. Her brain stopped working as she had to try take everything in. Waving his hand in front of her mask, Ray waited for Evil Eye to snap out of it. I'll go tell Locuse now, she said quickly as she disappeared. Shrugging slightly, Ray turned back around. Testing 123, can the most handsome man hear us? Eve. Ray shouted out in surprise. A huge smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Hubby, I'm here too.
Bai Wu.
Ray got another shock as he felt his spirits raise. You know you can talk to us in your mind, right? Wouldn't it be strange if you started to talk to yourself out loud? Eve said as Ray realized what just happened.
How are you guys?
And how come you're together? I thought the beast god took you by Wu.
Ray asked.
You. Don't remind me, Master is so harsh with etiquette. How to stand, how to walk, how to sit. Ray could hear Bai Wu's cry in the background and couldn't help smile. What about you, Eve?
Me?
Nothing much, I'm just raising my cultivation now that Master has pretty much taught me everything. Oh, anyways, Ray, we got a question for you.
What's the question?
Between me and Rabbit over here, who is the first wife?
First wife?
Wouldn't that be you? Ray tilted his head slightly.
Ha!
Told you, bitch.
Shut it.
Still doesn't change the fact that I gave him a child. You know it's only a title, right? I mean, I met Eve first, so technically she would still be the first wife.
Technically?
Ray, so are you saying that I shouldn't be the first wife? Eve said as her voice was dipping dangerously.
Nope.
What I mean is that strictly time frame wise, even without it you'll still be first wife.
Good.
But what about me, hubby?
Bai Wu pouted.
Just because Eve is first wife doesn't mean I don't love you any less. Ray said, trying to pacify her. Fine, I'll take it for now. So Ray, what have you been doing so far?
Eve asked.
I'm in the Overlord world. Your dad gave me a quest, while I'm here to give me something called the God-Tempered Body. Seems pretty good, so I'm doing the quest. I want to join too, I haven't adventured with you in so long. Eve muttered in regret. Don't worry, I'm sure we can go on more adventures soon.
Ray replied.
Speaking of adventures. Hey Bunny, come here a second. What's up? Let's go to a private room first before we do this.
Do what?
#slight NSFW warning hashtag. #slight NSFW warning hashtag. #slight NSFW warning hashtag. Eve cut off the link for a second to make sure Ray's not listening. What are you two planning now? Ray asked as his face held a smile. Hee, it'll be a surprise. Ray could picture Eve grinning right now. Okay, are you ready, Ray? Eve asked after a while. Hubby, prepare yourself, okay? Sure, what do you want to show me?
Ray asked.
In your peripherals, can you see two flashing signs?
MN? Yeah, I can. GPN?
And what the fuck? Facecam? Ray cried out in his mind as he didn't think there were a facecam function. Yet just added it in. First turn on GPN or Godly Private Network. Isn't that just basically VPN? Ray raised an eyebrow but still turned it on.
Now turn on Facecam.
Make sure you have GPN turned on since I don't want Dad and the other geezers watching. Don't worry, system is almighty, even Dad won't see us.
Okay.
Ray muttered, not sure why they would even tell him it. Turning on the Facecam, Ray felt his mind blank out as in his view, which no one else can see, were two beautiful women laying nude on the bed. Eve had long white gloves that reached her bicep, pure white thigh-length stockings with the rest of her body exposed to Ray's view. Her long white hair with hints of blue framed her body, making her look even more attractive. Next to her was Bai Wu, who didn't lose out at all. She didn't look like a woman who gave birth at all, as her body still resembled that of a late teens. Her long brown hair draped behind her as she hugged Eve. Wearing nothing but white stockings, both Eve and her were showing their bare body to Ray while spreading their pussy towards him. Like what you see, Eve said with a lustful grin. Eve and Bai Wu only giggled slightly as they saw his stunned face. Hee, hubby come back soon to eat us up, okay? Bai Wu smiled as she nudged closer to Eve.
Eve turned to her before grinning.
Bai Wu cried out suddenly as Eve fingered her pussy.
Amen.
Bai Wu moaned as her legs tried to close in response. Eve only grinned more as she opened up Bai Wu's legs while using her tongue to lick her pussy. Sticking out her ass, she made sure Ray got full view of her posterior. Bai Wu was panting as she tried not to come. Not wanting to lose, she maneuvered her body to try eat out Eve as well. Hee, thanks for making this easier on me. Eve grinned as she controlled Bai Wu so that she was on her back with her lower body over her, making it hard for her to move. It only served to make it easier for Eve to eat her out. Still not willing to give up, Bai Wu reached out her hand as she also fingered Eve, causing her to cry out.
You goddamn bunny.
I'll show you who's boss in bed. With that cry, Eve and Bai Wu started their battle in bed, while Ray watched, feeling heat rise up in his no huge brother throb with pain. After watching for 2 hours did Eve and Bai Wu lay panting on the bed. Their bodies shuddered several times, yet they still felt like they were missing something. Come back sooner, Ray, or else a cucumber might take your place.
Eve grinned as she joked.
Why would a cucumber take hubby's place? Bai Wu asked, not sure why Eve would say such a thing. Eve only grinned like a bully whilst Bai Wu was like a helpless lamb.
I'll finish up soon,
was all Ray could say as he tried to suppress his crotch. Hee, maybe you'll get another show next time. Eve said as she narrowed her eyes on Ray's crotch. Amen, stay safe and I'll talk to you next time. You too, Bai Wu. Ray said as he closed the face cam. #end of NSFW #. #end of NSFW #. #end of NSFW #. Wanting to calm down his brother, Ray closed his eyes as he tried to get a peace of mind. However, because he was too focused of Eve's and Bai Wu's show, he didn't realize Evil Eye had been back for a long time now.
Oh my word.
Is that his crotch? Evil Eye continued to fantasize for the 2 hours as the heat started to raise up in her as well. TCH, I'll make sure to punish that vampire and bunny real good when I get back. Ray muttered, shocking Evil Eye.
Punish?
Is Ray-sama wanting to punish me? Why is his crotch throbbing even more? Oh my god, is he wanting to turn me into an M? Not that I mind, but what am I thinking? Evil Eye cut her thought off as Ray managed to calm himself down. Oh, Evil Eye, you're here.
Are you ready?
It'll be a tough few years, Ray said as he noticed her. Wanting to redirect her attention in case she saw his bulge, Ray spoke about the training.
Yes.
Both my mind and body is ready for training. She replied a little too enthusiastically. Mind and body. Well, she's not wrong. Ray thought she phrased the sentence a little too weirdly, but it fits with what he said. Just step into the seal and we'll start the training straight away, Ray said as she nodded and walked in with the wrong kind of anticipation. Right then, Evil Eye, to start with we'll be training you to use your magic without chanting since it gives the spell away, Ray said as they entered the separate space. Wait, aren't we doing M training? Evil Eye asked with a tilt of her head.
M training?
Yeah, we are, magic training, no? Ray raised an eyebrow. Surely she didn't mean masochism training, right?
Right?
Yes, magic training. After magic training, what else are we doing? She asked with some hope for S&M. After learning how to use magic without chanting, we'll be training you how to use it in combat, how to reinforce yourself, how to break down magic into its basic form, how to use every element, and finally refining your bloodline, Ray said as he counted down with his fingers. So no S&M? Evil Eye muttered quietly, feeling her spirits dwindle.
Fuck.
She just said S&M, didn't she? I don't remember Evil Eye being a masochist in the anime. Ray cried out inside. Anyways, first show me your magic, Ray said after a pause. Alright, maximize magic, shard buckshot. Evil Eye cried out as she shot out crystals as if it was fired out a shotgun.
Crystal lance.
Crystal dagger. Evil Eye started to demonstrate her magic as Ray made sure to copy each one and understand them.
Amen, that's enough.
First off, I want you to attack me, Ray said as he copied most of her magic.
Attack you?
How could I attack Ray-sama? Evil Eye cried out. Could Ray-sama be an M? Is that why he's not training me to be an M? So he wants me to be an S.
She thought.
I feel like she just thought of something annoying, Ray thought as he felt a sudden sense of irritation. Just do it, don't worry, I won't be hurt,
Ray said as she nodded. Crystal lance.
She cried out as the lance shot towards him. Letting the lance hit his body, Ray used translocation damage without chanting, which caused the lance to disappear and the floor beneath his legs to crack and break. What you just saw then was me using your translocation damage. In order to use this without chanting, you have to imagine the process instead of letting the magic circle do the work itself. Imagine it this way: when the crystal lance hit my body, there is a burst of damage or impact. But before it hits, make a coat of mana around your body and make sure it's always moving like a waterfall. When the burst of damage hit my mana coat, the coat passes the damage along the coat and into the floor. Naturally, if the damage increases to the point of surpassing the maximum limit of your mana coat, then the coat will break. Ray explained as Evil Eye widened her eyes. Another way is to think of the coat like millions of spheres. Each sphere acts like a roller or a wagon wheel. Without the impact of the attack it wouldn't move, and likewise when the attack hits it gives the rollers the energy to spin and passes along the damage to the floor. Ray continued as Evil Eye nodded. ####.
Are they gone?
Gagarin asked as they stared at the spire.
Yeah, she's gone with him.
She said they'll be back in a few days.
Lockhews replied. Ha.
It's already feeling a little off without Shorty being here. Gagarin sighed. She'll be back sooner or later. Come on, we'll be meeting Her Highness again today. We need to update her on the progress of the mission.
Got it.
Gagarin replied as they made their way to the castle. It didn't take them long to meet the princess as they sat by the table. Lockhews, how come you're back so soon?
The princess asked.
Her full name was Renner Thier Chardilon Rylvazelf. She had long flowing light blonde hair, sky blue eyes and a noble light blue dress. Her aura was very calming as it seems to say that she was a reserved and quiet person. Princess Renner, I'm here to report that we have already sealed off the trade routes. We should be ready to launch attacks on their sources soon. Lockhews said as she stood up and bowed slightly.
Don't stand, come sit.
Renner gestured as she had some tea already prepared. I'm surprised, Lockhews. I didn't expect you to deal with the trade routes so soon. Being spread across the entire country, it should have taken roughly a month to deal with them, and yet you managed to do it in one day. I suppose the reputation of Blue Rose undervalues your true potential. Renner smiled as she poured Lockhews some tea. In the room only Lockhews and Renner remained as the maids were sent away when Lockhews first arrived. We didn't do much, our new helper shortened the time by a lot. Lockhews smiled wearily. Then the new member must be very powerful. From the information network I have around town so far, I've gotten reports that your new member is mysterious. Much like your friend Evil Eye, he or she is covered with a large red robe and a pure white mask. Renner said, taking a sip of her tea. For him to have shortened the time needed by so much, can I presume he or she to be at least a 6th tier mage? Only a 6th tier mage or above may have the means of moving around so fast. Renner analyzed as Lockhews felt both shock and amazement. Ha ha ha, I guess nothing can escape your ear, Princess Renner. Indeed, our new member should be at least a tier 6 mage, but we don't know for sure. All I know is that it's our ally for now, as for the future I can't say for sure. Lockhews said as her face was serious. For Lockhews to say something like that either means you don't know his final goal, of which you can just not recruit him, or, Renner said as she paused slightly, or that he is too powerful and dangerous to be left alone. By keeping he or she near you, you can observe his actions and determine where to go from there, right? Renner said with a smile as Lockhews nodded. However, I feel like times are going to be rough now. We have new powerful people surfacing recently. A mysterious magic caster appearing east near Irantal around the village of Karn. News from the head warrior Gazef showed that the magic caster was able to single-handedly fight off the angels from Sunlight Scripture and a supreme angel, meaning he is above 6th tier. Down south, rumors of a black angel have surfaced, causing the slain theocracy to be on guard. A black angel could only mean fallen angel, as reports have talked about the sightings of a being with void black wings appearing around the holy city. Further east towards the Empire's imperial capital, a new powerful adventurer has appeared. Dubbed the Golden Spear, it is said that he is a young man with brown hair and a thin stature. But the power behind his spear techniques are defiantly adamantite rank, even though he is currently mithril ranked. As for the reason, it could be that he still has some requirements to be met before upgrading to adamantite rank. Renner reported as she took another sip of her tea. Furthermore, to the west of us, there have been hundreds if not thousands of cases of missing people. Some say a demon has been let loose, taking groups of people at a time. No one knows what the demon looks like, nor do they know what its goal is.
Heis.
Things are happening simultaneously all around us. East, a new potential recruit for the Emperor of the Empire.
South, the fallen angel. West, the demon.
Should I be happy that nothing has happened north, or scared that something could be happening, but we don't know? Renner asked with a sigh. The north should be relatively safe, as there is numerous mountain ranges for protection. Though it shouldn't be completely forgotten. Lockhews muttered with a serious face.
Yes indeed.
Anyways, I'll try get more information on the whereabouts of the 8 Fingers drug farms so we can maximize the efficiency of erasing them. Renner said as she closed her eyes from slight fatigue. Thinking about the things happening around them gave her a lot of mental strain. Then I'll leave it to you, Princess Renner. Me and my party will be preparing for the next few days. Lockhughes nodded as she walked away. Renner sat there looking out the window. It was unsure of what she was thinking about while staring almost unblinkingly towards the blue sky. ####. Evil Eye POV. It's been roughly 8 months now since Rei Sama has trained me to try use magic without chanting. There were a lot of progress since I'm able to use it. However, I am still not able to use it mid-fight. I asked him how long time had passed and he told me 16 hours had passed in real time. I still can't believe Rei Sama has the power to create such a barrier. Evil Eye, what are you standing there for? Come on, we need to train you to use your magic mid-fight without chanting. Rei Sama called out to me.
Yes, coming.
Though sadly it wasn't the training I had desired. If he wanted to train me to be an M, I'll gladly compromise. But since it doesn't seem like he's going to train me that way, I'll use normal training as substitute since Rei Sama also used some magic to spur me on. Pressing my palms together, I tried to use my magic but failed because a shockwave knocked me back. Never stay still in a fight, always be on the move or have a guard up. Rei Sama cried out. That shockwave was just right. Not too weak nor too strong so that I pass out. I can use this as M training. Rei Sama, just you wait, I'll become an M for you sooner or later. What the hell are you thinking about? Rei Sama asked with a twitch in his eye. Sometimes I think that he can read my thoughts, but that's okay. Stare at me more with that gaze. I think I'm becoming an M already.
Hey.
Why are you laughing?
Heis.
Never mind, come on, we're continuing with your training. Once you get the basics down, I'll make some monsters for you to practice against. Rei Sama sighed as he reached out with his hand. Is he going to offer me hand so I can stand up? But that's against my M training though.
Oh yes.
He pulled me up like some animal by lifting me by my robe. Hey, I knew it.
He wants me to be an M.
Oh, I need to tone it down a little. Rei Sama looks a little too irritated. Or should I continue since he might take his annoyance out on me, which means
M training.
Okay, seriously, whatever you are thinking about, just stop. Rei Sama pulled me up so that we were face to face. His eyes bore into mine as I couldn't help but blush.
Okay.
I muttered weakly. Alright, now that's sorted, come on. I'll get my M training sooner or later. ###. It has been 2 years now. I'm finally able to use magic without chanting. Rei Sama said something about breaking out of this world's magic system, but I wasn't too sure on what he means. But in these 2 years I haven't made any progress with Rei Sama. While I do get my occasional M training, it's mostly improvisation during training. I've also told Rei Sama my full name, Kino Fasris Inbaran. But he just replied with, too long, I'll just call you Fasris or something. Kino Fasris Inbaran isn't the most feminine name, is it? Eventually we chose the name Faye. Rei Sama said the word originated from his time and it meant an impression of vague unworldliness or mystery. The main reason why he chose it was because I've always wore a mask. I love the name since it could be interpreted in 2 different ways. The other is Faye, meaning fairy. Faye, stop spacing out. Rei called out as he got used to my moments of spacing out. Hi, I replied as I jogged lightly over to him.
Ow.
He flicked me on my mask as I tried to hug him. I'm pretty sure I told you to not hug me. Rei Sama replied. Che, it's just a hug, Rei Sama. I replied, holding my head as somehow Rei Sama was able to hurt my forehead even though he flicked my mask. Whatever, pick a monster you want to fight. Wyverns, blood wolves, skeletal soldiers or tyrant sabertooth. Rei Sama asked as he created these monsters. While they weren't exact copies, they seemed to be made from shadow. I'll go with skeletal soldiers first. I replied, looking at the shadow version of the skeletal soldier. It had heavy armor and dual blades. Skeletal soldiers are said to be cannon fodder, but the skeletal soldier in front of me didn't feel like it at all. Try not to die, but if you do, I'll heal you.
Good luck. Rei Sama said. Die? Oh shit.
The skeletal soldier charged towards me, not giving me time to case my magic. I know I wanted M training, but isn't this a bit too extreme?
I shouted out.
What the fuck are you talking about? Rei Sama called back with a confused WTF face.
Nothing.
I shouted back. Jumping back away from the soldier, I used translocation damage to disperse the impact. Creating 2 crystal daggers beside me, I threw it towards the soldier who blocked them with his swords. The solider seemed to show a grin which only served to annoy me even more. Die. ###. It's been what, 5 years? 6? Not too sure, but I've never imagined my strength to increase to this extent. If it wasn't for Rei-sama, I would have never reached this point. Though that being said, 6 years and Rei-sama has not done a single training session for me. Occasionally he would sit down in a weird position and meditate. I can feel his aura soar upwards as energy would gather near him. I'm pretty sure 2 years ago I heard him mutter something along the lines of divine rank 4, but I'm not too sure. Maybe it's his magic? Faye, you've progressed much more than I had thought. You've broken out of the magic system of Overlord. Now we only need to increase your bloodline. But before that, I want to see your opinion on something. Rei-sama said as he made a chair and sat down. Making a chair for me, I also sat down. What do you think about the current state of the world? He asked. What do I think? I think it's pretty bad. Corruption's everywhere and wars are fought every day. I replied after some thought. Amen. And if you could change the world, how would you change it? He asked again. Change it for the better maybe? I mean there are nice people like Lakyus, Gagarin, Tia and Tina. Of course you as well Rei-sama, but the trashes in this world are also numerous. I don't think I would be able to change it into a black and white world because that's impossible. People have different reasons and causes. Some might do bad things because of dire situations. I replied. Having lived for so long, I've watched lots of humans with different personalities. Some make me want to kill them the most, while some make me happy inside. Then what do you think about a system that reads the situation before judging them? Rei-sama smiled mysteriously. I think that would be wonderful. Don't tell me Rei-sama can do it. I asked with surprise. Maybe, but I don't think it can be perfect. After all, I'm not God. Even those who have God in their rank aren't gods. But rather people who are stronger than others by a lot. Rei-sama replied. I don't understand. I don't understand what Rei-sama means by God in their ranks. Aren't gods supposed to be all-powerful and all-knowing? You don't have to. Rei-sama shook his head. Are you insulting my intelligence, Rei-sama? I pursed my lips, feeling a little offended. No, I'm not. Instead, I should praise you since you were able to break out of your shell and embrace a new system of magic. Rei-sama smiled. His smile dazzled me as it felt mesmerizing. Ah, thanks. I replied with a blush. Anyways, I will need your help later to try change this world for the better, though if you don't want to that's also fine. Rei-sama said as he crossed his legs. I'll help. I'll follow Rei-sama wherever you go. I replied quickly. I don't think I can live without Rei-sama in my life anymore. I don't know if it's the bloodline or not, but I don't care anymore. Say, Rei-sama, do you have anyone you love? I asked with my voice becoming faint. Yes, I have two. They're both important people in my life. The one who stayed with me the longest is called Eve, while the other is a cute rabbit who likes to play around. She's called by Wu and she gave me my firstborn. Rei-sama smiled with such fondness, I felt a little sour inside. Why isn't he talking like that about me? Ah. I've gone off track. Rei-sama said whilst shaking his head. I can guess that both of them were his wives. Heroes of times have always had more than one wife, so it's natural. I wonder if I can join in? Faye, I'd say you're within the upper ranks of this world in strength. So I don't think any more training is necessary unless you want to improve your bloodline as well. How do I improve my bloodline? I asked, curious. My racial class is Vampire Princess, so the next stage is Vampire Queen? To be honest, Rei-sama said, pausing slightly. I don't know. He continued with a laugh. This caused me to almost fall off my chair, as it had seemed that Rei-sama knew everything in the world. What do you mean? I asked. You see, when I advanced my bloodline, I had either absorbed the bloodline of someone with a similar bloodline, but at a higher level. Rei-sama said. Then does that mean I get to take Rei-sama's blood into my veins? Then can I absorb your blood? I asked. You see, the blood I absorbed came from dead people. So you want me dead? Rei-sama said with a smile. NOVLB //JNN. Huh? I exclaimed with shock. Want Rei-sama dead? Far from it. Ha ha ha, I'm kidding. But I did indeed only increase my bloodline by absorbing them from dead opponents. That being said, I don't think you can increase it in this world. Except for the Shaltir, but she still has her use. Rei-sama laughed. While I don't know who this Shaltir is, I can guess that she was the other vampire Rei-sama talked about. Now Rei-sama, it's been 6 years since we've started to train, but why haven't you asked me to take my mask off? I asked. I wanted to shock Rei-sama with my beauty so he would get the desire to ravage me. But who knew he never asked once? Not once. As a woman, even with this immature body, I'm sure I'm more beautiful than most women. Why haven't I asked you to take your mask off? Not interested, I guess. Ray Sama replied as he scratched his cheek with his finger. What do you mean you're not interested? Am I not appealing? I cried out whilst pouncing on him. He only reached out and held me by my mask while my body couldn't reach him.
HNG.
I tried to move my body over but couldn't do it. Instead it made me look like a dying fish trying to escape. First off, how would I know if you're appealing or not? I haven't seen your face. Except when I watched the anime, and second, why would you need to take your mask off for training? Ray Sama said, which was true. There were no need to take off the mask in training. Then do you want to see my face now? I asked with some hope.
No.
Rejected. Maybe in the future?
No. Rejected again. In bed. What the fuck? No.
Rejected once more, maybe. Maybe in some BDSM gear? And then you will rip the mask off me and force yourself on me. What in the flying fuck is going on in that tiny brain of yours? Ray Sama replied with a confused yet slightly annoyed face. Do you really not like M's that much?
I asked.
When have I said I like masochists?
I
just realized it now. Ray Sama had never stated that he wanted me to be an M. Woo, then what was all that training for? I became an M for nothing. I felt regret as I don't think I can be anything but an M around Ray Sama now. I just want him to ravage me. When the hell have I trained you to be an M, and how the hell did you train to be an M? I'm pretty sure these 6 years I made sure you trained in your magic, right? Right. Ray Sama asked twice as there were obvious confusion. You forget it, Ray Sama. Even if it is in my fantasies, I can still imagine my BDSM paradise me with and you. I replied. I don't know what's gotten over me, I'm telling Ray Sama everything. Maybe it's because my M training was for naught. ####. Back to normal. How in the fuck did she become an M? Ray thought, looking at Evil Eye/Faye still hanging by the mask in his hands. Never mind, we're returning since your training is pretty much done. Ray sighed as he put Faye down. She sat down with a slight pout. I can't believe it. Baka. How did I think Ray Sama wanted an M? You know you're saying your thoughts out loud, right? Ray said with a perplexed expression. His initial goal was only to train her so that she could help him keep order in the world after his plans finish.
I'm sorry, Ray Sama.
I'm currently submerged in my own self-loathing. Faye sighed as she stood up. Well, unless you want to self-loathe for all eternity, we'll be returning to see Locus and the others.
Ray replied.
Hi, I'm coming. Faye said while she got up. Walking through the portal, the two reappeared back at the spire. Night had already fallen. We're back, I think Locus and the rest are sleeping right now. Faye said, looking at the darkened sky.
Not quite.
Send out your mana and you'll find them. Ray replied with a smile. Re-equipping his mask and robe, Ray concealed his aura. Following Ray's instruction, Faye sent out her mana as she found Locus, Gagarin, Tia and Tina with the tavern seemingly about to leave. How come they're not sleeping yet? Faye asked with surprise. Probably 8-finger again. We did finish quite early last time. Ray replied as he grabbed her shoulder, surprising her. With a flash, they arrived in front of the blue rose, shocking them. Making a silent seal, Ray made sure no one could hear them. Guys, I'm back. Faye called out as Locus and Gagarin smiled. Welcome back, Shorty. How was the honeymoon with Ray? Gagarin grinned as Faye blushed, then sighed. Yeah, no progress then, too bad. Gagarin said as she sat Faye next to her. So what did you train her in? Locus asked, curious. Non-chant spells, spells during movement, basic structure of mana and how to use all elements. Ray replied calmly whilst Locus widened her eyes and shot a look at Faye. Is he serious, Evil Eye?
Locus asked.
Evil Eye? Locus asked again, seeing Faye not respond to her name.
MN?
Oh, you're talking to me. Yes, I've managed to learn everything Ray Sama taught me.
Faye replied.
By the way, call me Faye now. Faye smiled under her mask. Why? Locus replied, confused. Gagarin looked at Faye for a moment before at Ray and smirked. What? Faye asked, seeing Gagarin smirk. Did Dearest Ray give you that name? Gagarin asked with a grin. Not sure about Dearest, but yeah, we came up with that name. It's easier than calling her Evil Eye all the time. Ray relied whilst Gagarin didn't know how to react to Ray's bluntness. Anyways, never mind that. Locus, how come you guys are ready to set off? Ray asked. We're just preparing to head towards the main source of the drugs 8-finger is producing. Locus smiled as she gestured Ray to sit down. Showing him the map and telling some details, Ray leaned back as he crossed his legs.
Faye, you can handle it.
Can't you? Ray asked as he turned to Faye. She nodded excitingly as Ray managed to teach her short-distance teleportation. She's able to teleport to the place within her view, making traveling much easier. While I can't teleport us there directly, I can definitely help us save time, Faye said with confidence. Good, then I'll let you sort that out. I have something I must attend to quickly. Ray nodded as Faye instantly felt down. Are you leaving me, Ray-sama?
Faye asked.
Well, not really you, but rather the group. I need to deal with a troublesome vampire. Ray replied as his senses picked up on Shaltir as her aura was flaring up. In the timeline, this was roughly when she gets brainwashed. Alright, make sure to come back sooner. I'm pretty sure no Faye here don't want you to be gone for too long. Lockhughes smiled at Ray.
Amen, see ya.
Ray said as his body faded away.
He's gone.
Faye muttered looking at where Ray was.
Say shorty.
If he was correct, you've been with him for a few years now. Were there really no progress? Gagarin asked.
None.
I thought he wanted me to be an M, but after I became one it turns out he didn't ask for that at all. Now I'm an M and I can't change it. Faye muttered absent-mindedly until she realized what she said. Turning around she saw the weird gaze the party gave her. So you're a masochist now? Gagarin said with a forced smile. Not a single fucking word about this. Faye spoke as her aura flared. Why? How can we stay silent when our Faye went as far as to become a masochist for her dear Ray, but in the end it was for naught? Shouldn't we get some justice back for our dear Faye? Lockhughes grinned as Faye blushed hard under her mask.
Shut up. Ah.
Faye cried out as she covered her face/mask with both hands whilst crouching down. ####. Ray flew through the air as he spotted a few giant monsters. Remembering about one of Nazarik's problems regarding food, Ray decided to kill them and store them away. Seeing Nazarik appearing in the distance, Ray landed as he already saw Ainz standing there. Raising an eyebrow, Ray wondered why he was here. Ray, you're back, Ainz said as he looked at Ray.
I am. How did you know? Ray asked. I didn't.
I was about to head out to subdue Shaltir. She's been brainwashed by a strong item. Ainz sighed. How about you let me do it? That way you can be safe and I can do something for Nazarik, right, Demiurge? Ray smiled as he removed his mask and stared at the walkways which revealed Demiurge walking out. Indeed, Lord Ray.
Demiurge nodded.
Don't worry, I can solve it without killing her. By the way, I remember Kyuhuku having a problem with food.
Take these corpses.
As long as you don't eat everything, you can give it mana and the flesh would regenerate. Ray smiled as he took out several tens of large corpses. This is amazing. These seals on their bodies radiate a world-bending phenomenon. Lord Ray, how did you grasp such power? Demiurge replied with shock seeing the seals. It's about understanding the laws. Ray smiled as he made a seal and stored the corpses into the seal. Just inject mana into this and it should release the corpses. Give Kyakuku my regards. Ray smiled as Demiurge took the seal with both hands. Understood, Lord Ray. He replied before leaving. Now that we're alone. I know Momonga. I have a proposition for you after I solve the Shaltir problem. It would allow for the growth of Nazarik whilst keeping the innocent safe. It will also give you a human-like body should you wish for it. Ray smiled as Ainz paused. His glowing red iris shone as he went deep into thought. Well, we can talk after I return. Ray smiled as he spread out his wings and took off into the direction of Shaltir. Ainz only stood staring at where Ray flew off to. Vex, Lucifer, how are your plans progressing? Ainz might be developing his suspicion towards our identities. Ray sent out his message. I'm almost done on my end. Though I'm more curious about what you did with the little vampire. She's infatuated with you and not to mention becoming an M for you. Lucifer's voice rang out as Ray frowned. I'm almost done too. I was just promoted to an adamantite adventurer not too long ago. But bro, what's this about a little vampire, not to mention an M? The only ones I know are Shaltir Bloodfallen and Evil Eye.
Vex asked. It was Evil Eye.
Somehow my vampire bloodline had caused some changes to her personality and she became an M.
Holy shit, bro.
You made her an M. Just by being near her.
How in the fuck? Vex cried out. TSK, shut it.
The timeline is around when Ainz would defeat Shaltir. So before he loses all of his humanity, I want us to proceed with the plan. Ray replied in annoyance. This worked as Ray could tell that both Lucifer and Vex became serious. Got it, I'll do some final touches and my part of the plan would be finished. Lucifer replied as he cut his link off. Same with me, I'll finish the plans in the Empire and meet up with you. Vex replied before also cutting off the link. Ray sighed slightly before increasing his speed. Reaching the location, Ray stopped mid-air as he looked towards the forest below him. His red eyes glowed ominously. My, I would have thought Lord Ines would have come, but to think it was you instead, Lord Ray. Shaltir spoke with a smile. It would have been Ines, but I think I'm more suited in reigning in a loose vampire.
Ray replied.
Lord Ray, if you become violent with me I'll get wet, Shaltir replied with a lustful grin. Tisk, one masochist vampire is enough in my life.
Ray clicked his tongue.
It would be unfair if you did have a chance to attack back.
Here,
Ray said as he sent a weak magic bullet over to her. He, Lord Ray, are you underestimating me? If you don't have the first attack, I'm afraid you'll lose your advantage. Though it seems I get to kill the progenitor. Such an honor. Shaltir shouted in joy as crimson armor wrapped around her.
Amen, come I'll entertain you for now.
It'll be the only time you can show you power. Ray said as a mocking grin appeared on his face. For such a weak vampire to say she wants to kill him, a divine ranked 4 being?
What a joke.
Holy magic might not work against Lord Ray because of his holy bloodline. The most I can do is brute force this. Shaltir thought as she narrowed her eyes at Ray. He stood with a grin while his white wings folded behind him. I should get a grasp of his current MP and HP first. Mana essence, life essence.
Shaltir thought. Arr!
She suddenly cried out as her vision was blinded by the sheer amount of mana lying dormant within Ray's body.
What's wrong, Shaltir?
Did you use mana essence? One should use it too causally against strong enemies. Ray grinned as Shaltir held her eyes with her hand. Blood could be seen flowing out. Maximize magic.
Vermilion Nova.
Shaltir shouted out as she tried to retreat. A ball of flame shot towards Ray, who only smiled as he got hit. Taking this chance to stop the blood, Shaltir looked towards Ray with her bloodshot eyes. Lord Ray, how foolish of you. Even with your strength you should take a spell like that so easily. Shaltir smiled seeing Ray on fire. Is that so? Ray's voice rang out as the fire flowed towards his mouth. A grin formed on Ray's face seeing Shaltir shocked that her magic didn't work. Anything else you want to show? I'll give you another 5 minutes. Ray grinned as he walked steadily towards her. Brandishing her lance, Shaltir charged at Ray with gritted teeth. Ray reinforced her hands as he blocked her strikes. Up, left, right, feint left, down, up. It was easy as playing with a child. Shaltir grew more fearful as time went on. Shaltir, 5 minutes are almost up. Ray narrowed his eyes as he spoke, blocking another strike.
TCH.
Maximize magic, time accelerator. Maximize magic, time reverse. Shaltir called out as she instantly turned and tried to run. She couldn't damage him, so she could only choose to run right now. Time accelerator allowed for her to increase her speed but couldn't attack, while time reverse allowed her to negate the damage taken from a single attack as long as she's still alive. Trying to use time in front of me.
Futile.
Ray snapped his fingers as Shaltir returned to where she was a moment ago. Shaltir widened her eyes seeing her back to where she was. Gritting her teeth, Shaltir glared at Ray. Maximize magic, force explosion. Maximize magic, force sanctuary. A shock wave exploded out from Shaltir as she hoped it should give her some distance. Ray only smirked as he reached out with his hand. He felt something similar to glass blocking him from reaching Shaltir. Seeing Ray being stopped by her force sanctuary, Shaltir sighed slightly in relief. But before it could sink in she heard an ominous sound. Asterisk ping. With a single flick of his fingers Ray had shattered her skill, which makes her invulnerable. Now that I allowed you some playtime, I think we should end this now. Ray smiled as a seal formed in his palms. Gripping Shaltir's head, the seal released a blinding light causing Shaltir to scream.
Argug! She cried out.
Hush, it'll be over soon. Ray replied as after a few minutes the light dimmed and showed Shaltir in her normal dress. Lord Ray.
I dash.
Forget it, let's head back. I still have a chat lined up with Ines. Ray smiled as he turned around and spread out his wings. Shaltir sat as she stared at Ray. Guilt and disappointment surfaced in her heart as she couldn't believe she tried to harm the progenitor. Even though she did nothing, just the action still caused her to be guilty. Landing lightly above Nazarick, Ray walked towards Ines with a smile. He could already sense that he sent everyone away so that it was just him and Ines. It seems Shaltir wasn't a problem for you. Ines spoke as Ray sat down of a sofa and crossed his legs. Yeah, I almost feel bad for bullying her. Ray smiled as he replied.
Amen, who are you really?
Your powers defiantly go beyond the boundaries of Yggdrasil. It really makes me wonder if you were a player at all. Ines spoke as he would have narrowed his eyes if he could. I was a player, though I arrived in this world long before you did. I had the time to study and evolve my magic. If a level 100 had the chance of increasing his power and magic over the course of 100 years, what do you think would happen? Not to mention, I was a vampire as well as an angel, so my longevity was also far above a human's. Ray lied with he didn't give it away at all. So you arrived long before me. Then why didn't you tell me?
Ainz asked.
Everyone has a few secrets. Ray said as he leaned back on the sofa.
Enough about that.
Let me tell you about my current goal since it's almost time to start the plan. Ray said as he closed his eyes.
Goal?
Yes, I suppose it's something similar to world peace. But at the same time it's not that perfect.
Ray replied.
How do you plan to achieve it and why are you telling me?
Ainz asked.
Because I need your help. Well, you also have the choice of not helping me, but then it means there will only be one person managing this world.
Go on.
What do you think about a real heaven and hell? Split this world in two whilst solidifying the notion to the people of the world. I will give the residents of this world a chance. Evildoers will be sent to hell, whilst the civilized will stay in heaven. Ray smiled as Ainz placed his fingers on his chin. How would you determine who's good or not then? Because as I see it, that is a gray boundary that is easily misinterpreted.
A seal.
You've seen my seals. They're what I have cultivated and perfected over the course of my life. I shall place a seal around the entire world. It will be on a scale bigger than world-tier magic. The seal will watch, judge, and use the right measures on the resident. It will give them the illusion that God is watching. The seal will also lock onto the people and read their past, their thoughts and actions, their reasons and circumstances before punishing them for their actions. If they were blackmailed and were innocent all along, the seal will hunt the real culprit. If they were evil yet still blackmailed, the seal will hunt both parties down.
Ray explained.
And where do I fit into this?
Ainz asked.
The overseer of hell. Rather than hell, why not name it Nazarick, as the residents of Nazarick will be the wardens of hell. They can torture, destroy, kill to their liking, as the seal on hell will make sure they don't die. Their mental states will be refreshed to keep the fear fresh. What do you think? Ray smiled, but that smile chilled Ainz to the core, as it seemed like human life was just cabbage to Ray. Heaven will also have its own overseer. The seal will not judge between ranks. If any future overseers commit an unforgivable act, their powers will be stripped away and people's memories of them will be wiped out, making them nothing more than another torture candidate. There will be a report function should anyone escape the scope of the seal, but if the person who used the report wanted to frame another, the system will know and punish accordingly. Ray continued. There are a lot more to this, but I have compiled it into a memory seal. As for the whole system that will govern this world, let's call it the world maintenance system. There shall be two main systems. One for each overseer. The system will help the overseer gain what they want depending on their merits. The populace will also get a branch of the system called the world resident system. This system will also give them merits depending on what they do to help the world. In addition to this, there shall be a second chance in hell. Let's call it the redemption games, as it will allow those in hell a chance to return back to heaven with enough merit. In these games, the overseers will set a few basic rules while the system will generate the activity. It should give you some entertainment for your longevity. Ray finished as Ainz honestly couldn't believe what he was hearing. So this world will be run similar to a game. Though I won't deny the benefits, isn't this a bit too extreme to pull off?
Ainz asked.
Nope, I have the power to do it and the foundations are being laid out. When the time is right, this new world maintenance system will spread out through the world.
Ray replied.
What about those freedom fanatics? Ainz asked as some didn't want to be under rule. Then let's create the third plane. Earth. Here people who want to desert heaven but don't want to go to hell can enter Earth. There shall be a connection between heaven and Earth such as trade. Future generations of Earth who want to enter heaven can enter. But they will still have to follow the rules of heaven. Ray replied whilst making some changes to the memory seal. System, generate new rules of Earth based on my intentions.
Understood, complete.
Branch system, world maintenance system, world resident system, hell redemption system, are ready to be deployed. Each system has an AI which links back to me should any unforeseen situations occur.
Good.
I still can't believe this is happening, but I'm in. The great tomb of Nazarick, which I built with my friends, will continue, while I don't have to discard my humanity to keep this memory of mine. Ainz would have smiled if he could. Oh, also, spending time as an overseer without a family or lovers will be bland. Trust me, having someone whom you love accompany you makes your life all the more colorful.
Ray smiled.
And who shall spend their time with me? The future overseer of hell, ha ha ha. Ainz laughed with slight amounts of self-mockery. What about Albedo? While she does have her faults, she is indeed in love with you. Ray answered. Don't remind me. If I hadn't messed around with her settings in my final moments in the game, why would she love me? There is only guilt. Ainz said with a sigh. You cannot change what had already happened. Why not take responsibility for it?
Ray asked.
I want to if I could. Though how would she even react about the truth? I had changed her core personality.
Ainz sighed.
Now it's just you fearful of taking the first step. The important fact is that she loves you and can't live without you now. You are the cause and should take responsibility. I can also tell that you love her back. Why else would you put so much care into her compared to the rest of the residents of Nazarick? Ray said as he slowly backed Ainz into a corner. But I can't even fulfill the basic requirements of a man. As a skeleton, do you think I have a penis to copulate with? Ainz said, grasping at straws. I've already offered you a body that is like that of a human's. Ray replied instantly.
Heiss.
Ainz, you should just listen to the woman's thoughts then. Don't worry, she doesn't know about the change since some things are better left unsaid. Ray said as he snapped his finger. Albedo materialized in the room with a blush and teared-up eyes.
Albedo. Ainz cried out. Lord Ainz.
To think you also have feeling for me. Albedo said as she walked closer. Ray only smiled as he decided to enjoy the scene.
Ainz stuttered.
However, he was wondering why his emotions wasn't being kept in check and realized it probably had something to do with Ray. Lord Ainz, I love you with my entire being. Just knowing the fact that you have feeling for me as well fills me with immense joy. You were the only one to stay behind, you were the only one who cared, you were the only one who desired to help us.
Please, Lord Ainz.
Albedo spoke as she hugged Ainz.
Albedo.
Lord Ainz. The two looked deeply at each other. You know you still don't have a dick right now, so I'll have to help you make a new body before you get to fuck her till she can't walk. Ray replied, cutting the atmosphere in half. Albedo blushed deeply as she was grateful to Ray for fulfilling her dreams with Ainz. You really know how to cut the mood. Ainz said wearily. Don't worry, you have plenty of time later. Ray gave the two a wink and a grin, causing them more embarrassment.
Anyways, Ainz.
What I'm going to do for you is give you an immortal dragon bloodline. It will give you the chance to regain your penis as the main benefit. I will also send you into a training space with the time dilation of a day out here and a year in there. I want you to break out of this world's and Yggdrasil's magic system before returning. The steps should be written out in the training space. You can enter with Albedo because by the time you enter, you would have gained a body. Also, don't worry about causing a mess in there. White stains don't remain, hygiene is good, smells don't stay, and I won't look. You might also want her to break out of this world's magic system as well if you want. Ray waved his hand as he said this. Just drink this magical blood. Ray said as he cut his finger and a drop of blood floated mid-air. Ainz looked at the blood with mild confusion. Don't worry, it won't give you STDs.
Ray grinned. What the fuck? Ainz replied.
After another short pause, Ainz closed his would-be eyes and drank the blood. Feeling nothing happen, Ainz opened his eyes in confusion. Ray, nothing happened.
Ainz spoke. Give it a second. Ray smiled.
What do ARRGGGG? Ainz cried out as flesh started to grow on his body. Demiurge charged into the room in shock from hearing Ainz scream. Demiurge, don't move and don't touch Ainz. He's growing his new body right now. Ray called out as Demiurge froze in place due to Ray using a higher form of his verbal command. His screams carried on for almost an hour as both Albedo and Demiurge couldn't believe what they were seeing. First Ainz started to grow out his flesh and organs, then more muscle fibers covered his body before skin started to form. Albedo almost drooled as she glanced at where Ainz' crotch would be. Fuck. Ray, why didn't tell me it would hurt so fucking much? Ainz shouted out as his body finally stopped hurting. His new form was that of a handsome man in his early to mid-20s. With short spiky black hair that contained a few streaks of red and purple, scarlet iris that resembled a dragon's and a toned body that wasn't too muscular. Even if I told you, it doesn't matter now. Here, have a mirror. Ray smiled as he threw a mirror over to Ainz. Catching the mirror, Ainz marveled at his new form. The benefits of a new body should be in your world maintenance system, that I've already given to you. Just think status or system in your mind.
Ray smiled.
As for me, I'll be excusing myself for now. Albedo seems to be quite eager about your new body. Ray grinned as Ainz turned to Albedo and widened his eyes, seeing her pupils glow with lust. Demiurge, I'll have a chat with you as well. Let's leave these two to their activities. Ray smiled as he exited the room with Demiurge. He was sure he heard the tables being knocked over and only grinned. Walking in the hallway, Ray smiled as Demiurge could only glance at Ray with both confusion and awe. Lord Ray, if I may be as rude to ask, but what happened to Lord Ainz back there? He felt his mighty power surge even higher.
Demiurge asked.
It's simple, I made him an immortal dragon. He will be needing the lifespan should he be overseeing a part of the world.
Ray replied. I see.
But what does Lord Ray mean by overseeing the world?
Demiurge asked.
Ray went on to explain the basic function of the new system, as Demiurge could only marvel at the idea. Lord Ainz will be recognized as a god of sorts by the masses. Nazarick will rule the underworld or hell, and Ainz gets to watch heaven should he want to. Not to mention those who don't want the Supreme Being's blessing in heaven, go to earth, meaning we're free to use them as we please. Demiurge thought as this would defiantly prove beneficial for Nazarick. However, Lord Ray, do you not believe Nazarick can control the world?
Demiurge asked.
Oh no, I have full belief that it will happen. However, have you thought about what Ainz aimed for in secret? Think about it, Ainz hold the other Supreme Beings in high esteem as well. Not to mention, Lord Touch Me loved humans and the joy they bring. Should he rule with a forceful hand, they won't dare to displease him. So it means they won't experiment and produce new ideas. Ainz wants some entertainment in his long life while fulfilling the desires of the other Supreme Beings. Through this plan of mine he gets to fulfill everything he had desired whilst also creating 3 worlds that belong to him, a world that realizes the other Supreme Beings' dreams and a 3rd world of those who don't want this. Ray smiled as Demiurge widened his eyes. I see my intelligence was too shallow. I had thought that Lord Ainz wanted to grasp this world, but it turns out that was the most basic of the basic. I had never taken into consideration Lord Ainz's deeper thoughts before I planned my course of action.
Demiurge lamented.
It's fine, he will be needing a good right-hand man to rule hell. I'm sure you have more than enough options for those lesser beings that reject the Supreme Being's blessings. Ray gave Demiurge a glance. You can rest assured, Lord Ray. From now on I will serve Lord Ainz with even more fervor whilst thinking about his deepest desires.
Demiurge bowed. Good.
Ray smiled as he walked away. Lord Ray, a being with intelligence so high it makes me feel ashamed to even plan near him. Not to mention the power he has to carry it out as well. Truly a being who had managed to defeat Nazarick. Demiurge thought as he glanced at Ray's departing back. Fucking finally. I managed to bullshit my way through Demiurge. He is probably the most annoying since he's smart, but this should allow Ainz to express more of himself without being accidentally controlled by Demiurge.
Ray thought in relief.
Next time I'm not fucking planning shit like this again. Ray sighed as he would like it much more if he just charged his way through everything. Walking through the hallways of Nazarick, Ray wondered what else he could do while he waited for Lucifer and Vex finish their tasks. I guess I'll pass time with Faye and the girls. I should also tell her about the world maintenance system. Ray thought as he increased his speed slightly. Spreading out his wings, Ray flew through the darkened sky. Deciding to hide his figure, Ray turned his wings black.
Status. Name Ray. Age, not applicable. Combat rank, Ascendant Peak.
True rank, Divine rank 4, 12%.
New.
Body rank, Divine rank 5, 83% to greater than 90%.
New.
Soul rank, Divine rank 6, 18% to greater than 28%.
New.
Will rank, Divine rank, 93%-94%.
New.
MN, I'm almost halfway to God ranks. Next rank will let me challenge one of the trials of God. Ray thought glancing at the trials. The Slaughter God trials and Berserk War God trials were self-explanatory for Ray as it will include fighting of sorts. Element God, Demon God and System God's trials were more abstract as there were a huge variety of options for each trial. When I reach rank 5 the only trial available for me is the Element God trials. Could the trial be absorption of elements?
Manipulation? Understanding?
Unable to come to a concrete conclusion, Ray decided to ignore it for now. Nearing the capital, Ray could sense that Faye was still awake and standing near the silver spire.
Ray Sama, you're back.
Faye called out in joy seeing Ray fly towards her. She was slightly confused at the black wings but decided to ignore it. Are you done with the 8 fingers? Ray asked as this would mean they won't work for Ainz in the future. Not that they even mattered due to his plans for the future. They were weaker than I had thought. Faye replied with a nod. It's just that you're too strong for them right now. Ray replied as his wings folded away. Also, I haven't told you about my plans yet, have I? Ray asked as Faye nodded. NOV/L/B/JNN. Okay, it's like this. Ray proceeded to explain his plan as Faye nodded as she listened. So Faye, what do you think about being the overseer of heaven?
Ray asked. Ray Sama, can't I follow you instead?
Having a vampire act as the overseer of heaven might not be the best option. I feel like Locuse would fit the role better than me. She's a respected individual as well. Faye replied, hoping to follow Ray instead of staying behind alone.
I suppose it is also easier to give her a holy bloodline.
Since you've already got your vampire bloodline, it would be bad to make you an angel. Ray muttered with some thought. He understands that she wants to follow him and he was the main cause of that.
I'll go talk to Lockhughes about it.
Since the last few bits of preparation have almost been completed, it doesn't matter if she knew now. If she doesn't want the role, then I suppose I can make an artificial overseer for now. Ray muttered as he leaned on the silver spire. Then Faye, what role do you want to have? Ray asked as he glanced at her.
Oh no, I don't want any role.
Faye waved her hands quickly. If it isn't too much to ask, can I follow you instead?
Faye asked.
Ray stared at her for a moment in deep thought. Faye started to fidget under Ray's gaze.
No.
Ray replied after a while. Without even listening to Faye's answer, he faded from his spot.
Wah! Ray Sama!
Faye called out, seeing Ray disappear. Looking around frantically, Faye felt her heart break remembering his reply. Sitting down weakly, Faye gazed blankly at Ray's spot. Her eyes seemed dead and without purpose as she sat in silence. Standing above the castle, Ray looked towards Faye's direction. He only looked in silence as he sighed.
What's this?
Our powerful husband is sighing? What's wrong?
Eve asked out of nowhere.
Turning his gaze over, Ray could see Eve and Bai Wu sitting next to each other through a screen provided by the system.
Nothing much. Ray replied.
For you to sigh like that, it can't be nothing much. Bai Wu pouted slightly as it caused Ray to smile. Look Ray, I've already accepted you bringing Bai Wu back. What can't I handle?
Eve said with a grin.
Alright if you say so.
Ray shrugged.
You know Evil Eye from Overlord, yeah?
Yeah, what about her?
I may have accidentally be the cause of her becoming a masochist, and now she essentially can't live without me. Ray said quickly.
PFFFFTTTTT. You what?
Eve spat out whatever she was drinking as the moment and pulled the "Are you serious" face. How the fuck did you make her a masochist?
Eve asked.
That's what you're worried about. Not that she can't live without me.
Ray retorted. Yeah? What about it?
I mean, look at both me and Bai Wu. Do you think that will faze us?
Eve retorted. Umu.
Bai Wu nodded in agreement. You're both just weird. Ray smiled wearily. And you're weirder for liking us, right, Bai Wu? Eve asked, turning to Bai Wu, who nodded whilst eating some desserts. Where the hell are you getting these things? Ray asked, seeing Bai Wu's ice cream. We're at Shokyuchi no Soma. I just got Soma to make us an ice cream.
Eve replied. Huh?
You're in Shokyuchi no Soma?
Ray asked, surprised.
Yeah, if you could go into anime worlds, why can't I? I mean, I was from your system to being with.
Eve replied.
Then can't we go to worlds together then?
Ray asked. Yes and no.
Yes, we can go to anime worlds, but no, we can't go together. Dad had some restrictions placed saying I can go with Bai Wu whilst you go with your friend. Only after we reach rank 10 can we meet again. Eve replied as she waved a spoon.
TSK, Ray clicked his tongue.
Anyways, I'm more interested about how the fuck you converted her into a masochist. Eve said, eating some ice cream as well. Just a series of misunderstanding. And somehow when I was training her, she made use of every moment to slowly become a masochist.
Ray replied.
Still doesn't exp. For 6 years I've trained her. She became a masochist in those 6 years.
Ray cut her off.
Then how the hell did you not realize?
Eve retorted.
I thought she was smiling in bliss, feeling herself get stronger.
Ray replied. Fucking idiot.
Eve slammed her head on the table. Except for a few very minute exceptions, who the fuck smiles from getting hit? Eve asked as Ray paused before facepalming. Say, you guys are talking about this masochist. What does it mean?
Bai Wu asked.
Bai Wu, you remember back in the Clear Sky clan the senior disciples had ropes, bondage and were weird, right? Ray asked as Bai Wu shivered slightly, remembering them.
Yeah.
She asked, slightly fearful. That's a masochist. They are people who like to get hurt by the one they love. Or just in general.
Ray explained.
I mean, Bai Wu, if you think about it, we are slightly masochist, no? Because it could also just be submissive towards the person they love. Eve said as Bai Wu realized what she meant. Eh? We're masochist as well? Then I don't see the problem with this Evil Eye then.
Bai Wu replied. The fuck?
Well hubby, if me and Eve are also slightly masochist, then what's the difference between 2 masochists and 3 masochists? Bai Wu asked as he rested her cheek on her left hand whilst eating more ice cream. There is a huge difference, okay? Ray said, feeling slightly speechless at Bai Wu's thought process. Just take her as a maid or something. It's not like she can fight, can she? She is not strong enough.
Eve replied.
Holy shit, do you two hear yourself? Don't most girls not want other girls near their man?
Ray asked.
If I minded, I would have kicked by Wu's ass when I first saw her. If I minded, I would have kicked Eve's ass when I first saw her. The two replied at the same time before turning and staring at each other. I'm sorry, I might have been a bit distracted, but did you just say you'll kick my ass?
Eve narrowed her eyes.
Same here, I think we both know who went easy.
Bai Wu didn't back down.
Girls, stop. Ray said, seeing the two about to fight. I see we're thinking of the same thing.
Eve said as Bai Wu nodded.
Ray frowned as he was about to shout. We'll settle this in bed. We'll settle this in bed. What the fuck? Ray cried out. He thought they were gonna fight, but who knew they decided to see who lasted longer in sex instead. Ray, just take her as a maid or something. Me and Bai Wu have a fight to settle.
Eve replied.
Hubby, feel free to watch by the way. Bai Wu replied as they both cut off the link.
What? In the fuck?
Ray spoke out as he couldn't believe the conversation they just had. System God, if you're listening, don't blame me, you heard what your daughter just said. Ray spoke out as he knows the system God would keep an eye on him every so often. Materializing his body silently behind Faye's, Ray sighed.
Faye. Ray called out. Ray Sama.
Faye turned around instantly. Life seemed to flow back into her as she shot towards him. You can follow me, but you have to follow some rules, okay? Ray said as he stopped her, hugging him by blocking her mask. As long as I can follow you. She replied quickly.
Number 1, no hugging. Number 2, no skin contact.
Number 3, no fighting with people you meet in the future unless I say so. Number 4, follow my instructions when I tell you, and finally number 5. You'll be following me as a servant/maid, is that clear? Ray spoke slowly and clearly as he made sure Faye understood everything. Ray Sama wants me to follow him as a maid?
Yes.
Master-servant play is also good.
Faye thought. Okay.
I'm fine with it. Faye replied as Ray sighed. I'll show you my wives at a later date since they're
busy right now.
Just know that they were the main reason to why I'm allowing you to stay with me, okay?
Ray said as she nodded.
She was just happy that she could be with him. Okay, so what are we doing now? She asked as she was smiling under her mask. We're going to talk to Locuse when she wakes up. Ray replied, sitting down on the roof. Faye sat down next to him, making sure that they weren't touching since Ray said so. Little did he know his choice had caused the system god to curse the entire day, since he couldn't blame Ray. He did seek Eve's opinion on the matter after all. So you're telling me that you want me to be the overseer of this heaven that you will create?
Locuse asked. Yes. Ray nodded.
Okay, sure, so what do I do? Locuse said, looking at Ray.
Ha.
Ray replied, slightly surprised. Didn't she agree a bit too easily?
What?
You must be thinking why I must be agreeing so easily, right?
She asked as Ray nodded.
Well, it's because I think it's a good plan. Those who wants peace gets peace, whilst human trash gets what they deserved. Why wouldn't I want to be an overseer?
She replied. I suppose so.
Now I just need you to absorb the archangel bloodline, and then I'll send you to a different dimension for you to train yourself. You must break out of the current world's magic system and restrictions before you return.
Ray said as she nodded.
Cutting his finger slightly, the blood rose up in the air as Locuse only looked at the blood drop in slight awe. This is what will change her from a mortal to an archangel. Taking the droplet, Locuse ingested the blood as Ray sent her to the dimension. Well, that was easier than expected, wasn't it, Master?
Faye asked.
Since becoming Ray's maid, she had changed her way of addressing him, causing Ray to feel lightly awkward. Now I'll wait for Ainz to come out, Lucifer to finish his steps, and Vex to finish up as well. Then once all of that is complete, we can get the plan rolling. Ray replied as he sat down and crossed his legs. Pardon me for asking, but what are Lord Lucifer and Lord Vex doing?
She asked.
Their main task is to destroy this world's foundations. In other words, the religion, and make the people more subjective to accepting the new world.
Ray smiled.
Why would it make them more accepting?
Faye asked.
What would happen if an army of evil beings invaded on a display all over the world? If the religion and the factions they thought would defend them failed? What would they rely on? In their most desperate times, they would seek out every hope they can get. Even if it is from a devil, they'll still take that hand. Ray narrowed his eyes with a smile. Faye shivered slightly as Ray's gaze made her feel hot inside. In that moment, should I appear and offer them a new world, what choice would they have? While I can take the world by force, it wouldn't help in the long run since there will always be rejection harbored within their minds. Ray continued as he shook his head. My goal is to change the destiny of this world. Not a temporary fix that will be reduced to nothing in time. Ray finished as he stood up.
I see.
Faye smiled under her mask in reverence. Though if she realized that if Ray could have done this by force he would have long ago. TCH, fucking system god and his restrictions. Journey in the Animeverse Part 1, Overlord. Stage 1, redirect the fate of the new world. Restrictions, cannot be complete through force or any forceful means. Must make sure most of the residents see you in a positive light. Must make sure that the change will be permanent. System god notes, who told you to fucking take a maid? Rewards, passive skill god tempered body part 1/. Ray cursed under his breath as he dismissed the system. Oh yeah Faye, why do you wear that mask? Ray asked as it was never stated in the anime.
My mask?
Oh yeah, why do I wear it? Faye asked back as she forgot why she wore it as well. She had always worn it and she just never changed. Why would I know?
Ray retorted.
Then should I just remove my mask?
Faye asked.
If you want, you should also change your outfit a little. Ray said as people would probably realize that she is Evil Eye if she kept her outfit. Okay, I'll get it changed right away. Faye said as her figure rushed away. Ray raised an eyebrow before shrugging and closed his eyes. ####. Yeah, Kyra, don't worry. I'll stay with you.
Amen, I trust you, brother.
Brother, they're here.
Come back here. Ray.
####. Ray snapped his eyes open as he felt his head ache. Come on, I wasn't even asleep then. Ray thought as he gripped at his head. His headaches are becoming more frequent as he felt pain in his soul. It took a while for him to relax as the pain faded away. n/o/vel/b/into c//om.
Ha.
Ray sighed as he leaned back in the chair. Master, I'm back. Faye called out as Ray looked over at her. This time without her mask, Faye's face was in full view. Long blonde hair paired with her crimson eyes. Wearing a black and white maid dress, the dress was also decorated with frills and she wore white stockings to cover her legs. Why a maid dress? Ray asked, sounding a little tired due to the headache he just had to endure. Why not a maid dress? Am I not Master's maid now?
Faye smiled. Sure, let's go with that then.
Ray nodded as right now all he wanted was to rest for a little.
Are you okay, Master?
You look a little pale. Faye said with concern, noticing something off with Ray.
Yeah, just a headache.
Ray waved his hand as placed his spare hand on his face.
Heis.
I'll go lay the seal first. Ray said as he stood up. Faye bowed slightly as they walked out of the tavern. Due to both Ray and Faye not wearing their masks, they attracted the attention of everyone wondering if it was some new noble. Walking out of the city, Ray started to head east, towards the center of the world. Sensing a few people trailing him and Faye, Ray's eyes narrowed as he spoke without looking back.
Faye, take out the trash.
No need to hesitate. Ray spoke coldly as he could sense their lust as well as greed.
Understood, Master.
Faye replied softly as her figure blurred slightly before fading away. Not even a minute after, Faye returned with the heavy scent of blood surrounding her. Though she didn't get a droplet of blood on her, the metallic smell surrounded her. Make sure to clear up everything next time. While it may look like nothing has happened, the smell is still there. Ray spoke as he snapped his fingers, erasing the smell. Understood, I'll keep that in mind.
Faye bowed as she followed him.
You know you can be more relaxed. It's a little uncomfortable. Ray said as he glanced at Faye. All right, Master. Faye grinned as Ray felt like he was about to spit out blood. Fucking hell, didn't you change a bit too fast?
Ray thought. Never mind.
Ray was about to say it before shrugging it off. Seen as though the followers were taken care of, Ray and Faye floated up in the air. This time Ray didn't spread out his wings as he wasn't traveling as fast. Taking a casual float towards their destination, Ray landed in an area surrounded by forests and mountains. This place should be good, Ray muttered as he examined his surroundings. Is there anything I can help with, Master? Faye asked as she looked around. I can do this alone, just keep a watch in case some animals want to interrupt. Ray replied as he summoned several tens of floating swords. Controlling them individually, Ray started to draw out a formation with him in the center. The formation started to extend through the forest as Ray was essentially rewriting the world laws and remolding the world. Well, rather than rewriting the existing laws, he is inserting his new laws whilst removing unnecessary ones. This formation, when completed, would act as a terminal to make rewriting easier for Ray. Floating up slightly, Ray made sure the formation was done properly before nodding and floated back down. Retracting the swords, Ray gathered his energy into both his palms. The formation below him lit up as it started to condense towards him. Faye watched in interest as this was something she never believed could be done, yet Ray is doing it right now. As the formation condensed, several panels started to appear in front of Ray. Smiling slightly, Ray started to change the world laws, but they will only activate once the plan is finished. Asterisk clap. Clapping both palms together, the panels dismissed themselves as Ray smiled, seeing his plans about to finish. Faye stared at Ray's smile as she felt herself becoming mesmerized. Seeing Ray walk towards her, she snapped out of it as she stood up.
Finished, master? She asked. Yeah, I am.
You should go say your goodbyes whilst you have the chance. Ray suggested. I have already told the rest of the Blue Rose about my new position.
It's fine.
Faye smiled as she walked behind Ray. Nodding at her response, Ray made a portal. What's this? Faye asked, seeing the portal. I have spoken about making heaven and hell, haven't I? We're going to create the two planes of existence now, Ray said as he stepped through, followed by Faye. Ray's power shot through the roof as he was no longer in the world of Overlord. He didn't need to restrain anymore now that he was sure it won't cause the world to crumble. Faye widened her eyes in fear, surprise and delight, feeling Ray's power. Taking a deep breath, Ray let his body relax. Before, it felt like a giant weight was pressed onto his body back in Overlord. Now that he was free of that weight, he felt much better. Right now, they were in a separate dimension Ray created near the world. First step is to create hell, Ray said as earth element and fire element gathered in his palms. His left hand formed a fist while his right covered his left hand. Earth and fire exploded out in front of them as Faye watched in awe, seeing Ray create a world with a clench of his fist. Next is the world laws, Ray muttered as his right hand separated from the fist and formed an open palm. A series of magic circles appeared around his arm as Ray moved his fingers. Faye could see runes being combined, slotted, removed, reorganized and reformed constantly. Clenching his palm and applying the new world laws, Ray's right hand lit up in flames. Environment, Ray said as hills, mountains, lava lakes, charred trees, blood skies and many more horrors appeared into the environment. There are no day or night cycle, as the world will forever be a scenery of red. Creatures, Ray continued as monsters started to appear. Huge centipedes with thousands of legs, a mass of bugs which eat flesh, a corpse golem with the heads and limbs of countless people. Monsters from myths, legends and even horror films he remembers from his time on Earth were included. Looking at the new hell, Ray nodded in satisfaction as he waved his right hand. The scenery blurred as they were transported to another empty dimension. This time for heaven, Ray spoke as holy element radiated from him. Faye felt a little uncomfortable, but Ray encompassed her with his dark element to ward off the holy element. Faye smiled a little, feeling warm inside. Repeating what he did with hell, Ray created another world. Looking at the majestic landscapes and beautiful rivers, Ray wouldn't mind spending every day here at peace with Eve and Bai Wu. Away from fighting and training. It's beautiful, Faye muttered, seeing heaven. Amen, with both heaven and hell created, everything is ready. As for heaven, I'll have it under attack once every few years to make sure improvement is still possible under the guise of an army trying to invade heaven, Ray replied. Ray, everything is ready on my end, Lucifer's voice called out as Ray smiled whilst thinking just in time. Amen, will wait for both Ainz and Vex to finish up and then the play will start, Ray replied as he and Faye exited the heaven dimension. It only took a few minutes as Ray received the message that Vex had finished up as well. Faye, my two accomplices are arriving shortly, Ray spoke as he stood on the mountain looking towards the capital city. Understood, master. So will the current land we stand on become Earth? She asked. Yes. After this is over, we'll be heading to another world. That being said, I want to see your opinion on the matter. We have a world of magic where the system is more scientific. Most things are determined by numbers and logical thinking. A world where whatever people eat, they gain a power-up, and a world that contains swords being created from a person's soul. There are other worlds, but, as harsh as it is, I don't find any worth in them. Or rather, any worth for me to visit them. Ray spoke as he turned around. What do you mean by that? She asked, confused. One of the worlds is known for having a power called stands. Whilst the more powerful stands can control time, they are fundamentally a manifestation of a user's fighting spirit. I already have avatars that can crush these stands and comprehensions of time and space. Why would I need them? Another is a world where everyone obtains gifts and fight with those gifts. I already have an army of skills and powers that can best them easily. Why would I need them? Even the power to destroy gifts are useless to me. It is a power that contains an element called destruction element. It can destroy anything weaker than it whilst only having a mild effect on anything stronger. If it can only go against weaker opponents, I have no use for it. I have other ways to suppress those weaker than me, though why would I bother with people weaker than me? They'll have to be able to cause damage first.
Ray smiled.
Whilst sounding arrogant, it wasn't unjustified. At this point, anyone weaker than Ray will have a hard time penetrating his defenses. Then why are the first few worlds you mentioned worth visiting then? Seen as though Master has a counter for most things.
Faye asked.
For the world of magic explained by science, there is a power that can become extremely helpful for me. It allows me to store all of my knowledge into a database where I can use them instantly without preparation. Do you know what this means, Faye? Ray asked with a smile. Faye widened her eyes, understanding what he was hinting at. Imagining all of Ray's power being used without preparation brought her shivers down the spine. The second world I mentioned will help me increase my body's potential. Right now, my body is at what is known as Divine Rank 5. There are still ranks 6 to 10, and even higher are the God ranks. By having the option of eating whatever I hunt and refine my body higher, don't you wonder what will happen should I hunt down those more powerful than me? Ray continued. The third world is beneficial for me as it might help me in making my Zanpakuto or soul sword stronger. Right now, I'm already on the second stage and a step away from the final stage of my soul sword. Whilst it is already above the boundaries of the world, knowing the basics of soul swords doesn't hurt and may prove helpful. Ray said as he thought about a world he didn't mention.
No game, no life.
Whilst it may help him see how genius think, Ray doesn't think he'll be able to compare since 1, it's not a skill, and 2, everyone has what they're good at. Thinking deeply in a manner of Shiro and Sora would be very hard since they use their minds to defeat power. For a person like Ray who uses power, it would be akin to changing the way he thinks and the understandings he has in his divine laws and concepts. In which case then Master, wouldn't the magic explained by science world be the best one to go to?
Faye asked as Ray nodded.
Yes, it will. But seeing as though you're following me from now on, it would be best to take your interests into account as well.
Ray replied.
Faye didn't say anything but smile. So sorry for destroying this atmosphere, but we've finished our duties. Vex called out as he appeared, having undone his misdirection. No worries, I know you only came around the time I told her about the benefits of each world. Ray said as he turned to Vex with a smile. God damn it, you're no fun.
Vex clicked his tongue.
What can I say? You showed me misdirection, so I copied and improved it.
Ray shrugged.
Have I told you how much of a cheat you were? Even the best-tempered person would get pissed and jealous of a power like that, okay? Vex retorted as a small vein was showing on his temple.
Ha ha ha, chill.
It's not like you're not a cheat yourself. I can tell that in the time you were away you've been storing power in a separate space/compartment, so that when the restrictions are uplifted you can shoot towards Divine Rank 7.
Ray laughed. Fuck.
Why can't you just let me surprise you for once? Vex shouted as he kicked towards Ray's crotch. Blocking the kick with his palm, Ray's smile twitched. Are you trying to obliterate my manhood?
Ray asked.
It's not like you need it anymore. Didn't you already pass on your genes in the form of your daughter? Then let this bachelor do all single men a favor by destroying all couples. Vex cried out as he sent out another kick. Ray pushed away the first kick as he caused Vex to turn his body. Using the momentum, Vex tried to roundhouse kick Ray in the crotch. Raising his knee, Ray deflected Vex's kick upwards, causing a gap in Vex's defense. Vex saw Ray's movements as he paled. Come on bro, you know it was a joke, right? We're both men here and we both know you could have healed. If you do this, I don't have a way to heal bro, come on man. He spoke quickly as he saw the fist approach. Karma's a bitch. Ray scoffed as the fist increased in speed. Gritting his teeth, Vex decided to do something drastic.
Fuck.
Fine, you can destroy anything else but a man's balls. Vex cried out as he shifted his waist so his crotch was out of the way. Instead his rectum was in the direct path of Ray's fist.
Shit.
Ray shouted in surprise as he redirected his fist downwards. The power caused the mountain to split in two. Vex shivered as he instantly guarded his crotch and rectum. Who the hell punches that hard?
He cried out.
I would have healed you, but who the hell lets their rectum take the fall instead? Can't you move your waist away so the hit would have hit the abs instead?
Ray retorted.
Desperate times, desperate measures. But see, it turned out well.
No one got hurt. Vex replied.
If yours truly didn't redirect my fist, you'll be missing an asshole right now. Ray said as Vex tensed his rear.
Then you would have fisted a man.
How would your wives think to that?
Vex grew a pair and retorted. Piece of shit.
Ray replied but had a grin on his face.
Ha ha ha, well we both know nothing would have happened.
Vex laughed as they gripped each other's hand and did a small shoulder bump with a pat on each other's back. It was a handshake of sorts. Nothing would have happened to me, but you on the other hand, not so sure. Ray replied with a grin as he made 3 seats of them to sit on.
Fuck off.
But is this the person you somehow made into an M? Vex asked, looking at Faye. Yes, just don't ask. Ray replied, face-palming. He still couldn't believe he missed the signs in the 6-year training. Sup, little masochist. I'm Ray's friend Vex. Vex said, giving a small wave. I'm called Faye, Lord Vex. Faye replied as she became red from embarrassment having called little masochist.
Oh hiya?
You even gave her a name. Vex said as he gave Ray a grin. Calling her Evil Eye Evil Eye, that would be odd. Same with using her long name, so we settled with Faye. Ray said with a shrug.
Che, no fun. Vex clicked his tongue.
So what did you do with the Emperor and his elites?
Ray asked.
What did I do? What do you think? Obviously, I made them unable to participate. Vex said without care. Amen. After this I'll be going to the world of Tatsuya, or in other words the irregular at a magic high school. I'll be trying to copy his skill of storing everything he knows so he can use them instantly. What about you? Or do you want to reach divine rank 7 first?
Ray asked.
As much as I want to go with you, I don't see what I can do in that world. I do have a quest, but it's to increase my rank and go to god trials.
Vex replied.
You as well? Which god trial do you have? Ray asked with surprise. I got the Assassin God Trials and 9 Dragon Staff God Trials. Vex replied, feeling proud since people would be lucky to even get 1 trial, never mind 2.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I got System God, Berserk War God, Element God, Demon God and Slaughter God trials. Ray replied as Vex cursed.
Fuck.
How the hell do you have 5? Not to mention you got no 4 concept type God trials. Vex cried out in frustration. Concept type God trials? It's God titles that have a wider meaning. Like Element God trials. It's a magic concept title as it would allow you to have some benefits into every element that existed. These elements don't include the normal fire, wind and earth crap, but every element. Atomic, space, gravity, blood, bone, everything.
That is a concept title.
They are the strongest as well as the hardest to succeed in. It requires you to be able to contain its power within your body or you'll just die due to power overload. Seeing as you have 4 concept titles, then you must be able to contain them all. God, I envy you. Vex explained in annoyance.
Fuck.
System God, you're giving me the God-tempered body because you knew I couldn't handle it, all right? Ray thought as he finally realized why the System God was giving him something called the God-tempered body. System God message incoming. So you found out, but you'll still need to get it. Because when you reach the requirements for the trials, you won't be able to handle the powers of 5 gods. Not to mention, you'll be needing the power to protect Eve and Bai Wu. What does he mean by needing the power? Ray thought, looking at the message. Bro, you okay? Vex asked, seeing Ray frown.
Amen?
Yeah, I'm fine, just reading something. Ray replied as he dismissed the message. So I'm just asking, but why aren't you interested in the trials I have?
Ray asked. Because of a few reasons.
A, you can't take them. Only the gods can assign them. B, I can't handle them even if I got them. And C, why the fuck would I go against you because of something I can't get? Wouldn't it be better for me to befriend you?
Vex replied as Ray nodded.
You actually have a brain. Ray said, looking at Vex.
Fuck.
Come on man, I'm trying to be serious here. Vex said as he leaned his head back. Though it still doesn't hide the fact that I'm extremely envious of you. Vex said, looking at the sky. Now is that a good thing or bad? Ray asked with a smile.
What do you mean?
It could be a good thing since the ones usually chosen by many powerful entities have hard task in front of them. It just means you'll be free of that burden. Bad because then you know there is someone stronger than you and could in fact oppress you if something happens.
Ray said as Vex nodded.
Then I suppose you're right. Vex replied as they saw Lucifer appear. Yo, am I late? He asked with a smile.
Nope.
So you're going to be the main villain in this show? Ray smiled as Lucifer nodded. Cause mass panic and try keep the killing to the minimum, but not so that it's negligible. We still need some death in this after all. Ray said as both Vex and Lucifer understood what he meant. They had to sell the act after all. In which case then let's start. Ray smiled as they stood up. During the sunny day, the skies darkened as a dark purple and black void cracked open all across the world. Thunder struck as ghastly cries and giggles rang out. Warning signals rang out across cities as soldiers and adventurers looked at the gates with slight fear. Magical screens focused towards the largest portal as no one knew who created the screens. Everyone focused as they saw movement. The portal ruptured while an ear-shattering boom sounded across the world. From the portal, countless monsters poured out as a laugh could be heard. Ha ha ha, after millions of years I, Lucifer, have finally been let out. Let this lord show you despair as repayment. Lucifer called out as the screen focused on his figure. 7 pairs of void black wings spread out as the earth cracked from his aura being released. The adventurers shivered as they could imagine his aura just from looking at the image. Ray, next time you make me say something like this, I'll fucking skin you.
Lucifer cursed. Go!
Lucifer commanded as the horde of monsters started to run towards different cities. The earth rumbled as the people could feel the stampede approach. It only took a few hours for the monsters to crumble a few cities as the strongest adventurers wanted to attack Lucifer, the source of this calamity. Where are the blue rows? A person cried out as they were gathered in a meeting room. Currently the leader, Locus, is out of contact, same with Evil Eye. Warrior Gagarin and the twin assassins are helping out with killing the monsters first. We have other adventurers helping out right now whilst soldiers are helping with the retreat of citizens. Princess Renner spoke as she pointed to several spots on the map. What can we do right now, Your Highness? We're surrounded by monsters on all sides, and not just us but everywhere in the world.
A commander asked.
What we do now is to try not let them encroach on our land as much as possible. Once we lose our land, the soldiers and adventurers will become more huddled up. It would make it easier for them to be killed with magic.
Renner replied.
Allow me to help our in the front lines, Your Highness. Gazef spoke as he wore armor taken from the kingdom treasury. The heavy armor was a deep shade of red, whilst the sword was sky blue, creating a contrast between the two. His white cape fluttered slightly with each movement. Head warrior Gazef, pick a few of the most outstanding men and take them without. You'll be assisting the entire battlefield by traveling from one camp to another. This will help our soldiers and adventurers out a lot, but at the same time the burden on you will increase. Renner said as she looked at him. It's what I wish for Your Highness. Gazef replied as he kneeled. Then I wish you good luck, head warrior Gazef. Renner said as Gazef nodded and walked out of the meeting room. ####. It had been only 3 days and the morale of the people couldn't be lower. Millions have died but no hope could be found. Is this really the end?
People would mutter.
However, at this point it was all or nothing. Disregarding their territory, every human marched towards where Lucifer was. Gazef stood at the very front along with other famous names. Even members of the Black Scripture were here with their dragon. We only have this one chance, even if we die we have to die trying. He shouted out as everyone nodded.
You done?
Lucifer suddenly said as he appeared above the army. You see, I'm all about the raising moral before a final fight, but I really don't know what you're thinking about when you shout near where I am. Like, do you want me to come kill you right now? Lucifer asked with a lazy posture. Someone panicked and shot an ice arrow at Lucifer. Flapping his wings, Lucifer smacked away the arrow.
Is that all?
Honestly, I thought you would have been a bit stronger. Lucifer frowned as they were weaker than he expected.
Charge!
Gazef shouted with gritted teeth. Jumping towards Lucifer with his sword glowing in blue light, he slashed towards Lucifer's neck. A myriad of attacks shot towards Lucifer, who only smiled.
Yawn.
With a single yawn, Lucifer conjured up a wall of dark energy that surrounded him and blocked all attacks. Try harder, or rather maybe if you bore me to sleep you might be able to give me a scratch. Lucifer smiled menacingly. ####. Ray, Vex, Faye, Ainz and Locus watched from the void as they felt like face-palming. I didn't take into account how weak they were. Ray spoke after a while.
Indeed. Ainz replied.
Say bro, how do you even make an entrance in this? Vex asked as he found it quite funny. The initial plan was for the residents to put up a good fight and when they still lose Ray will come in and offer them help. But seeing as how they were literally getting a one-sided beat down, they didn't know how they should interfere. Hey Ray, how about I and Ainz make an appearance first? We show our new powers and still lose in the end. But then you come in, how about it?
Locus asked.
Sure, that'll work. Ray nodded as both Ainz and Locus exited the void. ####.
Arg!
Gazef shouted as he tried to combo his attacks to no avail. The defense of Lucifer was too strong for them to even scratch him. The dragon belonging to the Black Scripture had already died under Lucifer's attack and only a few powerful warriors remain. Lucifer! A voice shouted as 6 holy swords shot towards Lucifer. Making a sword from flames, Lucifer barely blocked them as he stumbled back. So a worthy ant makes its appearance. Lucifer said with a grin.
Locus!
Gazef cried out in surprise seeing Locus' new appearance. She wore light holy armor as her blonde hair was tied into a ponytail. The 6 holy swords gathered together into one great sword. Behind her were 3 pairs of white angel wings. Under the instructions of the Lord, I'm here to vanquish you. Locuse spoke as her chunibu flared up at maximum. He, the Lord is a coward to send his lackeys at me. Lucifer sneered as he demonstrated great acting. Suddenly 2 bone spears dropped down from above. Boom. As the overseer of hell, I can assure you that there is a special spot just for you, Lucifer. Ainz said as he slowly landed. Locuse, who is he and what has happened to you? Gazef asked as from what he remembered Locuse didn't have angel wings. Let's say we met the Lord and had to fulfill some requirements. However, during this time Lucifer, the devil broke out and brought chaos to this land. But worry not, for I have become the overseer of heaven and the one next to me is the overseer of hell. Locuse replied with a smile. Overseer of heaven and hell? You mean you met God? Gazef asked in disbelief. Considering what we define as God, then yes, he is a god. After we deal with this devil a new age shall come. Locuse said as Gazef nodded. I'm counting on you, please avenge our fallen comrades. Gazef bowed. We don't need to avenge those who will come back. The Lord will revive the fallen. Though I shall warn you. Those who were evil will be sent to hell. Locuse said as she charged at Lucifer. Ainz followed after her as he had a bone spear and a magic circle on other hand. Come. Lucifer shouted out as purple aura spread out with him in the center. Sanctuary. Locuse shouted out even though she didn't have to. Sending out swords of light, Locuse made a dome around them as she made sure no bystanders will be able to enter. Purple fire erupted from around Lucifer as it shot towards the duo. Stand back. Ainz said as he charged faster. Scales formed around his body as he opened his mouth. Sucking all of the flames in, Ainz formed a purple spear and threw it back at Lucifer. You can eat and morph my fire, but in the end it's still my fire. Lucifer shouted as he reached out with his hand and twirled the spear around his palms. I know. Ainz said as in the moment when Lucifer had his guard down a blur of light shot forward. Locuse wielded her great sword along with her 6 light swords. An image of a golden lotus seemed to form due to her attack patterns. Che! Die! Lucifer shouted out as his figure enlarged into a flame giant. Black smoke like flames were visible all over his body, making him look evil. Some of the adventurers couldn't believe this as it shows that Lucifer was playing around with them. Black clouds gathered as meteors became visible. Holy shit, aren't we acting here? Ainz cried out inside as he gathered his mana. Ha-ah! He shouted out as huge hands made from bone shot up into the sky before exploding and splitting into several other bone hands. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out as Ainz somehow managed to block most of the meteors that threatened them. Though the same couldn't be said for the surroundings as the initial lush forest came a mess of black rubble and flames. Panting slightly, Ainz narrowed his eyes at Lucifer. Locuse. Ainz shouted as Locuse nodded. Her swords gathered once more as it formed a huge bow. Ainz gathered his mana as a huge bone spear appeared mid-air. Latching onto the bow, the mana density spiked up as golden light swirled around the tip of the black spear. Fire! Locuse shouted as the spear shot towards Lucifer. 7 pairs of black smoke like wings wrapped around Lucifer as the arrow shot through Lucifer's body. Boom. A huge explosion rang out from behind Lucifer as his form collapsed, leaving a bloody Lucifer on the ground. Eyes bloodshot, Lucifer glared at both of them before his figure dissembled into the shadows. Watch out! Gazef shouted as Lucifer appeared behind Ainz. He was about to pierce Ainz's chest but was stopped by a sword. I just finished remaking the world and you're about to die on me, overseer of hell. Ray spoke as he acted according to the script. I'm sorry, Lord. Ainz replied as he backed off quickly. Lucifer gave Ray a wink and Ray nodded, making sure no one saw their interaction. Since I just finished the reconstruction of this world, I won't play with you. Ray spoke as his spare hand reached out into the air. Die. Ray spoke as the dark clouds shattered apart, revealing a giant spear of light. Ray's form enlarged as a golden avatar materialized as grabbed the spear. Boom. A giant explosion of light descended as everyone covered their eyes. When they opened them once more, everything within a 10-meter radius of Ray was eradicated. Everyone were speechless as they witnessed the after effects. Making sure the screen was facing him, Ray made his figure clear to the rest of the world. The world is more broken than I thought. Evil oppressing the weak and good. You know who you are. Lucifer was the result and there are more to come. I shall grant you 3 favors and I hope you won't ruin this world. First favor, all who died in this catastrophe shall rise. Ray spoke as a huge array of magic appeared around him. Neon green light spread out as the screen shifted to deserted battlefields. People started to stand up as they looked around in confusion. Favor 2, I shall separate the good and evil with a clear barrier. Ray continued as everyone were teleported to their new worlds. The evil went to hell whilst the good went to heaven. Looking at every good human in front of him, Ray opened his mouth once more. Favor 3, I shall grant you all a system. One which will help you grow and mature. Punish evil and reward the good. The rules shall appear in your mind. In the future there will still be monsters invading every so often, and that is something I can't change. Thus, I leave this job to you. There are many more worlds that need my attention. For those who don't want my favor can reject the system. I won't stop you. Ray spoke as he activated the system. Deploying World Residence System. Done. Deploying Hell Redemption System. Done. Transferring Rules and Regulations. Done. Monster Horde Generator. Activated. After spending a little longer to explain everything, Ray could see that 1/3 of the residents were in hell, whilst 3/4 of the rest were in heaven. The last 1/4 returned to Earth. Seeing that everything was done, Ray's figure enlarged as the golden avatar reappeared. I hope you don't ruin your second chance, Ray said whilst he faded away. In the future, the system he put into place helped turn this abandoned world into one of the most peaceful worlds. They witnessed the horrors of hell and the beauty of heaven. This caused them to repent and focus of repelling waves of monsters instead of plotting against one another. ####. I'm out. Ray cried out in his mind as he left the world. Truly plotting and acting hurt his brain. God, I hope my next quest is easier. He thought, giving his body a stretch. Ray, I'm going to rest a little. I just want to fall into a coma after all the acting. And I swear to God, next time you make me said lines like that again, I'll make sure you won't be able to walk. Lucifer said as Vex glanced at him. You're going to fuck him till he can't walk? So you really were into men. Oh, go fuck yourself, you little shit. Lucifer gave Vex the middle finger before dissembling into mist and flowed back into Ray's body. Bro, I'll go break through to divine rank 7. Next time you see me, I'll be even stronger, hee, Vex said as Ray nodded. Amen. I'll see you later. Ray nodded as Vex flashed away in a streak of light. Faye, let's go to the next world now, Ray said as Faye nodded. System, transfer to world irregular at a magic high school. Ray thought. Initializing, complete. Mission complete, rewards delivered. Status updated. Name, Ray. Age, not applicable. Combat rank, divine rank 4, 12%-32%. New. Body rank, divine rank 5-6, 25%. New. Soul rank, divine rank 6, 28%-42%. New. Will rank, divine rank, 94%-96%. New. MN not bad in PFT. Ray choked on what he was saying when he saw the next screen. Journey in the Animeverse Part 2, irregular at a magical high school. Task, introduce and teach the more effective and efficient type of magic. Restrictions, must become a teacher at first magic high school, must teach for a minimum of 5 years, must make sure your name goes down in history, must make sure you teach MC Tatsuya new knowledge. System God notes, I know how much you love being docile, so here's another mission. Don't worry, there'll be some action later since you know how the plot goes. However, do you think I'll really let you appear near when the plot starts? Rewards, passive skill God tempered body part 2/. Holy fuck, are you serious? I have to be a teacher now? Ray cried out seeing the panel. A teacher? Master, what do you mean? Faye asked looking at Ray. It's my mission in the next world. For this world, I had to redirect its fate into a better one. For the next, I have to become a teacher and teach new magic to the world. Ray explained as he dismissed the panel. I don't see a problem with that. Faye asked, unsure to why Ray is unhappy about it. It's not that there is a problem, but rather I'll have to teach people for at least 5 years, not to mention the kid I told you about. The one who can store and activate his powers. Ray said as they walked. And now here comes the main issue. Ray said, turning around. I have no fucking clue/understanding of the magic system. How do you expect me to teach a revolutionary magic that will work in that world when I don't understand it? Ray cried out in annoyance. Then Master, can't you redirect the world laws to fit your criteria better? She asked. I could, but that will have more implications. It also means that the powers they have will become different. Ray replied, shutting down the idea. Although, system, analyze magical laws of the world and compile it into a book for me. Also included existence plane composition, balancing laws and mana transference laws. Ray instructed as a book started to form in his hand. Master, I've heard you talk to this system and give others a system, but what is it?
Faye asked.
It's something that helps me while I help it. Think of it like a helper that assists me much like you. Ray replied offhandedly as he started to read the book. Traveling to the world will take a little longer since the world is in the middle of science and fantasy. We'll have to travel quite a distance to reach that. In the time, I'll be understanding the laws of the world and you should too. Ray said as he made 2 comfy sofas. It's fine, I'll be content just watching Master study. Faye smiled as she sat on the sofa and hugged her legs. If you say so, I'll leave a copy of the book there so you can read it when you want to. Ray said as he sat down and crossed his legs. Opening the book with his right hand, Ray rested his head on his other hand. Whilst he was reading, the surrounding flashed by as countless planets of different worlds and solar systems appeared and disappeared. Faye kept watching the serious Ray with a smile. It took a month before Ray finally finished the book.
Phew.
I, yours truly, have finally understood this magic system. Ray shouted out as he flung the book as far as he could. Faye was sure she saw the book lit up a flame from the speed and become a meteor before blowing up a planet.
Master?
Faye asked with a sweat drop. Cough, I'll fix it. Ray faked a cough as he reversed the time of the planet to before his book destroyed it. So basically, the magic system of the world is similar to how people would code games. We have the information plane of existence and the physical plane of existence. The 2 planes are connected and whatever happens to one plane affects the other. When a magician uses magic, they overwrite the data in the information plane which then affects the existence plane. Let's say they want to fire off a ball of fire. They would rewrite the information to a series of numbers and codes for fire. The speed of which people actives magic is determined by how fast they rewrite the codes. Ray explained as Faye nodded even though she didn't understand. In order to rewrite these codes, they need to have ink/mana/psions. Everyone has a number of psions under their control, even the normal people. The magicians are those who are able to pick up a pen and use the ink to rewrite the data. Ray continued. This is where the individual Tatsuya Shiba excels everyone in. Instead of picking up a pen and writing the data, he makes a stamp of every spell he knows and when he needs it, he just stamps it in the information plane. Large spells, small spells, everything is activated instantly. Ray smiled as Faye understood. If it was that simple, why did Master take a month to finish reading it? She asked. That was the simplified version. I had to read about the effects, the counterbalance and a lot of other laws that affect the world for each simple spell. But with Master's arsenal of spells, wouldn't it take a long time to find the right stamp? Faye asked as she tilted her head. Yes, which is why I have a theory. Once I copy his skill, I'll be able to classify the effect of each spell into different sections. So instead of having to search through every spell, I constantly deconstruct and construct new spells the moment I need them. Ray replied, standing up. The scenery had already stopped as they reached their destination. Below them was Earth in all of its glory. Let's go, Ray said as he opened a portal. Both him and Faye walked through, causing a blinding white light to cover their visions. System God background settings activated. Name, Ray Yatsuba. Gender, male. Age, background, brother of Miyashiba/Yatsuba, mother of Tatsuya, and Maya Yatsuba, and of Tatsuya. Unknown prodigy in the study of magic. Went overseas at a young age, thus creating a detachment from the family. Main focus in life, the study of magic and passing his knowledge on to the younger generation. Returned after finishing all of his magical-related research. Name, Faye. Gender, female. Age, background, orphan. Taken in by Ray Yatsuba as a personal maid during his times overseas. Fuck. Not only am I a teacher of the kid, but now I'm his uncle too. Ray cried out, seeing the settings. Don't mind that, Master, since it will make it easier and quicker for you to obtain his power. Faye replied as she stood behind him. When the light died down, Ray found out that he was in a private aircraft landing in Japan. Stepping off the plane and walking through the airport, Ray found no one of the Yatsuba family there. Going through the setting that the system had created, Ray realized that his return was kept a secret and that everything he needed was already prepared. A house, passports and other necessities. Come, Faye, we're going to our new house, Ray said as they left. Even though they were quite far away, Ray and Faye decided to take a relaxing stroll. Master, I still can't believe the future is like this. It's just so different, she said, seeing the houses. As time goes on, most people will be looking towards efficiency as well as a compact design. Thus, designs like this will become the new common. Ray replied as he looked around for their house. Standing in front of the house, Ray felt like it looked familiar but couldn't put a finger on it. Walking inside, Ray could see that everything was prepared already. In addition to this, a figure was sitting on the table drinking tea. Ray frowned slightly. Finally returned after so long, and you don't tell your sister about it?
So harsh, she said with a smile.
Sitting in the chair was Maya Yatsuba. The aunt of Tatsuya and the supposed sister of his current identity. She had long dark purple hair and purple eyes. Wearing a ballroom dress of sorts, she sat in a refined position. No use telling you. You'll find out eventually, Ray replied as he sat down opposite her. Faye stood behind him and kept quiet since she knows Ray will handle this. Oh my, gone for so long yet so cold to your sister. If I wasn't sure it was you, then I'll probably think it was a stranger.
She smiled.
Before Ray could reply, she cut him off.
I know.
So long away from the family, no connections. Plus, a lot of us have already been modified, so it's not like we can feel strong emotions to begin with. I just wanted to see what my brother looked like after so long, and I have to say, white hair not bad. She smiled whilst standing up. If you want the Yatsuba family to monopolize my research, then you can forget about it, Ray said as his task was to spread the knowledge around and make a name for himself in history. I don't plan to, since I know what you are like. Well, brother, I'll leave you be. She smiled as she walked out of the house. Thank God for my acting skill I copied. At least I'll be able to act the way of a detached brother convincingly,
Ray thought.
Feeling tired from understanding the magic laws, Ray felt like taking relaxing bath. I'll go for a bath, Faye. Are you able to make the water hotter for me?
Ray asked as Faye nodded.
Sitting on the table, Ray had a look at the virtual notebook and decided to start making notes on what he wants to teach. Since it was his quest to make his name go down in history, he would need to make some earth-shattering discoveries. First, types of magic I can use. External can be classified as elemental and non-elemental. Internal can be classified as reinforcement and self-healing. Domain-type spells are their own category. The world already has the basic forms of external and internal magic. As for domain type, they don't have the full domain type spells yet, so I should make some formulas for them, Ray said while he wrote everything down. To make a domain type spell through interfering with the information plane, Ray muttered as he thought. If I were to change the data to which I can control in a sphere, then it'll be more of a glass orb. I can tell when something enters, but I won't be able to tell anything that happens inside. If I did it like how my domains work, then it'll be too much information for people to process and could turn them into idiots.
Wait, hold on.
If both planes are directly connected, then if I were to shift the data and reel around, wouldn't I be able to enter a separate space with a lower cost and a more efficient speed while still appearing in the real world? Ray thought as an idea appeared in his mind. The idea surfaced whilst he was thinking about how the domain would affect both the information and the reality. To switch the data around, I need to make a mask that makes the real objects seem like data, which will then automatically send it to the information plane. In order to fill the gap that appeared, the data would switch places with the real due to there being two copies in the same location. However, it cannot convert itself into a real due to the actual object still in the information plane, so what remains is a hologram. Ray muttered as he started to jot down the details and sequences of the spell. This spell will require a high level of control, or else the spell would fail to activate. And this was the best case scenario. If they failed to write the sequence properly midway, the spell would sever whatever they picked and kill it. Example being if a person tried to only send their right arm into the information plane and failed the sequence. The arm will switch places but be completely severed from the shoulder and return as disconnected atoms. The result will disintegrate the arm completely. However, with the sequence Ray wrote down, it would revert the object to before it was relocated after the user brought it back from the information plane. The arm would be unaffected. Did I just create Kamui from Naruto using magic of this world? Ray muttered, seeing the finished concept.
Let's try it.
If it works, it will be more powerful than my mist form. I'll be essentially invulnerable, Ray muttered as he activated his sequence just on his torso.
Oh fuck,
Ray suddenly said as his limbs and head fell off his torso. There were nothing connecting the data and real, so they'll fall through each other. Undoing the spell, Ray reverted his body as he had to do some more corrections. It took a while longer as Ray had to try perfect the spell. He had to make sure it couldn't be directly affected or cancelled by an outside interference. He had to also make sure he didn't just fall through the earth whenever he did it. In the time it took for Faye to finish preparing the bath, Ray had created 3 new types of magic. One which made him invulnerable, one which deleted data, and one which transferred data from location to location. All 3 were based on the same concept. Master, I've finished preparing the bath, Faye called out as she saw Ray close a note panel.
Hug me,
Ray said as Faye wondered why. Even though she wondered why, Her body shot forward, not giving Ray a chance to go back on his word. Asterisk crash. Her body phased through Ray's as she crashed against the sofas.
Huh? Wah?
Faye looked over at Ray confused. Master, why can't I touch you?
She asked.
It's a new magic I've developed. In a nutshell, unless I will it, nothing can touch me whilst I'm in this form. Ray smiled at n/o/vel/b/jnc/om.
Oh my God.
Faye cried out and ran towards Ray. Waving her hands through him, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. His aura was there, his presence, his mana, everything.
But she couldn't touch him.
It feels like you're here, but at the same time you're not here,
she said in surprise.
It was harder than you think. It's also not practical just yet. Ray sighed as he revealed a densely packed page of sequences. I have to write this down every time I use this spell. The time it takes to do this is 5 seconds. It takes too long and unpractical during a fight, Ray said as he made himself real again. But once I make a medium or Tatsuyas ability, I'll be able to use this instantly,
Ray said as Faye nodded.
Does Master have a name for it? I'll stick with the name which I took inspiration from.
Ray smiled. Kamui.
Having shown Faye Kamui, Ray turned on the TV and had a look at the date. 2093. I know the Tatsuya and Miyuki enter the first high school in 2095. So I'm 2 years ahead of them, Ray muttered, seeing the time. So Master has to teach for 2 years before you see them? Faye asked as she sat near him and watched the TV as well. Yeah, what time is it now? Ray asked as the TV oddly didn't show the time.
10:58 p.m.?
Faye said, looking at the clock.
I'll go take my bath.
Ray nodded as he stood up. Walking upstairs, Ray saw the huge bath. Undressing himself, Ray looked in the mirror. The last time he checked his body was quite a few years back. His muscles were highly compact but didn't look ugly. He still had some flesh padded around the edges, so he didn't look like a dried-up corpse. His features were a lot sharper now as he looked quite handsome. His red iris contrasted against his white hair as he noticed something different. Originally, his irises were pure red, but now his left iris was that of a red silver whilst the right was red gold. His hair had some changes as well, as they had some aspects of black and red encroaching on the tips and the roots of his hair. They weren't large but enough to notice the slightly darker tones in his hair.
Strange,
Ray commented, seeing his look. Shrugging slightly, Ray soaked his body into the bath as closed his eyes. Ray sighed out in relaxation. I should do this more often, Ray thought, feeling the hot bath was rather pleasant. Ray spent 30 minutes in the bath as he felt his muscles relax completely in that time. Walking out, Ray wore a loose robe and a towel around his neck. Faye, if you also want a bath you can go for one, Ray said as he walked into the living room. Turning around, Faye saw Ray's figure wearing loose robes and his damp hair framing his face. She blushed heavily as she quickly replied.
Yes. Okay.
I'll go for one now, she said, rushing towards the bath. Ray only laughed slightly before sitting down and activated the laptop.
Let's see. First high school. Found it,
Ray muttered, searching through the net.
EI? How convenient.
They're looking for a teacher to teach some magic lectures, Ray muttered, seeing the first high school recruiting for some teachers. Requirements are a good understanding of magic theory, practical applications of magic, real-time reactions, and the ability to simplify and teach lectures. Why only a good understanding? Why not great understanding? Ray, though, seeing this. What he doesn't realize is that they don't have the same prestige as they do in the future. Last year, 2092, the third high school won the 9 schools competition, so most above-average teachers are looking at third high school instead of first high school. Only after First Magic High won the competition did they slowly start building some reputation for themselves. So in order for them to recruit some decent teachers, they have to lower the requirements and go for an interview instead, hoping to luck out and get someone good. If not, they could only stay with their numbers, as it was better to go with quality than quantity. I'll just need to arrive for their public testing tomorrow, Ray read on and smiled. Kamui is too complicated to teach, not that I'm planning to teach it. The other 2 spells aren't fully practical yet either. I'll need to at least prepare something relatively simple for them, Ray thought as he had an idea. How about I introduce them to sequence casting? Ray thought before nodding, as it was simple yet also quite groundbreaking should they apply this practically. Going through his notes, Ray jotted down a few example lessons he would teach. Finishing his preparations, Ray decided to sleep since he had nothing to do through the night. Finding his room, Ray turned to the bathroom.
Faye.
I'll head off to bed, You should too when you finish. Ray called out before entering his room. Making sure his hair was dry, Ray laid on the bed and closed his eyes. ####. Programming a domain using the information plane. Options of applications so far which won't kill the people who use it in this world. 1. Sequence programming. 2. Sensory enhancements. ####. Tonight, Ray didn't dream about his memory, rather his mind worked to try perfect domain-type magic. Opening his eyes, Ray turned to the clock and saw that it was 6:30 a.m. Shrugging slightly, Ray looked in the closet for some clothes that fit this era rather than his indestructible set of clothes he obtained back in Boku no Hero. Looking in the closet, Ray decided to choose the more professional-looking clothes. A black t-shirt, black suit pants and a long white lab coat. Going downstairs, Ray made a simple Western breakfast of bacon, sausage, waffles and egg. Drawn in by the aroma, Faye walked downstairs in a half-asleep state. "Good mornin', master," she spoke with a slur showing that she wasn't fully awake just yet. "Eat up, in an hour or so I'll be heading to First High School and apply for a teaching position." Ray spoke as he finished his meal. Making himself a cup of coffee, Ray sat on the sofa and watched the news. While he didn't need coffee, Ray thought that since it was available why not have it? He didn't need food either, but since it tasted good, he might as well eat. The news was boring as Ray lost interest quickly. UWO. Delicious. Faye suddenly cried out behind Ray, who smiled slightly. Several clangs could be heard due to the friction of both the knife and fork hitting the plates. "When I go to First High School, do you want to come along?" he asked. "Nah, I'm fine staying at home, master," she replied quickly, swallowing the food she had in her mouth. "Suit yourself," Ray said as he stood up and washed the cup. Wearing some shoes, Ray walked to the door and pulled out the card for the house. "I'm heading out," he said as he left. "Take care," Faye replied, finishing her meal. Locking the door, Ray started to walk towards the First High School. He couldn't help but feel like the roads and this house were more familiar. "I'll probably remember later," Ray thought as he dismissed the thought. Walking towards the First High School, Ray could see the countless students walking around towards their class. Even now, Ray could see the clear discrimination between ranks. Ignoring this for the time being, Ray walked towards the place where he would go for an interview. "Wait, isn't that Mayumi Sigusa?" Ray muttered, seeing her with some younger-looking individuals. Alright, 2093, the year when the student president was just a first year. Ray thought as he walked away. Mayumi glanced over at Ray as she saw a handsome man walk towards the teacher recruitment room. "Is that the first teacher coming for recruitment?" she asked as one of her friends replied. "Yeah, it seems so. Other teachers left for different high schools." "I see," she muttered before turning back to her friends. Walking in the room, Ray saw that the teacher seemed lifeless whilst he rested his head on the desk. The teacher was called Kazuo Tsuzura. He was a middle-aged man with wrinkles showing his age. Short hair that seemed tell that he will be bald in a few years. He wore a white t-shirt with a gray vest and a white lab coat, much like Ray. "Ah, someone actually came," he cried out in surprise, seeing Ray. "Wait, no one came?" Ray thought in confusion. "So what do I do for this interview?" Ray asked, sitting down. "Since you're the only one, we just need you to hold a test lecture, is that okay?" he asked as he looked at Ray with a smile. "Wait, is that it?" Ray asked as it was too simple even if he was the only applicant. "Yeah, that's it. No one else came and the time for recruitment will be over soon. So I'll just need you to hold a test lecture to see your abilities," he said as Ray nodded. It was reasonable. "Alright, so where do I go?" Ray asked, accepting his reasoning. He just follow me." He smiled as he stood up. Ray followed him as they started to make their way through the school. "As you can see, we don't have many teachers since Third High School poached most of them away. However, this is also an advantage as we can give the students some experience in leading people as well. Not to mention this year we have a few students who belong to the 10 great families," Kazuo explained as they walked. Kazuo kept talking about how the negatives weren't negatives and that it could be beneficial to Ray in order to solidify the view he had on First High. "You know, even if you didn't tell me, I would have tried to join anyways," Ray thought, but still nodded to his statements. "We're here. If you need any help, just gesture to me, alright? Good luck." Kazuo smiled as Ray walked through the door. Walking on the podium, Ray could see the students not give him two shits as they chatted. "Alright, quiet down, the lecture will be starting." Ray spoke into the mic, but most of the students didn't listen to him. Ray felt an urge to punch some kids who were clearly sneering at him. Don't punch them, Ray thought as he brought his right hand up. Kazuo was curious as to how Ray would silence this bunch of unruly students. "Mute," Ray said as he snapped his finger. The hall became eerily silent as some students widened their eyes in fear when they couldn't make a sound. They tried to clutch at their throat.
Sit,
Ray said again as he snapped his fingers. The students who were standing up sat down straight away as they lose control of their bodies. Kazuo narrowed his eyes seeing this. When I'm lecturing, don't talk or move, Ray said as his eyes brought slight fear into the students. What you saw me do then was what I like to call sequence casting. Whilst most magicians have to write the codes to cast their spells using a CAD, sequence casting will allow you to make a single spell that would affect an area without you putting too much psions into the spell itself, Ray said as he started his lecture. For example, when I used the spell mute, I had set up the area of effect and the command of, whoever talks without my permission will be muted. In order to do this, I must first set up the area of effect. This is the first step to sequence casting, as without the area the spell will fail. To set the field, you first use your psions to cover an area like a glass dome. This area does nothing other than giving the sequences an area to act upon. The following commands must be set up like rules within a game. For the spell mute, the command would be, within the designated area, whoever talks without my permission shall be muted. This may seem simple, but in order to pull this off, the codes used in the sentence must be accurate. The code for within the designated area must be the coordinates and the dimension of your space. The code for whoever talks without my permission is a two-part command, as the first part would be for the data to recognize the sound wave data emitted from your throats. The next part would be for the data to recognize that each source of the sound wave I hear will be targeted by the next code. The next code is shall be muted. This is a simple silencing spell, as it stops the sound waves from traveling out of your throat the moment it detects the intent to speak. However, each of these spells combined can't be called sequence casting, as it is not yet a sequence. Therefore, we need the activation code and a string of commands. When I say the word mute, the sequence shall assemble. When I snap my finger, wherever the sound waves touch shall be my area of effect. When the finger is snapped, the code within the designated area will be activated, followed by whoever talks without my permission, before finishing with shall be muted. Until I disable this sequence, as long as anyone in the area of effect tried to talk with or without my knowledge will be muted unless I let them talk, Ray explained as he smiled. This is where the best benefit of sequence casting comes from. Automated responses. If I were to make a sequence for protecting my house, whoever enters that isn't registered shall be locked down and detained until I let them out, then even when I'm away from the house the sequence will activate as long as I supplied it with power to keep the sequence on standby. As to how I supply it with power, that can be a secret for now, Ray said with a slight grin as he could already see that interest in some students' faces. Now for the written down code, Ray said, walking to the digital whiteboard and took the pen for it. The code is split into different sections. For the section regarding whoever talks is written like this. Ray said as he started to write. Detect IDOS entity, sound wave. Positive equals detect source. Negative equals remain dormant. When detected source check for living organism designation, human. Positive equals activate sequence, without my permission. Negative equals remain dormant. As for the numerical code, I have designed the sequence casting to be based on binary coding, as it is more efficient than to activate codes involving several different numbers. This is due to the CAD needing to only use 2 numbers instead of 9, reducing the time needed to find and apply the numbers. When the sequence is activated, it will automatically translate into the information plane, as data can be read in many ways. For those who want the binary code for this sequence, here it is. Ray said as he started to write down a bunch of ones and zeros. Example being the binary for detect IDOS entity, sound wave, is 01010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101020 01110110000110011001001. Ray continued his lecture for an hour as he explained the intricacies of sequence casting as well as how it may be applied. And with that, the basic lesson to the magic type I've created, sequence casting, is done. Ray said with a smile as he erased everything and walked out. Remembering something, he walked back into the room and said,
"Unmute, release,"
before snapping his fingers, giving the students back their freedom. Stepping out before they made a racket, Ray walked away with Kazuo. "You surprised me today," he said, giving Ray an appreciative look. "Ah yes, I haven't asked you for your name yet, have I?" Kazuo said as he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly.
"I'm Ray. Yotsuba Ray,"
Ray replied with a smile. It was like thunder striking his mind when Kazuo heard Ray. "Ahaha, excuse me, but I must be having some hearing problems." "Did you say Hosuba Ray? Not too common of a surname," Kazuo said as he turned to look forward.
"No, you heard me right. Yotsuba Ray.
I'm a part of the Yotsuba family, though I can't say I'm here on their behalf." Ray smiled as he revealed his identity easily. Since he needed to make a name for himself, the best way would be to reveal his identity sooner. This would drive back any pesky insects that would become greedy for his knowledge. Kazuo stumbled slightly as Ray helped stabilize him.
"How come you're at our humble high school?
Wouldn't the third high school be better for you?" Kazuo asked as he looked at Ray. For someone of Ray's stature to join the first high, which couldn't even get more than one teacher applying, was inconceivable for him. Not to mention the only teacher who came was him. "I live nearby, so I thought it would be easier for me to come here. Also, for me the high school doesn't matter as long as I can pass on my knowledge," Ray replied with a smile. This, however, was complete bullshit. One of his requirements to complete the task was to become a teacher at first high school. He could only come to first high school to complete his requirements to obtain the second part to the God-tempered body. "Is there another lecture today?" Ray asked as they walked to the office to get everything registered. "No more theory lectures for today. After this is practical experiments and then clubs. Do you want to help out the practical experiments?" Kazuo asked, filling out some information to register Ray as an official teacher at first high school.
"Sure."
Ray nodded as they walked to the canteen to have some food. "So before we go to the practical experiments, is there a staff room or a room designated to me?" Ray asked, trying some of the food. "Yes there is, but for your room do you want it to show your full name or just Ray.Y?"
Kazuo asked. "Full name is fine,"
Ray replied, finishing his food. It wasn't the best nor was it the worst. "Alright, I'll get it done, but first take this. This device should stay with you for most of the school year. Think of it like a portable laptop. Students can message you through this. There are timetables for different activities and lectures as well as times for when the labs are available," Kazuo said, handing Ray a tablet-like device.
"Thanks,"
Ray said as he took the tablet. Looking at it, Ray could see that the school had placed some data tracking in it. Shrugging slightly, Ray decided to modify the tablet when he went home. Looking for the practical experiments, Ray walked over to the lab. "Hello, I'm just here to help out," Ray called out, entering the room. As he looked at some of the students, Ray could see some familiar faces of those who took part in his lecture as well as future figures. Those who took part in his lecture couldn't help but shift their gaze away quickly as if they saw a monster, whilst those who didn't take part looked at him with curiosity. "Don't mind me, carry on." Ray waved slightly as he looked around for the teacher. "Where's the teacher?" Ray thought, seeing that there are only students. Excuse me, if you're looking for a teacher, the practical lessons are run by students," a quiet voice called out behind him. Turning around, Ray saw that it was one of the people who took part in his lecture. "I see, I'll be helping out in this school whenever I can, so are you able to tell me what you're practicing this lesson?" Ray asked with a smile.
The female student nodded.
"We're practicing on improving our casting time, activation time, and effectiveness,"
she said as Ray nodded.
Looking at the people practicing, Ray couldn't help but frown as how bad it was. It was fast but ineffective, inefficient, and most of all, some of them can't even bring out the full power due to fast casting and bad coding. "Alright everyone, stop," Ray said as he was about to clap his hands. However, when the students who took part in his lecture saw the gesture, they immediately forced the student around them to stop quickly in fear. Losing control of their bodies were a horrible experience after all. Seeing their reactions, Ray felt the urge to laugh slightly. "Alright, so to help all of you, I want each of you to demonstrate the test to me, and I'll grade you," Ray said as he pulled up a chair and crossed his legs. "We'll go with the people who think they're the fastest ones first," Ray said, bringing up the class panel and prepared to mark their demonstrations. "Furiha Tetsuo, first year Bloom. Watch carefully." a student said as he demonstrated his powers. Ha! Watch carefully, my ass. First off, to decrease the casting time, you shortened the code, which then weakened it. Next, to activate it quickly, you removed the safety features and accelerated the object too quickly without a care. Then, to bring it back, you made a semi-soft wall for it to bounce back. Ray retorted as he watched. If you were in a car and you controlled it like which you have, then you would have died 8 out of 10. The other 2 will leave you paralyzed for life. Ray continued as he saw the student grit his teeth. What, you have a problem? Then do the code correctly. Foundations are important, so don't cut corners. Scram! Ray said, telling the next person to come up. Ray was harsh so that he could try break the wall between blooms and weeds. Everyone has something they're good at, but as long as foundations are good, then the future is also good. People who focus of short casting time but weak foundations are the real trash in Ray's eyes. Same problem, shortened code, no safety. Scram! Same problem. Worse problem. It's not even the same spell anymore. Scram! Ray demolished the entire class as a third of the class fell below his expectations. However, when Ray saw the quiet girl who called out to him stand up, he realized the contempt when looking at her. She seemed nervous as Ray opened his mouth. Everyone is on the same playing ground. Just do what you can, I'll help if it is up to standards. Ray said as she nodded nervously. Seeing her perform, the students couldn't help but giggle, seeing her abysmally slow performance. Shut up. Student, continue please. Ray said as he shut the surroundings up. The female student nodded as she continued n/o/vel/b//and c//om. Finishing the experiment, she gripped the hem of her dress nervously. Ray only smiled as he took out the panel. Not bad, the code was secure and hard to be affected by outside interference. Safety was guaranteed. Cushioning when returning the object was good. Was a car, it would be equal to a relaxing cruise. Good job. Improve on fast, you can write the code without cutting corners and you'll be good to go. Ray smiled as praised her. On the more practical side, she has the perfect foundations to be a tanker. Strong, sturdy, albeit a little slow. What? How is this trash better than me? Furiha Tetsuo cried out. As the number 1, he could accept if everyone failed and just blamed it on the teach. But a weed beat him. Not only that, it was the trash amongst the weakest weeds. The lowest of the low. If she is trash, then you aren't even worthy to be mentioned. Shut it and scram. Ray replied. Furiha's chest heaved in slightly anger. I get it now, you're lusting after her, isn't it? I get it, get everyone's moral down, then you can trap her. Good. I didn't think of you like that. He sneered, hoping to get everyone against Ray. Ho, lusting after her, you say? Ray said slowly as his pressure leaked out. The walls cracked as Furiha, the target of the pressure, kneeled heavily and broke his kneecaps on the tiles. Listen here now, you little shit. Ray said as he gripped at his head and lifted him up. His cold aura radiated around him, making some students shiver. Furiha Tetsuo. Son of Aki Tetsuo and Hideki Tetsuo. A sister called Ami Tetsuo. Let's see, oh wow. The shit you committed when you were 9, 10, 14 and 15th were the worst. Shall I recite them out for you? Ray said, narrowing his eyes. Furiha widened his eyes in fear as his body shook. Piss off from my class. Ray said as he threw him to the door. Furiha cried out as he scrambled to his feet as fast as possible and ran away from Ray with all his might. Even though his kneecaps were broken, he endured just to get away from this demon. Slander me like him and you know the results. However, just so you know, I already have a wife, wives, and a daughter who's a little older than you. I give praise when it is due, understand. Ray narrowed his eyes as he sat back down. The students nodded frantically. Also, in my lectures, drop this bloom and weed bullshit. If you're good, I'll tell you. If you're trash, I'll also tell you. Ray said as they nodded once more. Good, next. Ray said as the rest of the students stood up one by one. Same problem. Pretty good, focus more in the latter half of the spell. Are you even trying to activate a spell? You didn't even construct the code right. Scram. Same problem. ####. By the end of it, Ray sat with his hands against his face as he sighed. 6 of you passed and 3 barely passing out of a class of 60. Are you fucking kidding me? Ray said out loud as no one spoke. Out of the 6, 4 were course 2 students/weeds and 2 were course 1/blooms. The 6 of you who passed stand aside. Everyone else listen the fuck up. Ray said, standing up. First step of casting, as everyone knows, is writing the code. However, in order to pursue speed, all of you chose to shorten it, unlike the 6 of them. If you wanted faster casting, then cutting corners is not right. For people who cast faster, they would modify their own CADs or get a personalized one by a professional.
You know why?
Because rather than inputting numbers one by one, they have an array of number combinations for them to use when activating a spell. These combinations can be from just 1 digit or up to 15 digits. Next problem is that most of you forgotten the safety functions. Sure, you can say you'll remember it in the future and that a little object like this is harmless. But that is wrong. Fuck up the code and this object can be a bomb. How and why, you ask? Watch this. Ray said as he made a barrier around the students. First I cut corners in the code like all of you fucknuts. Ray said as he demonstrated.
Fuck the safety. And set off.
Asterisk boom. An explosion rang out as the students paled slightly.
Reverse.
Ray said as they could see everything mending together again. As to why the object blew up, it's because of the code combination that is the result of cutting corners and safety options. For example, if the code for forward movement is E0143C947T, and you cut it into E143C947T, then you don't know if that code is still forward movement. It might be backwards movement or, as I demonstrated, explosion. It may be a low chance, but some of you fuckers very nearly blew us up. Ray said, narrowing his eyes. Some of you may be wondering why the other teachers aren't coming after that explosion or how I reversed it to how it was. Then I'll tell you. For those who entered my lecture, you should know about my sequence casting. So here's an extra lesson for you. In this area of control, no vibrations shall be passed outside. This means noise, explosions, or anything which involves vibrating atoms won't be transferred outside this room. As for how I turned back the wall to how it was, I recorded the IDOS coding for the state of the room before I started my demonstration and replaced the code after the damage was done. Thus the room reversed into its previous state. Ray explained as the students nodded. I can definitely say I'm a violent teacher, but it is necessary to correct all of you into semi-decent mages worthy to be meat shields rather than free kills. Ray said, exposing the harsh truth. Some of the students felt uncomfortable, but Ray ignored them. Looking at the time, Ray saw that the period was about to end.
Just in time.
I won't force you into my lectures, but for those who attend my lectures and use my teachings well, I can guarantee you that you'll at least become a state magician. Who knows, maybe some of you might become a world-class mage. Ray smiled as some students didn't believe Ray. Alright, lessons over, scram. Ray dismissed them as he sat down and started to write some notes on the class. That was a rather harsh lesson, Professor Yatsuba. A woman said behind Ray as he turned around. It was Haruka Ono, the counselor for First High School. She has short orange hair, a jumper that covers her neck, black trousers and a white lab jacket.
I need it to be harsh.
I must change their mentalities early on so it doesn't encroach on them later. They didn't have a proper teacher, so their magic is screwed. If I don't be harsh, they won't take the lessons to heart. Ray replied as he stood up. Yes, but being too violent isn't good either. She said, following Ray, trying to persuade him.
They're 16.
After they leave, they might have to join the army and fight wars we don't know. But by exposing them, we can prepare them. Also, it's because they don't have a sense of threat that they become lazy.
Trust me.
Even if I break them, I can guarantee I'll fix up their mental states real good. Ray smiled as Haruka shivered. I'll have to go supervise some clubs, so I'll bid you farewell. Ray smiled as he left her behind. It was also this lesson that started Ray's new nickname,
White Demon.
Walking through the school, Ray decided to look for a few clubs he could help out with. Let's see, wow, that's a lot of clubs. Ray muttered, seeing the list. I'll pick a few for today. Cooking club seems the easiest. Ray said as cooking didn't need any magic knowledge. Walking towards the cooking club, Ray saw that there were only a few members. Hello, I'm here to help the cooking club. Ray called out as they turned to him.
Oh, it's you again.
Ray said in surprise as he saw the quiet kid again.
Ah, sensei.
She said in surprise, seeing Ray here to help the cooking club. Sup, I'm here to help the cooking club. Cook something up and I'll give you guys some pointers. I'll even give you a recipe if you guys do good. Ray said with a smile. TSK, don't give me that look. This is the first time I'll be giving away my recipes. Other people won't even get it if they begged. Ray clicked his tongue, seeing their doubtful look. The students nodded as the quiet girl stood where she was. Do you need something?
Ray asked.
Thank you for helping me today, sensei. She said as Ray smiled. As long as you work hard, I'll help you. People who look down on others without the qualifications aren't worth my time. Ray replied, sitting down on a stool.
I understand.
She nodded as she jogged away. Ray opened his tablet as he looked for her information.
Harumi Ito.
Radar chart, physical ability 2, intelligence 3, magical ability 1, combat ability 1, special 1. Wow, that's quite low. Ray thought, seeing her radar chart. However, even though the radar chart had shown low stats, her potential was bigger than those who had higher stats. As he was checking out some other information, the meals were done as Ray put away his tablet. Looking at the food in front of him, Ray didn't even feel like tasting them. Seems like the only who cared was Harumi, as she was the only who looked half decent. Her dish was a simple meat dish, as it was sauce, an assortment of meats in the middle surrounded by some veg. Tapping the table slightly, Ray pulled out a pair of chopsticks made from the table and started to taste the food.
Not bad.
Do you cook often? Ray asked Harumi as she nodded. I cook for my little brother,
she replied.
Not bad, though the sauce needs just a little more flavoring. The meat can be tenderized a little longer, but since you were low on time, it's good for the time it took. Ray praised as he moved on to the other meals. Bland, did you even put any flavoring into this?
Sugar instead of salt.
Are you kidding me? There are still eggshells in this. The fucking meat is still raw? After tasting everything, Ray had a frown. Seems like this school is really suffering from lack of teachers, so students don't give two shits. Fine, let yours truly fixed this school up real good,
Ray thought.
Alright, you little shits, listen up, Ray called out as he returned the chopsticks back to the table. Walking to the side, Ray grabbed an apron as he walked in front of the remaining materials that are out right now.
Meat and some veg.
Skewers it is, Ray thought as he grabbed a knife and traced the edge. First step, make sure your knife is sharp, Ray said as he pointed at the knife.
Pucci.
Ray turned around and saw that only Harumi was listening.
TCH, fine Harumi, come here.
I'll teach you the recipe. Rest of you piss off, Ray said as Harumi nodded and walked over.
First we need a sharp knife.
Sharper knife means a cleaner cut when you cut the meat, Ray said as reinforced his finger and started to sharpen the knife. We're going to make a meat dish today, so first we need to marinate the meat to give it some flavor. Since we're low on time, we can use magic as replacement, Ray said as he placed the knife down and got the meat into a bowl. Adding some flavor to the meat, Ray placed a spell that would increase the time in a specific area. While we wait for the magic to simulate how the marinated meat would be like overnight, we'll prepare the veg,
Ray said as Harumi nodded.
Going through the rest of the steps such as cutting the meat, adding a slight taste of honey, I tried meat skewers which were done with a bit of honey, and oh god was it nice. As well as other spices before frying everything. Ray explained it all in detail so that Harumi understood the process. Finishing the meat skewers paired with some veg, the aroma causes the other club members to gulp down their saliva.
Here, try it.
I'll give you the entire recipe later so you can try it, Ray smiled as she nodded. Taking a bite of the food, she widened her eyes as she felt herself immersed in the food. The rest of you little shits don't have a part in this. You only had to listen, but you still couldn't do that, Ray sneered as he glared at them who looked away. Snapping out of it, Harumi finished her skewer quickly.
Sensei, can I take this home for my brother? She asked. Sure.
Ray smiled as he made a magic sequence. Use this, it should keep the dish in its prime condition so your brother can have it fresh,
Ray said as Harumi nodded.
Here's the recipe, I'll check back in a few days to see if you have any improvements. The recipe is designed to only recognize you and no one else can use it.
Good luck.
Ray smiled, taking off his apron and walked out the room. Next club, Kendo and Kenjutsu Club, Ray said walking towards the dojo. When he arrived, as could already see a few people with decent skill.
Ohaya?
Seems like this club is pretty good, Ray smiled as he walked in. Seeing him, a young man approached with a light smile.
Sensei, he said.
Ah, you're Yaiba Ketsu. One of the course 1 students who passed, weren't you? Ray said as Yaiba nodded.
Yes, I am.
I'm grateful for the fact that Sensei understands how important foundations are and is willing to teach it even by force for our future,
he said as he bowed.
Ray rubbed his nose slightly with a small smile. I'm just here to help out some clubs. Why not a light spare between us?
Ray asked.
That would be a pleasure. Magic or no magic?
Yaiba asked. Either is fine. Ray smiled. Then no magic.
Since over-reliance on magic is bad for self-discipline, Yaiba said as he got some training gear. Not bad, kiddo, Ray said, feeling appreciative of this young man. His philosophy was quite unique for this era. Then Sensei, we'll go with normal rules of kendo so whoever scores 2 points win, Yaiba said, placing the training gear on his face.
Sure.
Ray nodded but placed the training gear away and held the bamboo sword.
Sensei?
Yaiba asked, confused.
Don't worry about it.
Ray smiled as Yaiba nodded. People gave them space as they watched their captain about to spar with the new teacher. Yaiba was the captain of both Kenjutsu and Kendo Club since he likes to do both. His personality and philosophy made everyone in the clubs respect him except for a few.
Here I come,
Yaiba said as he charged at Ray, who only kept a smile on his face. Yaiba struck out with his sword as his footwork made it seem like the attack was going to hit from the top when the reality was from the side. Seeing the footwork, Ray used his own as his figure disappeared. What? Yaiba cried out in surprise seeing his attack miss, but more importantly Ray's disappearance. He felt a tap on his head from behind and turned quickly. Seeing Ray with a smile, he felt confused. Don't worry, I didn't use magic, but rather a set of footwork of mine. It takes advantage of your perception and erases me from your view. Your attack was good, but you were too invested into the attack. You have no way to retreat, and because of this one of your sides was unguarded, allowing me to slip past. Ray said as Yaiba nodded eagerly. Teacher, are you able to tell me the name of the footstep? He asked as Ray thought before nodding. The footwork is called ghost steps. Ray relied with a smile.
Again,
Yaiba cried out as he felt excitement raise up within him.
Sure,
Ray said as they continued to clash a few times. While it was an overwhelming defeat, Yaiba already felt himself improve as with each spar. Thank you, Sensei, for your guidance, he said with a bow. No problem, I'll help out occasionally, so keep working hard, Ray replied, giving the bamboo sword back to Yaiba. Walking out the club, Ray saw that he should have just enough time for one more club. Captain, who was that? His sword skills were insane, a person said walking up to Yaiba. Yeah, he's the new teacher they got today. Not only is his magic study amazing, but his physical abilities as well, Yaiba said as his hands clenched in excitement. He wanted to study under Ray and try to surpass him one day. Checking out the tablet, Ray didn't know which club he should help with. Ah, Professor, hello. A voice called out as Ray turned around. It was Mayumi Sigusa, who he met this morning briefly. Hello, how can I help? Ray asked, unsure as to why she would come find him. I'm just asking, but is Professor looking to help clubs out? She asked as Ray nodded. Why don't we have a new system? We can make a system where different clubs will book a time slot for you to help out, she said as Ray thought and nodded. It was better than him just walking around on a whim. Sure, is there anything else you need help with? Ray asked as she nodded. In 3 months the 9-school competition will start. Since Professor is proficient in so many areas, will you be able to help the school council train up some participants? She asked as Ray nodded. Sure, do you have a list of the different event? I'll go make some magic sequences depending on the event, Ray said as she nodded. Here is a list of all the events. I'll be looking forward to your lecture tomorrow, Professor, she said as Ray nodded. Looking at her walk away, Ray only shrugged as he walked home whilst looking at the events. Ray Yatsuba, brother of the Yatsuba twins who are the current head of the Yatsuba clan. Genius unparalleled in the study of magic theory. Some say even Taurus Silver pales in comparison. Whilst Taurus Silver publicizes his findings, Ray Yatsuba keeps it to himself until he finished understanding the secrets of magic. For him to become a teacher and teach something with outrageous potential like sequence casting, it must mean he finished understanding magic completely. Mayumi thought seriously as this would affect the world. For a person such as Ray who holds the secrets of magic to come out publicly like this must mean he fears no one. Let's see, events for both first years and second/third years are Monolith Code, Mirage Bat and Ice Pillar Break. The events only for first years are Speed Shooting, Crowd Ball and Battleboard. Events for second years are Rower and Gunner, Shield Down and Steeplechase Cross Country. Ray said out loud as he read information about the events. Monolith Code is a men's only game. At the competition site, which is randomly generated by the system, magic is used to fight over the monolith. Each team has 3 players. The outcome is determined by splitting the monolith in the enemy encampment and transmitting a concealed code. Any attacks other than magic are forbidden. Mirage Bat is a women's only game. Players must constantly invoke magic to leap into the air and strike down on holographic spheres and gain points for their team. Outcome is determined by how many points they rack up in the end. Ice Pillar Break is a game where 2 players stand on a tower 4 meters in height, defending 12 pillars contained in 12-meter square area, while attacking 12 pillars in the opposition's field. The outcome is decided by whoever destroys all of their enemies' pillars first. And so on. I'll spare you the reading, so here is the link if you're wondering where I found these, /wiki/9_schools_competition/second_year. Reaching his house, Ray opened the door as he was greeted with a charging Faye attempting to hug him. Reaching out and grabbing her face, Ray lightly threw her to the sofas. I'm home, Ray said, taking his shoes off. Welcome home, Faye shouted back as she got off the sofas.
How was the school?
It was okay. Ray shrugged as he sat down on the table and brought up a digital notepad ready to write down more codes. What were you up to today? Ray asked as Faye sat down on a chair. I just cleaned up the house a little and watched TV. Faye said as she watched him work.
Are you not bored? He asked.
Not really. She said. She swung her legs back and forth. Come with me to the school tomorrow. You can help out as my assistant.
Ray said as Faye nodded.
So what are you doing now, Master?
She asked.
Making some magic sequences to get first in every event for the 9-school competition.
Ray said as she nodded.
Easiest event to make a sequence for is Mirage Bat. In 2 years Tatsuya will introduce flying magic, so I'll let him have the honor. Instead I'll make something similar. Instead of flying, it's more like creating invisible platforms mid-air. I should also make a device combined with sequence magic so other schools can't use it. Ray said, writing down codes. Say, Master, wouldn't the other schools complain about it?
Faye said as Ray nodded.
Who told them to take so many of our teachers? And if they leak the code it's fine, since the sequence would be, only those who I give permission can use this code. Ray smiled as he could picture their faces. To try so hard and take his code, yet they couldn't even take a single point because of it. This spell should be sufficient for now, as it allows quicker acceleration and turning. But relied a bit more on the physical prowess compared to flying.
Unless
I make the device generate bounce pads as well. Ray muttered, adding more to the sequence. Monolith code is a bit harder since different players use different magic. I'll have to code it live when I see them tomorrow. Ray said, saving the code for Mirage Bat in his device. Ice Pillar Break is easy. I just need a code for transforming the IDOS code for ice into the IDOS code for steam. Ray muttered, writing a code down quickly. While Tatsuya makes a speed shooting code in 2 years, I think I'll take this one since I'll give him the honor of flying magic. Ray said as he made a new page and started to write the code. Done. Now when they activate the magic they can sleep if they want since the magic is automatic and will target the designated object. The more intricate side of this is that the sequence will read the user's intention and attack the targets. It works even in an army. Read intention, then shoot down the army. Ray smiled, saving this code as well. Faye giggled as Ray raised an eyebrow. Sorry, Master, but just thinking about what they would think if they saw Master inventing codes every minute made me laugh. Faye admitted as she smiled. What can I say? Not everyone can understand every law linked to the use of magic in this world. Arriving early in the morning, Ray took a leisurely stroll to his office with Faye. She wore a tight office skirt and shirt along with a white lab jacket. Admittedly, she chose a tighter shirt hoping to create more of a bust for Ray to see, but alas, it failed with her flatboard. She drew countless gazes as her beauty shocked the students. While her body stature was less mature, her beauty makes one ignore that. Oi, did Demon Sensei kidnap someone?
Sure.
Do you want him to hear you? I doubt he kidnapped someone, but doesn't he know not to bring underage people here? Hold up, didn't he say he had a daughter a little older than us? Ignoring her body, could she be his daughter? I doubt it since they look nothing alike. Also, can't you see her outfit? Could she be an assistant?
Surely not.
You, Master, they're calling me your daughter. Faye said out loud as she looked over at Ray.
MN, ignore them.
Ray replied, but the commotion grew bigger.
Holy shit.
Did she just say Master?
Yes, she did.
She's his maid. Ray only gave the surroundings a glare as they backed off. Reaching his office, Ray started to organize his files as Faye stood beside him. Asterisk, knock knock knock.
Come in.
Ray called out as Kazuo walked in.
Who's this?
Kazuo asked as he immediately saw Faye.
My assistant.
Ray replied simply whilst transferring his files he needed into his tablet. Master, you forgot my role as your cute maid. Faye smiled, budging closer to Ray.
MN.
Ray ignored her as he swung his chair around. Do you need anything?
Ray asked.
Yeah, it's about the student yesterday.
The one dash I broke the knees of?
Yeah, what about it? Ray said, crossing his legs. If you're worried about it, just go look in the rules and agreements. Clause 24 Section B, malicious slander which could affect teaching and personal life. It should get them off my back. If not, just tell them I belong to the Yatsuba family. Ray replied as Kazuo twitched his smiled a little, seeing how nonchalant Ray was. But you still shouldn't have done it.
He replied. So? I could have done worse.
I'm pretty sure a broken kneecap is easier to heal than disembowelment. Ray replied as Kazuo thought, holy shit.
Disembowelment.
Kazuo said as he widened his eyes. Don't worry, it's not like I'll kill them. Ray said as Kazuo laughed nervously.
Ahaha.
I see it was a joke since you can't live after being disemboweled, he said as Rei turned to him again.
Who said so?
I got my means of keeping them alive. Rei replied seriously as Kazuo wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't do anything either since Rei was the brother of the current head of the Yatsuba family. A professor like him couldn't go offend them. Anyways, you need me for anything else? Rei asked as he saw that it was almost time for his lecture. Ah yes, the school had made a class of 40 students for the upcoming 9 schools competition. The lecture is just after lunch,
Kazuo said as Rei nodded.
Can you send me a list of all the people participating? Rei asked as Kazuo nodded. Alright, do you know how I can register my magic sequences? Rei asked as Kazuo nodded again. Just fill in this form and make sure it isn't copied off an already existing sequence and it should be registered under your name, Kazuo said, sending a form to Rei's tablet.
Thanks,
Rei said as he stood up. Oh, also please try tone it down a little. They're still only 16, Kazuo said with a tired smile.
I'll see,
Rei replied without looking back. Entering the lecture hall with Faye, Rei could see some new faces including Mayumi Shigusa, Katsuto Jumonji and Mari Watanabe. The future/new student council president, club management president and public morals president. Alright, today I'm joined by my assistant Faye, so ignore her, Rei said straight away as he sat down on the chair and turned the board on. Let's see, today we have around 200 of you in this lecture hall, 38 new faces and around 50 students who didn't come back.
Not too bad, Rei said.
Right then, so in yesterday's lecture I introduced you guys to my creation, sequence casting. For those who weren't here, I've already sent the document and recording for yesterday's lesson to your devices. You can check them when you have some free time. This also goes to other people as well since re-watching my lecture might help since it was crammed with quite a bit of knowledge, Rei said as everyone got a notification on their devices. With that being said, all of you should know my rules during lectures. Don't talk unless I allow it. Unless it is urgent, don't interrupt me, got it?
Good.
Today's lesson is on real-time adaptation of sequence casting. Some of you may have thought of this yesterday. Since we make an automatic sequence which runs on itself, you may think it would have a hard time adapting to quick changes such as a battle. In which case, then you didn't think deeply enough, Rei said as he transmitted a huge diagram of codes and sequences to the board n/o/vel/b/int/c//om. This is the simplified sequence which only covers the basics. I'll go deeper into the codes in future lessons. But anyways, I like to call this code real-time reaction sequence or the RTR sequence. The way this works is the device this sequence is launched from will spread out a zone which observes your body. This zone is like a skin-tight cover of your body and anything connected to you. Don't worry, you wouldn't feel anything when you use this, Rei said, zooming onto a part of the codes. Through this zone, there will be several sequences that will activate. These sequences observe your movements and acts upon them. The zone reads muscle movements, eyesight, hearing and basically anything which you use to observe the world around us. Example being, if you were to lock down a room using your area/zone, using the command, whoever acts against my intentions shall be paralyzed until I release and then a new person enters the zone without your knowledge. The RTR sequence would automatically register the person and the code would therefore act on them as well, Rei said as he gave the roof a glance. So, the students experimenting with how you can escape my influence, too bad, Rei said as he glanced at Faye.
Catch them,
Rei said as his sequence paralyzed the 2 students on the roof. The rest of the students in the lecture hall looked up to see 2 students falling before a blur caught them and placed them in the corner.
Thanks,
Rei said towards Faye.
No problem, master.
Faye bowed slightly. Continuing the lecture, the RTR sequence will be observing your movements whilst making corrections to the already inputted sequences. As for the psion cost of such sequence is essentially non-existent. The only psion required is to activate the sequence since the rest would be fueled by the psions in the air. The coding and programming of the sequence is like this. Rei continued his lecture on the RTR sequence for another hour and a half as the 2-hour lecture finished. As I have stated at the start of this lecture, the documents and recording will be sent to your devices. The lecture's over now, scram, Rei said as he leaned back on his chair. Closing his eyes, Rei could hear the students leaving. Master, would you like a shoulder massage? Faye asked as she stood near him. Sure, go for it, Rei said as Faye proceeded to massage his shoulders. The feeling made him close his eyes as he relaxed slightly. Opening his right eye, Rei could see the trio Mayumi, Katsuto and Mari standing in front of him. Do you need anything? Rei asked as he looked at them with his opened eye. Yes, we're just asking about the lecture this afternoon, Mayumi said with a smile. Oh, that, yeah, I got all the sequences ready except for the one for monolith code. I'll have to design some codes for the participants after I see their skill set. Ray said as he waved his hand. Oh, also, how much authority have I been given for the 9 schools competition? Ray asked as he was thinking about some Course 2 students, namely Harumi, since she has a great foundation fit for a lot of his sequences. You've been given full authority over the maintenance team for the CADs as well as adding some of your personal suggestions for the participants. Though I must say it's very shocking for you to come up with codes for every event par from 1. Mayumi said as the others nodded. MN, it's easier when you understand the set of rules you have to work around. Anyways, it's quite surprising to see 2 of the 10 master clans in this school, seeing as the 3rd high school has a better reputation compared to 1st high school. Ray said, looking at the 3 in front of him. Same can be said for you, Professor Yatsuba. Mayumi replied as Ray shrugged. I'm here on my own accord since I've finished my research. I live nearby, so it's easier for me to just come to this school. As for my dealing with the Yatsuba, just think of me as a holder of the surname without much to do with them. Ray said with a light smile.
How can that be?
Especially since hierarchy-wise, Professor Yatsuba can also be called the current Yatsuba clan head.
She replied.
The title's more fitting for my sisters since they have more dealings with the family. Next class is starting, so you should head off. I'll see you 3 this afternoon. Ray said, giving them a small wave. Waving back, they left the room. Wow, Mayumi, you surprised me with how composed you were. You know he's technically the Yatsuba clan head, as you said, right? Mari said, giving her friend a glance. I wasn't composed at all. Didn't you see how much I was shaking? My goodness, the pressure he emits was terrifying. Mayumi said, giving her arms a rub since she had some goosebumps from feeling how dangerous Ray was. Indeed, my instincts were warning me so much that my muscles tensed up and refused to relax. Katsuto said as he clenched and unclenched his hand to make sure his arm is relaxed again. Do you know why he's teaching in this school? Mari asked as Mayumi shook her head. No, my father was surprised as well. The Yatsuba clan is mysterious in their members that we only know a select few. For an important person like Rei Yatsuba to teach in our school is a mystery in itself. My father just told me to attend as much of his lectures as I can since he is a genius in the study of magic. Mayumi said as Mari agreed. I had news that the Yatsuba clan are slightly restless since his return was unplanned. Only his sister knew he was coming back. Not only that, but rumor has it that Miya Yatsuba/Shiba is getting weaker and weaker. Her body can't withstand the constant use of her magic, so it is said that there is a chance that she'll die soon. The Yatsuba clan have started to express their desire for Rei to go back, but Maya Yatsuba is getting in the way. People don't know why, but the most likely guess is that she wants to be the clan head instead, but the rumor can't be trusted. Katsuto said, giving the 2 a serious look. Lunch passed uneventfully as Rei lazed around in his office. Giving the codes a double check and making sure that the restrictions are in place, Rei walked to the new class. Right then, you probably know me while I don't know you. But what I do know is that I meant to help you win the 9 schools competition. I made a few sequences yesterday and I'll demonstrate them today. After that we'll be spending the time leading up to the competition training for you to get more proficient in these sequences. Rei said straight off the bat. Since we have a lot to cover today, let's not waste any more time and head to the field where I'll demonstrate the first sequence. Rei called out as they followed him to the field. The sequence is called Bounce Tracker. Shitty name, I know. But the main basis of this spell is to help out with those in Mirage Bat. The sequence will generate bounce pads for the user to rebound themselves off of in midair. You also have the choice of making solid platforms instead of bounce pads like this. Rei said as he started to walk up into the air easily. The students started to clamor as what Rei is doing is very close to flight but not the same. People can't see the platforms, but the sequence will automatically adjust its location to just under your feet. Faye helped me make a few holographic orbs in the air and simulate a Mirage Bat stadium.
Ray said as she nodded.
The bounce pads are completely safe as they adjust tension based on how much you can handle. When you travel towards a bounce pad, the pad itself is like a cushion that takes in all the kinetic energy before redirecting it. Once your momentum stops, the bounce pad will harden back to its original shape, launching you in a direction. Ray said as he jumped slightly on the bounce pad. How fast it hardens back to the original shape is determined on how much strain you can handle. The more you can handle, the faster you can go. Ray continued as he looked towards the floating orbs. I'll demonstrate to you the potential of this sequence. Ray said, crouching down on his platform. Student Mayumi, are you able to start a timer? Ray asked as Mayumi nodded. The timer floated mid-air as a countdown began.
3, 2, 1, go.
Asterisk bam 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 bam. Several collisions could be heard as before they realized it, Ray was already high up in the air, scoring 28 points instantly. They saw him crouch once more but facing the ground. Asterisk boom 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 boom. They could barely see a blur as Rei's figure flashed across in the air, hitting everything down. In less than 10 seconds, Rei had already scored a full 100 points. Landing lightly back on the ground, Rei tucked his hands into his pockets. And that's what the sequence is capable of in its peak. Of course, when you guys use the sequence, the speed would be much slower since you can't handle the force generated.
Rei replied.
If only they knew this wasn't even a tiny fraction of what he could do with the sequence. Right now, he had restrained himself so they could barely see a blur of his body. Should he go all out, every object in the arena would be hit within a single second. The next sequence is for the ice pillar break. I like to call it element conversion. Rei smiled as the day was still early. He has much more surprises in stock for them. Rei spent the next 2 months training up the contestants. At first, they barely managed to complete each sequence on time, resulting in poor results. But after making some custom CADs, shocking everyone on site, Rei managed to allow for every student to cast his spells. As for new additions, Rei decided to add Yaiba and Harumi exclusively since in his eyes those two had the most potential. Harumi rejected the idea at first, but Rei managed to persuade her, saying that it will help breaking the barriers of the two courses and that he had a magic sequence just for her. The sequence will help her dominate the Ice Pillars break event. As for Yaiba, he was excited, but unfortunately, he didn't have any projectile-based magic or long-ranged magic, so he couldn't help out in Monolith Code. As such, his sword skills and body reinforcement couldn't be put up to good use. However, Rei only replied with, "Huh? Who told you that you could only use your sword with your hands? Haven't you heard of floating magic swords?
No?
For God's sake. Come with me, I'ma get you ready to use a new magic I just developed in my mind."
What's it called? Yaiba asked.
9 blades. Rei said nonchalantly.
So simple.
Yaiba relied, shocked. Got a problem?
No.
Good. In addition to training everyone, he also continued his lectures on sequence casting as well as some other spells he had developed in his spare time. Publishing his sequences with restrictions so those without his permission can't use them, Rei took the world by storm. News went around saying that the genius Rei Yatsuba had finished his research in the Department of Magic Study. So much so that he understands the rules and guides people have to follow in order to create a new sequence, thus allowing him to create anything he wants as long as he makes the correct choices. The Yatsuba family stirred as they had sent people multiple times to ask for Rei to come back and become the head of the family, to which Rei rejected flat out. Pressure me to become the head again and I'll publicize my sequences without the restrictions I've placed.
Trust me.
Since it's my sequences, I can choose who the fuck uses them, no exceptions. And unless they understand the rules like me, they aren't able to separate the restrictions either. This worked as the Yatsuba family retreated, albeit only temporarily. A few days later, everyone got the news that Rei is more akin to an independent researcher than a Yatsuba family member, thus allowing the government to rest easier knowing the Yatsuba family wasn't getting any stronger but were still on guard since they were already among the top of the family. Should Rei have agreed to join as the head, they were sure the Yatsuba family would suppress the other clans easily and potentially cause World War IV because of this. School-wise, the class of 40 students became known as the Demon Army, since they have shown huge improvements regarding their casting skills and foundation due to Rei's harsh teachings. The school didn't have much qualms with naming Rei's class that, since he was known as the White Demon by the entire student body. Thus, they specifically made new uniforms just for his class. The uniforms had the same design as the standard uniform except for the fact that it was black and red with a new crest. When Rei saw this, he only faces palmed as he knew a new form of discrimination will rise. Therefore, he gathered every student in the school for a talk in the largest hall. Alright, so you've probably seen/heard of these new uniforms for people under my class, and I can say that I don't care if the competition is close, but if you discriminate then you can piss off from my class and someone else will take your place. Trust me, I know when you discriminate even outside of my sight. It was a simple statement which some people didn't care, but the result were 13 people being kicked out from the class and were replaced by 6 Course 2 students and 7 Course 1 students. Drilling them with better training, Rei managed to bring them up to the same standard as everyone else in the demon class. Due to Rei's teachings, discrimination in the class were non-existent as they knew anyone being picked onto the class had potential, thus everyone became close friends to each other. Rei only smiled seeing the class of 40 become close to each other. There was only a month left till the competition as Rei continued to help Yaiba and Harumi to perfect their magic. In the class of 40, Rei knew that Yaiba and Harumi tried their hardest and he in turn will help them the most. In this time, both Yaiba and Harumi had changes to their appearance mainly due to the training Rei gave them. Yaiba used to be a slim youth but now his physique had gained more muscle. Though not enough so that it made him look hulky, but enough to make people understand the power he holds. He decided to dye his hair white to copy Rei, but he swept it back, unlike Rei, who didn't give a shit. Harumi, on the other hand, became more slim as she grew her black hair down to her waist, since she had heard Yaiba saying he liked girls with longer hair. Paired that up with her green pupils made for an interesting combo which made her look very attractive. Come on Yaiba, I've told you before that a person is enclosed in a 3x3 cube. Using your blades, you have to try seal off all possible escape options using only these 9 blades. Rei smiled as he had one eye closed whilst dodging all of the blades. I know teacher, but trying to split my attention between these blades are hard. Yaiba said, but didn't let up on his attack. To seal the 3x3 cube around a person, which had 9 directions of escape in each side, using only 9 blades were almost impossible for him. Just remember you have to eliminate some directions as they're not valid. For example, bottom layer centerpiece. Unless they're in the air or burrow underground they can't escape from that direction, so you ignore that. Have 4 blades north, east, south and west of the person with another 4 blades sealing off the diagonal areas. Leaving the last one to seal off the area directly above them. Rei said, dodging the blades once more. I know sensei, but you're too fast. Yaiba complained as there were barely a gap between the attacks, yet Rei was able to use that and escape each time. Just means you haven't attained the state I told you about, where you are able to split your focus between 10 things. 9 for the blade and 1 for you. Rei replied as he used ghost steps to appear behind Yaiba and knocked him on the head. Alright, the spar is over. I still have to help Harumi. Rei smiled as Yaiba nodded. Harumi appeared just in time with a towel and bottle as well. Ketsu-senpai, here's a towel and a drink. Harumi said as he blushed slightly and looked away. Thank you Ito-san, but I've told you to call me Yaiba like everyone else. Yaiba replied with a smile and blushed also. A young love. Rei thought with a smile. Practice what you preach, you little turd. Why don't you call her Harumi-chan then? Right Harumi. Rei grinned slightly as they both blushed. But sensei I dash. This but dash. Seeing them both flustered caused Rei to laugh slightly. Master. I brought lunch, Faye called out as she jogged over with a huge bag behind her. The bag was the same size or rather bigger than her body, which made both Yaiba and Harumi laugh. Thank you Faye-sensei. Both Yaiba and Harumi said as Faye only smiled. Haha, don't call me sensei. I haven't taught you anything. Just call me Faye, she said, setting down the food for the 4 of them. Both Harumi and Yaiba knew about the fact that Faye was an orphan who Rei picked up, so they understood that she doesn't know her surname. Lunch was delicious, as Faye was learning cooking under Rei along with Harumi. While they weren't up to his standards, they were definitely world-class chefs at this point. Right then Harumi, how far are you in your domain? Rei asked whilst eating. I'm able to fully understand everything within roughly 8 meters of me now. Harumi replied. That's amazing Ito-san. Sensei told me before that if anyone tried domain like his, their brains will become mush. It's amazing that you can sustain it. Yaiba complimented as Harumi became bashful. Yep. Harumi, whilst weaker in other magic, had an innate potential to wield a domain. Not the simplified one Rei published, but a fully powered domain which gave her a perfect grasp on everything that happens. No wonder she didn't appear in the anime, because her talent lies elsewhere. Was Rei's thought due to this revelation. Though he was still wonder as to why Yaiba never appeared. His was the captain of the current Kendo and Kenjutsu club which existed in harmony right now. But it wasn't like that in the future. Alright, now that we've finished. Harumi, it's your turn. Rei said as she nodded and followed him to the field. Say Faye-sensei, how strong is Yatsuba-sensei? Yaiba asked curious. Master did say his powers were restricted like it was in my world. But the restrictions were a lot harsher in this world. Though he did mention he could still destroy the world quite easily if he wished. So you know there are world/strategic class magicians, right? Faye said as Yaiba nodded. Well, Master would have a classification of his own should his powers be fully known. In terms of wording he would be called a world-destroying magician, and that's putting it lightly since it is not a possibility but an easy task for Master to destroy the world should he wish so. Faye said as Yaiba widened his eyes. Holy crap! A world-destroying magician! Yaiba cried out in shock. At first, he only thought Rei was a strategic class magician, but he was underestimating Rei a bit too much. Yep, they're starting. Faye said as they both turned their attention to the spar. Rei walked calmly towards Harumi, who had a serious face. 5 elements were floating around her as that was her other magic which Rei taught. The extremities of elemental control. She was able to control all 5 elements and was also able to combine it into her domain. As long as she is able to increase the size of her domain, then she can become extremely powerful. Stopping just outside the 8-meter barrier, Rei's body flashed as he increased his speed instantly. Harumi turned around quickly as ice spears shot towards Rei whilst wind and fire roared in the domain affecting everyone except for her. In addition to this, earth surrounded her as it made a protective cover.
Almost but not quite.
Rei's voice rang out behind her as Harumi became flustered slightly.
Ha!
She shouted as electricity shot out from her body. Dodging the bolts of lightning, Rei landed gently outside the 8-meter boundary once more. Not bad, but you're using your psions too quickly. Try regulate it and not waste it doing unnecessary things such as the earth wall that didn't work.
Rei said as she nodded.
In that short exchange, she had burned through quite a lot of her psions. Try concentrate your elements so they are more effective. Rei said as he demonstrated by making several lances. Ice lance that froze the ground by just being near it, fire lance colored white which melted whatever it touched, a lightning lance that pulsed constantly with power, a wind lance which seemed like a miniature calamity ready to be unleashed, and finally an earthen lance which became pitch black from its toughness. Ice and wind can control, fire and lightning can attack whilst the earth shall protect.
Rei said as she nodded.
Dismissing lances, Rei and Harumi sparred a little longer before stopping. Sensei, you've made all these spells and powers, but what's your special magic? Yaiba asked, NOV/L/B/JNN.
My special magic?
I suppose it'll be Kamui then, since it's the first sequence I have ever created. Rei replied as it was true. Kamui was the first spell he created in this world, so it can be called his specialized magic. What's Kamui? It's better to demonstrate than to explain. Rei said, showing them the clusterfuck of a sequence Kamui requires. Alright, attack me with everything you got. Rei said as Yaiba nodded and 9 blades floated up. Cutting towards Rei, Yaiba was confused as to why Rei isn't reacting until he saw them phase through his body. Holy shit!
He cried out.
Yep, Kamui makes me intangible to the living world unless I will it. Rei said as he walked through the table, walls and doors to demonstrate. Sensei, are you dead? Yaiba asked to see if Rei was a ghost.
Huh?
You're the one who's dead. Your sensei here is a living, breathing entity, okay? Rei retorted as he said entity instead of human, since he was many things at this point and a human was not one of them. Then aren't you invincible?
Yaiba exclaimed.
Yes and no, I still have to make a part of me tangible to a dash. Never mind, yeah, I have to make myself tangible again to attack. Rei said as an idea appeared in his mind. Sensei, what was that pause? Harumi asked, seeing Rei pause. Nothing much, just had an idea for a new sequence.
Rei lied as they nodded.
Seeing Rei make new sequences here and there weren't anything surprising for them anymore. Master, what's wrong? Faye asked, sending a telepathic message to Rei. Nothing, I thought I had grasped something amazing but realized it only works in this world. If I tried it elsewhere it wouldn't work.
Rei replied. What do you mean?
In this world we know there is 2 planes. When I use Kamui, I substitute my body into the information plane. But that also means I'm able to directly affect the IDOS codes, meaning I'm able to kill anyone I want in this world without necessarily making myself tangible. This is because whatever happens in one plane affects the other. However, due to my sequences they aren't able to affect me while I can affect them. But if I were to do this in the higher realms it wouldn't work since people also cultivate their souls. At most I can turn myself intangible, but if I want to kill them, I'll have to substitute my body with my soul, in which case is highly dangerous. The only way this would be beneficial is when I killed their immortal body and chased them into the soul realm with my body rather than my soul. Thus, keeping it safe for me.
Rei replied as Faye nodded.
So did Master just become basically god of the information plane? Faye asked as Rei paused and nodded. Alright, we have a month before the competition starts, so I want both of you to become as proficient as you can be with these spells and take the competition by storm. Show the world that you are my main students. Rei smiled as both Yaiba and Harumi stood with pride.
Understood, Sensei.
Alright, let's do this. All of you 40 turds are to represent this school in the 9-school competition. If you win you will be rewarded. Rewards may vary, but I can say that I'll either upgrade or make you a new magic sequence if you do exceptionally well. Rei called out towards the 40 students in the hall.
Ow!
They all cheered in excitement since they understood what it means for Rei to upgrade their magic and, if they were lucky enough, gain a new magic. Especially since there were 2 examples, being Yaiba and Harumi, and some others. Sitting in the front seat of the bus with Faye next to him, Rei kept his gaze outside the window. Hearing some mumbles behind him, Rei glanced back and saw Harumi writing courage into her palm before eating it. Harumi, what are you doing? Rei asked, giving her a glance.
Aha.
Oh, I'm just a little nervous.
She replied.
Don't worry, Harumi-chan, I'm sure with the skills Sensei taught us we can win easily. Yaiba replied with a smile. In the month's time, they had finally advanced onto first name standards.
You little turd.
If you didn't win easily, I would have kicked your ass so hard you would have gained amnesia. Rei replied with a smile as he gave Yaiba a glance. How is that even possible, Sensei? Amnesia is caused by an impact to the brain, thus damaging it. Kicking the rear wouldn't have the same effect. Yaiba said as laughed slightly. Oh, you think I can't make a spell which transfers all of the kinetic force to your brain? Rei retorted with a raised eyebrow. Surely Sensei wouldn't think of wasting your talent on something so meager, right? Yaiba asked with some hesitation. You overestimate me a bit too much. Here, see, the sequence is already done. Rei said, projecting a page worth of coding in the air.
Holy shit.
Yaiba cried out in alarm as under Rei's tutoring, he has gained a rudimentary ability of understanding the sequences. What Rei just wrote down was no doubt something which will give him amnesia. The name for this sequence was Ass Breaker, Amnesia Giver. Harumi giggled seeing the interaction of Rei and Yaiba as it helped calm her down.
Better.
Rei smiled as she nodded. Thank you, Sensei. She replied as Rei managed to break away her nervousness. Yaiba, you should learn how to calm her down as well. I'm not always going to be near both of you, so you two should help each other out when you can. Rei smiled as Yaiba nodded. Don't worry, Sensei, I'll take care of her with all of my being. He said, giving his chest a hit from his fist to show his determination. I'm asking you to look after her, not ask her in-laws for her hand in marriage. Rei laughed as they both blushed. However, Yaiba didn't retract his statement, making Rei smile even harder. The trip didn't feel long as they soon arrived at the venue. However, by the time they reached it was already getting late.
Just in time for the dinner party.
Rei said as they made their way to the hall. Murmurs could be heard as they received countless stares. There were quite a few who were curious of their identities, since their uniforms held similarities to the first high school uniform but were colored completely different. However, that didn't take long to correct as their friends or people nearby started to inform them about the demon class of first high. Receiving these unfamiliar stares of awe, Harumi became nervous again as her body started to shake. Rei only have Yaiba as glance as he gestured for him to man up. Gritting his teeth, Yaiba brought up his courage as he reached out and held Harumi's hand. Shocked at this, she quickly looked up and saw that he was looking away with a blush. She blushed as well, but her shaking stopped. Master, they make a cute couple, don't they? Faye transmitted as Rei nodded. Maybe we should hold hands as well? She asked with a grin.
I'll hit you. I'm delighted.
I'll ignore you. Yes, tell me more.
Ha-ha.
Don't send your moans through the link. Rei cried out, hearing Faye's moans. Forcefully blocking the link, Rei walked to the reception. First high school checking in, I hope we weren't late. Rei said as the receptionist nodded before tapping the keyboard a few times. The entirety of the 5th floor is for first high. The registration and CAD inspection will be held tomorrow. Dinner party is in am hour if there aren't any problems. We hope you enjoy your stay. She replied, but Rei narrowed his eyes. He could see the codes unique to the Yatsuba family within her IDOS code.
Yatsuba member.
Not saying anything, Rei brought everyone upstairs. Showing them to their rooms, Rei bumped into a staff who slid a piece of paper in his hand n/o/vel/b/jnc//om.
Ah shit, here we go again.
Rei thought, giving the piece of paper a glance.
Meet me outside.
Rei only shrugged as he destroyed the note and phased through the walls. Landing lightly, Rei looked around. Soon a figure in a wheelchair approached him.
So it was you, Mia.
Rei said as it was Tatsuya's mother. MN, nice to see you as well, brother. She said politely. Her purple hair was tied up into a bun as it revealed her flawless neck. Red iris and a beauty spot under her right eye, she was exceptionally beautiful for some who is supposedly 43 this year, as she would die next year when she was 44. You're thinking about how I look for my age, aren't you? Mia said as she gave him a glance. Rei shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing.
So, what brings you here?
Your body isn't faring too well right now, so you should be resting. Rei said as he helped her push her wheelchair. Strolling slightly, Rei waited for her to talk. You should know about the things I did to Tatsuya. I just want to ask while I have the chance. Can you help him out? She said with some hesitation. Seems like her motherly instincts are still intact even though the magic diminished her other emotions. What kind of help do you want from me? Make him more powerful? Weaker? Rei asked, purposefully leaving out emotional restrictions. Can you make him more humane? But if possible, still retain his powers. You know I want him to be able to use his abilities to their best, but because of the limitation of dealing 150x the damage he healed, He has to keep his emotions dulled. I know you perfected your research on magic, so please help him out if you can. Mia asked as Rei stared at her. And what about you? Rei asked as she shook her head. You know about the things I've done. I just want to make sure that Tatsuya and Miyuki live a good life after I leave.
She shook her head.
Sure, I should be able to let him keep his powers. There will have to be a limiter which should help reduce the damage taken. But I'll have to interact and study him a bit more to make a custom sequence to help him out. Rei nodded as Mia smiled and reached out for Rei's hand. Thank you, brother. MN, it was my intention anyways. But can you tell me why the clan hadn't put a lot of pressure on me yet? Anyone who holds the Yotsuba name is the clan head, whilst those who aren't the clan head conceal their names with other surnames to misdirect outsiders. Theoretically, they should have placed more pressure on me since I kept the name. Even though I threatened them with publicizing the sequences without restrictions, they shouldn't be this quiet. Rei asked as Mia sighed. Maya's holding them off. She is proving her worth as a Yotsuba member, so they'll keep their paws off you for now. Though I doubt that'll last since you revealed to the world your mastery over the information plane. Haven't you realized the Yotsuba clan members in the venue already? She asked as Rei nodded. Yeah, the receptionist was a clan member as well as some of the committee which I saw on the way. We have 3 on the roof looking at us and 2 eavesdropping on us. I've already concealed our conversation so they won't know, but I'm sure you've already took that into account. Rei said with a light smile. As always, your ability surprises me. Yes, I took a gamble knowing that you'll conceal our conversation. She smiled. I still have a dinner party to attend, so I'll head off first. Take care of yourself, sister, and I can promise you that I'll look after Tatsuya. Rei said as she nodded. Take care, brother. She said as Rei walked away. Thank God for the skill acting. At least I can act my part in this world without any awkward behaviors. Rei thought in relief. The party was pretty simple as it was just an honorary speech and simplified down would be, thank you for attending and I hope you do well in the competition. There were really no need for a almost 3-hour-long ceremony. Leaving the party, Rei got everyone who were competing tomorrow into his room. First event tomorrow is the freshman speed shooting qualifiers. Just make sure you can activate the sequence tomorrow and you should take first easily. Rei waved his hand dismissively. Second event is the battle board freshman qualifiers. Again, the sequence should make it quite easy for you to win. Some may say this is cheating, but in that case then do you want to go traditional and use paddles? Do you think in a real-life situation a person would go, hey, do you want to fight without the use of this revolutionary method that uses our talents? No, instead they'll say fuck you and shoot you with a flame bullet or some crap. Rei said as they nodded. They were quite used to Rei's attitude at this point, having spent 3 months being taught by him. Alright, now that I've said what is needed, y'all piss off and go to sleep. Rei said as they nodded. Mayumi stayed behind as the rest left. What do you need? Rei asked as he wanted to just relax. Can I use the Apollo system? She asked as it was the sequence Rei developed for her as she was able to handle the requirements. While the rest of the students had automatic sequences that has slightly higher requirements than average, he had also developed several personal sequences. He needed to have specialized magic as well as automatized magic to leave his name in history after all. The Apollo system. Named after the Greek god of the sun and archery. It was supposed to be used for the finals, but you want to unveil it in the preliminaries. Rei raised an eyebrow. Yes, I wish to let them know what they're up against early on. She smiled as Rei nodded. Sure, I'll allow you to use the Apollo system and tell Mari to use the Poseidon system as well. Rei said after some thought. Show them why we're called the demon class. Rei smiled. Mayumi nodded as she jogged off. Demon class, the class taught by the white demon. If you enter as an ordinary human, you leave as a demon-level genius of a specific field in magic. Rei thought reciting the description people gave about his class. Laying his body in bed, Rei drifted off to sleep. Yet again he didn't dream of memories. Rei didn't know whether to be happy or not since he was curious as to what these memories mean. He had theories but no concrete proof. Due to some procedures needing to be done early on, Rei woke up early to get the CADs of the students competing checked. Queuing up, Rei took the time to examine the CADs of other schools. Rei was able to see the codes and sequences stored due to his influence in the information plane and realized that there weren't many worthy inclusions in these CADs. Even if they leaked my codes they can't use it. Rei thought as a small grin appeared on his face. When it was his turn, Rei gave his CADs to be checked. He could see them copying his codes and storing them. A mischievous thought occurred as Rei decided that should they force the code to work it will break the CADs from the inside. Using Kamui without them realizing, Rei tampered with the codes that were copied from his CADs. Taking his CADs without hassle. Ray didn't warn them about the consequences, as it was their fault for trying to copy his codes secretly to begin with. Sitting in the first high school staff seats for the speed shooting contest, Ray waited until it was Mayumi's turn.
Next contestant.
Chigusa Mayumi of the first high school demon class. Will she give us an exceptional performance? Let's give her a round of applause. The commentator shouted as a wave of applause rang out. Mayumi smiled as she waved around the stadium before looking towards Ray. Ray only nodded with a smile while she nodded back. A countdown begun as they could see her focused face. Unlike the other contestants, she didn't aim her gun at the arena but instead held it loosely by her side. The moment the countdown hit 0, she flew into action. Twirling the gun nimbly around her hand, Mayumi placed 3 complex neon orange magic circles around her before shooting high above the arena. People were wondering if it was all an act until they saw the bullet grow in size and brightness. As if creating a small sun, the bullet illuminated the stadium. Fire! Mayumi commanded as several beams shot out from the sun, before they started to split into multiple attacks, eliminating all of the clay tiles. This caused her points to increase rapidly. In the preliminaries, the points were calculated as how many tiles a contestant can shoot down within a 5-minute period. Mayumi naturally got every tile the moment they shot out. However, this was restrained by how fast they sent out the clay tiles, as she would have increased her score a lot higher if they sent out the tiles faster. Chigusa Mayumi everyone. Scoring an ridiculous score of over 700 tiles shot down with such a radiant display. It is registered that her magic is called the Apollo system. A new creation by the genius who understood the laws of magic. Yatsuba Ray. The commentator roared out passionately as a wild applause rang out. Mayumi bowed before walking off the stage.
Good job.
Ray complimented as Mayumi smiled. I was so nervous. If I were just a bit slower, I don't think I would have been able to draw up the magic sequences in time. She sighed in relief, showing Ray the melted barrel of the CAD. The power behind the Apollo system is strong, so the requirements of the magic caster in CAD is also strict. Ray replied, examining the CAD, and realized it couldn't be used again. The bullet fired out had scorched the insides of the CAD whilst melting the barrel. As they were examining the CAD, the next contestant walked up with confidence as she also looked towards her staff. They gave her a thumbs up as she copied Mayumi's stance. Could it be? Can it be possible for contestant Kishima Neru of 5th High School to follow up in contestant Chigusa Mayumi's performance? The commentator shouted as everyone grew curious. The shock generated by the Apollo system was still fresh as they were interested to see if anyone can replicate the sequence. As the timer hit 1, Neru copied Mayumi's movements as she attempted to draw the sequences. However, her face changed when she realized nothing was happening. Frantically looking at her CAD, which was being destroyed visibly, she looked at her staff with horror. Feeling several stares on him, especially from 5th High School, Ray gave a mocking grin and a middle finger. Ray could feel the gazes on him flare up in anger as he laughed internally. Due to Neru Kishima's display with copying Mayumi's movements, the rest of the contestants understood that trying to use his sequences would cause them to fail by default. When it was the other student from the demon class turn, they saw her use the automatic sequence which shot for her after using it once. While it wasn't as eye-catching as Mayumi's Apollo system, the student managed to score over 700 points as well. They both got the same score was due to how fast the clay tiles were sent out. Otherwise, not only can the Apollo system track and react faster, but the damage per bullet was also stronger. Qualifying easily for the quarterfinals, Ray, Mayumi and the other student left for the Battleboards event. Alright, you two go ahead. I'll go get the CADs checked, Ray said as they nodded. Taking the CADs once more, Ray could see a mixture of greedy, hateful and worshipping stares directed towards him. Keeping a light smile on his face, Ray waited until it was his turn. Narrowing his eyes, Ray could see them trying to delete his code since they couldn't use them. Since you want to play, I'll play, Ray thought as he started to wipe every sequence they stored in their database. He decided to let the other schools keep their own sequences since the competition was still just a stage for students to show off their prowess. Having everyone except for 1st High School fail in their magic wouldn't be amusing for the audience after all. Walking away with the CADs, Ray didn't forget to catch their faces when they realized their database had been wiped out. Giving them a mocking gaze, Ray walked away. They couldn't do anything to Ray to begin with, so when they saw his mocking gaze they could only look away since it was their fault for trying to sabotage 1st High School. Reaching the venue for the Battle Boards event, Ray sat down in the staff area for 1st High once more. This is the second event for today, Battle Boards. After the shock 1st High School delivered in the previous event, would they shock us once more in this event? The commentator started to introduce the event and contestants as Mari got into her spot on the tracks. Ray could see her nervousness as the Poseidon system was more demanding on the user physically. Taking several deep breaths to try calm herself, Mari crouched down low as her gaze focused. The cameras panned onto her as the timer hit 1. Neon blue sequences lit up her battle board. Shooting forward faster than the rest of the contestants, Mari kept her center of gravity low so she doesn't lose balance or fall off. Her speed kept on increasing as some people grew worried since a sharp turn was coming up. Mari didn't slow down but instead sped up as lifted up one hand. The water started to move as a ramp was made for her to help her speeding board to pass the turn. Tilting her body whilst taking the ramp, Mari advanced at breakneck speed.
Holy cow.
Watanabe Mari from the demon class of first high. Magic registered is called the Poseidon system. From what is registered it seems like the users is in control of all the water around them. Truly a sequence fit for being named after the god of the sea. The commentator shouted out as Ray could see some of the military higher-ups whisper to each other. Focusing his magic onto their room, Ray eavesdropped on their conversation. Commander, the potential for the Apollo system and Poseidon system is unmatched for our country. If we can get our hands on those sequences enough. Yatsuba Ray is the only person to have ever fully understood the laws of magic. Do you think he doesn't realize this? When the committee tried to copy the Apollo system, the CAD broke. When they tried to erase the Poseidon system, the database was wiped. He isn't an idiot. If he wanted us to have the sequence he would. But if he doesn't then we can't force him since we have no means to. Isn't that right, Mr. Yatsuba? The commander said as he turned to Ray. You surprise me. To have such an unique mutation in the IDOS code which makes you extra sensitive to people spying on you. Ray transmitted his voice into the room. The soldier who first spoke paled hearing Ray reply. I'm sure that if Mr. Yatsuba wanted to not let me discover you, you would have fully masked your presence. The commander replied.
Ha ha ha, indeed.
But as you say, if I want to give the specialized sequences away I will. However, I don't, so no one can take them. But it's a different case regarding automatic sequences I've displayed. In a few months, I shall release the full code for every automatic sequence to the public. Should they be able to decode my simple restrictions in the sequence, then take it as a gift to everyone. If they can't, then don't even dream of getting the higher level sequences. Ray replied before retracting his senses. The rest of the competition was again boring in Ray's eyes since they felt abysmally slow. When the event finished, Ray couldn't wait to leave. As he was about to leave, he saw some of the committee staff walk towards him. How can I help? Ray asked sarcastically as they avoided his gaze. We ask for the forgiveness of Mr. Yatsuba. It was an error in our judgment to tamper with what belongs to Mr. Yatsuba. The database holds many important sequences for the committee, so I hope you can recover the lost sequences. The one of the staffs said as Ray narrowed his eyes. Sure, I'll give you another chance. Ray said as he snapped his fingers. The only reason he allowed this was because Ray would be able to infect every system the committee used. It may be useful in the future since he remembers there being several incidents when Tatsuya entered the competition. Done. Ray smiled as he left n/o/vel/b//jnc//om. The committee was confused before they received a call informing them of the data being restored. Looking over at where Ray left, their gaze grew fearful. Reaching his room, Ray plopped himself on the bed as he waited for tomorrow's ice pillar break. ####. Seeing that the committee didn't try pull anything off today, Ray walked towards Harumi. Harumi, is your domain able to cover the entire stage?
Ray asked as she nodded.
Okay, take this as practice for you to use your magic. Try destroy the pillars in the shortest time possible, whilst protecting the ones on your side. Ray smiled as she nodded once more. Standing on the platform, she didn't change her outfit as she kept her uniform for the demon class.
3, 2, 1, start.
A sequence immediately lit up under her feet as it spread out and encompassed the entire arena. Her eyes narrowed as she tried to do what Ray taught and tried to compress the fire within her domain. 12 lances of fire roared with a blue flame as her smile grew wider seeing the success of compressing the flames. With her spare hand, she decreased the temperature of her side reinforcing the ice even further before raising a storm on her opponent's side. Sending the fire lances towards the pillars, the wind amplified their ability. Boom 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 boom. Several explosions rang out as she destroyed the pillars easily. Woo! Go Harumi! Yaiba shouted out with excitement amongst the crowd as she found him easily before blushing and waved towards him. For the next few days everything went smoothly. First high school takes first place and second place for. First high school takes first place and second place again. Once more first high school takes first and second place. Can anyone stop them? Taking the first and second place for every event in both the freshman division as well as the official division, both Ray and the first high gained a massive increase to their reputation. In addition to this, they started to truly understand how scary Ray can be. Each event has had its own sequence developed to take first and second with ease. Crowd Ball had the Azura system. 3 heads and 6 limbs. It allows for the user to recognize everything in 3 directions and act upon it with 6 different ways to striking. Rower and Gunner had 2 sequences. One for solo event and one for the duos. The solo event had the Sanctuary system, a mobile fortress that allows for them to attack and defend whilst on the run. The duos had the Warship system, which was the improved version on the Sanctuary system, featuring faster movement speed and higher power output due to it requiring 2 casters. The Shield Down event had the Athena system. Wielding the Shield Aegis, one can rebound the damage received whilst also replenishing one's psions. There were more to the sequence, but the event didn't require the other features. And finally, the Steeplechase cross-country event, which was nothing more than a huge difficult obstacle race. It had the Atlas system, which massively boosted the user's physical prowess, allowing them to wield power of Atlas, the Greek titan who had the power to hold up the heavens. On the last few days of the competition, the situation for Mirage Bat was as expected. An overwhelming victory due to the sequence bounce tracker, being able to do high-speed turns mid-air and strike at the orbs accurately. Some say in burst potential, the bounce tracker may be more superior to the mythical flight magic in that regard. Monolith Code was also similar in terms of the outcome. Yaiba's use of the 9 blades shocked the crowd and staff to their core as he was able to split his attention between 9 blades and himself. Attack in all directions, defend from all directions. Not to mention, through standing on one of the blades. Yaiba achieved flight and won each match with ease, granting the first high school a perfect victory of first and second in every event.
Alright.
Y'all little turds, listen up. Ray shouted as they had rented a hall just for them. Since we won the competition with overwhelming victory, I've decided to cook a dinner for you little shits.
Enjoy.
Ray said as countless dishes were placed in front of everyone. The aroma filled the air as the students drooled. Giving them the okay, the students devoured the food as Ray only laughed. The party continued as Ray realized both Harumi and Yaiba were missing. Sending out his senses, Ray found them both on the balcony. Heh, is the little turd confessing? Ray thought as he walked out when no one realized and landed on the roof silently. Looking at the two who were sharing a kiss at the moment, Ray decided to let them have their moment. Seeing that they stopped, Ray had a grin. So you guys finally got together. I'd say it's about time. Ray smiled as it shocked both Yaiba and Harumi. Turning their head quickly, they saw Ray crouching on the roof with a cheeky grin. Harumi blushed hard as she hid her face in Yaiba's shirt. Sensei, why are you spying on us? Yaiba asked, feeling slightly regret that their moment was halted. My 2 precious students were missing from the party, so I had to go look for them. Little did I know that when I found them, I was hit by a face full of PDA, public display of affection.
Oh my poor eyes.
Ray smiled as Yaiba rolled his eyes. Summer vacation is starting after we return. Are you guys doing anything? Ray asked as he sat down. I'm planning to head to my grandfather's house over the holidays and pay my respects. Yaiba said after some thought. I was planning to take my brother out for some fun. Harumi replied as Ray smiled. Why don't you guys do both together? Yaiba, you can introduce Harumi to your family, whilst Harumi can take her brother out to have some fun. Ray said as Harumi thought but blushed, understanding the hint.
I'm not sure.
My grandfather is a strict man who sees both background and power of the partner. I don't know if he would accept Harumi. Yaiba thought, worried as his grandfather might make things hard for Harumi. Che, if she needs a background, she's a person who was personally taught by Rei Yatsuba. If you want power, then she is the person who inherited the domain and elemental control. Ray retorted as Yaiba made an oh yeah gesture. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if you're smart or dumb. Ray said as he hopped off the roof. If nothing else, I might come with you since your poor sensei here doesn't have anything to do over the summer. Ray said with a shrug.
Why?
Doesn't sensei have any friends to hang out with?
Yaiba asked.
Stop, don't look at me with those eyes of pity. Ray thought, seeing Yaiba and Harumi's gaze. I do have friends, but they're busy at the moment. Unless you want your teacher here to spend his holidays bored out of his mind. Ray said as Yaiba nodded.
You little shit.
Ray said, knocking Yaiba's head a little. Harumi giggled as they talked for a little longer. Once the demon class returned to the first high school, it was time for summer holidays. For the first few weeks of the summer holiday, Ray lazed around with nothing to do. The Yatsuba family didn't look for trouble, he didn't need to make any new sequences. Nothing major happened. For a busybody like Ray, Doing nothing at all felt awfully foreign for him. Master, would you like to vent yourself out on me then? Faye asked with a smile.
No, tisk.
Faye would often ask this of Ray, who rejected with a harsh no each time. When will that little turd tell me he's going to visit his grandfather?
I'm bored,
Ray thought as he glanced at the news. Once again it was still the same old news about his sequences. Turning off the TV, Ray laid on his back.
Faye, what should we do?
Ray asked, seeing if Faye had any idea. Why not go out for a walk? Faye asked as Ray shrugged.
I don't know.
Then how about we go to the city center? She asked again as Ray nodded. Sure, I've never really went there. Ray replied as he stood up. Looking in the closet for anything to wear, Ray realized he only had what he would wear to school and his indestructible set. Grabbing one of the spare outfits, Ray decided to edit the IDOS code so he could change the appearance. Black pants, white shirt and a black jacket.
It looked quite formal.
Well, I'm supposed to be above the age of 44, so I'll have to dress a little more formally, Ray thought, putting on the clothes. Walking downstairs, Ray saw Faye with her maid outfit again.
All right, come on, Ray said as she nodded.
Leaving the house, Ray didn't forget to lay down a sequence to restrain any intruders. Doing a light jog through the air with bounce tracker, Ray was able to avoid the mass of people going to the buses and trains. Landing lightly, Ray drew the gazes of people around him since he dropped down from nowhere. Ignoring the gazes, Ray decided to look at the stores available. Which store do you want to go to first? Ray asked as Faye looked around. Why not the cold weapons store? We can see what kind of weapons are available in this era, Faye suggested as Ray nodded and made his way to the store. Just from the store window, Ray could see weapons like katanas, daggers and shurikens. Most of the weapons were the more iconic ones to be on a person's mind when thinking of Japan. Walking inside the store, Ray saw the counterperson look at him. If it isn't Mr. Yatsuba, genius of magic. What brings you here to my humble store?
The boss asked.
He looked quite common as his hair was short, spiky and black. Black eyes and a slightly square face. Nothing much, just looking around. Ray smiled as he looked at the weapons. They were okay, not the best nor the worst, since the creator was able to bring the impurities out of the metal. Seeing the kunais, Ray realized that he could make the flying thunder god in this world.
How much for the kunai?
Ray asked, turning over to the boss.
50 credits for one,
he said as Ray raised an eyebrow.
How expensive?
Ray thought as 50 credits could allow for a person to eat to their heart's content for a full day at n/o/vel/b/c/int/c/om. I'll take 100 kunais. Ray said, walking to the counter. I don't have 100 kunais, only 50. If you take the whole batch, I'll only charge you 2,250 credits.
The boss said as Ray nodded.
It was essentially 5 kunais for free. Paying the credits, Ray stored 49 kunais in his space. Since he had gotten what he wanted, Ray decided to allow Faye to take him shopping while he examined the limits of a single kunai and how much stress it could take.
Let's see.
The basic theory for the Flying Thunder God was space-time ninjutsu, which was barely explained in detail. But with some basic reverse engineering, I should be able to simulate the effect. There are a few ways to do teleportation. The folding paper theory, which involved 2 points on a piece of paper, then folding it so the 2 points are closer. However, that is more reminiscent of a portal rather than instantaneous teleportation. The next way would be exchange/beacon. Through a catalyst, one would be able to pinpoint the location before switching themselves over with the catalyst itself or an object nearby. The last one, which is the harder one, coordinates. However, it is not the simple longitude, latitude bullshit, but much more. Especially since the Earth moves every second. The coordinate you put down a few minutes ago might send you to outer space. So, unless the coordinates are forever changing and updating, which is possible with sequence casting, then coordinate teleportation will kill you more than help you. Ray thought, giving the kunai a twirl across his fingers. The movements shown in Naruto were instantaneous teleportation. So, in order for me to simulate Flying Thunder God, I would need the catalyst, this kunai, to either A, switch locations with me, or B, give me something to switch with. The best way would be B, as I'll be able to reuse the kunai. But how do I keep the link, which might be all the way across the world? If I were to use the stratosphere as a worldwide satellite,
it would work.
Using the stratosphere as a consistent variable, I'll be able to keep track of all the kunais without using too many psions. Using this, I can place an RTR sequence which detects the user's intent and cause the kunai to expel a slight amount of personal psions. The sequence would then exchange the user with the burst of psions, allowing for the teleport to happen. However, I can also incorporate the folding paper theory to reduce the time it takes to teleport over long distances. The kunai will have to be reinforced as well as be able to store psions, which would then allow for the person to use them multiple times in a fight. And if the opponent begins to understand, then they can reabsorb the psions and feint the kunai throw to land an attack. Ray, though, solidifying his theory. Bringing up his tablet, Ray started to write down his sequence in the middle of their shopping. "What are you up to, master?" Faye asked, seeing Ray stop. "Just writing a new sequence," Ray replied quickly, as his hands never stopped. With no regard to his surroundings, Ray's sequence started to get bigger and bigger as he had to make sure a lot more safety features were installed, as the instantaneous movements would rip people in half if not done properly. The entire sequence took him 20 minutes to write as he put down the pen and finished. Trying to zoom out on the sequence, Ray realized he couldn't, so instead he put it on display. In the end, Ray's sequence was like a beacon in the air due to how much he had written down.
Holy shit!
Ray heard a familiar voice nearby before turning over. He saw both Yaiba and Harumi in casual clothing whilst craning their necks up. "Yaiba, Harumi," Ray called out, retracting his sequence.
"Sensei,"
they both called out as they jogged towards him.
"What was that sequence?" Yaiba asked.
"Something needing that much writing couldn't be simple."
"Teleportation.
"It's called Flying Thunder God," Ray replied, keeping the original name. Yaiba and Harumi were shocked at the mention of teleportation, but at this point, if Ray couldn't do it, then they would find that weird instead. "So why did it take so long for you come contact me?" Ray asked with a raised eyebrow. "Sensei, you never told us where you live, nor have you told us about your phone number. How are we supposed to know how to contact you?" Yaiba said as Ray paused. "Oh yeah, I've never told them, have I?"
he thought.
"The only reason I found you was because on the news it said you could be creating a new revolutionary sequence in the middle of the shopping district, so me and Harumi came as quick as we can. It was also then I saw a blinding tower of sequences shooting up into the air." Yaiba said as Harumi nodded. Ray realized they were both holding each other's hands as if natural and grinned. "How come you were together? Maybe a little private moment together." Ray grinned as they both blushed.
"Ha ha ha, alright."
"Faye, help me place this back in the house," Ray said as Faye nodded and received the kunai. Crouching slightly, her body flashed into the air, raising up a cloud of dust signifying how much speed she was able to muster using the bounce tracker. In less than a minute she returned. "Master, I've done it," she said, landing softly. "Well, Yaiba, lead the way." Ray smiled and gestured at Yaiba. "We need to go pick up Harumi's brother first. He's still at the park," Yaiba said as Ray nodded. Much like Harumi, her brother had black hair and green eyes. He looked around the age of 5.
"Nei-san,"
he cried out, seeing her. Waddling his little feet at her, Harumi smiled and picked him up.
"He's called Ito Akira, or Aki for short."
Harumi smiled as she brought Akira to Ray. Looking at the child in front of him, Ray could tell he had the same talent as Harumi. "Harumi, he's the same as you. He's got great talent for domains." Ray smiled as he rubbed Akira's head.
"Really?
I thought Sensei said it was rare,"
Harumi said, surprised.
"It seems like it has to have something to do with your bloodline then." Ray shrugged as they made their way to the train station. The ride took a few hours before they got off the train. Seeing as it was quite far into the countryside, Ray and the group followed Yaiba closely. "Sensei, have you heard about hidden clans?" Yaiba asked, to which Ray nodded. "My clan is a hidden clan. Ketsu, an ancient clan which was used to be known for their illustrious footwork which, when paired with magic, made them a formidable force. We were almost wiped out during the war as we took the battlefields with power. The clan hid away in the mountains so that we may survive. The only reason I'm allowed to bring all of you is because my clan gave me permission," Yaiba confessed. "Harumi and her brother because they want to see who I've picked. As for Sensei and Faye, it's because Sensei understood the laws of magic, so there is no real reason for Sensei to do harm to the clan," Yaiba said as Ray nodded. "Well, you're not wrong. I just want to make sure my 2 darling students get together without anything going wrong." Ray smiled as he looked at them both. "Though I must say, this concealment sequence is pretty well made. If I didn't know any better, I would have missed it completely," Ray said, grabbing his pen. Tapping a few spots casually, Ray opened a temporarily gap which allowed them to pass through. While Yaiba and Harumi were numb to Ray's moments like this, the Ketsu clan were not. What greeted them was a group of people with their eyes wide open in shock. Some of them even had their jaws dropped.
"I'm home, grandfather,"
Yaiba said as he bowed. "Mn, Yaiba, mind introducing your guests?" his grandfather said as he knew who they were, but the rest of the clan didn't. "Yatsuba Ray, my teacher.
Faye, my teacher's maid.
Ito Harumi, my lover, and Ito Akira, her brother." Yaiba said as Harumi blushed hearing Yaiba called her my lover. We have a lot to deal with this summer. Yaiba, take the guests to the spare room. Yatsuba-sensei, would you mind following me for a chat? Yaiba's grandfather said as Rei nodded.
Fei, follow Yaiba.
Also take these 4 kunais and distribute it amongst yourself.
Rei said as Fei nodded.
Watching them leave, Rei followed Yaiba's grandfather and 2 others which he presumes as his parents. Entering a room, Yaiba's grandfather sat down in a refined position along with the 2 others. He gestured Rei to sit down. Sitting down with his legs crossed and his right arm resting on his knees whilst his head was resting on his right hand. Overall, Rei looked too relaxed, which made Yaiba's grandfather twitch at the corner of his eye before closing them and reopening them. I am Ketsu Fukuro,
head of the current Ketsu clan.
To my right is Ketsu Lina, mother of Yaiba. And to my left is Ketsu Genzo, Yaiba's father. Fukuro introduced as Rei nodded. Yatsuba Rei, Yaiba and Harumi's teacher. As well as Harumi's backer since her parents aren't around.
Rei said as Fukuro nodded.
The main reason we want to talk to you is about their relationship as well as Yaiba's future as the clan head. Fukuro said seriously. Following the clan rules, Yaiba would have to stay within the compound keeping the clan safe until his offspring, the next clan head, takes over. Therefore, it must mean Harumi would have to stay within the compound as well. Fukuro said as Rei narrowed his eyes. Why must she stay as well? Rei asked as he doesn't understand why they must stay in the compound. Because they must protect our holy grounds left by our ancestors. Fukuro said as Rei frowned. Can't you just copy the books or whatever is in the holy ground then? Why stay locked up in this prison? Also, what about wanting to preserve the clan? This wasn't what Yaiba told me.
Rei asked.
Fukuro shook his head as he frowned.
We can't.
The holy ground isn't something we can enter. We are also under a pledge to keep the holy ground safe until the inheritor comes. As for what Yaiba told you, it was a lie, so he doesn't know the real reason until the time comes.
Fukuro replied. A pledge?
What kind of pledge makes you stay locked up?
Rei asked.
We don't know the details, but our ancestors have said the pledge was called vow under the higher realms. Whoever disobeys shall be reduced to ash, never to reincarnate. The only reason Yaiba was allowed to be out was because until the future clan head turns 17, they're granted some freedom.
Fukuro replied.
Higher realms.
Rei frowned.
And from what we have heard from Yaiba, you've mastered the theory of magic, so we want to see if you could help us. But seeing your reaction, it seems like you understand this vow. Fukuro said with some anticipation.
Just a little. Rei said.
Then we implore you to examine our holy grounds. So that there may be hope for Yaiba and our future generations to leave this prison. Fukuro did a dejiza along with Yaiba's parents. No wonder he was so cheerful, he wanted to enjoy the last years of his life outside.
Rei thought.
However, due to the butterfly effect he brought along which caused Yaiba to be in love with Harumi. He might have chosen her over this vow which he didn't even know could kill him. This is probably why he never appeared. He was taken away to become the clan head either this year or the next.
Rei thought before nodding.
Bring me to the holy grounds. So this is the holy grounds? Rei asked, seeing the location in front of him.
Indeed. Fukuro nodded.
Turning to Fukuro, Rei opened his mouth. Isn't that just a shallow cave?
Rei said.
He could feel the depth of the cave, so he doesn't understand why it would be so important. What? Fukuro was surprised hearing the words shallow. Surely not, right? There has to be something important inside. Fukuro said, agitated. Their efforts couldn't have been to protect a shallow cave, right? I'll go check it out anyways. Rei frowned as he walked forward. It didn't take long until he walked into a barrier. Using Kamui, Rei slipped past all of the barriers. As he continued forward, Rei didn't realize that he had already traveled past what would have been the back of the shallow cave. Fukuro watched as Rei's body disappeared and prayed for his success. Rei was going to stop as he felt something was off. I've been walking for far too long.
Rei thought as he frowned.
Turning around quickly, he couldn't see where he came from. Just as he was about to use Flying Thunder God to escape, Rei found himself in a new location. It seemed like it was in space as he could see the countless stars in the sky. Rei could feel that his powers weren't restricted in this place, so he brought forth the entirety of his power. TSK, don't break this space, you idiot. A voice rang out as Rei turned around, quickly summoning Kyoki and Tengaku into his hands. In front of him was a white silhouette sitting with his legs crossed. Rei could only see a single golden pupil as it stared into him. It took millions upon millions of years for you to finally arrive. Honestly, at this point, I should have expected this since I saw it coming. The figure spoke as Ray narrowed his eye. He was about to speak when a pressure washed over him, causing him to tense up.
AHP.
Don't talk, it's my turn to speak, the figure said, bringing his finger to his mouth. The pressure emitted from the figure, whilst not directed at him, felt like it could kill him the moment it was focused on him. NOVLB /JNN. Let's see, this time you should be called Ray Yatsuba. I would have tried to meet you a lot earlier, but you wouldn't have gained the skills needed, so I'm meeting you here, the figure said, standing up. System's still working, so that's good. Honestly, I wasn't too sure about how it would work when I first made it. But after seeing the future with this eye of mine, I was still unsure. Since the future could change at any moment. But it seems like this eye was more accurate than I had thought, the figure said, circling around Ray. He was the creator of the system? Ray thought with widened eyes. I feel like I should answer some questions and give you some information. I created the system with two intentions in mind. 1. To be a stabilizing factor in the entire realms. I'm sure you know what I mean since you have already done it in the Overlord world, I think it's called. And 2. To help you. More precisely, help you grow, or rather regain. The figure spoke as Ray felt even more unnerved. Che, I'm only a dead spirit. Wait, no, that isn't right. I'm only a dead hologram? I guess that works better. Just know that I'm dead and this is for you. In the future I've seen, you won't survive. Last life, no reincarnations. You died before you could reach your potential. So no everyday life with Eve and Bai Wu. No visiting your children in Dolua Dalu. And naturally it means everyone is dead since you were one of the main defenses. The figure narrowed its eyes. But since I've seen it, I have to try prevent it. Right now, you should have one part of the god-tempered body. This world will give you the second part. After this world, I want you to focus on skill hunting so you have more trump cards for the future. The figure spoke, seemingly reaching out for something. TSK, this 5-year restriction the system god placed was one of the main reasons you couldn't reach your potential. I'm going to change it down to 3 years since this is the limit of what I can influence the system god with right now.
Mission update.
Journey in the Animeverse Part 2, Irregular at a Magical High School. Task, introduce and teach the more effective and efficient type of magic. Restrictions, must become a teacher at First Magic High School, must teach for a minimum of 3 years, must make sure your name goes down in history, must make sure you teach MC Tatsuya new knowledge. System God notes, I'm feeling nice today so I've reduced it to 3 years. Rewards, passive skill God tempered body part 2 / Done. Time is short so I'll tell you this. Don't trust your back to war gods. The figure narrowed its eye as it placed a finger on Ray's forehead. Blessing of? Gained. Cultivation will increase automatically and at a fast pace. Body will refine every second on its own. Soul strengthening occurs every week automatically. Willpower increased due to hidden resistances gained. Skill? Gained. Passive? Gained. Passive? Gained. Ha! I've done what I can. You can leave now. The figure spoke as he sent Ray out of his space. Creator, it would be most likely that he will be able to reach his potential with this. Yeah, he should know which skills to hunt for. Some of the more important skills will be available in the system god trials. The figure replied as his body was fading. Bringing up what seems to be a locket, he gazed at the 2 figures in the locket tenderly. Spending the last of his moments looking at the figures, he hoped the future he saw wouldn't come around. ####. Whilst Ray was in the mysterious space, the Ketsu clan was being attacked by enemies. These enemies had been greedy over the clan records of the Ketsu clan when they discovered Yaiba was a part of the Ketsu clan. They waited patiently near where they first discovered Ketsu and realized the clan was hidden away in the countrysides. The reason why Ray didn't realize them was because they had been patient and lived in the countryside for several years now. This was the reason why Ray couldn't sense them, it was because they were already in the town. Ray had been focused on people who were tailing them, so he naturally overlooked these enemies. Gathering as much manpower overnight, they launched an attack the next morning through firing a huge barrage of attack, forcefully breaking the concealment sequence. You know your missions, you know your jobs. Take the record, leave none alive. Go! The leader shouted as the operatives started to spread out around the clan, leaving them no place to escape. In addition to this, the clan was situated in a countryside where there were hardly any police around. This gave them the freedom of using the more powerful spells. Yaiba and Harumi were having breakfast happily with her brother until an alarm rang out and his parents ran into the room. Yaiba, the clan is under attack. Take Harumi and go to the shelters. Remember, do not leave the clan grounds. Or else the consequences will be dire. His father warned quickly. The clan's under attack?
Yaiba cried out in shock. Father, I can help.
Sensei gave me a powerful sequence that allows me to fight. Yaiba said as his father frowned.
I can also help.
Harumi mustered up the courage as she also wanted to help Yaiba where she could. Then take your brother to the shelters first. All of the non-combatants are there and we must protect them. Both Yaiba and Harumi nodded at his words. Quickly taking her brother, they both ran towards the shelters. Yaiba frowned as he saw 2 figures chasing them on the roofs.
9 blades.
He thought summoning the blades. Standing on one of the blades, Yaiba gave Harumi support from the air. Splitting 4 swords for each enemy, Yaiba attacked. Asterisk ping 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 ping. The swords hit a shield that kept regenerating as Yaiba had to focus his attacks into a single spot. Frowning, Yaiba was about to attack again. Suddenly, 2 dark brown earthen spears penetrated their barriers, killing them through the chest. Landing softly, Yaiba nodded at the pale Harumi as he quickly set her down on his blade and rushed towards the shelters. Harumi, I don't want you to kill if you don't want to. Just help protect this location. I'll go eliminate the people intruding our clan. Yaiba said as he gave Harumi a kiss. I'll be back. Yaiba smiled as he took off. Harumi only nodded as she brought Akira inside the shelter. Flying through the air, Yaiba could see his grandfather struggling against 4 enemies. Narrowing his eyes, Yaiba charged forwards.
Splitting the swords, 2 per person.
Yaiba incorporated his techniques into his control, making it seem like it was only 1 sword per person, whilst the second sword cut towards their back. Eliminating 3 out of 4 enemies, the last one retreated just in time. The person gnashed his teeth in anger seeing 3 of his companions die. Bringing his dagger up to his face, he charged at Yaiba. Summoning 5 blades, Yaiba sent it towards the charging enemy whilst the other 3 confirmed the kills. Knowing that the dagger was weaker than the blades, the enemy didn't deflect but rather dodged through the gaps, stepping on the blade to help him maneuver. Yaiba was shocked but didn't let it show on his face as he jumped down from his sword and controlled all 9 blades to seal off every exit the opponent had. Stabbing through the enemy from every direction, Yaiba was drenched in blood, making him want to vomit, but he knew this wasn't the time. Grandfather, where is Sensei? Yaiba asked quickly. He's still in the holy grounds. He hadn't left since yesterday, but I believe he should come out soon. Fukuro replied as Yaiba frowned in anxiousness. Yaiba, they're trying to get our clan records. Go help your parents since they're protecting the records hall. Fukuro urged quickly as Yaiba nodded. Running quickly, Yaiba didn't use his blades as he needed to save his psions for the next fight since the records hall is bound to have a lot of enemies. As he reached the record hall, he could see both his parents bloody but alive. Around them were corpses littered around. There were only 2 people left as they were relatively unharmed. Yaiba narrowed his eyes as he kept quiet. Slowly approaching the duo, Yaiba waited for a chance at a killing blow. You should just give up. One of the enemies said with a sneer. Give us the record and we'll leave. Simple as that.
The other followed up.
Pui. Only a dog would believe you. Genzo, Yaiba's father, spat out as he glared at them, noticing Yaiba sneaking up on them. Understanding his intent, he kept quiet. Then you can die. The first enemy grinned as he suddenly turned around and punched towards Yaiba with his fist. Quickly dodging left, Yaiba managed to avoid the fist before getting kicked.
KUH.
Yaiba cried out in pain as he smashed against the wall.
Yaiba!
Genzo shouted as he was about to run over when the second enemy approached. Quickly reinforcing his body, Genzo used his footwork to confuse the enemy before landing an uppercut. The enemy only smiled without flinching before giving him a devastating right hook. Yaiba gritted his teeth as he sent his blades to the first enemy. Dodging as quickly as he could, the enemy managed to only dodge 7 of the blades from close range. 2 were stabbed into his arm and thigh, causing him to frown in anger. The enemy ripped out the blade before stabbing it through Yaiba's abdominal area, causing him to scream out in pain. Arg! Can you tell me what is going on right now? A cold voice rang out as Yaiba felt relief seeing Rei appear behind the enemy. Gripping them by the head and lifting him up, Rei gave Yaiba a glance. Simulating how Tatsuya heals people, Rei reversed Yaiba's IDOS code to what it was a few minutes ago and transferred the pain over to the enemy he held in his hands. Ah! A blood-curdling cry rang out as he had to feel 150x the pain Yaiba went through. Sensei, enemies are attacking our clan for our records. Yaiba said as he stood up. Rei frowned as his eyes grew colder. *CRKK. The other enemy tried to hit Rei when he wasn't looking, but the impact caused him to break his fist as he gritted his teeth in pain. Sorry, I think an ant just tried to bite me. Rei said with a flat tone, causing the enemy to shiver. I got a lock on every hostile within a 3-mile radius. I've already scanned their minds, so I know for a fact that this is everyone in their group. Ray said towards Yaiba. Since you dare to have thoughts on my students' clan, then you all can die. Ray said as he snapped his fingers. Their bodies started to break down as Ray remembered to amplify their pain, so they felt each and every part of their body rip and break. Ghastly cries rang out from every part of the clan as the enemies started to break down into atoms.
Yaiba, go help the cleanup.
Also take this sequence and heal everyone. Ray said as he updated Yaiba's CAD. This sequence reverted the bodies back to the previous state much like what Ray did for Yaiba, but there's no backlash from this power. Right now, Ray was more occupied with the figure he saw in the space as the future he spoke of gave Ray a wake-up call. He had lost his initial drive to get stronger since he was able to meet Eve and Bai Wu sooner or later. But it seems like he had to focus much more now that he knew the outcome. Or else, like the figure said, he would die and lose everything in the process. Ray only clenched his hand as his gaze sharpened. Strength. What I need now is the power to overcome the future he predicted.
Ray thought as he stood up.
Ray kept a stern face as he stood on the roof of the buildings.
Master, are you okay?
Faye asked as she landed lightly next to him.
Just thinking about something.
Ray replied as he thought about his next actions. He has a few requirements to complete for this world in order to get the second part of the God-tempered body. Must become a teacher at First Magic High School. Must teach for a minimum of 3 years. Must make sure your name goes down in history. Must make sure you teach MC Tatsuya new knowledge. He had done 2 of the 4 tasks, so he was halfway to the finish. The end of the 3-year limit would be Tatsuya's first year in First High School. If I remember correctly, it was Tatsuya's second year that he had to face the Great Asian Union. In his first year he had to deal with a terrorist attack by Blanche and the 9 schools competition affected by the no-head dragons. Ray thought trying to remember details about the series. Next year, Miyashiba would die and Tatsuya's dad would remarry. Ray remembered as he narrowed his eyes. Nothing significant is happening next year except for these 2 events. As for the butterfly effect, I doubt Blanche would attack the school database due to me being there. No-head dragons won't interfere if they see me. I'll use this time to store power like what Vex did, so when the restrictions are lifted again, I can charge for the next divine rank straight away. There are a few more abilities that are beneficial to me, so I should go get them as well. Time is short. The figure told me I would die if I didn't reach my potential, so I need to go for the God realms as soon as possible. I also have the trials to worry about as well. Ray mused to himself as Faye waited patiently by the side.
Yaiba, Harumi.
Ray called out as he waited for his 2 students to appear. It didn't take long as they were nearby to n/o/vel/b// and c//om. What is it, sensei?
Yaiba asked.
Tell your grandfather that the vow has been completed. All of you can move and migrate to other places now. Also, I'll be heading back early. I'll see you when the school term starts. Ray said as they both nodded. In that case, then see you in the new term, sensei. Yaiba said as he bowed. Harumi did the same as Ray nodded and flashed away with Flying Thunder God with Faye. Harumi, don't you think sensei changed a little?
Yaiba asked.
I feel like sensei became more serious and
anxious.
She replied, slightly tilting her head in confusion. ###. Appearing back at his house, Ray quickly went to work with figuring how to cultivate more effectively whilst not harming the integrity of the planet. First step is to make sure everything is isolated like the space I was in earlier. The most likely solution is probably similar to using Kamui, but instead of just the information plane, I need an independent space that isn't affected by this world's laws. Ray thought as he decided to do some renovations with his room. Storing everything away, Ray started to carve out seals around the room. Easiest way would be for me to make a connection into the God Ascension realms, or rather the cultivation tower. Ray thought as he attempted to establish a connection, but failed to do so manually. System, can you link me back to the God Ascension realm?
Ray asked.
Negative. For the host's current purpose, the system is unable to. Ray frowned as he sighed slightly. Then I'll just need to punch a hole through realms and connect it that way. Ray thought as his eyes narrowed. System, help me find skills needed to complete this task. Browsing host's skill database. Skills detected.
Lock on. Enhanced power. Warp. Seal. Duplication. Terminal. Law editor. Space laws.
Temporary skills available. Lock on plus enhanced power plus warp plus seal plus duplication plus terminal plus law editor plus space laws equals transfer realm sector. Transfer realm sector, a skill that allows for the host to make a connection to a section of a known realm and copy the realm features such as laws and atmosphere. Great skill for closed door cultivation.
Good.
Ray nodded as he channeled his energy into his fists. Through creating the temporary skill, Ray was able to understand how to use it straight away. The energy from his fist encompassed the entire room as Ray imagined the room from the cultivation tower. Naturally, the only room he could copy was the weakest of all the rooms since he didn't battle for the higher tier rooms. Ray frowned knowing that he would probably need to visit the towers again. Seals around the room started to light up as they were the stabilizing factors that Ray had just put in place to help him. A familiar dark galaxy covered the room as Ray felt his restrictions get lifted. Clenching his spare fist with power, Ray completed the room as fast as possible before stabilizing it so it wouldn't break or run out of energy quickly. Cultivation room is done. I should tell Faye about what plan whilst I prepare to shoot for Divine Rank 5. ####. And so that is the plan, Ray said after explaining the setups for an hour.
Understood, Master.
Faye nodded simply as it wasn't her role to decide what Ray did and didn't do. She was only his maid/helper. There are still a little over 2 months until the new term starts, so I want you remind me on the day. Ray reminded once more as she nodded. Have fun cultivating, Master, she said politely as Ray disappeared into his room. Sitting himself in the middle of the room, Ray sat down as he calmed himself. The blessing the figure gave was really astounding as he could feel a rise in his cultivation already. Ray started to gather energy as it was enhanced by the blessing. With my calculations, I should be able to enter Divine Rank 5 in a few days. I can also use that time to challenge the element god trials, Ray thought as his tasks were laid out before him. All he needed to do now was to complete them all. ####. The world was quiet overall but had strong undercurrents. The strength Ray shown in the 9 schools competition, whilst not directly, had made them fearful. If any of the systems he had created were to be used against them by more talented magicians, they were sure that Ray could dominate them easily. Little did they know, Ray himself was a calamity. So with or without others' help, he could still end them if he wished. The only calming factor was that it doesn't seem like he was spreading the code out. Every organization had put manpower into trying to decode his sequences, but they were too far behind in the knowledge required. In a room with 5 people, every one of them had serious faces on. It seems like the other students aren't able to use these sequences without Yotsuba Rei's permission, a person said as he displayed the data. I was able to plant a few spies near the houses of these people and find out that except for enhanced base abilities and the simpler sequences, they aren't able to use any of the specialized sequences. Not even the automated common with the lower tier contestants of the demon class.
A person followed up.
The government had started to classify his sequences. The ones with the names of God are now known as the God series. The others aren't as impressive as the God series, so they were just classified as top tier spells. Another person replied reading the data. How many Valkyries have we sent up? We've managed to send up 23 out of the 50 we need.
Good.
From the speed we're progressing, we should be done by 2096. Wait, why would it be then? Wouldn't we be giving Yotsuba Rei more time to improve and get stronger? We can't rush this. We have one chance and one chance only. Better be prudent than to fuck up because we rushed the preparations.
Second that.
But it also isn't without truth either. The more time we give Yotsuba Rei, the stronger he could get. In fact, whilst we're doing this, prepare Plan 0 in case Valkyrie fail.
This caused the other 4 to nod. Sigh. Such a shame.
Yotsuba Rei, this kind of genius was born at the wrong time. He's too dangerous for the stability of the current world. We aren't ready for the kind of benefits brought by his genius. It's a shame, but we have to do this. Powers all over the world are eyeing his intelligence. The moment he shows any kind of weakness, it could lead to the next world war. But this time, the war won't end until only one faction remains with his data or that the data is destroyed. Otherwise, this war could be the very thing to end this world. The 5 people sighed as it was something they had to do. ####. Breaking into Divine Rank 5 wasn't hard as Ray felt improvements all around his stats.
Name Ray. Age, not applicable.
Combat rank, Divine Rank 5, 15% new. Body rank, Divine Rank 6, 25%-82%.
New.
Soul rank, Divine Rank 6, 42%-91%.
New.
Will rank, Low God, 2%.
New.
Element God trials unlocked. Would host like to challenge the trial now?
Y/N.
I still have roughly a month left. System, accept the trial. Ray thought as his vision soon blurred. He was inside a room as he could see 6 doors. 5 were the generic element being fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. The last one was blank and Ray could theorize that it was the conceptual elements such as space and time. Let's go with fire first. Ray thought, stepping into the fire door. Element God Trial 1. Survive the baptism of fire. Trial 1 of the Element God Inheritance. Many have tried but ultimately died after being burnt into nothingness. Can you survive? Reading the note, Ray raised an eyebrow. Surely it can't be that bad, right? I also have gluttony, so I can just eat the fire. Ray thought as his vision was suddenly blinded by light. Restrictions activated, skills disabled. Confused face. Ray's eyes instantly became bloodshot as he felt his lungs set on fire. He wanted to scream but couldn't. The moment he opened his mouth, fire would enter, burning everything inside. Ray clenched his teeth as his eyes glared at the fire. Fuck. Since I'm going to die if I don't try, this bit of pain is nothing. Ray thought as he tried his best to ignore the pain and sat down. ####. Holy crap. The Element God shouted out, suddenly drawing the attention of the other gods. They were surprised that the normally calm Element God were shouting. What wrong? War Saint Ophelia asked, seeing this. That lad challenged the baptism of fire first. He's got the order wrong, he said as he frowned. Even though there were 3 fails, the baptism of fire was a special one. This trial will cleanse the body and soul, washing it through with the purifying flames. These flames are highly volatile, and the moment there is a weakness, the flames will devour the person's soul. He was supposed to challenge the other trials first before the fire and blank. The gentle currents of water, the defenses of earth, the adaptability of wind, and the fighting force of lightning. These 4 trials will train his body up to the standard to fight the trials of fire. The Element God said as he frowned. What? Why the hell didn't you write it down then? The System God cried out in shock. I couldn't. The trials were passed down from God to successor. The Element God trials never changed, and it was all the same. The God was supposed to educate the successor on how to beat the trials. The Element God said as he frowned. When he became an Element God, his master had trained him arduously in hope of him to succeed his mantle. Are you dumb? Does it look like any of us got the chance to teach him, never mind telling him about the trials? Ophelia said as she felt like wanting to slap the Element God into comatose. Hold up, so you're telling me you forgot to write down the basic instructions of your trial? The War God said, looking over at the Element God. Sorry, please don't look at me. What are you all worried about? The Beast God asked as she sat on the table playfully. We're worried that he will die and never reincarnate. The War God said as he glared at her. Bitch, please, we beast cultivators are more sensitive than most cultivators. I can sense his willpower having the potential to never break. He's not going to falter, don't worry, she said with a wave of her hand. Easy for you to say. He's not your successor, the War God retorted. The Beast God shrugged as she stopped responding. Enough, she isn't wrong though. He recently ascended into low God rank willpower. The System God said as he looked at the recent updates. However, he wasn't able to see the blessing Ray received, since the person who blessed Ray was the system's creator. If he didn't want people to see it, not even the System God could find out what he hid. Wait, did you just say low God rank willpower? The Element God asked, looking over. Yeah. Since he challenged your trial straight away, isn't he divine rank 5? Ophelia said with a what the fuck face. Wait a second. Element God, what willpower rank were you when you succeeded your ascension? Ophelia asked, looked at the Element God. Cough. Low God rank. The Element God replied, realizing he made a big deal out of nothing. Seeing the gaze the other 4 gave him, the Element God felt like he wanted to cry. Come on. It was an honest mistake. How long has it been? Ray asked himself, as he didn't know how long he had been burning in the flames. The pain had become slightly numb as Ray felt his perception become hazy. However, his willpower continued to burn brightly as he was determined to survive. I can't use my skills, but I must survive, Ray chanted to himself constantly. Seeing the flames flicker, Ray suddenly had a moment of epiphany. So can't I just become blank canvas? A blank canvas that will be able to absorb all kinds of colors. A cultivator that can absorb all kinds of elements. This isn't a skill. This is my body. Molded by the elements around me, I can absorb all and control all. This is a god. An Element God. Ray thought as the fire started to be absorbed into his body. Instead of searing pain, it brought him warmth. As the purifying flames were absorbed, Ray felt the changes to his body. Every one of his senses were enhances as he felt the power to be able to summon flames even in a location like this which stopped skills. His body was its own catalyst to house the elements he can wield. To think there were flames more powerful than mine. Flames that can burn even the light, which allows us to recognize the fire. Ray muttered, summoning the purifying flames to his palms. Purifying flame, physic gain. The strongest flames of gods that can purify all had been absorbed into your body. You are the catalyst to these powerful flames which every god's fear should they be used with the power of a god. This is the first time in history that a person can freely wield the purifying flames. A feat not even the element god could succeed in, but instead gain a lesser flame. When someone attacks you with any form of fire, you will absorb 90% of the damage and convert it into health, energy, and stamina.
Not bad.
Ray smiled at the notification. Gods aren't people who use their skill, they're people who are deeply connected to the area they became a god in. In which case, what kind of god will I become? Ray thought as he remembered the countless skills he had gained and could copy. Shaking his head, he walked out of the fire trials and looked at the other doors available. Stepping into the trial next to fire, Ray saw that it was water. Ray saw that he was in a situation similar to the fire trials. The water changed constantly from raging whirlpools, razor-sharp blades, overlapping tides to calming currents. This is a lot easier than the fire trials. Ray thought as he slowly re-entered his mental state of absorbing everything around him. Heavenly water physic gained. Holding all the powers related to water, even the Greek god Poseidon will bow to you. Whilst this achievement had been gained before, it was never this fast. When someone attacks you with any form of water, you will absorb 90% of the damage and convert it into health, energy, and stamina. Continuing to all the other trials, Ray completed them in breakneck speeds, having gained his epiphany in the fire trials. Heavenly earth physic gain. Wielding the mighty power of everything to do with the earth below one's feet. You now hold the defense and power of earth. When someone attacks you with any form of earth/rock, you will absorb 90% of the damage and convert it into health, energy, and stamina. Heavenly wind physic gained. Containing the power of the wind, you are free and forever moving. You have the speed, the cutting power, and the adaptability of wind. When someone attacks you with any form of wind, you will absorb 90% of the damage and convert it into health, energy, and stamina. Heaven-piercing lightning physic gain. Amassing the power of the heaven-piercing lighting. You wield unmatched attacking potential with this element. Whilst the heavenly tribulation lighting allows for you to destroy a person's soul, there is also the change for you to help them increase their cultivation. The heaven-piercing lightning is pure attack, no defense. It's all or nothing. When someone attacks you with any form of lightning, you will absorb 90% of the damage and convert it into health, energy, and stamina.
Holy shit.
I could have helped someone increase their cultivation. Ray thought, seeing the description. Walking out of the lightning trials, Ray found himself in front of the last door.
The blank.
There were no hints of any kind of element, so Ray could only guess it was the conceptual elements. Stepping inside, Ray could definitely feel the influence of time and space due to his comprehended laws. Sitting down, Ray closed his eyes and entered his blank canvas state once more. Countless notifications rang out, but Ray somehow didn't feel like it was finished. It was like being in a room, but then there was still one more door that could be opened. Conceptual element physic gained. Wielding the conceptual elements such as time and space, you have surpassed the conventional elements. When someone attacks you with any form of conceptual element, you will absorb 90% of the damage and convert it into health, energy, and stamina. Ray ignored the notification as he knew there was something more to be gained. Diving deeper into the state, Ray slowly felt himself enter a brand new deeper state. It was said that God created the world from nothing. This includes the elements. Conceptual or conventional. Everything is from nothing. As the blank catalyst that absorbs everything, am I the opposite of nothing, or am I the nothing which retrieves everything? Ray thought as he slowly comprehended his state.
God titles gained.
Element God, as the future god of the elements, you wield and absorb every element that is aimed towards you. Lesser forms of elements are subservient to you. God of, as the future god of, you are nothing yet something. Everything came from nothing, thus it must eventually return to nothing. ####.
Okay, this is bad.
The element god called out once more.
Che, shut up.
Did Ray do the trials in the wrong order again? Ophelia asked sarcastically as the element god caused a ruckus last time.
No.
Listen carefully. The element god said seriously. The other four god looked over at him as they knew this was important. Ray finished my trials. But within these trials he gained more than we could ever imagine. The element god spoke as the system god looked over at his panel before widening his eyes with shock.
He.
The system god said, unable to fully formulate his sentence. What's wrong? Ophelia asked, seeing the reactions of both gods. The beast god and war god had the same reaction as they looked over. Both the system god and element god looked at each other as they took a deep breath. In the trials he comprehended the state of nothingness and became the future god of nothingness. The element god said as they three other gods received a shock. God of nothingness?
They all shouted.
This was the god title everyone wanted. Even the current true god emperor was never able to reach the state required to succeed this title. The only reason they knew about it was because of the information released by the true god emperor.
How is he still alive?
Being the god of nothingness is equivalent to 10 conceptual god titles. It should theoretically be too much for him to handle. Ophelia asked with a frown. I think I might know. The system god said with a frown. Whilst our trials aim to hand over our power to him, he comprehended the state himself. Nothingness was special to begin with. Everything came from nothing. I don't understand it fully, but it may be the fact that it is the state of nothing which allows him to become the god of nothingness. The state of nothing gives him the power to absorb everything that comes his way, including the backlash of god titles. I'm guessing that even if he inherited every god title there is, he would still be fine. The system god said with a frown, but inside he was ecstatic. If Rei was strong, it also means that the war would be won much easier. In that case, then can't he just go for the other trials already?
The war god asked. No, not yet.
He still hasn't become the god of nothingness yet. Right now there are still restrictions placed on him. But when he enters godhood, I'm sure there is a large chance for him to become the next true god emperor. The system god said as everyone nodded. Then if he can ascend quickly, then there is a bigger chance to win the war with less causalities. The beast god said as everyone nodded. However, we cannot bet everything on a single individual. The problem is that if the war broke out before he became a god, then the causalities would still be sky high. And even if he did become the god of nothingness, he could only overlook one battlefield. The other battlefields are still under our jurisdiction. The system god said, bursting the thought. True. At most, we can only assume one battlefield being fully secure with him around.
The beast god nodded.
Right now, we can assume there to be at least several tens of battlefields and hundreds if not thousands of generals. We don't know how many of them are in the god realm, but I can say for sure that there would definitely become conceptual god enemies. An example being the god of perception. We don't know his power for sure, but he is able to affect how one looks at him. We speculate that he could probably enter a different realm of perception or even block one's perception to their powers. The beast god frowned as this was a troublesome enemy. So we have to locate him and kill him with one shot if we can.
The war god said as they nodded.
If not, then I'm thinking only Rei can take him on. Ophelia said as the atmosphere became heavy again. ####. Exiting the blank trials, Rei had a smile on his face as he looked at his status n/o/vel/b/c/om.
Status. Name, Rei Yatsuba. Age, not applicable.
Bloodlines, Heavenly Demon, Alucard, Divine Dragon, New.
Comprehension.
God titles, Element God, God of. Divine Essence, Space, Time, Seals, Blood, Energy, Sound, Atoms. Law, Darkness, Holy, Slaughter, Shadows, Conversion, Healing, 20+. Combat Rank, Divine Rank 5, 15%-52%.
New.
Current Combat Rank, World, High Tier. Body Rank, Divine Rank 6-7, 75%.
New.
Soul Rank, Divine Rank 6-7, 36%.
New.
Will Rank, Low God-God, 31%.
New.
Skills, 1000+. Passives, 1000+. Looking at his status, Rei felt happy as it meant he was a step closer to surviving his death. However, what truly surprised him was that he gained another god title.
The god of.
If he guessed correctly, to become a god, one needed to evolve the divine essence into a god title. The god title can either be one that's inherited or one that wasn't occupied. The element god title was the former, while the god of was most likely the latter. Congratulations, host, for succeeding the trials of the element god. You will be returned to your room, now. Rei suddenly felt his vision shift as he was back in his room. Opening the door, Rei could sense Faye quickly approaching as Rei looked over. Master! She cried out as Rei used Kamui. She phased through his body, crashing into the walls. How long has it been? Rei asked. There's still a week left till the school starts again. Ah. Master, your eyes. She cried out, seeing Rei's face. My eyes. Rei was confused as he walked to the nearby toilet and looked in the mirror. Instead of the normal red gold and red silver iris he had, it was now akin to a galaxy. The red and gold formed a galaxy spiral with the red in the center and the gold on the rims. The same was for the other iris, as it was red in the center and silver on the rims.
Could it be because I gained a god title?
Ray muttered to himself.
God title? Faye asked.
Yeah. In the time I was locked up in my room, I was able to gain the titles of 2 gods. Element God and the God of Nothingness, I think it would be called. So when I'm strong enough, I will become the god of both these titles. Ray said as Faye nodded, as this was way above her understanding. So basically, Master would become a true god?
She asked as Ray nodded.
I still have 4 more titles to inherit when the time comes. Ray said as Faye realized her master could be stronger than 6 gods combines. Not that she understands the power that comes with becoming a god. She just knows her master was someone amazing. As the sun rose, Ray stood on top of the highest building with his eyes closed. After he had received the god title of Element God, he realized that he could cultivate it much faster when he was outside. This was mainly attributed to the fact that he was absorbing the elements into his body, storing up more power. Due to the uniqueness of god titles, he didn't need to worry about the restrictions either because the power was being stored internally. However, this did not mean that he could exhibit the power of a divine rank individual, since the world wouldn't be able to handle it. Rather, it was like his internal powers being in the divine rank category, whilst his external is at the world rank category. The biggest benefit this brought him was cultivation on the spot. During a lecture?
Cultivate.
Training his student?
Cultivate.
Sitting on the toilet?
Cultivate.
Maybe not on the toilet since he didn't need to go to it, but the point is that this allowed him to cultivate whenever. Due to this new discovery, he was already on the verge of breaking through to divine rank 6. Master, school should be starting soon. Faye said as she landed lightly beside him.
Got it, let's go.
Ray smiled as he opened his eyes once more. He didn't know what kind of eyes these were, but he knew they were powerful. After giving himself an internal scan, which focused on his eyes, he was able to sense the power locked behind them as they would be unlocked in time. Faye, what do you think would happen should I go to the school with my current eyes?
Ray asked.
I would presume that a lot of questions would be asked. It might also cause some individuals to be wearier of you and could target your students to get the secret out of you. Faye replied after some thought. Oh, I'm guessing you said that because you saw some worms sneaking around the demon class students who participated in the 9-school competition. Ray smiled as he had long discovered them. Yes. Faye replied, slightly surprised since she had just discovered them.
Don't be surprised.
While I can't show the power of a divine rank individual, my mastery of the information plane allows me to simulate some of the benefits of a sovereign rank individual whilst only being at world rank. Ray replied with a smile. He had been keeping an eye for those students since he knows the trouble his sequences could bring. Which is why he was allowing those worms to act so they understand no matter how hard they try, they won't be able to use his sequences. Of course, unless they were able to crack his codes, which wouldn't happen unless they understood every law regarding the information plane and used that as a basis to decode his sequences. Since his eyes could bring danger to his students, especially Yaiba and Harumi, Ray decided to hide them. Faye, do you have a long strip of white cloth?
Ray asked. I do, master.
She said with a smile as she lifted up her skirt and was about to use a portion of her garter belt.
Oi.
Ray said, hitting her lightly on the head, causing her to stumble back. When did I say, use your garter belt as a cloth? Ray asked as he looked at the masochist vampire in front of him. Why, you don't want it? Faye asked with a smile.
Che.
Ray ignored her as he jumped off the building and landed lightly. Closing his eyes, Ray made sure people can't see them and sent out his senses. Finding a clothes store, Ray walked in. Hello, are you able to sell me a long piece of cloth? Preferably colored black or white. Ray said as the till person nodded. Since we don't usually do this, we'll have to charge you extra for this, would that be okay?
She asked.
Yes, that'll be fine. Ray replied as the till person blushed at his smile. The service was quick as a long strip of black cloth was brought out. That'll be 100 credits. She said as Ray handed the money over. Tying the cloth over his eyes, Ray remembered the time he spent in 7 deadly sins with a piece of cloth over his eyes as well. Smiling slightly in nostalgia, Ray walked to the school with Faye. Ray heard whispers about his blindfold but kept a smile on his face. Just because I can't see doesn't mean I can't hear. Ray said as the whispers suddenly died out. Number 1 unspoken rule in first high school. When demon teacher says something, do not under any circumstances disobey. If there are no specific instructions, then don't do anything. Avoid pissing him off. Walking to his office, Ray sat down as he thought about what kind of lecture he could do. Last year, he had already taught most of the students the basics of sequence casting. Maybe second years get more advanced lectures? And then the third years will get lectures on how to use sequences fast and cast on the run. Asterisk bang. The door suddenly slammed open, bringing Rei out of his thoughts as he turned over.
Sensei!
Yaiba cried out, seeing Rei wearing a blindfold. Harumi looked at Rei with worry as she stood behind him.
Close the door, Rei said as they nodded. What do you need?
Rei asked with a smile. What happened, Sensei?
Your eyes.
Yaiba asked as he was panting slightly from running all the way to Rei's office. Nothing is wrong with my eyes. Rei shook his head as he took off the blindfold and exposed his eyes. Yaiba as Harumi felt shocked seeing the mini galaxy in Rei's iris. Just that this might bring unwanted troubles to you guys should some worms see my eyes. Rei smiled as he put the blindfold back on.
Oh, so a false alarm?
Yaiba said as Rei nodded. Also, where did you and your clan migrate to? Rei asked as he crossed his legs and rested his head on his arm. We migrated nearby, actually. A monk ninja person owns the place and allowed the main house to live there. Other branches left for other places, so we can be more spread out. Yaiba replied as he somehow felt the pressure emitted from Rei being much more dangerous than before.
Monk ninja?
Could it be Koko no Yakumo? Rei asked as Yakumo was also Tatsuya's master. Master knows him?
Yaiba asked surprised. A little.
Why don't you take me there someday? Rei asked as Yaiba nodded. Okay, first thing I need to do today is determine who is going into the demon class after some third years left. Rei said, standing up. Don't you also need to go recruit some people into your clubs? Rei asked as he knew Yaiba would continue to be the club leader of both clubs. I almost forgot. Yaiba said as he turned and quickly went to set up his stall. You didn't almost forget, you did forget. Rei said, shaking his head with a smile. Harumi, how's your brother? Rei asked as the attack might have shocked him.
Akria's fine.
He didn't see anything since we only brought him out after we cleaned up. Right now he's also living with the main house of the Ketsu clan.
Harumi said as Rei nodded.
So you're also living with Yaiba now? Any developments? Rei grinned as Harumi blushed. We're engaged now, she said with a deep blush.
Ha ha ha, engaged now are we?
When's the wedding? And also remember, no private moments until you're over 18. We don't want any accidents now, do we? Rei smiled as Harumi froze as if her brain had been fried.
Faye quickly caught her before she fell.
Master, you know what Harumi's like. Don't joke with her like that, Faye said as she could only hear Rei's laugh in the distance. Smiling wearily, Faye laid Harumi on the chair as she waited for her to snap out of it. Rei had managed to fill all 20 slots for the first years and the 20 slots for the second/third years. All 40 students for the next 9 school competition were prepared. However, Rei focused on Yaiba and Harumi more as they were akin to his personal students. They were the only ones who kept his sequences and could use them if they wanted. Right now, they were standing back at the training location they were at last year. Yaiba, I've taught you how to attack and defend. However, it seems like we focused on attack a little too much. You need defense as well, or the potential of the 9 blades would be wasted, Rei said as he held 2 wooden swords in both hands. Yaiba nodded seriously as he could tell that Rei was much more comfortable holding 2 swords instead of 1.
Ready?
Rei asked with a smile. Yaiba nodded as Rei rushed forwards. Suddenly, Rei threw the 2 wooden swords at Yaiba. Deflecting the swords with 2 blades, Yaiba looked back at Rei but realized he was mid-air. Rei was halfway through a twisting motion as he grabbed the 2 blades accurately and cut towards Yaiba. Asterisk bang. The ground cracked slightly as Yaiba gritted his teeth. To block Rei, he had stacked 6 blades together. Never aim to block, always go for the parry, Rei said as this was a mistake he used to do often. However, as he grew stronger, he knew that the physical properties didn't fully express a person's strength. Therefore, trying to block someone's attack might just prove to be suicidal. Jumping back slightly, Rei threw the blade on his right with a swinging motion whilst the left upwards. Using ghost steps, Rei appeared besides the first sword he threw and was about to cut towards Yaiba once more. Quickly rotating 7 swords to where Rei was and above him, Yaiba aimed to parry like Rei said. Rei smiled as his movement suddenly shifted. What seemed like a powerful stomp downwards to provide more power for his swing actually lifted his body up. Twisting himself over Yaiba's blades, Rei caught the second sword he threw and landed at Yaiba's weak spot. Cutting upwards with both sword, Rei left some cut on Yaiba's protective clothing.
Assign 2 swords at best. Never more.
Or else what just happened then would happen more often. By assigning more swords, you're leaving yourself more open to attacks, Rei said as Yaiba stood up. Looking at the 9 blades, Yaiba mustered up the courage to ask the question that had been plaguing him mind.
Master,
why is it that the 9 blades seem much weaker than the God series? Yaiba asked as he feels like the Apollo system, Zeus system, and so on were more powerful. Rei shook his head. 9 blades is more powerful. Rei smiled as Yaiba was confused. Tell me the elemental properties of each blade. Rei asked, seeing the confusion. They don't have properties. They're only blades made from psions which were converted into items with physical properties. Yaiba said as Rei nodded. Now activate the Apollo system. Rei said as he put away his wooden swords. But I don't have it. Yaiba replied, confused. You should know how to activate it. Just do it, trust me. Rei smiled. Yaiba nodded when one of his blades suddenly became a bow. You mean? Yaiba said, looking at Rei. Each blade were made to be blank until you use the God series with them. The 9 blades, each with their own God series engraved into their source codes. Apollo system, Zeus system, Poseidon system, Gaia system, Athena system, Hades system, Hermes system, Ares system, and finally the Chronos system. Rei smiled as he sat down on a chair. When he created the 9 blades, he used his unlimited blade works and Zanpakuto as a basis. Each blade when transformed is essentially a bankai but without the sword soul. Therefore, it was also linked to some noble phantasms, unlocking their ability for a short amount of time. These two combined became the 9 blades. You should know the origins of the names, so you should be able to guess their powers. Yaiba nodded. Apollo, the god of light, sun, archery and many more. Zeus, the god of lightning and king of the gods. Poseidon, the god of the seas. Gaia, the primordial god of earth. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, war and many others much like Apollo. Hades, the god of the underworld. Hermes, the messenger of gods with unmatched speed. Ares, the god of war. And Chronos, Yaiba said, taking a deep breath. The god of time. He finished as his outlook on the 9 blades changed greatly to n/o/vel/b/ind/c//om. Still think it's weaker than the God series? Rei asked with a smile. Yaiba quickly shook his head. However, you should also know that to use each of these systems, the psion count would be high no matter how much I try to reduce them. Without sufficient psions, you'll become a fish on the chopping board quickly. Rei said as Yaiba nodded with seriousness. If Sensei gave this to me, then you've most likely prepared a plan. Yaiba said as Rei nodded. There is a method to increase your psions count. But it would take time, and when practiced to the max, you should be able to use 3 systems easily. Or the Chronos system once every day with enough power to use another system to keep you alive. Rei said as Yaiba nodded. The method should already be in your CAD. If you lose the CAD, it would destroy itself. If I'm not around, just cut your finger slightly and mark the CAD you want to use, and the 9 blades along with the user restrictions would be imprinted onto the new CAD. Naturally, if the sequences were to be used for negative purposes, it would delete itself and you along with it. That is, if you were the one to use it for negative purposes. Rei smiled as Yaiba felt a chill down his spine. I would never. Yaiba said seriously. I know. Also, your descendants would get the 9 blades as well. But the restrictions would apply to them as well. They would also need your permission to give access to the 9 blades. But a warning, they would be deleted as well if they use the sequences for negative purposes. Rei said as Yaiba nodded once more. He understood why Rei was doing this. The God series already brought huge waves across the magician's community, and if they were to know about the 9 blades' true power. Well, I trust your personality, which is why I even gave you the 9 blades to begin with. Rei smiled. The real name would be the 9 blades of God, but why expose the true potential? What would you be more on guard with? 9 blades or 9 blades of God? Rei asked. 9 blades of God. Yaiba replied. Little did he know, his 9 blades would be the start of many more unconventional names which hid the true power of the sequence. One being Mirage Zone. The true power was actually physical reinforcement and charge towards the enemy, knocking them out. However, the enemy would ignore you since they thought you were a mirage. To make matters worse, there were another sequence named Mirage Zone as well, which actually made mirages in a specific zone. Anyways, let them have their moment for now. Why don't we chat for a bit? Rei asked as Miyuki nodded. Gladly. She replied, leading him to the balcony, which had a tea set already prepared. Why don't you tell me a little about what's been happening to Tatsuya? Rei asked as he sat down. This should give Tatsuya enough time to enjoy with his mother for now. Rei thought. A few hours later. And after we received the news, Oni-sama and I returned to the mansion. Miyuki finished after finishing her stories about her Oni-sama and her up till now. I was foolish. I underestimated how much she loves her Oni-sama. Why does every ry sentence contain Oni-sama? Rei cried out inside with regret. Okay, first Miyuki, I don't mind you loving Tatsuya. If it really goes down to it, I can just adjust his genetic IDOS code so you guys can safely have a child. But please don't say Oni-sama with every sentence.
Please.
Rei said as Miyuki blushed.
I'll try. Miyuki replied. Good. Ha.
They should have finished talking now, Rei said as he stood up. Walking to the room once more with Miyuki and Faye, they saw Tatsuya and Mia talking with a myriad of emotions that made Miyuki's eyes well up with tears. This was the most amount of emotion Tatsuya had ever shown and Miyuki was grateful for it. I guess the talk went pretty well. Rei smiled as he sat down next to the duo. I don't know how I can repay you, brother, Mia said with the most beautiful smile she could give.
You don't have to.
Rei shook his head. Even though he wasn't truly part of this family, helping them did give a sense of satisfaction inside. Naturally, he wouldn't go around helping everyone for this feeling, since he couldn't help everyone.
Thank you, uncle.
Tatsuya smiled as Rei waved his hand.
Don't mention it.
Right now, this is only temporary since I haven't fully coded everything yet. When you have time, contact me and I'll help you sort things out, Rei said as Tatsuya nodded.
Ha.
Mia sighed with a smile. I'm glad that in my last moments I can have a heartfelt talk with my son. I've truly wronged you, Mia confessed as she tilted her head back and closed her eyes. Don't be like that, mother. I know why you did it and I don't blame you, Tatsuya replied, placing his hand on hers. I trust that you'll look after them for me. You know that man didn't marry for love but power. I can guess that he would probably marry his past lover after I go, Mia said, looking over at Rei. That you don't have to worry about, Rei replied, as it was his intention to begin with. He would help the two out as much as he could. Mia only smiled as she closed her eyes. Rei had a small smile on his face as he was glad she could make up with her son in her last moments.
Faye, tell the butler. December 4th, 2094. 20:43 p.m.
Shiba Mia passed away, Rei called out towards Faye. Faye nodded as she walked out. Rei only looked at Mia as he sighed. This was a woman who wanted to help but helped in the wrong ways that caused more harm than good depending on the perspective.
Tatsuya, Miyuki.
Why don't you come live with me so the Yatsuba family can't use you like a tool again? Rei asked as both Tatsuya and Miyuki nodded. They wanted to get away from this family if they could, and right now Rei seemed like the best choice. ####. The funeral could be said to be quite basic as it only involved those closest to her. When Rei sensed Mia's husband, he sent out his directed bloodlust, causing him to shiver with fear as he realized that it was Rei. There were rumors going around that God was jealous of Rei's success, rendering him blind. But it seems like it didn't affect him at all, as blind people would also use psions to maneuver around their surroundings. I'll be taking Tatsuya and Miyuki under my wing, Rei said to Maya, who was also at the funeral. You know the elders want you to be the next clan head instead of me now that Mia had passed away, right? Maya said, ignoring the obvious fact that what Rei said wasn't a question, but rather just to informing her. When can they force me to do something I don't want? Rei laughed coldly as he turned around. The room seemed to have dropped a few degrees in temperature, causing the surrounding people to shiver slightly. Maya only shook her head as she got a maid to inform the elders about Rei's decision. Just tell the elders that he doesn't want to be the clan head. If they want to force him, then they can go themselves, but challenging a man with the power of controlling the information plane is not advisable. Also, try not to pull anything dumb behind him either, because my brother isn't stupid, Maya said as the maid nodded. Seeing the maid leave, Maya only walked up to the coffin before placing her hand on the side. I'm glad you got to talk it out before you left, sister, she thought, as Mia was still her sister in the end. The first third of the year went by quickly. Nothing much happened that was worthwhile except a few theories that Rei published. One of them being titles, inheriting sequences through genes and heritage. He showed that he was able to code the God series inside the genes of people, and if given the chance and correct situation, they could use the sequence. This continues on to their later generation as well. He also made the method public as it wasn't anything too serious. A lot of families started to test this as they soon discovered that Rei was able to read the genetic IDOS code of people and directly interfere with that code. This was the main reason as to why he could change the genes. However, they then realized that if Rei could change the code directly, then he could kill anyone at any moment. When asked about this, Rei only smiled as a replied, making the 10 great families more on guard against Rei. Another thing that happened was that Rei finally met Kokono Yakumo. The encounter was quite positive as they sparred a little before Rei thanked Yakumo for taking the Ketsu clan. ###. Thank you for taking the Ketsu clan under your wing, Rei replied with a smile.
It's no problem.
But I have to say, It's surprising to see a Yotsuba who isn't emotionally disabled. Yakumo said with a smile, but became serious at the second part of the sentence.
What can I say? I'm an exception.
But could you stop looking as Faye? Ray asked, seeing Yakumo move his fingers around whilst muttering, "This is Mo," towards Faye. The sudden 180-degree change made Ray want to hit him for being bipolar as hell.
How could I?
Those tender legs covered by the stockings, that outfit which tries to emphasize her growing physique. The face she makes trying to hide away. Everything there is to give one the sense that she is but a shy teen growing up into adulthood. The growing of a delicate flower.
This is Mo,
Yakumo said as Ray had a neutral face. Faye, I see a perfect person for you to give your M side to, Ray said, turning to Faye. Master, don't joke about that. You know I'm only a masochist for you,
she said. Amen.
Ray ignored it. Turning their attention back to the still muttering Yakumo, Ray saw that he was about to finish his talk about Mo.
You done? Ray asked. Yeah.
So what do I have to give you as payment for the Ketsu clan staying here? Ray asked as he thought the clan might need some financial help for a little while.
Oh, I don't need anything.
Just drop by every so often so we can spar. It's not often I see a person who uses more diverse weapons than I do. Yakumo smiled as rubbed his bald head.
Sure.
####. He did drop by every so often but never got to see Tatsuya. However, he soon realized the reason. Mia was about to pass away soon, so most family members have to return back to the Yotsuba house. Since it was in time for the winter holidays, Ray informed both Yaiba and Harumi that he has to return to the Yotsuba family for some matters to be sorted. Leaving a kunai back the house, Ray made sure he could return home quickly. The trip was quick as Ray and Faye used Bounce Tracker to shoot across the airspace, landing in front of the Yotsuba main mansion. The mansion was a delicate mix of both ancient and modern architecture, as it surprisingly didn't look bad. Walking inside, Ray could see a few servants standing by but had blank faces. This house really feels dead, Ray thought as he walked past them without minding them. Sensing the location of Mia, Ray walked towards them with steady steps. He had a smile on his face as he finally found Tatsuya.
Knock knock knock. Come in.
Mia's weak voice rang out. So it was you, brother, she said, looking back.
The offer still stands.
I can help bring you back to full health if you want, Ray said as sat down opposite her.
I'm fine.
After living for this long and doing the things I've done, I'm feeling tired, Mia replied with a small smile. Though I have to say, brother, why do you have a blindfold? She asked as he smiled. It's to stop some potential dangers that might go to my students, Ray said, undoing his blindfold, letting Mia see his eyes in full view.
I see now.
People would guess that these eyes would help them study the information plane and take it with any cost, she said, shaking her head. I'm guessing this is my nephew? Wow, you've really done a number on him, haven't you? Ray said, looking over at Tatsuya on the side. He also had a blank face as Ray studied him. Superior flash cast copied. Increase effectiveness. Superior flash cast dash, instant cast /o/vel/b//int c//om. Instant cast. You have the power to store every type of spell you see into your memory. Instinctively knowing what you want to use, you will separate and combine different codes to form the effect desired. So are you able to help him?
Mia asked. Yeah, it's not too hard. Ray nodded.
I can also help you break your restraints so you can spend a little time with your son. Ray smiled as Mia thought, then nodded. Placing his finger lightly on her forehead, Ray helped break the emotional restraints. Tatsuya, I'll also help you undo your temporarily. Since to make it perfect, I'll have to spend a lot longer to edit the IDOS code, Ray said as tapped his forehead. Tatsuya's eye brightened up as his could feel his emotions surface again. Looking at Ray with slight shock, he couldn't understand why this uncle of his helped him become human when the rest of the Yotsuba family treated him like a tool.
Don't look at me like that, ha ha ha. You're human before you're a tool.
You're also my sister's son. Ray smiled as he patted his shoulder, allowing the duo to have their moment together. Placing his blindfold back on his face, Ray stepped out the room. It didn't take him long to see Miyuki walking towards the room he just exited.
Ah, Miyuki.
You shouldn't enter that room just yet, Ray called out as Miyuki looked at him. What do you mean, uncle? Miyuki asked as she knew about Ray. He was dubbed a genius smarter than Tora Silver / her Oni-sama, as his mastery over anything magic-related was unmatched. I mean, let those two have a moment of family time together. I've unlocked Tatsuya's emotions for a little while. I'll have to spend a little longer to correct his codes, since I need to make sure there aren't any backlash.
Ray smiled.
Basically, I made him human for a little while. Rei simplified his answer down. Miyuki widened her eyes as she felt joy. But why would uncle do such a thing? Wasn't Oni-sama a guardian? Miyuki asked with some suspicion.
Like I said to Tatsuya, he is a human before a tool.
And he is also my sister's son. Rei replied as Miyuki smiled. This uncle of hers was quite different compared to the rest of the clan.
Let's see.
There are 4 rooms in this house, so you guys can each have one. Rei said as he teleported all 4 of them back to the house using the flying thunder god. Tatsuya only looked at the kunai with interest. I can't store this?
Tatsuya said in shock.
Normally he could store all of the sequences he sees instantly and use them after. But somehow, he couldn't store the flying thunder god. It'll be weirder if you could store it. Rei said, showing him the densely packed sequences. I suppose the main reason was because of the restrictions I've placed. Unless I allow it, no one can duplicate my sequence using any means possible. Rei said, storing away the sequence. I know you're working on flying magic, so I'll leave that discovery for you. Rei said, clearing up the table. Lay on this, we're fixing you up now.
Rei pointed on the table.
Hold on, isn't this going a little too fast?
Tatsuya said as he felt overwhelmed.
He just learned that not only could his uncle teleport people, a feat more amazing than flying, but could also stop anyone from copying the sequence as well. On top of that, he could tell that his uncle was much more skilled in manipulation of the information plane. His eyes, elemental sight, allows him to see the information plane and affect whatever is written there. His magic decomposition can delete a portion of the IDOS sequence to kill a person instantly. In addition to this, if he were to ever want to use decomposition on Rei, he wouldn't even know where to start. There was just too much information to process from Rei's IDOS code. There were also defenses that protected him, and from what he could tell, the defenses couldn't be turned off unless they were turned off by the user himself. Tatsuya guessed that even if he took a lifetime to study Rei's codes, he wouldn't be able to understand them. Are you laying on the table or not? Rei asked, tapping the table. Tatsuya nodded as Miyuki stood by the side, worried. Don't worry, Miyuki-san, Master would be able to help Tatsuya-san without failure. Faye smiled, giving Miyuki a pat on the shoulder. Miyuki nodded as she continued to watch. So do you want to be conscious when I do this or unconscious?
Rei asked. Conscious.
Tatsuya replied as this was a chance for him to gain new knowledge. Rei nodded as he pulled up a chair. His hands lit up with sequences as Rei tapped Tatsuya's body and projected his IDOS sequence above him for Tatsuya to see. I'll give you a lesson on IDOS sequences while I work, Rei said as he started to separate the sequences. Leaving a little link in between all of them, Rei started to work. This here is the genetic coding. Different clans have a portion specific for them. For example, looking at every Yotsuba clan member, you would find this specific sequence. Rei said, highlighting a small portion of the sequence. Through editing this portion, I would be able to add or take away an ability passed on by blood. I've published a paper on this already. This section over here is the output capacity of your psions, the storage capacity of your psions, and the density of your psions. Editing one of these requires the editing of other codes such as the physical code and the mental capacity. Too much and it'll damage your body. Too little and then the effect would be minimal, Rei said as he constantly highlighted several parts of the IDOS code. Tatsuya kept a straight face as he studied everything that Rei told him. Moving on to the brain section, Miyuki became nervous.
Here we can see the cutoff point.
There are gates to your emotion codes which dampens and reduces them. Right now, your emotions towards Miyuki are dampened whilst the others are reduced. Currently, you might think that your feeling towards Miyuki are the full extent. However, it is still only a small portion. Rei smiled, giving Miyuki a glance which caused her to blush. What I'm going to do is to remove these gates. But the sudden removal will cause mental shock as they had been repressed for far too long. The best I can do is to allow them to slowly loosen over time once you've adapted to the settings, Rei said as Tatsuya could see Rei weaving a new string of sequences into his coding. While we're at it, I'll also help you sort out your regrowth ability. It's good, but the backlash is unnecessary. What I just need to do is to recode your ability. When a person is healed, you read all of their damage took as well and take the pain for yourself. But that can be avoided through either transmitting the resultant force took from the injuries around you. This could be the ground or a wall. Another option is to store the force in a separate container. Think of this container as a bullet. You'll be able to direct a condensed form of all the damage you restored onto the enemy. Due to the bullet being further condensed, the damage done would destroy their mental coding as it would be far above their mental capacity. Naturally, this included yours as well. The compression rate would be 1:10,000. Let's say you experienced 150x the damage a person took, The bullet would discharge 1,500,000x the damage. Rei said as he fiddled around with the coding. During the time of conversion, any damage you receive would also be added to the bullet. Rei finished as he slotted the sequence back into Tatsuya's IDOS code. Anything else you want me to do? Rei asked as Tatsuya shook his head. I'm grateful for everything you have done. Any more and I'll be imposing on the kindness you've shown. Tatsuya said as Rei only shrugged. If you say so. Rei said as he reconnected all of the codes. Done, you can get up now. Rei said as he stood up. You two should be 16 soon, right? Rei asked as Miyuki nodded. Why don't join First High? I'm currently teaching there. Rei smiled. It would be a pleasure. Miyuki replied with a light bow. Faye, go help the two set up their rooms. I'll go visit Yaiba and Harumi. Rei smiled as Faye nodded. The moment she nodded, Rei disappeared. Miss Faye, who is this Yaiba and Harumi? Miyuki asked. They're Master's personal students. He invests most of his time with them. Faye smiled as Tatsuya became curious. I wonder what kind of knowledge Uncle had taught them. ####. Teleporting in the middle of the arena, Rei realized that a spar was happening and two punches were coming his way. Kamui. The two punches phased through his body as it hit both contestants. Or rather both Yakumo and Yaiba. Due to Rei's sudden appearance, both Yaiba and Yakumo couldn't stop in time, so they hit each other in the face. Ow wow, sensei, why did you appear out of nowhere? Yaiba said as he rubbed his cheek. There was a slightly red fist mark as Harumi walked over to help him. I didn't know you were sparring. Rei rubbed the tip of his nose as he looked over at Yakumo. You alright? Rei asked even though Yakumo was relatively unharmed. Yeah, but what the hell was that? Yakumo asked walking over to Rei and tapped his shoulder to make sure he didn't go through him. I can touch you. Yakumo said in surprise as he thought it was just a hologram. Suddenly punching out, Yakumo phased through Rei's body. AI so violent. Rei smiled seeing Yakumo almost trip from hitting nothing. Okay, what the hell? Yakumo cried out as he didn't know it Rei was a hologram or not. Don't waste your stamina, Mr. Kokono. It's Sensei's specialized magic Kamui. Yaiba said as he stood up. Kamui. Yakumo tilted his head. If I don't want you to touch me then you can't. If I want to then you can. Rei said simplifying it down. How is that even possible? Yakumo said as it was too unbelievable. It's possible when you understand the information plane. Rei shrugged. Oh yeah, why don't I see little Miss Mo around? Yakumo asked. She's at home helping my guests settle down. Rei replied. Guests? Yaiba asked as he walked over with Harumi. Yeah, they'll be entering First High next year. They're my nephew and niece. Rei smiled as he could see the curiosity rise in both Yaiba and Harumi. Next year. So I'll be their senpai. Yaiba said as he had a grin. Hee, sensei, don't worry, I'll look after them. Yaiba said flexing his biceps. You little turd. Did you forget I teach there? Rei asked knocking Yaiba's head with a chop. Just a question, but what's their name? Harumi asked. Tatsuya and Miyuki. They're a pair of brother and sister. Rei replied not forgetting to observe Yakumo's expression. So he's their uncle. Yakumo thought hearing the names. Rei smiled meaningfully at Yakumo as he turned around. You two should spar when you get the chance. It'll be a good opportunity for both of you. Rei smiled as Yaiba nodded. After chatting to Yaiba and Harumi for a little longer, Rei teleported back home as he could see Faye and Tatsuya sparring. Looking around, he realized they're at the large dojo he built behind the house so he could test his spells. Ohaya, what's this about? Rei asked Miyuki, who sat by the side with a smile. Oni Aisama was curious about Faye due to the coding she possesses resembling ancient magic. So they proposed to have a little spar. Miyuki replied. Ancient magic, huh? Rei muttered as he realized he meant the natural way of using magic through manipulation of elements. She was currently using a custom CAD which allows her to use her Crystal Series magic. Watching the spar, Rei realized that Tatsuya had a limited arsenal of skills he could use. I've already created the God Series, so it feels kinda cheap if I just give that to Tatsuya. Not to mention, I've already gave the 9 blades to Yaiba. What kind of spell can I make? Rei thought as he observed Tatsuya's fighting style. He mainly relied on his gunslinger style of canceling the opponent's magic whilst attack simultaneously with his own. His accuracy was almost pinpoint as he hardly missed. Furrowing his brows, Rei started to formulate a myriad of spells in his mind. Some weren't as effective, so Rei forgot them. However, an idea appeared in Rei's mind that in his opinion suited Tatsuya a lot. Nanotech. Due to Tatsuya's flashcast, he could memorize all the sequences he saw, but what if he could memorize the blueprints of every weapon he thought of and could create? What if he could build that of which is hard to build by hand? The adaptability of nanotech which allowed Tatsuya to create any weapon or create any object needed for that moment was perfect for him, as his mental capacity was top tier. Miyuki saw Rei's smile and realized that something big was going to happen. Pulling out his tablet and pen, Rei started to write down the equations. When he said nanotech, it was half right and half wrong. The reality of the situation was material conversion and energy conversion. The result of conversion would be tiny materials that is able to be controlled and molded by the user's will. Those who doesn't have a clear visualization of the target object would only make defective produces, which is why the spell was perfect for Tatsuya. The people who could visualize better or on par with Tatsuya could be counted on one hand, as this would give him that extra edge. When the tiny materials are converted, the sequence casting code would read the visualization of the user and form the said weapon or object. Miyuki happened to glance over at Rei when she saw how fast he was writing codes. She knew Tatsuya was fast, but the speed of Rei was many folds quicker than Tatsuya. Only a few minutes passed before Rei smiled.
Tatsuya.
Rei called out, grabbing his attention. "What is it, uncle?"
Tatsuya asked.
"I have a present for you. I call it the Nano Series. It's a group of sequences that allow power and diversity." Rei smiled as he showed Tatsuya the entire sequence with some restrictions so only he could learn it. The sequence would automatically imprint itself in his genetic code, so his future offspring would also gain the code but wouldn't activate unless certain requirements are met.
"This?"
Tatsuya muttered, showing some shock in his eyes as he understood the power of this sequence. "Do you think you can use it?" Rei asked as he put away the sequence.
"Yes.
I just need to practice more and it would be usable in battle," Tatsuya replied as the spell was almost tailored perfectly to him. "Uncle, you made this just now through observing me?" Tatsuya asked with perplexed feelings. "Yes, I realized you didn't have a wide arsenal except for a few spells you could actually use. So this should help make the most of your talents." Rei smiled as he decided against publicizing this sequence. This sequence was his gift to Tatsuya and his promise to Mia on looking after Tatsuya. Should the psion count be insufficient to create the desired object, the spell would take from the surrounding energy to supply his needs. Therefore, even if they were against a nuclear impact, he could protect Miyuki through constant shielding using the energy from the nuke to supply the spell. In addition to this, as long as he had a usable blueprint and formula, he could even create objects that shouldn't even be possible in this era. Once again, the year passed by quickly as First High School gained the undisputed first place in the 9 schools competition. However, this first place wasn't as easily won as last time due to the fact that all automated sequences using sequence casting and the God series were banned. In face of this, Rei only laughed before making weakened versions of these sequences that only required the users to manually activate the sequence. However, they didn't need to do the aiming since the sequence would do it for them. At first the authorities classified this as automated sequence using sequence casting and tried to ban it. But Rei held a public lecture explaining the new type of casting he created. Visual thought conversion. It has 2 stages, with the last one being a big stage. The first stage was to have a sequence recognize the thoughts and visualization the user had, and the second step would be to act upon the visualization. The only downside to this was that the user had to make sure that they had a thorough understanding of what they were doing for it to work more effectively and with more diversity. To work around this, Rei had made specialized CADs that worked as a second brain after he had inputted the required sequences. Thus, resulting the user having to only activate the sequence. This allowed Rei to walk around the rules placed and still allow First High School to get first place easily. The directors had a meeting about this and came to a conclusion. Fucking ban Rei Yatsuba from the 9 school competition. Hearing the news, Rei laughed harder as it was Tatsuya's turn to shine next year anyways. Having studied under Rei when they were at home, Tatsuya had discovered more of his potential since he was able to build his ideas without the need for countless prototypes. It was also this year that the government decided to give Rei his own classification. Alpha Class Mage. The stage above Strategic Class Mages. One can only become an Alpha Class Mage when they reach an abnormal point of control over the information plane. By rights, Tatsuya could also be classed as an Alpha Class Mage due to Rei's teachings. In addition to this, Tora Silver announced to the world that he would be working together closely with Rei Yatsuba. This was mostly due to Tatsuya's sequences slowly bearing high resemblances with Rei's sequences. Rei was against this at first, but Tatsuya insisted since Rei managed to help him learn more about the information plane. Faced with the constant pestering, Rei gave up and allowed it. On a more important note, Rei's ability to cultivate no matter what he was doing allowed him to break through to divine rank 6 and 7 consecutively just before the end of the second year.
Name, Rei. Age, not applicable.
Combat rank, Divine rank 7, 10%. New. Current combat rank, World, high tier. Body rank, Divine rank 8, 96%. New. Soul rank, Divine rank 9, 28%. New. Will rank, God-High God, 9%. New. Whilst Rei was teaching and training, his enemies weren't quiet either. ####. We can't let this continue. If this goes on for longer, the impact he would have on our society would get bigger. The future consequences would be higher as well. But you should know that he's an alpha-ranked mage. We may have 3 artificial strategic class mages, but I don't think that's enough.
Of course it isn't.
But he is in the end, just a single person. A person narrowed his eyes. Are you saying, we'll have to attack the entire city?
He would have 2 choices.
A. Protect the people around him.
B. Protect himself.
If he chooses A, we can kill him with Valkyrie. If he chooses B, we kill the people around him. But wouldn't that be against what we're trying to do?
Yeah.
Isn't that just mass genocide? Do you think a person like him, a Yatsuba, would care about people around him?
Then what do you propose?
This is a sacrifice we have to make for the future generation to be safe. And also, we don't necessarily have to worry since we got a few patrons to help us fight against Rei Yatsuba. A few of the members had heavy faces as they knew the pressure that came from fighting against a person like Rei. It's either they win, or they die. There was no gray area for them. How many Valkyries do we have available?
A person asked.
We have all 50 Valkyries. However, the output might not be as expected since we had to push forward with their construction.
That's fine.
Any longer, and it wouldn't matter. Is Plan 0 ready as well? No, it's roughly 80% done. The person frowned as Plan 0 was their guarantee in killing Rei. They couldn't cut corners in the preparation of this plan.
Sigh.
Just get it done as fast as possible. ###. Rei was currently having 1 versus 4 against Tatsuya, Miyuki, Yaiba and Harumi. The 4 of them had to steal his blindfold whilst fighting against him. This was to train how well they could use their abilities that Rei had given them. Tatsuya with his Nano series, Miyuki with the Jotunheim series, Yaiba with the 9 blades and finally Harumi with the extremities of the elements. Miyuki's Jotunheim series was a set of sequences specifically designed to revolve around her arsenal and innate affinity towards ice. The series would plunge the target into a world of darkness and ice. They would lose both their psi and senses as the temperature would numb their sensations. It worked similar to Harumi's extremities of the elements but revolved around more crowd control. It was her request as it complemented extremely well with Tatsuya's Nano series. The time taken for him to create anything was a tad too long for practical use, so Miyuki's Jotunheim series bought the time he needed. The spell worked with a mix of both perception blocking and a domain. The domain is where she would be able to control all the ice available, and the perception blocking would confuse the enemy to the actual size of the domain. They would think that they had been teleported to a whole new world. The basic theory was heavily inspired by the reality marble mages have in the Fate series, which caused Rei to chuckle slightly as he realized just how much he had been basing his sequences on the Fate series. Nano series was similar to Unlimited Blade works. The 9 blades worked as noble phantasms. The extremities of the elements and Jotunheim series worked as reality marbles. Following this trend, Rei decided to do something outrageous just to test how far he could go with the information plane. He managed to create a similar concept to the Throne of Heroes. Reading the historical IDOS codes of this world, Rei incorporated his instant cast, which combined different sequences to formulate the effect. The result was outstanding as it was literally the Throne of Heroes of this world NOV/L/B//JNN. The only problem was that it only has the information from the past and not the future. In addition to this, all types of mythologies were recreated according to their descriptions. Rei didn't publicize this as it was just too shocking. Even he didn't expect the theory to work as he had over a few billion servants stored in his version of the Throne of Heroes. Back to the spar, Rei currently had a smile on his face as he was trapped in Jotunheim. There was the occasional gunshot as Rei dodged easily. It didn't matter which direction it came from, but it felt like the domain and perception blocking had no effect. ###. Miyuki, Uncle is able to read the information plane much better than me, so anything such as perception blocking doesn't work on him. Try focus on attacking, while I try to finish the blueprint of this rail cannon, Tatsuya said as his face was currently dripping with sweat. It was taxing on him to construct the weapon whilst shooting at Rei from as many angles as he could. I think Sensei has already discovered the cannon. Try mix it up a little. I know Sensei taught you some sequences and methods of formulating the sequences, so try surprise him. Me, Harumi and Miyuki will keep him occupied while you do this. Yaiba said as Tatsuya nodded. Good luck, senpai. Tatsuya said whilst Yaiba turned to Harumi and Miyuki before nodded. Getting a positive response, Yaiba summoned 2 god series. The Athena system and the Hermes system. A shield and spear appeared in his hand as a light gold pair of shoes covered his feet. Harumi reinforced the spear with her extremities of the elements, coating it with lightning and fire. Miyuki, on the other hand, made an ice barrier of sorts that would take a certain amount of damage. Yaiba charged towards Rei as he kicked up a cloud of dust behind him. Due to the Hermes system, Yaiba's speed had increased exponentially and could have sudden moments where his speed surpassed sound. Asterisk boom. The impact caused a shock wave to blast around them as Rei pinched the spear tip. AI, not a bad combination. But you should know that even though the shield of Athena has no upper limit, the drain of your psions per attack it defends against grows as the force behind said attack increases. Rei smiled, giving the shield a powerful punch, causing Yaiba to retreat slightly with gritted teeth. Taking advantage of his current speed, Yaiba flashed around Rei as he would attack every so often. Rei was nonchalant as he blocked each spear attack with his fingers. Flowing into a handstand, Rei kicked towards Yaiba once more, who blocked with the shield. Asterisk bang. The ground cracked slightly as Yaiba gritted his teeth. Quickly flipping backwards, Rei avoided the sudden shows of ice and lightning. Yaiba quickly dismissed his 2 systems as a bow appeared in his hands. Instead of shooting a sun and attacking Rei with multiple shots, Yaiba opted for a single powerful shot. Asterisk boom. The bright arrow shot towards Rei with incredible speeds. The arrow would normally cause even people with sunglasses to close their eyes from the brightness, but Rei only smiled. Stamping down, Rei caused a wall of void black metal to rise up, blocking the arrow. The sudden wall in front of the arrow caused a giant expanse of shadow to appear behind Rei. Yaiba appeared behind Rei through the shadows using the Hades system and cut towards Rei with the scythe. Bending his body back quickly, Rei avoided the blade when he saw another Yaiba about to grab his blindfold. Hermes was also known as the god of trickery, which is why I incorporated the doppelganger projection sequence into the system. Who knew he would use it like this? Rei, though, with a smile, a Yaiba used 2 god systems together simultaneously to bring out the most of their benefits. Snapping his fingers quickly, Rei caused 2 shock waves to suddenly appear between him and Yaiba, forcing him backwards. While he was restricted on the spells and sequences he could use, Rei had to admit Yaiba was doing much better than he had anticipated. I'll admit, I didn't train you for nothing. You've shown a great deal of improvement. Rei smiled as Yaiba scratched his head bashfully. If I didn't get better, I wouldn't be able to call myself your student. Yaiba said as he got into a combat stance again. But I have to say, it was a correct decision for Miyuki and Harumi to transfer their psions to you through the sequence so you could handle the constant use of the god systems. With stronger enemies, tactic that involves rushing the enemy with countless weak attacks no longer work, and you have to go with quality over quantity. Rei complimented. However, it still doesn't hide the fact that you're buying time to Tatsuya over there. Rei continued as he pointed accurately to the rail cannon that had just finished being built. Yaiba only smiled as he quickly used the Hades system to appear besides Miyuki and Harumi. Tatsuya fire. He called out as reinforced spear shot towards Rei. The spear held enough kinetic energy to pierce 1/5 of the way through the mantle of the earth instantly. Rei smiled as his arm was covered with a black shiny material. Asterisk boom. Punching directly against the spear, the floor behind Rei was shattered instantly due to the power released. Tatsuya suddenly appeared behind Rei as he grabbed towards his blindfold. So he managed to figure out teleportation. Rei thought with a smile. Manipulating the properties of the spear, Rei caused several tendrils of metal to wrap around Tatsuya and restrain him. Teleporting away, Tatsuya returned to his spot whilst panting slightly. The end result was still Rei's victory. HAAA. In the end, you're still the most abnormal out of all of us, sensei. Yaiba complained as he laid on his back due to fatigue. I'm not abnormal, just too strong for your level. Rei smiled as he fixed the field they were sparring in. Right now it looked like a war zone as there were craters littered everywhere. Yeah, and that's what people call as abnormal. Yaiba retorted as Rei glanced over. I can't help but feel like you're growing more of a pair now, huh? Rei said as Yaiba smiled. I know you don't mind it. He replied as Rei only shrugged. He wasn't wrong, it did make his life in this world a little bit more interesting. Also, Tatsuya, good job on teleporting successfully. Rei smiled as Tatsuya only sighed. It is still in the theory stages. Right now I had to use regrow on myself 12 times during those 2 teleports. He replied. We can sort out the safety later, but just being able to teleport accurately is commendable. Rei said, giving his shoulder a pat. You start first high tomorrow, so make sure you have everything prepared. Rei reminded as Tatsuya nodded. I've already prepared everything last week. You don't need to worry, uncle.
Tatsuya said as Rei nodded.
As you guys, this is your last year, to don't slack off either. Rei said towards Yaiba and Harumi. Don't worry, sensei, when have you seen me slack off?
Yaiba replied. Plenty of times.
Harumi said with a giggle. Rei only smiled at the couple. This is also my last year teaching in first high, so I'll try teach you guys as much as possible. Rei said as they looked towards Rei.
Wait, how come?
Also, it's not like you can't teach us outside of school, right? Yaiba asked, confused. I'll tell all of you the reason when the time comes. Rei smiled towards the four. It was time for both Tatsuya and Miyuki to enter first high school. Due to the nature of the Yatsuba family, Rei decided to hide the fact that Tatsuya was his nephew for now. Remember, you'll have to call me sensei in school. Rei reminded as he jogged backward lightly while traveling with both Tatsuya and Miyuki.
Understood, uncle. Tatsuya nodded. No.
What I mean is that unless we're at home, you have to call me sensei.
Rei clarified.
All right, sensei. Tatsuya said again as Rei nodded. The entrance exam had changed over the years as Rei was the one to overlook the exam. He would choose those he deemed worthy to be in the demon class, and naturally he would include the friends Tatsuya made in the anime. Sadly, if he didn't do this, he wasn't sure if they would still be friends since Tatsuya could easily become a Course 1 student.
Let's see.
In the demon class I have recruited Mitsui Anoka, Chiba Erika, Kitayama Shizuku, Leonard Seijo, Shibata Mizuki and Yoshida Mikihiko. That should be all of Tatsuya's friends. Rei thought as he looked at their student records. I should also give them bloodline sequences since they're Tatsuya's friends, but not right now. I should do it before I leave. Mitsui Anoka would fit the Loki system since her arsenal revolves around trickery. Chiba Erika would fit the Azura system as it benefits her swordsmanship. Kitayama Shizuku would fit the Quake system designed after the Quake fruit due to the fact that her magic leans towards destruction and vibrations rather than accuracy. Leonard Seijo would benefit from the Atlas system, giving him supreme might. Shibata Mizuki would fit the Odin system due to her eyes. Yoshida Mikihiko would fit the spirit possession system that gives him the properties of the spirits he can control. Rei muttered, making a mental note. Fortunately, the first third of the year passed without much happening. Tatsuya made friends with everyone quickly and they were pretty close. Blanche didn't attack either as Rei guessed it was due to him being here. On the other note, he did however, hear that Blanche attacked the third high but failed miserably. Walking into the cafeteria, Rei saw the 8 of them hanging around once more. Keeping a light smile on his face, Rei walked over. Seems like the 8 of you are quite close. It hasn't even been half a year yet. Rei said as they looked over. I can definitely say I'm close with the 7 of them apart from 1. Seijo said, glaring at Erika. Ha! You picking a fight? Erika said as they stood up and glared at each other. Ha ha ha, from my point of view you guys look like an old married couple. Rei laughed as he pulled up a chair and sat down.
No way.
They both shouted as the other 6 laughed slightly. Rei was happy seeing that Tatsuya showing roughly 50% of his emotions now. The gates are slowly loosening over time. In a while the 9 school competition will be starting again. Tatsuya will be the main engineer to help you maintain your CADs. It would be beneficial for you to sort it out sooner. Rei said, gesturing at Tatsuya.
MN?
Isn't Demon Sensei supposed to be looking after CADs? Seijo asked, sitting. Who the hell are you calling Demon Sensei? Rei said, turning over to Seijo, who looked away. It's because you sensei was a bit too outrageous in the previous competitions. Our school had access to the God series, sequence coding and visual thought conversion. Therefore, the 9 school competition made a new rule which stops sensei from participating at all. Tatsuya explained with a smile. You were about to say uncle, weren't you? Rei thought, turning to Tatsuya at n/o/vel/b//int c//om.
Hey, I didn't know that.
Seijo said. It'll be weirder if you did know that, dumbass. Erika said as they were about to fight again. Rei smiled as he turned around. He could see the big 3 coming over. Mayumi, Mari and Katsuo.
What's up? Rei smiled. Sensei.
The 3 of them greeted. We were just curious since we heard something about Tatsuya-kun being the main engineer.
Mayumi said as Rei nodded. Oh, don't worry about it.
I taught him a few things as well, not to mention he was pretty talented even without my teachings. Getting first place again shouldn't be hard. Rei replied as they all looked at Tatsuya in surprise. How come I've never heard anything about this? Seijo exclaimed in surprise. It was a known fact that Rei Yatsuba only taught classes and hardly any individuals. The only exception was Katsuo Yaiba and Ito Harumi, who were engaged to each other. It's because I just never told anyone. Or else those old geezers would change the rules again. Rei shrugged as they looked at him. Aren't you a 48-year-old geezer yourself? Who told you to look this young? They all thought consecutively. Right now the rules stop me from participating. But it never stated someone trained by me can't participate. Rei continued as they thought and nodded. The group, including the big three, and Rei chatted for a little longer before going separate ways. ####. Everything is ready, and now we just need a time to strike. How about the 9 schools competition? I think that might be good. Since he is barred from the competition, he would be at the first high school. We can threaten him with everyone at the 9 schools competition. If he refuses, then they could only be counted as a collateral. A person said grimly. Even if we have to destroy a large portion of Japan to kill him, it would still be beneficial in the future.
They all nodded.
####. Rei was leaning back on his chair bored as he watched the 9 schools competition. This was his last year and so far the most boring. Nothing happened, nothing went wrong. It was just him teaching constantly. Maybe you should go find some terrorists and kill them? Lucifer suggested.
I could.
But I'd rather save it for Tatsuya, since there were major events that help him get closer to his friends.
Rei replied.
Then what do you suggest we do? You've almost reached Divine Rank 8 and then only 2 more ranks till Divine Rank 10. In this time, you should go skill hunting in other worlds. I know that there are a few good skills in Hunter x Hunter, but that world's not available yet. Lucifer said as Rei nodded. I think I'm going to bargain with the system god. Rather than imposing restrictions like this, he should just allow me to travel to other worlds quickly since I'm able to open up the portals myself. Rei said as he spun around on his chair.
Why not annoy him?
Lucifer suggested.
How and why?
Repeatedly go to him saying, System god, I've come to bargain. Do that a few million times and he should yield. As for why, because you're bored. Lucifer said as Rei could picture him shrugging his shoulders.
Perhaps.
But I'm not saying that a few million times. Rei rejected. Seeing the TV act up, Rei focused onto the TV. Everyone who is in the area for the 9 schools competition has been taken hostage. Ask and you shall receive. Lucifer said as Rei could hear his smirk. This is different to the original attack, but I'll take it. Rei smiled as he teleported. ####. Everyone who is in the area for the 9 school competition has been taken hostage. We currently have 50 Valkyrie satellites focused on this area. The giant TVs had their views change as a silhouette appeared. The citizens and students looked at the screens with confusion. Seen as though you don't understand the situation you're in, we deem that it is a requirement for us to demonstrate. This is the power of 1 Valkyrie satellite. The person said as the screens changed once more. The screen displayed a satellite floating around in space as several segments started to open and expand. Magic sequences could be seen floating around the would-be barrel as energy started to gather. From a glance, Tatsuya could tell that the main source of energy was the sun. Boom. Faster than what they could recognize, the beam of energy shot down towards the empty field near the stadium. A giant scorched crater could be seen as the things that were nearby turned to ash. Tatsuya had a frown as he realized he could barely formulate a shield in the time the attack struck using the nanosystem. Miyuki, get everyone near me. I am making a dome right now to cover the entire venue. Tatsuya whispered as the edges were slowly being constructed around the stadium. Since it was far away from his body, the concentration it took was much higher. Miyuki nodded as she quickly walked away. Our only goal is for Rei Yatsuba to surrender himself and his knowledge. Surrender myself? Interesting. The power of the Valkyrie was good, but far from what can damage me. Rei muttered as he sat on the roof of the tallest building. We will give you 5 minutes. Rei Yatsuba, surrender yourself or the stadium will be wiped out. For every minute you don't appear, a portion of this stadium will be erased. Once this is erased, we shall point the Valkyries to the entirety of Japan. Got you, Rei muttered, locking on the culprit's location through the information plane. No matter how much they try to mask their location, there will always be real records being stored in the information plane. We repeat. We will give you 5 minutes to a dash. No need. I'm already here. Rei's voice rang out as they could see his silhouette behind the man. What dash? Sure, don't talk when I don't tell you to. Rei smiled, breaking the man's jaw, causing shock to the crowd. Now you see, here's the thing that all of you don't understand. When one understands the information plane like I do, there is virtually nothing I can't do in this world. Your Valkyrie systems?
Gone.
Ray said, turning the screen to every Valkyrie system they sent out to space. The Valkyrie systems collapsed on itself as they were compressed into a tiny ball of metal. See? Everything that is recorded in the information plane I can affect. And let me just let you know, every thing is recorded.
From the present to the past.
I can change everything. Ray smiled as he turned the silhouettes off. They could see the man passed out from the pain and Ray smiling chillingly behind the man. I've tried to give you knowledge without fear. But it seems like my thoughts were wrong. I can see that being merciful was the wrong choice. Therefore, let me show you the consequences. As the man said, seen as though you don't understand the situation you're in, I deem that it is a requirement for me to demonstrate. Ray smiled as they could see a densely packed ball of sequences materializing in Ray's hand. With my control over the information plane, I can make a separate world easily. Ray said as they realized a second moon was being formed. And at the same time, I can destroy anything just as easily. Ray continued as he destroyed the first moon. Since these were the first idiots to send themselves to me, I'll show you the harshest lesson. All who plotted against me and our connection with the current syndicate will be transported to Dimension 01, Location Arena. Ray smiled as millions of people disappeared in an instant. Everyone, I would suggest you look away. It seems like my uncle will be killing a lot of people today, Tatsuya said as he turned to his classmate.
Uncle?
Seijo asked as Tatsuya nodded.
Now is not the time.
I can tell you that my uncle won't spare any of them. Everyone who plotted against him will most likely die. Tatsuya continued as some of the weaker-minded students nodded and turned away.
Let's see. Wow.
5 million idiots plotted against me all at once. We have a few members from each of the 10 families. And would you look at that? The elders of the Yatsuba family also appeared, every single one of them as well. Ray grinned as he floated above the arena. Let me show you what will happen to all of you in this dimension right now. Ray smiled as he gestured for one of the elders to appear beside him.
Let me go.
What are you doing? He suddenly screamed as they could see each of his bones break and rip themselves out of his body. The bones became tiny bone spiders as they ate him from the inside out. I might have become soft in my methods over the years. Why don't all of you help me recover my edge and show the world why I'm called the demon? Ray said as both his hands were drenched in blood. For the next hour, the screens showed a massacre as Ray slaughtered everyone that had plotted against him. The world was given a cruel reminder as to what would happen if a person gained this much power. They could be merciful and try to teach like what Ray tried to do initially. Or they could become the very thing that has the potential to end the world. Hashtag.
Heis.
I guess he really wasn't suited to try sort everything out peacefully. The system god said as he watched the slaughter.
I told you. He is fit to be a war god.
Not to mention the slaughter god and demon god had already deemed him their successor as well. Why try stop the inevitable?
The war god chuckled.
Because constant slaughter is bad mentally. System god shook his head. Well, I wouldn't say constant slaughter. The boy did try to solve this world peacefully, but seems like they didn't appreciate him and thought he was a paper tiger. The beast god smiled looking at the slaughter.
You're too naive, system god.
They were the idiots to not recognize the danger. I'm pretty sure Ray told them that he controlled the information realm in their world. Which basically meant the world, since whatever happened in one would affect the other. Ophelia said as the system god nodded. He really couldn't blame Ray since the humans in that world were like a child. Give them some leniency, then they'll see how far they could take that. Unless you teach them a harsh lesson on consequences, they would continue to push your patience.
Esteemed gods. The war has started.
A person suddenly shouted as he burst into the room. All 5 gods stood up in tandem bearing serious faces. They nodded at each other before rushing off. Ray had a cold smile on his face as he laid on top of a mountain made from corpses. In his hands were the head of the mastermind, twisted with fear. It really has been too long since I've let loose. Ray said with a smile as Lucifer appeared beside him. Maybe for you, but I've had my fill in Overlord. Lucifer replied, sitting beside him. Well, not killing like this for a long time made me a little dull. I could only think of turning their bones into bone spiders to kill them from the inside. If it was before, I'm sure I could have thought of crueler methods to kill them. Ray replied as he sighed.
True.
So are you going to refine their essences?
Lucifer asked. Of course I am.
Who would give up a free meal? Ray retorted before waving his hand and condensed all of the blood into a pill. These pills were refined together with the souls of the victims, so they boosted his power much more than normal blood pills. Downside, or rather the upside, would be the fact that they won't be able to reincarnate. After eating the pill, Ray immediately sat down as he felt the walls to divine rank 8 breaking. It didn't take him long to break through as his heaven-piercing lightning physic absorbed every piece of lightning that came towards him. The 10% that couldn't be absorbed couldn't even pierce his barrier. I think I'll go challenge the war god trials, Ray said as he stood up. You're not heading back?
Lucifer asked.
Ray shook his head. Not yet, I'll let them absorb the information a little. Give them some time to digest and understand what kind of an existence I am, Ray said in a cold tone. System, enter Berserk War God Trials, Ray commanded as Lucifer faded away. Entering Temple of the War God. Ray felt his vision blur before he found himself at the top of a temple. He could see the main points of this trial. Kill 100,000 divine rank 8 puppets. Kill 100,000 divine rank 9 puppets. Kill 1 million divine rank 10 puppets. Kill 1 low god ranked puppet. Ray felt his smile widen. Hee hee, another slaughter after I just killed. Great, Ray thought as a grin formed on his face. Walking out the temple, Ray could see the army of puppets approach him. Kyoki, Tengaku. You there? Ray said as he summoned the dual swords. Yeah, we're here. They both said, appearing in their human forms. What do you feel about letting loose after a long time? Ray asked as his aura started to flare upwards, causing minor fractures to appear on the ground. The trial's grounds for the war god were reinforced continuously due to the explosive power that comes with a war god. Therefore, for Ray to be able to crack the surroundings just by flaring his aura shows how insane his strength had reached.
I welcome it,
Kyoki said as his scythe and chains appeared in his hands.
It's been a while. I don't mind,
Tengaku replied as her great swords appeared in her hands as well.
Then let's party. Ray grinned. Bankai.
Asterisk boom. Thunderous clouds gathered above as a beam of light struck down where Ray stood. His figure appeared as light armor could be seen. The armor changed a lot with every increment of his power. At divine rank 8, the armor was colored a mix of black and gold. Each segment of the armor seemed like it was crafted from the spine of a demonic dragon. Sharp spike protruded from areas which surprisingly didn't conflict with each other. On his back, he had 4 metallic wings which lacked feathers, looking like the wings of a bone dragon but made with metal. However, in the place where feathers would be, Ray had black and gold energy flare instead. With the changes of his armor, his appearance also changed slightly. His hair was a mix of black and white when he went into Bankai before, but now it was pure black as it had some hints of red and white, albeit very little. His eyes no longer carry any color of red as it was silver on one side and gold on the other. However, even though the color red disappeared, the silver and gold still formed their own galaxy in each iris.
Shojun.
Realm of the God Emperor. Ray called out as his army descended behind him. Not only have their numbers increase but so did their strength. The common soldier had the strength of divine rank 6 whilst the commanders were rank 7. Tengaku and Kyoki were both at rank 8 like him.
Kill.
Ray shouted as his wings spread out, launching him forwards. Kyoki and Tengaku followed but tackled different areas of the puppet army. Due to his army of skills, the soldiers could easily fight against enemies much higher level than them. As he came into contact with the puppet army, he used Kamui, causing their attacks to phase through him. Swinging his swords, Ray rematerialized only the swords when they were halfway through the body, causing them to be destroyed quickly. Physical power of a divine rank but no skills. Ray quickly analyzed as he avoided their attacks. Neon blue arrows could be seen flying around as each of the soldiers had a select number of noble phantasms that fit their criteria. Cannons, bows, swords, spears and more. Each soldier was armed to the teeth. Ray grinned as his killing intent surged. Summoning Enkidu, Ray merged it with his swords as their appearance changed. The two-sided swords became great swords with a shorter blade length but slightly wider blade. The chains had spikes protrude from the segments as it would weaken whoever touched the chains apart from Ray and his army. Swinging the chain swords, Ray's senses were pushed to the extreme as he made sure to only materialize at the right moments. Asterisk boom 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 boom. Countless sounds of battle rang out as Ray slaughtered his way through. His cultivation had already reached half was through to divine rank 9 as his soldiers were holding up better than he expected. Throwing another blade forward, Ray targeted the closest rank 9 puppet. The chain wrapped around its neck as it struggles to get it off. Pulling himself towards the target, Ray kneed the puppet's head clean off the torso. Throwing the blades behind him, Ray killed 2 more rank 9 puppets.
Not fast enough,
Ray thought with a frown. His instant cast worked its magic as spells and skills were being broken down and fused instantly, giving new skills to fight with. Throwing both blades as far as he could in opposite directions, Ray twisted the blades as they spun without materializing once to kill the enemy. The moment they made a full circle, a huge magic array glowed under the puppet's feet. Slamming his palms into the ground, Ray summoned each of his avatars as they started to tear through the army. Once they reached a heavily populated area, they self-destructed as each of them took a huge chunk out of the army. Checking towards the requirements, Ray couldn't help but sigh. Killed 82, 714/100 000 divine rank 8 puppets. Killed 48 004/100 000 divine rank 9 puppets. Killed 10 280/1 000 000 divine rank 10 puppets. Killed 0 to 1 low god ranked puppet. He suddenly had an idea as his body floated upwards. Lightning surged as thunderous clouds loomed over the entire battlefield. Ha! Ray shouted as he threw the blades downwards. Asterisk boom crack. The ground shattered apart as lightning dragons crawled out of the crevasses. Asterisk boom. A beam of energy would shoot out of each dragon's mouth, causing an empty line to appear in the army. In addition to this, the beam of energy would shoot out lightning which chained across each of the puppets. His kill count increased exponentially as Ray nodded.
This was much more efficient.
Killed 100 000/100 000 divine rank 8 puppets. Killed 84 900/100 000 divine rank 9 puppets. Killed 38 670/1 000 000 divine rank 10 puppets. Killed 0 to 1 low god ranked puppet. The rank 10 puppets were the main problem as he had to kill 1,000,000 of them. Raising his hands into the air, Ray's mana surged as the skies opened up. They could see several thousands of huge meteors as clutched his hand, causing them to break apart. Waving his hands down, the meteor shower shot towards the army. Asterisk boom 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 boom. Countless explosions of meteors rang out as Ray watched. He had already tried to disintegrate them, but it seems like disintegrating a mass of enemies higher level than you were a lot harder. If they were real people, it would be even harder since divine rank people higher than rank 5 gets a passive regeneration. The higher rank the stronger. Ray thought, seeing the effects. But I guess that will change once I reach god rank. Ray muttered as this disintegration skill was very powerful. At first it was just him crumbling the data away, but after gaining the god title he was able to incorporate nothingness into his attacks, which effectively deletes his opponents. But due to his cultivation not being on par, he couldn't use this skill to its full extent. ####. It had been 2 days now and Ray had finally killed the last divine rank 10 soldier. Even though he was fine physically, he was mentally tired. There were only one opponent left as it was the low god ranked being. Ray told all of his soldiers to kill themselves before the fight so he could have an edge. His rank surged up to the peak of divine rank 10 instantly. Ray could tell that the being would arrive in 5 minutes as it was time to let him rest. Ray set up a single trap as it was all he needed against a single opponent. 5 minutes passed as a golden light descended. I am Ixtalis, remnant power of the first war go dash. Enkidu suddenly rose from the ground as it wrapped around the being, instantly weakening it.
Fuck off.
Ray shouted out as he threw his sword coated with nothingness as it disintegrated the being.
Fuck me.
I've been killing you fucks for the past 2 days now. Sure, I asked for some stress relief slaughter, but it became tedious after the first day, okay?
Fuck.
Ray ranted his misgivings as the system notification rang out. You've completed the War God trials.
God titles gained.
War God, as the almighty god of war, not only is your physic powerful but your power output is heaven-defying. The more enemies there are, the more power you gain as the desire for war flows through your veins.
Benefits added. Status updated.
Name, Ray Yatsuba, weakened, minus 80% status, time remaining, 6 days 23 hours.
Age, not applicable.
Bloodlines, Heavenly Demon, Alucard, Divine Dragon, New, N/O/Vel/B//in.C//om.
Comprehension.
God titles, Element God, God of, War God. Divine Essence, 10 Divine Essences. Law, 30 Comprehended Laws. Combat Rank, Divine Rank 9, 15%.
New.
Body Rank, Divine Rank 10, 85%.
New.
Soul Rank, Divine Rank 10, 67%.
New.
Will Rank, High God 3%.
New.
Skills, 1000 plus. Passives, 1000 plus. Seeing that everything is done, Ray closed his eyes and decided to sleep to relieve his mental stress. ####. Since the higher realms despise us siblings, we shall make it our own. It was also the higher realms that cursed Mother to never reincarnate. I'll follow brother wherever you go.
Same with me. Lya Kyra.
When the fighting begins, I want the both of you to be careful. You two are at the true god level, but they've got 10 true god emperors. If we play our cards well, I should be able to take them on. Brothers is the strongest, so I'm sure we can take it no problem. Brother, how much have you progressed so far? I'm not sure, but I know that currently I should be able to take on 3 true god emperors without hassle. Mn, you can do it, brother. I know you can reach the next level if there is one. Thanks. Do you know the name of the next level? No, I've only ever heard of extremely powerful true god emperors but never one on the next level. Honestly, I don't know if the next level even exists. Since brother is the one with the highest potential ever seen, I'm sure that you can do it. If you can't do it, then no one can, since brother is omnipotent.
Ha ha ha, thanks.
In fact, Lia, why don't you come up with a name for the next rank?
Really? Are you sure? Yes, I am. Go on, Lia.
If you don't make a good one, sis here will kick your ass. Che, as if you'll do that when brother is around.
You two stop it. Fine.
So I'm thinking, why don't we name it either Creator or Destroyer depending on the direction of the powers you possess? Creator or Destroyer.
I like it.
####. What's the current situation?
System God asked.
The moment the true God Emperor died, the enemies attacked. It took us off guard, so we've already lost quite a few low gods and some god ranks. High gods managed to stabilize the situation, but we're getting bombarded from almost every direction. Can you tell us about any unique individual? Such as the perception true god?
The beast god asked.
No, right now it is only low gods, and high gods fighting. Peak gods and true gods haven't made their move yet. We can estimate that they don't have a true god emperor since they would have attacked long ago. Therefore, peak gods and true gods make up their powerhouses. The element god said as a few other gods nodded. In this case, then we should split out forces for now and have the space peak god teleport us should a battlefield suffer from a powerhouse. I would suggest having a main camp where the strategic gods would stay so they can assist everywhere. Each battlefield should have at least 3 peak gods. True gods will stay behind until a battlefield starts to lose. In which case there should be 2 true gods going to assist or 1 true god with a concept title. Another god said as most gods nodded. How many peak gods and true gods are there? Are you able to give a rough estimate?
Ophelia asked.
We don't know about true gods, but there are definitely around 400 to 700 peak gods. 700 peak gods. How did they get so many? I'm guessing some were either false gods that hold the power but no title, or they were the remnants of the enemy forces back in the old war.
The system god frowned.
It would be a blessing if they were false gods. Should they be remnants, however, the consequences would be dire. Waking up, Ray shrugged off his fatigue as he ignored the memory. How long were I asleep for?
Ray asked.
2 million years. Lucifer replied.
Ha! I'm kidding. A whole day.
Lucifer said with a grin. You only did that because I didn't wake you up for a few millions year, didn't you? Ray sighed as Lucifer only shrugged before fading away. Shaking his head, Ray opened up a portal as he stepped through it. Reappearing back at what would be the venue for the 9 schools competition. Ray saw that it was practically abandoned. Well, I suppose they wouldn't continue the competition this year due to what happened. Sending out his senses, Ray locked onto the kunai he left back in his house before teleporting over.
Master.
The moment he reappeared, Faye cried out happily.
Sup.
Ray only smiled as he used Kamui, once more avoiding her hug. Looking up, he could see both Tatsuya and Miyuki around the table. So Tatsuya, how's the reactions of the world? Ray asked as he too sat down.
It was mixed.
Half supported you since you did introduce new types of casting. The other half hated you since they said you were too dangerous. However, after seeing what you can do, they settled down.
Tatsuya said as Ray nodded.
That's just like them. Give them some space and they think they rule the world. This should give them second thoughts about threatening powerful individuals.
Ray shook his head.
This should also allow you some freedom since every elder of the Yatsuba family is dead. Maya should be doing a thorough cleanup of the clan, so I doubt she'll be bothering you.
Ray said as Tatsuya nodded.
I'll give Yaiba and Harumi a call and they should be here soon. Ray said, tapping the tablet a few times. But first, lay on the table. Ray said as Tatsuya tilted his head in confusion. I still got something to do before I leave.
Ray said as Tatsuya nodded.
Bringing up his IDOS code once more, Ray checked up on the emotion gates. MN, you're displaying up to 72% of your emotions now. Now let's see.
Here we go.
Ray muttered as he started to change the genetic code. What are you doing?
Tatsuya asked. What else?
I'm changing your genetic code. Don't think I don't know what you guys are up to. Sooner or later you're gonna go past the line. You've already kissed, so I might as well help you out once more while I'm here. Rei said, causing them both to blush. You're not against this?
Tatsuya asked. Against?
Why would I? Hey, if you fall in love with your sibling, then so be it. The only reason that people are against this, apart from morals, is the fact that the child between two siblings would be less than desirable. Since I can change your genetics easily, why would I be against it? Rei said as Tatsuya nodded before looking over at Miyuki. But no intercourse until you're over 18. I would place a sequence on you, but I'm sure you can control yourself. Fuck, I don't even believe what I'm saying myself. You'll either go at it this year or the next. Rei said as he finished. Tatsuya sat up and Miyuki came over to help. So I heard you say that you were leaving. Where are you going?
Tatsuya asked.
I'm leaving this world. Since I've shown you my mastery over the information plane, I can tell you that once you understand the key points you can teleport to another world. Rei smiled as Tatsuya widened his eyes in surprise. Other worlds. Not like the world I created to kill those people, but a fully thriving world like this one.
Rei smiled. Sounds interesting. Tatsuya replied.
Asterisk knock knock knock. I think Yaiba and Harumi's here. Rei said as he stood up. You know, this job should really be done by the maid, right? Rei said looking over at Faye. I can go open the door now if you want. She offered. Nah, I'm here already so I might as well do it myself. Opening the door, Rei saw a smiling Yaiba and Harumi.
Come in.
Rei gestured as they entered. Rei saw them greet Tatsuya and Miyuki before sitting down. I'm surprised at how unfazed you are. Rei said towards Yaiba. Well, I did witness the almost destruction of my clan, so I'm fine. Plus, I think they had it coming. Yaiba said as Harumi nodded. Rei grinned. I almost don't want to leave now. Rei said sitting down. As I have told Tatsuya, I'll be leaving for another world to explore a little. Who knows, maybe I'll come back in the future. Rei said as Yaiba looked a little depressed. Why you looking so depressed? Rei asked seeing his face. Because I don't know if I can see you again. I wanted you to be at our wedding, I wanted you to see my kids. Sensei, you were an important figure in my life. Not only did you help me liberate my clan from the oath, but you also helped me find the love of my life. Yaiba said emotionally as Rei smiled. As a great man once said, part of the journey is the end. It may have been a short 3 years, but it was fun. Rei smiled as Yaiba nodded. But let's not call it the end yet, shall we? Leave it a little open for future possibilities, since after everything I need to do is done, I'll come back if I get the chance. Rei said as he gave Yaiba's shoulders a pat. Uncle, why don't we take a group photo as a reminder? Tatsuya offered with a smile.
Sure.
Rei nodded as they took a group photo. Rei and Faye were in the middle as Tatsuya and Miyuki were to his left. To his right, stood Yaiba and Harumi. After taking the photo, Rei bid them farewell as he made a portal for both him and Faye. As they reappeared back in the portal space, Rei received his notification. Journey in the Animeverse Part 2, Irregular at a Magical High School. Task, introduce and teach the more effective and efficient type of magic. Restrictions, must become a teacher at First Magic High School, must teach for a minimum of 3 years, must make sure your name goes down in history, must make sure you teach MC Tatsuya new knowledge. Complete. System God notes. Something urgent has come up and we need you to reach godhood as soon as possible. I'll give you the rest of the God-tempered body. Since you're already at rank 9, I want you to go skill hunting for a little while until you reach rank 10. Don't bother about the Hunter x Hunter world, Dragon Ball, One Punch Man and others since they're a part of my trial. Good luck and hurry. Also don't worry about Eve and Bai Wu, they're safe for now and they're cultivating as quickly as possible. Same with your friend. After he broke through to Divine Rank 7 he started to charge towards Divine Rank 8. Rewards gained, passive skill God-tempered body max. Benefits added. Rei suddenly frowned as he read the note. Something urgent. Could it be what the creator of the system told me about? How I would die. But this time I'm almost at rank 10, already I should be able to survive. Right. Rei muttered reading the note. Status update. Rei said as a new panel appeared. Name, Rei Yatsuba, weakened, minus 80% status, time remaining, 5 days 21 hours. Age, not applicable. Bloodlines, Heavenly Demon, Alucard, Divine Dragon. Comprehension. God titles, Element God, God of, War God. Divine Essence, 10 Divine Essences. Law 30 Comprehended Laws. Combat Rank, Divine Rank 9, 15% - 28%. New. Body Rank, Divine Rank 10 - High God, 42%. New. Soul Rank, Divine Rank 10, 67%-97%.
New.
Will rank, high god, 38%. Skills, 1000 plus. Passives, 1000 plus. Ray widened his eyes, seeing the body rank shoot all the way towards the high god rank. Hold on, I would have gotten the second part, which would have brought me up to the max of divine rank 10 or low god rank. But it skipped that, bringing me past the god rank and straight into high god. So the god-tempered body had 4 or maybe 5 parts. With the god titles being 5, could it have been a part for each god title? Ray muttered as Faye only stood at the side, unsure as to what was happening. But if that was the case, don't I have an extra title? God of Nothingness. It couldn't be that I died because of this, right? Ray muttered in disbelief.
No, it shouldn't be.
Everything came from nothing and would return to nothing. God titles came from nothing, so theoretically, I should be able to absorb every god title without a problem. So that can't be it, Ray said as he shrugged. The creator of the system did warn me about the war god, so I need to be wary of him. There are 2 possibilities right now. The urgent things system god talked about and the war god. Both have a high chance of killing me. But why does the war god kill me? I'll think about it later.
Oh right.
Faye, I'll be taking a trip back to the first world I was born in, Ray said as he had much more power in store due to him reaching divine rank 9. He would be able to make a short trip around worlds without waiting for a long time. I go wherever you go.
Faye smiled.
I'm going to visit my birth mother for this life. No wait, that's technically wrong, I think. Ray muttered. I was born in Boku no Hero, then visited One Piece where I made Eve's body. I went to Fate Stay Night where I died. I was then reborn again in 7 Sins back in Danafor. After 7 Sins I went to Dolua Dalu for 1,000,000 or so years and met Bai Wu. When I left Dolua Dalu, I went to the blood crazy world, Overlord, then this world. My current birth mother is dead after Danafor. I can travel back to when I left Boku no Hero after introducing my mother to Eve. I also need to visit Tang San and Xiao Wu. They're safe right now, so I can wait a little and visit them with Bai Wu. Ray started to recount his adventures as Faye listened intently. So my current birth mother of this body is dead, but the previous mother is still alive. I doubt I would have felt any connection to the current birth mother anyways. She died before I even saw her face. Ray said, making a portal. Alright, we're going to Boku no Hero right after I left visiting mother with Eve. Ray called out to Faye, who nodded. As his vision blurred, Ray felt his external powers drop down to world rank. TCH sluggish. Ray said, moving his body around a little. Let's see, this should literally be a few weeks after I left. Ray said as he looked around. Wait, isn't this the hospital mother was in after I beat All for One? Ray muttered, seeing his location. So this is the world Master was born in. Faye muttered as she looked around. It's filled with weird people. She then muttered, seeing the diversity of quirks. Yeah, some are worthless while some are better. Ray said as he gently landed, having jumped from the roof. We're going to find my mother again, so I'll teleport us there. Ray said as Faye shook her head.
Can we walk there?
I want to look around a little.
Faye said as Ray nodded.
As they walked, Ray couldn't help but see a few familiar faces on the TVs. Shoto Todoroki, Midoriya, and hell, even Bakugan. Ray smiled a little. From what he could tell, the punishment on villains were much harsher, as those who killed were killed in return, while those who did petty crimes were still around but were still punished. He could tell that the civilians looked much happier. With the speed they were traveling at, Ray appeared near the Todoroki household once more. Asterisk knock knock knock. This feels like déjà vu. Didn't I do the same when I visited last time? Ray muttered as he heard footsteps. Surprisingly, it was his auntie that opened the door instead.
Auntie.
Ray greeted as she was confused.
Who are you?
She asked, not sure who the handsome man was.
It's me.
Ray. Is my mother home? Ray smiled as she widened her eyes.
Oh, it's you, Ray.
I didn't recognize you. You were so feminine when you were younger. I didn't realize you would grow into someone so handsome. She praised, urging him inside.
What's this?
Master was feminine. Faye asked as Ray massaged his temples. It was an annoying period of my life.
Ray lamented.
Ha ha ha, little Ray here was mistaken as a girl a few times. Even the UA advert made him look even more feminine. If I remember what Yumi told me, then didn't you go on a small rampage? His auntie said with a grin.
A little.
I was young back then. Ray laughed slightly in embarrassment.
Yumi. Your son's back.
She shouted out as she got Ray and Faye to sit on the sofas.
Ray.
You're back so early, huh? Yumi, Ray's mother, was shocked seeing his change in appearance. It's only been a few weeks, how did you change so much? Your hair. Okay, that's pretty much the same, but your eyes. She said, giving him a check. He, it's only been a few weeks for you, mother, but for me quite a few years. Ray smiled as he didn't tell them the time was 1,000,000 years. I don't call me mother. Call me mum like you did before. Yumi smiled as she glanced over at Faye. Did you get me a new daughter-in-law?
What about Eve?
Yumi asked with a frown. She isn't, she's my maid. Ray said as Faye smiled.
Oh, how's Eve then? Yumi asked. She's been fine.
She's busy right now so she can't come. Ray said as Yumi nodded. But you aren't wrong about a new daughter-in-law. I got a second wife and you got granddaughter. Ray said as Yumi suddenly smacked him on the head. A son, what does Eve have to say about this? Yumi said with an angry face. It was surprising, but they've been quite close actually. Eve was also the one who told me to stay with her as well. Ray said as he only smiled apologetically. If she didn't, I would have taught you a lesson in her place. She's such a nice girl as well.
Yumi huffed. I know, Mum, I know. Ray said.
So where's my granddaughter? Yumi asked with excitement. NOVLB /JNN. In another world. Ray said as it earned another light smack on the head. Why get my hopes up? I was so excited. Yumi said with a frown. I'll bring her over when I have the chance. Ray said as Yumi nodded. The four of them chatted for the whole day as they had old photos of Ray which caused Faye to laugh at how feminine he looked. Faye was also surprised realizing Ray and his auntie shared the same name. Both were called Ray Todoroki. Floating around in space, Ray checked the worlds he should travel to. System, can you tell me some worlds to go skill hunting in? Currently, some worlds are seals as they are included within the system god trials, therefore options are limited. However, skill hunting might not be as effective right now.
Why?
Ray asked as wasn't more skills beneficial. Host has instant cast and a myriad of abilities already. You can already break down and combine skills to get the desired effect. As ridiculous as it sounds, if Host wanted to make an unlimited oven works you can. Ray thought for a little while and realized the system was right. He had over 1,000 plus skills plus the fact that his instant cast allowed for him to make anything he wanted from these 1,000 plus skills.
Wait, hold on.
System, are you able to combine every skill I have into one?
Ray asked.
Skills merging.
Complete.
Skill, Akashic Record skill branch gained. Akashic Record skill branch, the compendium of all your skills and knowledge. It is said that the Akashic Records contain the events of all that happened in the past, present, and future. However, the merging of your skills have created the second Akashic Records, which is only accessed by you. You are able to record, reorganize, and recreate any skills you so happen to need or want in an instant. However, this is only limited by the information you know/recorded. Therefore, it cannot make anything you don't know about. Unique celestial title gained, the Librarian. Celestial title, the Librarian. Whilst not as powerful as God titles, the Librarian is what many have desired. The one perquisite is for the title holder to gain a moderate link to the Akashic Records. As the Librarian, you have access to the Akashic Records/the books of the universe which records every event that had or would happen. However, understand that peering into the past is easy but peering into the future has a cost. Ray was flabbergasted at what he had just gained from an off-handed thought of his. Are you okay, Master? Faye asked, seeing Ray suddenly go wide-eyed.
Yeah.
I think I am. I just need a moment. Ray replied as understood how amazing the skill was. The Akashic Records was a concept he knew even back when he was a human. It records everything, and it is said that one may even change the course of events if they edit the records. For him to gain this skill, even though it is only the skill branch, was amazing. Not to mention the celestial title. By definition, celestial means related to heaven, whilst God is, well, God. Therefore, Ray knew the celestial title didn't allow him to enter godhood. But the singular fact that allowed him to access the Akashic Records was something he knew many gods would abandon their current god titles for. System, how do I access the Akashic Records? Ray asked as Faye suddenly shook when she heard the term Akashic Records. As a mage, she also knew the importance of said record. Host current authority and power isn't enough to open the gates of the Akashic Records. Once Host reaches god ranks can Host enter the Akashic Records.
I see. Ray nodded.
It would be weird if he could access the Akashic Records right now as he is only at the late stages of the divine ranks. Welp, since I can't make everything I don't know, I might as well increase the range of my findings. If I limit myself to anime, I might miss out things such as the Dolua Dalu world. Ray muttered as he placed his hands on his chin. Faye, I'm going to take a trip to the mortal world. It was where I was before I was reborn into Boku no Hero. There are no magic there. Hell, I don't even know if there is mana actually. Ray said, but then realized something.
You're a vampire, right? Ray said as Faye nodded.
And vampires are technically magical entities formed of mana, right?
Yes, she replied.
So won't you be in danger if you came with me? Ray asked as Faye also paled slightly. But isn't Master a magical entity as well?
She said as Ray nodded.
But due to God-tempered body and the God title, I'm safe from a lack of mana since I generate it inside my own body so it can sustain me.
Ray replied.
Then I just need to be connected to Master, right? My body and mind is ready. Faye said as she inched closer. Now that you said that, I might as well use the Akashic records now. Ray said as he ignored the excited Faye. My expectations have been misplaced. She thought as she knew she should get used to it. How do I use this? Ray muttered as the system rang out. There are 3 options for host to use the Akashic Record skill branch.
Option 1 Book. Option 2 System Interface.
Option 3 Skill Branch Library. Each option gives the host different benefits. The book is more powerful than the system interface. But the system interface is quicker and is easier to use in the heat of battle. The library allows for the host to obtain the most powerful versions of the skills but takes a lot longer than the book.
Use the book for now then.
Ray said as a golden book materialized into his hand. Master, is that? Yeah, it's the Akashic Records. But it's mine which contains only skills.
Ray said as Faye nodded.
Flipping through the book a few times, Ray could see quite a dense amount of question marks meaning the skills he hasn't gained yet. Ray decided to experiment. The book was quite easy to use as the moment he thinks of a skill, it would flip to that page.
How about Death Note? Ray thought.
Records not obtained. Make record.
Yes.
So as long as I know the effect, I can make a replica. Ray thought as he held the Death Note in his hands before dismissing it. The skill only targeted mortals or those who don't have resistances. Past the Ascendant level, all cultivators gain a minor resistance against death, so this was a useless skill for now. Am I able to think of the result and the Akashic Records make the skill for me? Ray thought as he decided to think about how sustain Faye in the mortal world. Mana link plus share mana plus inner circulation plus blood mana infusion plus rejuvenating flow plus mana body reinforcement plus distance link plus internal mana container equals transfuse mana source. Record transfuse mana source. Share your mana source as it would allow for a mana-dependent entity to survive in the mortal world without mana. Distance doesn't matter as long as the connection is kept intact. Seeing that the skill was made without a problem, Ray aimed his palm at Faye. Activating the skill, a rainbow-colored magic seal, which contained all elements, appeared on his palm. The same seal appeared on Faye's body as it soon faded.
What that? I feel hot.
Faye said with a blush as she could feel the energy flowing through her. It was a warm current that made her feel relaxed. It's my new skill. It allows me to share a small portion of my mana source. This should keep you alive in the mortal world. Ray said as he put the book away. The Akashic Record skill branch was broken if he had to give it a term. However, obtaining this wasn't an easy affair either. Not only does one need to have the myriad of skill required, but also the body and mind to house these skills. In addition to this, if he didn't have the end, it wouldn't have been possible either. Little did Ray know that the end was the strongest skill available in the higher realms. Only a few people in the entire history had ever possessed this skill. Even the original owner, Medaka, had an extremely watered-down version of this. Should he present himself in front of her and use any of his weak to medium power skills, she would die from the physical and mental strain of housing these skills. If the end was given to someone without the capacity to hold this skill, the person would have collapsed internally due to the full strain. The only reason the system god even allow Ray to gain access to this skill, even though the consequences were dire, was due to the system displaying an astonishing 100% compatibility with this skill. However, even if the system god didn't give Ray this power, the system itself would have given it to Ray at one point or another. Just that the skills he would have gained would be reduced due to lost opportunities. Opening a portal, Ray gestured Faye to follow. She nodded and walked with him. Their visions blurred as Ray made sure they were away from public sight. Oh my god! Ray cried out, feeling the sudden drop to uncommon and rare combat rank. It felt like his entire body was submerged in lead as it was hard to move around. His mana could barely flow outwards as it felt slightly suffocating. Punching out a few times, Ray lamented about how slow it was. However, to outsiders, he was moving extremely fast. I forgot to choose the year, so it should automatically set it to when I was last in this world. Ray muttered. Pa. n/o/vel/b/j/c/om. Ray face-palmed as he realized he forgot to change into more suitable clothes. Right now, if he were to walk out wearing what he's wearing right now, he would look like a cosplayer. I should be able to make some with basic material conversion.
Ray thought.
Wait, if it's set to when I was last here, shouldn't it be after I got killed by that bloody train? I might be able to sell some stuff at the anime convention for some money. Ray said as he looked into his space for some materials or money. Then he realized he had no money to support him in this world. Money is but physical temptation, unneeded on the path of cultivation. However, it is goddamn needed when you travel to different worlds. I should use basic material conversion. Ray muttered as he looked around for something suitable. Right now, it seems like they were in a construction site. The sky was bright, so Ray knew it should only be a few hours after his death. Picking up some metal beams at the side, Ray decided to run his mana through the metal and convert them into fabric. It took a while as the conversion was abnormally slow. Ray also decided to go with some contact lenses to hide his eyes as they were both gray after wearing contacts. Jeans, white shirt and a jacket.
Simple.
As for Faye, she had short jeans that exposed her legs, black stockings that reached the middle of her thighs and a white hoodie. This should look modern enough for this era. Ray said looking at their outfit overall. I want you to understand that we're only back in this world for research. So no causing a commotion, okay?
Ray said as Faye nodded.
Looking down from the top of the construction site, Ray saw that it was lunch break. Quickly making their way down, Ray did his best to avoid some cameras that were placed for safety. Sighing slightly in relief, Ray walked the familiar path to the train station with Faye. When they came closer, they realized it was packed. Oh right, this is right after I died. Ray thought, seeing the train standing erect, not killing everyone else. I really wonder how the fuck that happened. Ray mused himself in slight humor.
Hello.
A voice called out as Ray turned around. He saw two average-looking schoolgirls and wondered why they called out.
Yes?
How may I help? Ray asked with a smile causing them to blush. See, can we take a picture together? They asked, holding their phones. Ray understood and nodded. What are these, master? They're bricks. Faye said at the same moment as they looked over.
Did she just say master? Is she a maid?
A real lowly maid. Also, doesn't she look like Evil Eye a lot? Maybe she's just very into her act?
And you're right.
Is she a cosplayer? They mused as they took a few selfies with Ray included. Do you know what happened here? Ray asked after they finished. Yeah, something about the train having some faults and it derailed. Miraculously, it only killed one guy. I also heard the guy saved a girl. No one were injured, but he died. The girl said with a shrug. Faye frowned as she heard how nonchalant they were with Ray's death. Ray patted her shoulder as she looked over and nodded. Oh, sorry to bother you again, but do you know another way to the anime convention? I think it was in the next city.
Ray asked as they nodded.
We were just about to change stations so we can go there. Why don't we go together? They offered as Ray nodded. He secretly made a few fake coins as it should deal minimum damage to the economy. Ray and Faye walked together with the two girls as they attracted a few stares. Especially since Faye was very close to Ray and she had the body constitution of a young teen. A few officers were on standby. Ray, on the other hand, gathered the stares of a lot of women since he was handsome and stood around 1.85 meters or 6 foot tall. His physique was good and his facial features were sharp. So what do you do for a hobby?
They asked. Hobby?
Well, I cook, research, teach, craft some accessories and crystal statues when I have time. Ray replied as they were curious. Are you able to show us them? They asked as Ray nodded and pretended to reach for his phone.
Ha!
Ray acted as he patted around his body and searched. I think I lost my phone. Ray smiled apologetically as they waved their hand, telling him not to worry.
Give me a moment.
Ray smiled as he walked into the store and secretly made a fake card with a few thousand yen in the balance. You get fake money every day, so it shouldn't be too bad. Ray thought as he made use of a few skills to edit a nearby bank history to fit his means. He walked out after buying 2 Samsungs. One for him and one for Faye. Making use of his skills once more, Ray implanted a few pictures of his crafts on a Google account to make it more believable. All of this just to make my identity believable. I am way too bored to be doing this much to convince 2 people I'm probably never going to talk to again. Ray thought with slight mockery. Faye started to play around with her phone as Ray let her read some manga and watch some anime for fun. Her face was precious when he saw her reaction to seeing herself in the manga and anime. Ha! Why would I fall in love with him? Wait, isn't that the person master made into a dragon? She would mutter quietly so only Ray could hear her. As they arrived, Ray looked at the busy convention filled with people and cosplayers. The convention I never went to. Ray thought, as it was weird visiting the convention after his initial death. He couldn't come when he was a mortal, but instead came when he was almost a god. The convention was surprisingly fun. Ray got to see several decent cosplayers, as well as a few new animes that were going to be aired. As for Faye, she somehow managed to win a competition for best cosplay as she looked almost exactly like Evil Eye. If only they knew. Buying a few casual clothes as well as a brand new laptop, Ray prepared to find a flat.
Where is she?
Ray muttered as he looked around. Soon he found her still nearby the stage for the competition as she was surrounded by fans. She looked slightly awkward and annoyed as they were a little too eager. Not to mention, most of them were male. When she saw Ray, she was about to shout out master until Ray gestured with a zip it. She then remembered Ray saying that calling someone master was not allowed in the current world.
Ray!
She shouted as she blushed a little. Ray suddenly felt a group of hostile stares lock onto him as he sweat dropped. Come on, we're going to go find a flat,
Ray said as she nodded.
Ray could hear the people muttering when they hear about him and Faye finding a flat. Shrugging slightly, Ray asked around a little and soon found an open flat being rented out. Going through the necessary procedures, Ray rented the flat as it had 2 rooms. Go set up your room or something. I'm going to do some research,
Ray said as she nodded.
The first research he was going to do wasn't about any worlds but rather computer knowledge and everything to do with electronics. The more he read, the more records he received, and eventually he got what he wanted. You understand the ins and outs of anything electronical. You're able to program AI or large databases much bigger than the current highest count featuring a data farm. You can hack like no other and are unmatched in the digital world. Ray smiled as he started to make a program to help him. Search for keywords containing power, overpowered, skills and words relating to these keywords. Compile list of sources that include manga, anime, manhwa, web novels, light novels and novels in general. Ray instructed as the program started to make a document compiling everything straight away. Giving his body a stretch, Ray let the program do its thing. Turning on the TV, Ray saw news about his deeds before dying. Well, isn't this slightly awkward? Ray muttered seeing them talk about him, but it was a different him. His laptop screen flashed as he looked down. The list was finished, and the program deleted itself after its duty was done. Ray saw the descriptions of several abilities and could recreate them instantly. The gaps in his Akashic records started to get filled, but at a slow pace since he still had a few hundred pages to go. Skills he could recreate and skills he couldn't were separated so he could travel to the worlds later and obtain them. This included a certain forgotten character who had the most broken stealth Ray knew about. He couldn't recreate it, so he planned to head there eventually. However, his other skills were easier to recreate. Examples being: Transcendent Trajectory YEX can be evolved. What was initially a spear technique evolved to become a weapons technique due to perfect weapon mastery. With the skills used to make this, the potential of this skills had surpassed its original. What would have been easy to dodge by people over divine rank 5 now becomes a sure hit sure kill for those not in godhood. The problem is, what about after godhood? Should the user fuse this skill further, it may even change the heavenly fate itself. From what he had initially read, Ray knew that this surpass cause and effect only affected those lower than divine rank. It was in a similar situation to the spear Gi Balg. What was supposed to reverse cause and effect and either be dodged by luck or that the enemy was too powerful for the spear to affect. There were also the few animes that he saw some potential in, such as the gourmet cells of Toriko, celestial gluttony cells. What was originally the gourmet cells evolved after fusing with divine powers. User can eat anything in this world and benefit. As the celestial gluttony cells, the demon that manifests is a heavenly demon that the user controls. Power multiplier can be applied depending on how much fuel you have stored. With each meal, you store a certain portion of the power generated into a storage tank which will be used to fuel the heavenly demon manifestation. Power multiplier can be increased should you increase the fuel burn per second. However, it was when he was browsing through the list did he see something unbelievable.
Oi system.
Could this be what I think it is?
Ray asked.
Yes. Library of the Heavens Path / Akashic Records Knowledge Branch. The Library of the Heavens Path can record anything the user sees. This included cultivation techniques and the knowledge provided in different occupations. However, the more accurate term to deem this is the Akashic Records Knowledge Branch. As part of the Akashic Records, knowledge is recorded in this section. Knowledge is the focus. One can passive knowledge or choose to retain it. If I get this part of the Akashic Records, my power will be increased by a lot. Not to mention, from what I've read, you're able to point out weak points of a skill and improve it. If I combine that with my Akashic Record skill branch, then my skills will become even more powerful. Ray said as he read the descriptions of the Akashic Records knowledge branch.
Indeed.
However, I doubt it is easy to copy the Akashic Records knowledge branch using the end, as they're both parts of the Akashic Records.
What do you mean? Ray frowned.
It is the basic requirement. For example, for host to gain the Akashic Records skill branch, host had to compile thousands of skills and have the ability the end. The basic requirement for the Akashic Records knowledge branch must not be easy either. You know this Zhongxian fella had it when he was reborn, right? Ray said as the system fell silent. The time needed to copy might be longer then, since you need to copy the entirety of the knowledge branch.
I see.
I'll head to this world first then. Also, do you know how many branches there are to the Akashic Records? Ray asked as he might be able to gain the entire Akashic Records. There are 4 branches from the description of the Akashic Records. Akashic Records, Skill Branch. Akashic Records, Knowledge Branch. Akashic Records, Heavenly Fate Insight Branch. Akashic Records, Heavenly Fate Rewrite Branch. The Akashic Records itself can be described as a tool. A tool that records everything that happens in the past, present, and future, and holds no power on its own. It is the person who uses this that makes this tool formidable. Just a single branch could allow one to rule supreme. The most powerful being the Heavenly Fate Rewrite Branch. Yet at the same time, it is the weakest. Without the Insight Branch, one cannot rewrite someone's fate, as they do not know the fate of a person. In that case, doesn't Yawatch have the Heavenly Fate Insight Branch and the Heavenly Fate Rewrite Branch then? His power, the Almighty, can both peer into the future and change the future.
Ray said.
You are half correct. What he has is a mere fragment. A wasted part of the Heavenly Fate Insight and the Heavenly Fate Rewrite. He could only peer and change what was in his dimension, but know anything outside of his dimension. Example being, should he enter Mahuka Kuku no Retusii, his fragments would no longer work.
I see. Ray replied in disappointment.
Make a timestamp at our current location. After I finish with the Akashic Record Knowledge Branch, I'll return to this timestamp. Ray instructed.
Done. Faye.
We're going. Ray called out as Faye appeared almost immediately. Where are we going?
She asked.
A place called the Library of the Heavens Pathworld.
Ray replied as she nodded.
A portal opened up as they walked through. Ray and Faye immediately found themselves within a huge library.
Huh?
Where I am? Ray asked the system. Host is currently within the Akashic Records Knowledge Branch. The copying process has started.
0.2%.
Wait, why am I inside? Ray muttered, looking around. When he was using the end to copy abilities, all he had to do was look at the person performing the ability. But yet he was inside right now. Due to the uniqueness of the Akashic Records, as well as the fact that the current host of the Knowledge Branch not being able to use the full power, host would have to be inside the library and copy it fully.
All right.
Ray nodded as he turned to Faye. Faye was currently sitting on a stack of books whilst reading manga on her phone. What are you reading? Ray asked, curious.
HM?
The webtoon for the series called Solo Leveling, or Only I Level Up. It reminds me of Master's system, so I was curious to how it worked. Faye replied, showing him the webtoon. Some of those skills I can probably recreate. I've already got necromancy, which is his main class as well. Ray muttered, reading the panel. Well, tell me when you found an interesting power.
Ray said as she nodded.
He started to browse through the books as the percentage increased. ####. The system god was frowning as he looked at the current state of the battlefield. With the zone stretched out all across the higher realms, not many gods could assist each other. Right now he had to overlook the current zone as the only true god-ranked being. The enemy forces were mostly made from false gods who don't possess god titles. The only thing they had to be feared were their numbers. They had the physical power of gods but not the benefits of gods. However, that can be wiped out if they continuously sent numbers to them. Even the gods can get tired. They had already lost a few high gods and a single peak god that was here initially. The peak god was the god of storms. He could conjure up a pseudo-tribulation storm that killed anything it touched. However, it was a few days ago that he received news that the god title of the god of storms had appeared in the trials, meaning it is free for the taking, which also meant that he died. Hearing the news, the system god had rushed here as soon as possible. The situation was dire as their defenses were being pushed back bit by bit. To make matters worse, they had a true god on their side as well.
God of thievery.
He was able to take the powers of gods temporarily during battle. There was a time limit as these powers would originate from their god titles. But this doesn't make him any less dangerous, as even gods only possessed a few skills that originate from their god title. Seeing the god of thievery running rampant on the battlefield, the system god narrowed his eyes as he charged in as well. His body lit up in lightning as his speed increased. Hee, another god had come to, so it was you.
System god.
The god of thievery narrowed his eyes seeing the system god charge forward. Lightning and wind gathered in his hands as he lifted his palms up, causing a storm to rise. The system god looked up as he could see the lightning gather. He was about to consume the lightning when he felt his own lightning disappear. Turning over to the thief god, he saw that he had stolen his power. They sent me here as I am the perfect counter for you. Whatever you bring out, I can take.
The god grinned.
Is that so? The system god said, raising his eyebrow. As the system god, I have access to all the skills the system had recorded and could distribute as long as I have high enough of a compatibility. Tell me, do you think you have the same compatibility with all the skills? The system god said, exposing one of the main problems with the system.
Compatibility.
No one apart from him or Eve knew about this, as they all thought a person couldn't take too many of the skills the system gave out. But that was not the case. It was compatibility that determined if they could access the skill or not. With each successful integration, the compatibility would drop, meaning the next skill would have a higher chance of failure. Conflicting elements also decreased the comparability in some aspects. Linking with a fire skill will reduce the compatibility with a water skill. Only a few individuals are able to bypass this, as Ray was one of them. His compatibility with the skills never dropped below 90%, with most of them being 100%. The thief god was confused until he suddenly felt the aura from the system god rise. His hair started to weave around like it was water as it became a silvery white. A galaxy aura seemed to emerge around him as his eyes turned silver.
Ultra instinct.
It was also this moment that his body appeared in front of the thief god.
Boo!
The system god said as he punched the thief god in the face. The thief god tried to kick towards the system god, but his body reacted almost instantly. His right hand grabbed hold of the leg as his left hand formed a fist.
Godly might of Saratama.
Asterisk boom. The punch launched the thief god's body away as the leg was ripped off. Letting go of the leg, the system god walked towards the downed thief god. There is a reason why people fear me as the system god. I'll going to show you that reason. The system god narrowed his eyes. The thief god panicked slightly as he tried to steal the skills NOVL__JNN. Ultra instinct disappeared as the thief god smiled before his face twisted with fear. He couldn't make any sound as the backlash shot through his body. Ultra instinct is a skill which I only have a 30% compatibility with. That's including the benefit of 20% due to my god title. The highest compatibility I've seen with the skill was only 5%, excluding a certain individual. Tell me, can you handle it? The system god sneered as the thief god panicked. He wanted to return the skill, but it was already destroying him from the inside. Whilst he was at true god rank, he was a lot weaker than real true gods. His power were only around low to mid-high god, but his ability to steal made him a true god. The system god's eyes changed as a red ring appeared in his iris. Mystic eyes of death perception. His eyes already started to bleed as his compatibility was only 25%.
Die.
The system god said simply as he erased the thief god. Closing his eyes, the system god started to heal them. It was one of his best ways to finish a fight as the 3-skill combo was very powerful. However, the toll was also great. This was especially so for the mystic eyes. Panting slightly, the system god opened his eyes once more as they returned to normal. He was about to walk away when he saw someone who made him shocked. Why are you here, Ray? The person in front of him looked exactly like Ray but had blood-red hair. So you're the one, he said, that almost killed brother. The little stunt you pulled with his soul almost erased him. Ray said as the system god narrowed his eyes.
You're not him.
Who are you? The system god said as he used ultra instinct once more. The person in front of him had the cultivation of a peak god rank, but he knew he couldn't afford to be careless, especially since his body was slightly weak right now. I'm Kyra, the dear eldest sister of my brother from his past life. Ray smiled as the system god felt like she was insane. The body she was in was clearly male. And since you almost killed dear bother, you should pay with your life. She smiled as the system god instantly felt danger. He did a roundhouse kick behind him mixed with Saratama's strength. Asterisk boom. The system god gritted his teeth as he felt the impact rebounded back to him. My strength only recovered a little since the old bastard died, so I'm only at peak god. But brother's body is no doubt at the true god emperor rank. She smiled coldly as she reached out her hand. The system god bent backwards as he created a force barrier in front of him. Asterisk ping. The barrier was broken easily as the system god took a moment to regain his breath. Just a single kick with all his strength could barely do anything to her and instead rebounded the damage back to him. She or he said something about the body being at true god emperor. It seems like not only Eve was a remnant of the old war. The system god frowned as his mind worked. The demon god and slaughter god had their sights on Ray as well. The demon god have said that he was more of a demon than we thought. The war god couldn't see his past life. If I understand, then Ray would have been against our forces back in the old war. He died however, and this person in front of me is his sister or brother that is using his old body. What the fuck? Kyra suddenly grinned as she clutched her hand and pulled back. The space seemed to shift as the system god suddenly realized she was just in front of him. Just the physical prowess of a true god emperor rank could affect the reality we are in. Back then, brother could single-handedly take on 3 true god emperors. As revenge, you can have a taste of its power, she said as she formed a knife hand and cut towards the system god. His eyes shifted as his iris became a mix of red and black. Kamui. The chop faded through his body as a dagger appeared in his hand and pierced towards her eyes. Using her spare hand, she pinched the dagger tip. The system god's hand suddenly phased through the dagger as his hand reached for her soul. Ray wasn't the only one who knew how to mix skills. He managed to mix an attack method on the soul to Kamui, so it allowed him to avoid physical attacks in the meantime. Kyra smiled as the system god suddenly had a bad feeling. A god's intuition was nothing to laugh at as it helped save the lives of many gods. Trusting his intuition, the system god quickly jumped backwards. Looking at Ray, he saw that she was holding a dagger which had a black aura around it. Aya, seems like you dodged it. Kyra smiled, not bothered about the fact that the system god avoided her dagger. The system god frowned as he tried to make a link to HQ. He needed to either send information about her or get reinforcements to help take care of her. Unfortunately, there seemed to be an interference as the link couldn't form. The system god sighed slightly before his gaze hardened. Kyra stopped smiling as she felt danger from the system god like never before. Gone Freak's Nun ability, limitation transformation, the system god thought as his aura flared out like never before. It seemed like the heavens were breaking as he started to forcefully cultivate power. The ability limitation transformation allowed for Gon to gain the power he'll ever have in an instant. Or rather enough to defeat the foe in front of him. A golden aura appeared together with his ultra instinct aura as the system god glared at Ray. Right now, his physical power no doubt reached the true god emperor rank, but his cultivation remained at true god rank. When a person reaches godhood, their rank was determined at the start. Whether or not they could live up to that potential was up to them, as a peak god could lose to a high god. However, the price for forcefully raising up his physical prowess was already showing. His blood could be seen seeping out of his muscles. The system god didn't wait any longer as he only had a 20% compatibility, meaning he had 0% compatibility should he have not gained the god title. At this point, each of their punches could shatter a lower realm as the system god fought on. Exchanging blows whilst he used Kamui, Ray in front of him continued to sustain damage as wounds started to appear more often. Her movements started to become dull as the system god took this time to land a few more hits. Right now the only abilities that worked were the evasive ones, as the offensive ones lacked the power to affect Ray's body. Gathering his strength into one last punch, the system god used Saratama's strength along with his true god emperor physic. Boom. Ray's upper body was destroyed as the system god sighed out in relief. Coughing out a mouthful of blood, the system god stumbled around as he could barely move his body. Aya, how dangerous. If not for my god title, I would have died. A voice said, sending shivers down the system god's spine. Turning around slowly, he could see a perfectly fine Ray standing where he should have died. Since I'm benevolent, I'll tell you who you died to, he said with a smile as he walked closer. I am Kyra, little sister of the true god Emperor Ray, the goddess of fate and true death. My god title allows me to see into the fates of other but not my own. To compensate this, I can reverse my fate every 24 hours. As for... Kyra smiled as she didn't need to explain. The system god sighed. He might not be able to send anything outside of this zone, but it didn't mean he can't include the information in his god trials. I leave Eve to you, Ray. You better keep her safe. He thought with a smile and glare that wanted to defy fate even in his last moments. ####. Skill gained, Akashic Records knowledge branch. Finally. Ray said, leaning back on the bed of books he made. Congratulations, Master. Faye smiled as she was still looking for abilities on her phone. Master, I found another one with a system. It's the strongest system. Faye said, showing him the page. HM? Alright, let's see. Ray muttered, reading the description. A domineering life of unrestrained swag needs no explanation? What the hell? Ray said, reading the description. Let's see, abilities. Twisting heaven and earth, true origins crushing kick. Sounds pretty domineering. I wonder what they do. What is this shit? Ray cursed, seeing the obscene descriptions of these skills. They were a little inhuman even for him, since he himself was a man. You can kill a man slowly or quickly, but to destroy his manhood before he goes. Not to mention, the Akashic records automatically made the skill since he knows what they did. How was it, Master? Was it helpful? Faye asked eagerly. Yeah, it was. Ray said, forcing a smile, seeing how eager she was. Can you show me how they work? She asked again. Cough. Not now. We still got skills to hunt. Ray said as she nodded and happily went to find more books with better skills. System, how far am I though? Divine rank 9. 43%. HM 43%. Ray thought before shrugging. Faye, we're heading to everyone is a returnee. I'm going to get that stealth skill. Ray called out as Faye jogged over. A portal opened up as they soon realized they were in midair. Ray opened his white wings as he floated whilst Faye flew as well. Currently, his cultivation was at divine rank 1, which seemed to be the limit of this realm. In front of them was a man who looked at them with confusion and slight hints of greed. Why does an angel have such dense amounts of records? Know the Akashic record? The man said as he widened his eyes. All this happened the moment they appeared as Ray tilted his head in confusion, so he doesn't know where they were. But during this split second, he suddenly felt an impact on the back of his head. Asterisk ping. A spear of sorts broke in half on contact as Ray turned around and saw a person with flaming red hair. Did I just intrude on the final battle? Ray thought as he saw the shock and surprise of the man who had threw the spear. When did another archangel appear? The man also thought as the shock of the spear breaking was still fresh. It was something that could have killed God but broke on contact. Not to mention, the records and power radiated from the white-haired man was much higher than God. I'll let you two fight. Ray as he was about to leave but turned around as God was about to devour him. Ray frowned as he saw this. Ray gave the figure a gentle slap downwards as it erased his existence. Che, piece of shit, tried to eat both me and Faye. Ray muttered as Faye felt fear. The power scaling of worlds started to increase, yet she was still just as weak. If Ray didn't kill the figure, she was sure she would have died not being able to move. Did you just kill God with a slap? Ilan asked. Huh? God? Faye, how did the story end again? Ray asked quietly as he turned to Faye. She took out her phone and checked. He was supposed to disable God with that spear and suck him dry of his power, after that kill him with a cannonball made from archlegny? Basically, it deleted him from the Akashic records. Faye said as Ray nodded. So this world has the Akashic records. It's the skill branch and the knowledge branch as well. Though only a small fragment of what mine is. Ray said as Ilan only watched as he was being ignored. Wait, that means he's the one with that ridiculous stealth, right? Ray said, pointing at the man. Faye nodded as Ray looked over. Done. Ray said as he made a portal and left with Faye. In and out quickly without much hassle. Ilan only looked at the space where God was with an complicated expression. Spira had already returned back to him when the spear broke, so she was safe. Son, did he really die with that? Really? Has God really finally disappeared now? Gabriel asked as he appeared. Yes. Ilan said as he nodded. But I wasn't the one who did it. Ilan finished as Gabriel frowned. Who did it and what happened? He asked. It was a person called Ray and he killed God permanently with a slap. Ilan said as he looked at the screen in front of him. NOVLB //JNN. Ray. Holder of the Akashic Records skill and knowledge branch LV? Strength? Agility? Health? Magic? Active skills? Passive skills? ####. As Ray and Faye left the realm, Ray decided to look at the record. So that's why he had that broken stealth. He had a pseudo-god title. Ray said as Faye tugged his shirt. What is it? Ray asked. Can I get stronger? Faye said as Ray tilted his head. Yes, you can. I want to get stronger. I've been reading some books and realized that if I'm weak around Master, then they can use me as a tool to get to you. I don't want that. I'm selfish and want to stay with Master. I know that the easy way would be to kill myself should I get caught so I don't hinder Master, but I want to be selfish and stay with you. Faye said as she looked downwards. Ray looked at her before smiling slightly. Patting her head, he made eye contact. For you to understand that you don't want to kill yourself because you want to stay with me is amazing in itself. The people who say they want to kill themselves to not hinder the person are what I would call bullshit. They obviously want the person to save them but want it to sound magnanimous. But what happens in the end? They get saved after a lot of hassle. So for you to understand that you don't want to kill yourself and that you have a selfish desire is already better than those people in my eyes. It shows that you're truthful to yourself. Ray complimented as Faye listened carefully. I can help you get stronger. Easily. But each stage after divine rank are tough to traverse. As for reaching godhood, I'm not sure as I'm not there yet either. I can also evolve your bloodline and increase your strength based on that bloodline, Ray said as she nodded. Cutting his finger slightly, Ray gathered a droplet of blood as it would evolve her vampire princess bloodline. Detecting bloodline evolution from entity Faye. Vampire princess - vampire demigod bloodline. Normally when one evolves their bloodline, their appearance would harbor some change. But for Faye there were no change except for the fact that her power had gained an instant boost from world to low rank ascendant level. I'll send you to a modified blood crazy world as that world is great for blood refinement. It will help you a lot. Ray smiled as Faye nodded. I'll be back soon, master. She smiled before disappearing. Seeing her fade away, Ray felt a sense of loneliness again. I guess back to adventuring alone again, Ray muttered as his smile faded away. After Faye had left, Ray reappeared back in the flat. Reading through the list once more, Ray gained the records of everything he could remake. During this, Ray found an interesting skill possessed by a character. This skill came from a cultivator named Iyun. And from what Ray could tell of his description, Ray understood that Iyun had either reached peak divine rank 10 or entered god ranks. As one of the more powerful characters he read about, Ray decided to see what else he had to offer. Once he had compiled everything down, Ray couldn't help but smile at the two new skills he gained by taking inspiration from the character. One was a movement type skill and the other was an evolution in his destruction element and creation element. Using the divine essence, Ray could see that his right hand became tattooed with black runes whilst his right was tattooed with white runes. The right hand destroys whilst the left hand creates, huh? Ray muttered, feeling the irony. To think I would have a higher version of what Tatsuya was known for. The demon right that destroys and the divine left that heals. Ray chuckled as he stood up. His current progress was 61% till divine rank 10, so he had to make the most of this time and get as many skills as he could. Opening the portal, Ray started his solo journey to fill up the Akashic records as quick as he could in the time it takes to reach divine rank 10. Standing in the space, Ray wondered what other skills he needed to obtain. Spiral power was one of them, Ray said as he opened another portal. His vision was suddenly blinded as he tilted his head back. Holy fuck! Ray muttered, seeing the huge figure spanning the size of the multiverse. ####. Hey Bai Wu, what cultivation are you on now? Eve asked as they walked around the God Ascension realm. Me? I've just reached divine rank 5. What about you? She replied. Divine rank 7. Eve said as she nodded. How are you so fast? Last time we were at the same rank and then you shot above me so quickly. Bai Wu pouted slightly. I can't be called fast. Did you know Ray's already got a few god titles and almost reached divine rank 10? Eve giggled as Bai Wu turned to her shocked. You're kidding. Last time he was just at divine rank 6. And I wanted to surprise him as well. Bai Wu frowned as she kicked the pebbleless ground. I know. I was surprised as well. I think it had something to do with blessing of? But it seems like Dad couldn't see it. Eve said, looking back on her system again. The blessing of? Was a mystery, as she only knows the title but not the effect. Speaking of your dad, why is he stopping us from seeing Ray until he reached divine rank 10? We would have been able to find him a lot sooner if he didn't stop us. Bai Wu said as Eve nodded. It probably had something to do with the war. Dad and the other gods want Ray to reach godhood as soon as possible since they've got high expectations for him. It's kinda hard with such an outstanding husband. We're strong in our own rights but we seem kinda useless since he's so talented. Bai Wu said, fiddling with her fan. When you see a beautifully constructed house, do you wonder who built it? Or who planned it? If so, then do you know their name? If Ray is the house, we're the helpers in the dark. As long as we're happy, it doesn't matter. Eve smiled, giving Bai Wu some advice. You're right. I'm content as long as I'm helping Ray in some way, shape or form. Bai Wu smiled, feeling happy again. There we go. Eve said, giving Bai Wu's face a pinch. Hey, stop it. Bai Wu complained, but didn't stop her. Who told you to have such lovable cheeks? Eve grinned. As your senior, I demand you allow me to abuse these cheeks. Eve said, pinching both cheeks. Fairies, a way to address female cultivators. A cultivator said, trying to talk to the two beautiful females in front of him. Yes, what do you need? Both Eve and Bai Wu stopped immediately and stared at the person coldly. Eve have her wire gloves ready whilst Bai Wu had her fan opened with the blade edge ready. The poor cultivator was shocked as these two beauties were in fact similar to Venus flytraps. Alluring but deadly. And nothing. The cultivator said as he quickly retreated. This was the 35th one already. Bai Wu sighed, folding up her fan again. Well, we're deadly beauties after all,
Eve said with some pride.
If hubby was here, then he would have been able to scare them off easily. Bai Wu said as Eve glanced at her. Didn't you just say you didn't want to look useless? Yes, but I still want a Prince Charming to protect me. Bai Wu said as Eve made a "are you serious" face. You know that's kinda hypocritical, right? You don't want to seem useless, but you also want to seem helpless, so Ray protects you. Eve raised an eyebrow.
Huh? You got a problem?
Don't tell me you don't also want to be protected by Ray. Bai Wu asked as Eve choked on her words.
Ahem.
We're on about you here. Eve avoided Bai Wu's stare as she said this.
Eve. Bai Wu.
Two voiced called out as the two turned to the source.
Sensei.
They both said as Ophelia and the beast god was in front of them. They both nodded with a smile as Eve and Bai Wu were their most talented disciples. Others took several years to break through to the next level, but these two were shooting through the ranks. Time is a little short, so we'll be helping you reach godhood. We'll be needing as many gods as we can. The beast god said as the two put on serious faces and nodded. ####. It took a few weeks, but Ray managed to get the skills he needed. Mind you, a few weeks to a being like Ray should have been more than enough, as he could just teleport in, copy, teleport out in an instant. Yet it still took a week, showing just how many worlds he had to go through. The key was to get the conceptual related skills with no definition, as it would allow for him to recreate other skills easily. For example, if a skill was called chain manipulation, all he needed was to copy weapon manipulation, as it would also include chain manipulation. Right now, Ray was sitting on a hill of corpses as they attacked the moment Ray appeared. Ray's face was cold as he looked down on these fools. Now that they knew of his prowess, they wanted to run. Regret that you provoked people unnecessarily, Ray said mercilessly as he blew out a cloud of smoke. As the smoke touched their body began to crumble away. The smoke was something he combined with the chaos element, as it would crumble their body away the moment they touched the smoke. It would be a good skill to control the surroundings, as it didn't affect Ray himself. During this time, he had also evolved his pseudo-god titles apart from one, which is the transcendent god title.
Name, Ray. Age, not applicable.
Bloodlines, heavenly demon, Alucard, divine dragon.
Comprehension.
God titles, element god, god of war, god, god of perception, god of death, god of life, god of order, god of chaos. Pseudo-god titles, transcendent god. Divine essence, 40+ divine essences. Law 80+ comprehended laws. Combat rank, divine rank 10 new. Body rank, high god, 82%. New. Soul rank, high god, 92%. New. Will rank, true god, 94%. New. Akashic record. Skill branch full. Knowledge branch, assimilation in progress. Heavenly fate insight branch, not applicable. Heavenly fate rewrite branch, not applicable. How many trials do I have left again? Ray asked just to make sure. System god trials. Slaughter god trials. Demon god trials. MN, take the demon god trials first, Ray said as he felt his vision shift. In front of him was a barren temple. The surrounding were covered by bones and ruins, as the sky was just a void. Oddly, the surroundings were well lit. To gain the title of demon god, you must forsake your heart and become the demon, huh? Ray muttered, seeing the etchings.
Forsake my heart? Interesting.
Let's see what this trial has to offer. Ray smiled coldly as he walked to the open space. However, as he saw who were standing in this open space, he understood the trial.
Ray.
One of the figures said as it was in the form of Eve. Ray only closed his eyes before he swiped left with his hand. Opening his eyes once more, what laid there was just a pile of dust. They may look real, but as the future god of perception, no illusions work on me, Ray said as he continued to destroy the would-be figures of his loved ones. Bai Wu, Xiao Wu, Yumi his mother, Fei and Aiko. The first stage of the demon god trial was to kill the things he holds most dear in his heart. As he killed the fake figures of his loved ones, Ray saw a tower appear. Inner Demon Cultivation Tower. Ray read the sign as he stepped inside. The moment he entered, Ray found himself at the finish line. Ray was surprised seeing this was the finish. Shouldn't the inner demon be the hardest? Why didn't anything happen? Ray said, looking back at the tower. You think it's because of me? Lucifer asked as he appeared next to him.
What do you mean?
It's because when we first started, I was indeed your inner demon. You didn't want to become an evil entity like me. But didn't we eventually sort it out? And now we've cultivated me to the point that I have a physical body. Lucifer said as he gave his body a stretch. I suppose, but that seems kinda off? Ray said, tilting his head in confusion as he examined the tower.
If you say so. I'm going to sleep again.
Say, why do you pop out every so often?
Ray asked.
If I don't, I doubt you would wake me up. Lucifer shrugged before fading away. I need to get him out of my body sooner or later.
Ray thought. No, you don't.
Lucifer's voice rang out, causing Ray to sweat drop. God title gain demon god. Alright, slaughter god trial. Ray said as the system teleported him once more. Can you survive 20 years of continuous killing?
Oh my god.
Another one of these. Ray muttered, reading the carvings. He's had it with trials that required him to kill for a long time. The same happened in the war god trials and he just wanted to end it fast. If he challenged this before his skill hunt, then maybe it would be a bit harder.
But now?
Ray walked to the empty space before clenching his hand, destroying everything inside, including the enemies that would have supposedly taken 20 years to kill off. God title gained slaughter god.
Pooey.
Ray spat on the trial as it was one of the most tedious types. The only one remaining is the system god trials. Alright, let's see what you have for me. Ray said, entering the trial. There were a few doors as it showed the skills. You must learn and integrate with these skills successfully to show adaptation in order to inherit the system god title. Ray muttered. So basically, you want me to copy these skills? Ray concluded as he was sure he made these skills in the Akashic records. Fine, I'll fucking do this. Walking towards the first floor, Ray read the skill.
Ultra Instinct.
Harnessing the power of instantaneous reaction and instinctual combat, you drastically increase your battle prowess through breaking your limit/shell. After reading the skill, Ray walked through the door and was greeted with a puppet radiating the aura of Ultra Instinct. So it's one of those moments when you have to defeat the puppet using the skill. Ray muttered as he understood the restrictions placed on him the moment he entered this room. As his hair was already white, there were no changes except for a galaxy-like aura around him. Ray took a deep breath as he saw the puppet in front of him. His body shimmered slightly as he realized he was in the 5th dimension. So this is the 5th dimension. Ray thought as he looked around. He could still see his surroundings, but it was like they were behind a glass wall. Everything was a glazed tile image that would be barely moving even with Ray's senses. Walking up to the tile that represents the puppet, Ray gave it a good punch as the tile shattered. As he left the 5th dimension, he could see that the puppet was already shattered beyond repair. Glancing at his hands, Ray clenched and unclenched, scanning his body for any side effects.
None for now.
Ray muttered, walking out of the trial. Looking at the next door, Ray saw that it was Saratama's skill.
Godly might of Saratama.
Breaking through the limits of your body, you gain increased strength. Strength increase multiplier is proportionate to your body cultivation. So it's a multiplier skill. Ray said, stepping inside. Asterisk boom. N/O/vel/b//jnd/c//om. Ray clenched his fist with transcendent might, causing a shock wave to explode out, surprising him. Looking up, the puppet was already embedded deeply in the wall. I see Saratama's problem now. Ray thought as his strength had long surpassed what a divine rank 10 should be having. What would have been a tough fight with the puppet was reduced to not even a punch.
Sigh.
Ray sighed slightly as he left for the other rooms. Ray sighed in relief as he saw this and gave his body a stretch. He evolved several skills as they combined with their other counterparts. The most impressive one was Gon's limitation transformation. It fused with Ultra Instinct to become a skill which broke the limit shell and gathered all the power around you. This included the power you would get in your lifetime with a short transformation. Ray was about to walk out the trial room when the hologram of the system god appeared. Since you're seeing me now, it must mean you passed the trial. Congratulations. However, I'll have to cut this short. The system god projection said quickly as Ray nodded. The war has started. The casualties are huge. I've died in battle but couldn't send a warning to everyone else. There is a god on the other side who has the title of Fate and True Death. Her Fate title allows for her to revive her/himself once every 24 hours, no matter how severe the injuries.
As for True Death,
let's just say I'm not reincarnating. This right now is just a recording of sorts. The system god said as Ray kept quiet. He knew that since this was a recording, he couldn't interrupt him. The main thing I want to talk about you is your past life. The system god said, narrowing his eyes. NOVL_JNN. It seems like you might be the leader of the enemy faction in your past life. The one who killed me had your old body and called herself Kyra, your sister. Ray widened his eyes as he knew that name. It was the name he heard often in his dreams. I don't mind if you don't avenge me should you remember your past life. But promise me this, look after Eve. The system god smiled as the recording faded. Ray made a hand sign before shaking his head and walked out. All conditions met to advance to godhood. Will host advance?
No, not now.
I need to find my wives after so long. Ray shook his head as he narrowed his eyes.
The past haunts the present.
I may remember my past life in the future. But if I don't, then I may need to be merciless. Ray thought coldly. Whilst he and the system god may have had their differences, in the end, he was still Eve's father. Appearing back in the god ascension realm, Ray could feel the difference. Before, he could barely send his senses out, but now? It encompassed the entire realm. Eve and Bai Wu were cultivating in the tower, whilst it seems like Vex entered divine rank 8 and just came out. Smiling lightly, Ray decided to look for Vex first. Vex was stretching lightly as he managed to break through twice in a row. Hee, I bet that when Ray sees me again, he'll be surprised. I doubt he even reached rank 6. Vex muttered with a grin. No, I didn't reach rank 6. I reached rank 10 instead. Ray said, appearing behind Vex with a smile.
Holy shit.
Can't you appear normally? Vex cried out in shock as Ray appeared behind him in an instant.
Nope. Ray replied.
And also, what's this BS about DV, huh?
You really are rank 10. WTF.
Vex had another shock as he sensed Ray's cultivation. How? You were 2 ranks below me before. How did you cultivate so fast? Vex asked as he examined Ray's body. Who said only you can have fortuitous encounters? Ray smiled as Vex couldn't believe what he was seeing. I fuck. Was all Vex could say. Ray shooting up from divine rank 3/4 to rank 10 in such a short time was just unbelievable for him. Speaking of which, have you done your god trials?
Ray asked as Vex nodded.
I completed both trials and got 2 god titles. Once I reach the peak of divine rank 10, I should be able to enter godhood without a problem.
Vex said with some pride.
What about you?
He asked.
I done all 5 of mine and got some extras along the way. Ray replied, not telling him about the Akashic records. The way you say that so easily makes me want to punch you so bad. Vex said as Ray laughed slightly. His smile only widened as he felt both Eve and Bai Wu break through to divine rank 8 and 7 respectively. What are you smiling about?
Vex asked.
My wives just broke through to divine rank 8 and 7.
Ray said as Vex nodded.
I really wonder who your wives are. Speaking of which, where's the little masochist? He asked, not seeing Faye around. She's training in a modified blood-crazy world where time flows faster. Should have been there for a few centuries now.
Ray replied.
How are you nonchalant about a few centuries? That's still a long time, you know.
Vex said as Ray nodded.
Well, I spent a few million years with my second wife, so a few centuries isn't anything amazing right now. Ray said as he turned his head to the door of the cultivation tower. Vex also looked over curious about his wives. As Eve and Bai Wu exited, they paused seeing Ray. Ray smiled as he gave them a wave. But before he could say something, both of them grabbed him by the arms. You're giving us something you owe for a long time, Eve said as Bai Wu nodded before dragging him away. Vex stood frozen seeing how beautiful both Eve and Bai Wu were. Giving himself a slap to the face, Vex snapped out of it and turned around. The 3 were long gone as Vex still couldn't believe it. Sighing slightly, he entered the tower to cultivate again. ####. The 3 were laying naked and panting as they had been going at it for a few hours. Ray made sure no one could hear them since, well, ahem. However, the few hours they had, Eve used her divine essence of time to stretch it out to a few days. Both Eve and Bai Wu had satisfied faces. Looking down, Ray saw the beautiful figures of Eve and Bai Wu and couldn't help but feel the heat rise again. We've been going at it a few days now and you're still not satisfied?
Eve said as she looked at him.
At first, it was both her and Bai Wu taking the lead, but after a while, Ray took the lead. This was during the first hour. The rest was entirely Ray taking lead. What can I say? You're both too beautiful. Ray smiled as Bai Wu crawled on his chest and gave him a kiss. I'm down for another go.
She smiled.
If you don't want to walk then sure,
Eve said as Bai Wu blushed.
Ray chuckled slightly. If you can't walk, I'll carry you. Ray said as Bai Wu pounced on him once more. Che, leave me some space as well, Eve said as she too joined in once more. ####. Getting dressed after their activities, they walked out having finished cleaning the evidence. Say, where's that little maid? I was quite curious about her, Eve asked as she had wrapped her arms around Ray's neck and placed herself on his back.
She's training right now. She didn't want to be weak,
Ray replied as Eve nodded. Bai Wu was being princess carried right now since she demanded it. Ray couldn't help but chuckle slightly as the sight. Say hubby, what are you going to do now? We know a war is happening and that you're rank 10. So once you reach God ranks, you'll probably need to help them out,
Bai Wu said as Ray nodded.
Yeah, I'll need to head to the battlefield sooner or later,
Ray replied.
Bai Wu frowned as she didn't want him to go out to battle alone. Hey Ray, can you wait for us? Once we reach Godhood, we can go with you,
Eve said as Ray thought and nodded.
Here, take this. Ray smiled as two orbs of light appeared midair. Both Eve and Bai Wu took one as they looked at the description. Blessing of the Akashic record holder.
Increase cultivation speed. Increase power gained.
Cultivated whilst doing anything.
This? Eve muttered in shock.
Whilst it might not be as powerful as the blessing I got, I was able to recreate it slightly using the Akashic records.
Ray smiled.
Eve, what's this Akashic records thing? Bai Wu asked confused. It is said that the Akashic records contain everything that had and will happen, Eve said looking at Ray amazed. I don't have the full records. Only the skill branch and the knowledge branch. I still need to find the Heavenly Fate Insight branch and the Heavenly Fate Rewrite branch,
Ray replied.
Still, that's plenty amazing, Eve said as Bai Wu understood the situation. Then you need to keep this a secret, hubby. If they found out, they'll all be after you,
Bai Wu warned. Ray smiled. Don't worry.
At this point not even gods can stop me, Ray replied confidently.
If you say so, Bai Wu replied.
Ignoring the hostile glares that seemed to want to cut through him, Ray walked towards the cultivation tower with Eve on his back and Bai Wu in his arms.
Sto blurg.
Another cultivator tried to stop Ray because of jealousy. In return, Ray used a skill to send him a few streets away.
How many has it been? Ray asked.
I think that's the 155th one, Eve replied taking a mental note. Damn, these guys need a wake-up call.
Ray clicked his tongue.
It seems like me and Eve had it easier. We only have 30-odd people come up to us,
Bai Wu said as Ray nodded. We're here,
Ray said as they got off with slightly shaky legs. Seeing this, the surroundings suddenly understood as they gritted their teeth. Bai Wu blushed a little but ignored it as it would help them understand she and Eve were together with Ray. Whilst you two cultivate, I'll go ascend to godhood. Don't worry, I won't head to the battlefield just yet,
Ray said as they nodded.
Seeing them walk in, Ray looked towards where Vex is inside the tower. Making another ball of light, Ray sent it over before walking away. Meanwhile, Vex, who was cultivating, gained a notification. Blessing of your friend gained. Cultivation speed massively increase. Must be in a calm state of mind. Must not move at all. Note, you're welcome. Vex only smiled as he closed his eyes. ####. Walking to the Ascension platform, Ray saw the moderator of the God Ascension realm. It felt like just a few days that I saw you at Divine Rank 2. Yet here you are at Divine Rank 10.
Ingress smiled.
Ray nodded before cupping his hands. Thank you, Senior, for looking after my wives. If not, then the clans may have made things hard for them, Ray said as he read the records and knew what happened. As the chosen of the War Saint and Beast God, how can I let them suffer unnecessary hardships? Ingress said. Now then, about your ascension. Step on the platform and let the god titles you gained work to reform both your energy and realm, Ingress said as Ray walked onto the platform and sat down. Sitting in the lotus position, Ray closed his eyes. Boom crack. A golden beam of light shot down as lightning crackled. Ingress suddenly frowned as this normally signified multiple god titles with each one contesting to become the main title. However, the effects were never this big. He has more than 5 god titles, Ingress thought with shock. As the titles clashed, Ray's aura flared higher as time passed. During this, another title appeared, shocking Ingress even further to the point he thought he was hallucinating. One by one, the titles fell, showing their placements until 2 remain at a standstill. Ingress couldn't see what the titles were, but he knew that they were both extremes of god titles. Maybe even above most conceptual titles. Main titles chosen, God of, plus God of the Akashic Records. Cultivation stabilizing. Realm reached. Cultivation stabilizing. Realm reached. transcendent Empyrean God realm dash. Ray opened his eyes slightly as he heard the information. Confusion surfaced in his eyes as from what he could tell, the Akashic records should be above the title of. Understanding the confusion, the system gave a timely answer. The requirements to become the god of the Akashic records is to gain a complete mastery over a single branch. At any given time, there can be only 4 people at most with this title. Know this, just because you are titled the god of the Akashic records, it doesn't mean the records belong to you. Similar to how the system god only uses me, he doesn't have full control over me. Due to you having mastery over 2 branches, you have automatically gained the title during your ascension. In addition to this, for both titles to be at a standstill, it can be said that they are both powerful. The god of can contend with the power possessed by half of the god of Akashic record title is deemed a miraculous feat. Ray nodded as he too understood this fact. Whilst everything was born from nothingness, it could not escape from being recorded by the Akashic records. Status. Name, Ray God of the Akashic records. Age, not applicable. Cultivation, transcendent Empyrean God. Bloodlines, heavenly demon, Alucard, divine dragon. Comprehension. God titles, element God, God of, war God, God of perception, God of death, God of life, God of order, God of chaos, demon God, God of slaughter, system God, God of the Akashic records. Combat rank, transcendent Empyrean God, new. Body rank, transcendent Empyrean God, new. Soul rank, transcendent Empyrean God, new. Will rank, true God Emperor, new. Akashic record. Skill branch full. Knowledge branch full. Heavenly Fate Insight branch, not applicable. Heavenly Fate Rewrite branch, not applicable. Ray smiled lightly as he saw his new stats. Giving himself an internal scan, Ray saw that most of his energy storage had changed slightly. They were more efficient and held more power. If it had a unit of measurement, then 1 unit of the new energy would be worth around 100 units of his previous energy. When one enters godhood, their bodies will change dramatically and be refined using what is known as the God Source. The God Source is an incredibly dense energy reservoir that every God realm cultivator develop. God Source, huh? Ray muttered as he feels like he could take on 10 versions of him before reaching godhood. In addition to this, Ray understood that once a person reached godhood, they would gain some resistances such as resistance to death element. But it seems like as long as one can coat themselves with enough God Source, the damage done through elements and physical are much lower. However, what he doesn't know is that this would be a tough task for anyone below true God Emperor. After reaching transcendent Empyrean God realm, his energy had multiplied ridiculously, making even the energy reservoir of true God Emperors seem small. Shaking his head slightly, Ray started to solidify his current realm as the energy outside was going berserk. As he started to absorb all the energy around him, he started to see images as if looking at a storybook. His eyebrows furrowed as he understood it was images of his past life. ####. He was called Ray, the son of the current strongest true God Emperor. Having reached godhood in a short 500 years unassisted, he was named a genius. There were no more than 10 true God Emperors as each held a territory in the higher realms. With him reaching godhood and entering true God Emperor rank, the other emperors set their eyes on their territory. Whilst this was happening, his mother gave birth to 2 daughters. One was called Kyra and the other Leah. When he saw his baby sisters, Ray felt joy and wanted to protect them from the outside world where wars are raging for each territory. His mother, Jane, was one of the strongest cultivators around, just shy of his father. However, Ray felt more attached to her than anyone due to the time they spent and the time she took out of her busy schedule of fighting against enemies to teach him. As he and his sisters grew up, they started to grow attached to him in a way not befitting of siblings, but incestual relationships were not uncommon in the higher realms. As gods, the children born will be without impurities. However, Ray made sure he kept a certain distance as he wanted to see his sisters find happiness outside of him due to the high chance of death should he go to war. He knew that the female cultivators that approached him would disappear one by one, but he didn't stop his sisters since he knew who they were from their gaze. They were the type to value power and advantages over relationships. Not to mention, some of them were spies from enemies hoping to chain him down using the emotion called love. As the goddess of fate, Kyra could easily see through their identities and put an end to them when they least expect it. Leah helped as she trusted Kyra. One day, as he was going to train with his mother, Ray saw his father grasping the soul of his mother with her face torn with agony. Before he could even shout stop, he saw her soul shatter to pieces. Rage flushed him as his shot towards his father with anger. But unfortunately, his father wasn't known as the strongest for nothing. Subdued easily, Ray glared at his father. "Do not blame me, son, Your mother was not who we thought she was. She would have brought the eventual end to all of the higher realms. Do you understand why she trained you so hard? She wanted to take your power and add it to herself. She was greedy, manipulative, and cruel. She wasn't the perfect mother and woman we both envisioned. His father would say, shaking his head. But Ray didn't care. She was still his mother and a person he was willing to go to extreme lengths to save. As his father left, he sat beside his mother's corpse. The only hope was that he could save a portion of her soul and slowly nurture it again, so that she may enter reincarnation once more. As luck was have it, there were indeed a small portion, but it was so small that Ray had no idea how long it would take to even make it strong enough to survive reincarnation. Deciding to protect this soul as best he could, Ray made a separate container inside his body, as his energy would be used every once in a while to nurture this soul n/o/vel/b/jnc//om. Since his mother was gone, Ray took the role of looking after his sisters, making sure that they were protected and safe. During this time, his relationship with his father strayed further and further that it could barely even be called a relationship. Since his was spending more time with his sisters, their feeling for him grew even more as Ray would only smile and shake his head. He couldn't distance himself, nor did he want to. They were the only people left since his mother died. As for his father, he didn't consider him to be family anymore. The war raged harder than even when the other territories heard of his mother's death. His father, having to assist all battlefields, became more and more worn out. Wanting to pay back all that he owed his father, Ray decided to assist on the battlefield. His first kill was against a true god who were the general of the opposite faction. This drew their attention onto him even more, as the true god had been training for far longer. Logic would have it that he could have defeated Ray due to his experience and skills. But in the end, he still died to Ray's blade. His expertise with any form of weapon gave him an upper hand, as he was able to counter all who came his way. Eventually, this became a skill for him to learn the enemy's movements in just a single glance, allowing him to defeat them through their flaws. Soon, his name rang across all battlefields as the demon general that left a river of corpses wherever he goes. Assassins of different ranks would try to kill him, but he survived every time. But when a true god assassin who had power rivaling the true god emperors attacked him, he was left on his last breath. The assassin was able to cut him at his tendons at blinding speeds that he could barely react. His body tried its best to heal, but it couldn't out-heal the damage he took. His mind turned, hoping to find a solution. It was in times of danger where a person would show their potential. Ray managed to create a skill which made his entire body a weapon. As the assassin brought his dagger closer to his neck, he only smiled before countless weapons were formed around his body, stabbing the assassin, killing him when he was caught off guard. Having survived against a veteran true god, Ray made his power known across the territories. Even though he was a young true god emperor, he wasn't any weaker than they were. Soon, the wars started to turn in their favor as some of the true god emperors decided to opt out of the war. With only a few territories left that still wage war against them, Ray found some time to return to his sisters. But this time, he felt something off about Kyra. It was almost like a complete 180-degree change from how she was previously.
A little more bloodthirsty.
Ray would dismiss this as a side effect from fighting wars too often. However, his father was not the same. Sensing the change, he banished both her and Lia outside of their territory. This made it so that the enemies could easily use them against Ray to corner him. Having fought a verbal war with his father, Ray also left the territory, leaving it slightly weakened. The emperors that opted out of the war rejoined with even more fervor as the entity known as Ray left his faction. After he left, he had received invitations to join different factions but turned down each and every one of them. The three of them looked for a location to stay outside of the territories and eventually found the Forsaken Realm. This realm was forgotten and abandoned, leaving demons and beasts roaming around. The realm was dangerous as it had an influx of false god beasts with strengths rivaling true gods and some even true god emperors. Fighting his way through the horde whilst protecting his sisters, Ray asserted dominance over the entire Forsaken Realm. Ruling as king, Ray started to build up the strength of the Forsaken Realm. The wars outside had died down as they came to a truce. Ray didn't know the details of the truce, but he did know that they were turning their weapon towards him. When the beasts captured a spy, Ray used a technique that read the soul to make sure there were no lies. It turned out that it was his father who brought this up. It was his own father who was so adamant about killing his sisters that Ray decided to wage full-out war with the entire higher realms. If the higher realms cannot bear the existence of my siblings, then I have no need for this realm, was the sentence Ray said before waging war. The enemy had several true god emperors, so Ray couldn't be careless. The Forsaken Realm had an ample amount of chaos element, therefore he started to comprehend the element of chaos little by little. Having comprehended the chaos element, Ray understood the potential one would hold should they understand the origin concepts such as chaos and order. The title he held when he became a god was the God of Light. He gained the God of Creation title after the fight with the assassin. With two conflicting elements inside of him being creation and chaos, Ray eventually found a balance between the two. His power skyrocketed to the point where killing a true god emperor was an easy task should it be a one-on-one. Finding a hint to ascending to a realm higher than the true god emperor, Ray started to comprehend the two opposites of the universe all whilst fighting the biggest war of the Forsaken Realm against the higher realms. It was during this war that he saw Eve and Bai Wu. These two were the princesses of an opposing faction with the power of a true god. Eve being the goddess of time and Bai Wu being the mythical beast goddess. Falling back on the battlefield, Ray got his subordinates to gather the information about these two goddesses as he slowly fell in love from the times he saw them in battle. Not being able to hold himself back, he hid his identity as he sought them out. He understood that this would bring them danger, but the selfish desire inside him ignored that. The three of them grew closer the more Ray visited. To him, these two were the most beautiful people he had ever met. To them, he was a mysterious god who helped them improve. He was their teacher of sorts, and their feelings started to bud as well. Not wanting to hurt her friend, Eve would hide away her feelings whilst Bai Wu did the same. Ray decided to finally confess to the two of them but was stopped when he received news that the main realm was under attack. His face was serious as he suddenly left, confusing the two. Soon they also needed to leave as there were news that they discovered the main HQ of the enemy. This battle was a lot harder since Ray had to defend against the full assault of 10 true god emperors. Utilizing all of his powers, Ray managed to kill 8 of the true god emperors, leaving only 2 left, but he was already at the end of his ropes. My son, for you to reach this stage I am both proud yet disappointing. Why did you have to stay with those wenches? His father would ask.
Fuck you.
Those wenches you talk about are my sister and your daughter. Ray would reply as blood flowed out his mouth. But Ray paused mid-fight when he saw Eve and Bai Wu. They covered their mouths in shock seeing the person they love be their enemy. Charon, who was fighting off the other gods, paused seeing this. The bloodthirsty intent that had developed over time surged as a single sentence rang out in her mind. Someone took brother away from me. Wielding the dagger made from her god title, Goddess of True Death, she lunged towards Eve and Bai Wu. One of the last true god emperors was the Bai Wu's father and the friend of Eve's father, ran in front of both Eve and Bai Wu ready to kill Charon. Ray wasn't idle either as he charged towards the god emperor to stop him from killing Charon. Sending his senses towards her, he could feel something corrode on her mind as he became enraged.
Who dares?
He thought as he knew Charon was no longer in control. The dagger was about to hit them when the true god emperor decided to self-destruct as Eve and Bai Wu dying was better than never reincarnating. ####. The memories stopped there as Ray's gaze became cold. Taking a deep breath, Ray thought about the fact that someone started to control his sister. She may not even be herself right now, Ray thought as he stood up. But to think Lia became Aiko, my adopted daughter. I wonder what she thought about that. Ray imagined the situation awkwardly before stepping off the platform. What rank did you reach? Ingress asked with sweat dripping down his back. The power Ray radiated was intense as he could barely breath.
True God Emperor.
Ray lied as the rank transcendent Empyrean God was still unknown. He still needed some time to get used to this body. True God Emperor? Ingress widened his eyes in shock. Ignoring his gaze, Ray walked away with questions floating around in his mind. What happened to Charon afterwards?
How did she survive? How did Lia die?
How did Eve become part of the system? Ray thought as there seemed to be more to his memory, but it was covered by a veil that he couldn't brush aside. As for Mother, Ray thought as he scanned the hidden storage he placed in his soul. His mother's soul was still slowly being nurtured as Ray sighed in relief. His death didn't end the one chance he had to save her. Sighing in slight relief, Ray waited for Eve and Bai Wu to exit the tower. While he was waiting for Eve and Bai Wu to come out, a few gods had come to give him congratulations. Answering with some politeness, Ray told them to wait as his wives were still cultivating. They tried to urge him to join the war, but Ray only shook his head. As he was a true god emperor, they didn't want to offend him, so they could only wait as well. Before Eve and Bai Wu could come out, Ray saw what seemed to be high-ranking gods coming his way. "Hello, how can I help?" Ray asked, still sitting down. "I'm Ophelia, Eve's master. And I'm Miko, or you can just call me the beast god. Bai Wu's master." They both introduced themselves. Ray sensed their souls to make sure there were no lies before nodding and stood up. "Thank you for teaching and looking after them for all this time," Ray said as he bowed slightly whilst cupping his hands.
"Haha, no worries."
Miko chuckled as they looked at the newly ascended god in front of them. His aura was calm, yet there was the undercurrent of rage simmering deep beneath. They didn't know why he was angry, but they knew whoever was at the end of that rage wasn't going to have a good time. Ray, do you know the current situation? Ophelia asked as Ray nodded slightly. I only know a little since the system god told me in his trial. Ray said as Ophelia and Miko looked around. The surrounding gods understood this as they walked away. Then you must know that he died, right? Ophelia asked when she made sure no one else can hear. The system god was one of the most influential figures in the higher realms, so the news of his death would hit the moral of the gods heavily. Yeah. He died through the title of true death. Ray replied, his hands tensing ever so slightly. Then can you tell us what else he said? Miko asked as this information would be crucial. The opponent was also the goddess of fate. She can override her own fate of death once per 24 hours. Ophelia and Miko frowned as being able to overturn one's fate during a high-ranked battle would be the decider of two similarity-strong gods. Let me take care of that battlefield. I'll handle her. Ray said as Ophelia shook her head. No, we can't let you go to that battlefield just yet. You have to solidify your foundations as well as get used to using your god source. If not, you won't even output 50% of your combat prowess. Ophelia said as Ray frowned. The longer I leave Kyra out there, the more danger she would put others in. Not only that, I need some answers. Ray thought. Fine. Are there any others at the true god emperor rank? Ray asked as both females shook their heads. We had one left who were on the verge of death. His death led to this war. Ophelia explained as Ray frowned once more. The only one who survived the last battle should have been father, therefore he should have been the only true god emperor left. Bai Wu's father had self-destructed, killing me, Eve and Bai Wu. But I don't know how Kyra survived nor how Lya died. Father Soul should have some answers. Ray thought as his best bet was to seek out the soul of his father. Are you able to take me to his soul? I need to ask him something. Ray asked as they shook their heads again. When he died, his soul re-entered reincarnation. You won't be able to ask him. Ophelia replied as Ray only sighed. Alright, is there anything else you want to ask me? Ray asked. Leave Bai Wu and Eve to us. We need you out in the battlefields since we're getting sieged from every direction. You'll need to head to the ones with the weakest gods so you can get used to controlling your god source. Afterwards, you'll head to the more important battlefields. Ophelia said as Ray looked over. They stared at each other for a moment before Ray nodded and stood up. Tell me where the battlefields are. I'll head there as quickly possible. Ray said as she nodded. Getting the coordinates, Ray left for the war zones. Drawing a line in the air in front of him, a portal opened as he left the God Ascension realm. As he stood in the familiar yet unfamiliar higher realms, Ray shook his head. Seeing how organized and peaceful it seemed within the confines of the city away from the battlefield, Ray couldn't help but start to muse to himself. It seems like Father did a good job in keeping the higher realms in order. He thought as he could see the buildings where families would live. Those who were low god rank or higher went to war, whilst those below stayed at home. Every god was protecting something here in the higher realms. Were you really an evil person, Mother? Ray thought, seeing the results of his father's rule. If his father was the evil one, then he doubts the higher realms would be this peaceful. But what could his mother have done to doom the higher realms? What could she have done that warranted her death? A leader is someone who can make the hard decisions in life. A good leader would choose country, whilst a good father would choose family. I choose to be a good leader as there are too much at stake for me to give it up to be a good father. I cannot build my happiness over the sadness of my country. His father would say to him when he was young. If that was the case, then could father have chosen the country over his mother? Your father chooses to be a leader as the families he needs to protect isn't just ours. It's every family within our territory. His mother would console him during their training. If she was this open-hearted, then why would she doom the higher realms? Don't worry, since your father can't make time for you, I will. Was a sentence she would say often. His father was caring for the country, whilst his mother cared for the family. Every memory he remembered of his mother were beautiful ones. She was caring, considerate, helpful, and put her children's needs before hers. It was nothing like what his father had described. She wasn't cruel, she wasn't evil, nor was she greedy. As for manipulative, Ray wasn't sure no more. If his father really was in the wrong for killing his mother, then why is the higher realm so peaceful? Bringing out the fragment of her soul, Ray stared at it with a complicated expression. Father's dead and I can't ask him for answers. Mother, who were you really? Ray muttered. As much as he wanted to stay true to his initial thoughts, he couldn't help but doubt himself. He was the opposite of his father, he cared more for his family than the country. In this aspect, he took after his mother. Therefore, He sincerely hoped that his mother wasn't in the wrong. But the more he thought about the situation, the more it didn't make sense. As a true god emperor, his father could have easily sensed the fragmented piece of his mother's soul. Why did he allow him to save it and try nurture it? If he did, then why did he kill her in the first place? Shaking his head, Ray stashed away the soul fragment. His main task was to end the army coming from the Forsaken Realm. After putting an end to this, can he finally search for some answers? Since the higher realms are so peaceful, I'll protect it in your place until I find answers, father. Ray muttered. Sending out his perception, Ray was able to exert almost a 100% control over his god source just from his memory from his past life. The situation was dire as the higher realms had lost the high god in that specific war zone. The Forsaken beasts would break the front lines soon as the gods couldn't hold them back for much longer. Narrowing his eyes, Ray coated his body with his energy as he entered the fifth dimension. By coating his body with his energy, he's able to travel much faster and recklessly allowing him to travel through several realms in a blink of an eye. As the enemy was about to pierce the front lines, he couldn't wait. ####. As a god-ranked individual, I was neither high up in the hierarchy nor was I the lowest. It was fine though, I didn't have high expectations honestly. At this point, I'm just surprised I even reached godhood. I married my wife who is the center of my life. She isn't a peerless beauty, but she isn't ugly either. As cultivators, the more we cultivate the better it was for our body. Therefore, any female cultivators would be beautiful, so the term peerless beauty would be reserved for those who truly make one pause in shock. My life was perfect. Just me, my wife, and my son. But news came that a war broke out. Relics of the old war that happened billions of years ago, they were the Forsaken beasts. They didn't hold god titles, but their body cultivation would make even a peak god shiver. Orders came down that all low god or higher ranked individuals were recruited to help protect the higher realms. It wasn't a requirement, but everyone knew that to protect this home the true god emperor had created for us, we need to pull our own weights. If one didn't join the war, our peers would have scorned us for it. One wrong move and some may even develop mental demons. Although worried, my wife supported me saying that she'll wait no matter how long it took. Though I can say that I regret everything. These monsters were worse than we thought. Not only are there numerous beasts, they also have god cultivators who hold god titles like us. The title I hold is a lowly god of knives. I can control up to 50 knives created from the title that deal a lot of area damage. With this, we were able to somewhat keep the front lines in check. But our commander, the high god with the title god of puppets, died in battle. Even though he could control our enemies and use them against one another, he was still overwhelmed in the end. It is when one stares into the jaws of death that we realize what we truly wanted. None of the protect the country thoughts surfaced in my head. Only regret. Countless regrets that I can't spend my time with my wife and son. When the monsters were about to overwhelm the front lines, a crystal-like barrier erected in front of us as if it was the embodiment of our hopes. Gather the injured to one place. A voice called out behind me. Turning around, I saw a handsome youth with white hair and the tips colored with a slight mix of red and black. He had monochromatic eyes that made me shiver from the pressure of his gaze.
I'll repeat myself.
Gather the injured to one place whilst I sort this horde out.
The youth said.
Wasn't he a little arrogant? Sure, he may have power above me, but dealing with a horde like this was no easy task. His movements were fast, but to the eyes it seemed slow. Before we realized, he was already in the airspace above the horde. I was going to warn him when a sudden crash of energy suppressed any kind of thought I had. Gray clouds formed around his hands as they had red streaks of lightning pulse within. Without saying anything, the youth sent the cloud over the beasts, causing their bodies to crumble almost instantly from just a touch. If I was a mortal, I would see this man as a god of destruction. With unmatched power, he saved the lives of everyone here. ####. Ignoring the gazes he received, Ray sealed the portal the Forsaken beasts used to enter this war zone. Flying back, he frowned at the sheer amount of injured. Is this everyone?
Ray asked.
Yes, anyone else who isn't here is dead on the battlefield. The vice leader said as clenched his hands. Ray sighed as he looked at the almost destroyed base. Shaking his head, Ray gathered white energy into his palms. Turning it into a white mist, Ray controlled it to encompass the entire base. Some were fearful remembering the damage the gray cloud did. But to their delight, the mist healed everyone it touched in an instant. Either assist other battlefields or head home.
It's your choice,
Ray said as he floated upwards. Without even waiting for their response, he entered the fifth dimension and rushed to the other battlefields. Reappearing once more, Ray saw that the enemy was a peak god-ranked cultivator. What's the situation? Ray asked as he looked at the god protecting this base.
Who are you? They said on guard.
The war has taken its toll on them, so they had to treat everything with caution.
I'm reinforcement.
Are you able to brief me on the situation?
Ray asked.
This base was slightly better off than the last base, therefore, he had some time to see the general situation. The enemy is a god who controls people like puppets. Some of our allies had already been turned against us. The god said as Ray turned towards the battle. Their movement seemed natural, but Ray could see slight hints of awkwardness. It's not the puppet god title since he already died. Ray said, narrowing his eyes. Patterns emerged in his eyes as it started to see every dimension there were on the battlefield to check for any hidden enemies. What do you mean? N/O/vel/B//J/C/OM. He's the god of wires. He uses the wires to control the bodies and corpses. Ray replied as he stepped out. Gray mist on the left whilst white mist on the right. Ray both killed and healed at the same time. Controlling the mist skillfully, he made sure not to kill or heal the wrong people. When did we have such a powerful god on our side? The base leader muttered as looked at Ray's back. As he and the enemy god approached one another, Ray narrowed his eyes. He could see the wire god laying down traps as he went, making sure that he couldn't even teleport there.
He's cautious.
But he met the wrong match. Ray thought as his body instantly went into the fifth dimension and exited next to the god. Shocked, the wire god sent wires to cut Ray up, but to his disbelief, the wires phased through him. Ray was like the eerie silent hand of death as he said nothing before ripping the head off of the torso of the wire god. Blood splattered across his face as the wire god's body collapsed on itself.
Pooey.
Ray spat out some blood that got into his mouth before throwing up the head for all to see. Repeating what he did on the previous battlefield, Ray made sure that the portals were sealed. He was about to leave for another battlefield when he felt someone's strong approach.
Che, just a true god.
Ray thought before he gathered his energy into his eyes. Red rings formed as activated a new skill he created using the Akashic records. Pseudo-omniscient eyes of death. You control the lives of everything you see or sense. However, it had not yet reached the potential of true omniscience as you do not sense anything and everything in the universe. Making a cutting motion, Ray ended the life of the approaching true god before anyone even noticed. Turning off the eyes, Ray felt his vision shift slightly as it made his disorientated. Holding his head, Ray waited for the effects to fade. Taking a deep breath, Ray headed towards another battlefield. Having dealt with all of the battles that were in dire condition, Ray sighed as he saw the damages. The casualties were high as several high and peak gods had died in battle. With their souls already back in reincarnation, Ray wasn't able to revive them. He could only apologize mentally to the families they belonged to. Connecting a telepathic link to both Ophelia and Miko, Ray told them about the progress. Thanks, that'll help out a lot in terms of distributing our manpower. Head back first, we need to deal with the aftermath of the system god's death. After that, we'll be heading to the main battlegrounds. Ophelia said telepathically before giving him the coordinates.
Got it.
Cutting the link, Ray proceeded to heal everyone at the current base. We're heading back. This battlefield is safe, so you can either return to your families or you can help out in future battles.
It's your choice.
Ray said as he could already see some broken wills in the crowd. Having said what was needed, Ray re-entered the fifth dimension as left for the main base. When he reappeared, it seemed like the main figureheads were having a disagreement.
Like I said,
if we attack the main base and kill the head of all this, then we'll be able to put an end to it faster. So you're telling me we have to leave the main city defenseless? Are you out of your mind?
I'm not saying that.
I'm saying we should split up the attack force with a portion remaining to defend the city. Then the attack force won't be at full power and the chances of failure are higher. Then what do you suggest, huh? I say we should slowly chip away at their numbers.
Little by little.
We need to be prudent in the war as our losses have already been devastating. Then we also increase the chances of losing through attrition. We don't know if they can make more of the Forsaken beasts.
Not only that.
If we fight a battle of attrition, our gods will eventually become weak from all the fighting. The mental toll will stop them from exerting their full power. Isn't that the same for them?
No, it isn't.
These Forsaken beasts are essentially mindless minions controlled by generals. They don't feel fatigued and will eventually overrun us by using beast wave tactics. Silence ensued the room as the figureheads didn't know what to do. The enemies were too numerous and their powers were frightening. Not only that, they didn't even know who was the main enemy behind all of this. Feeling a tap on his back, Ray turned to see Miko. As you can tell, they're stuck on what we should do. If we attack, Our attack force will either be okay and leave the city defenseless or be weakened, but the city will be defended. If we defend, there are too many variables which will affect the outcome.
Miko said as Rei nodded.
He was about to speak when a god stood up. I've gotten some new information, he said with a serious face. These forsaken beasts work with a hive mind. However, the hive mind is the most annoying one. It sends information in an instant with the leader. Even if we kill the leader, the forsaken beasts won't die off. Instead, they'll continue to carry out the last command they received until a new leader emerges. So even if we kill the leader, if the last command was to keep attacking, we'll still be at a standstill. How did you get this information?
The god clenched his hands.
My subordinate traded his life for this. Wait, what if the last order was to retreat? A god said as everyone perked up. Yeah, if the last order was to retreat, then we'll be able to protect the city whilst killing them off. The problem is the how we're going to make them retreat. If we attack their main base, they can still order the horde to attack the city.
What then?
Listening to the gods discuss, Rei shook his head. Kyra isn't dumb. She's the goddess of fate who can read the fate of anyone except for hers. What she can or can't read depends on the situation, but all she needs to do is to read her subordinate's fate and adjust to the outcome. If the result of death was due to dive and conquer, then she can split her forces to attack the city should she wish to. Or, she can lay ambush ready for the attack force. There are a few ways to counter this, but the easiest way to make it a fate she cannot overcome. Overpower the ambush would be an example.
Rei thought.
She was a troublesome opponent if you didn't know how to counter her ability. They would wonder about how she found out or why can't we track her.
Who's this?
One of the gods asked, seeing a new face in the hall. This is Rei, the one I was mentioning earlier. Ophelia said as the gods all turned to Rei. Some of them held slight hostility whilst some held hope. One god in particular was frowning slightly. Are you sure he's a true god emperor? Maybe the kid's trying to bullshit us. He snarled as some gods thought and nodded. He was within the top 5 in terms of strength within the true god realm. Seeing them treat a newly ascended god as a messiah annoyed him, as it meant his training and efforts weren't as useful as a new god. It was even more so since his aura felt almost non-existent.
Shall I?
Rei asked as he turned to both Miko and Ophelia. He was suppressing his aura, as letting it run amok will be akin to letting the enemy know where he was constantly.
Please.
Ophelia gestured as she was pretty tired of the commotion already. Using Rei to shut them up would be a blessing. Getting permission, Rei walked to the center of the room.
Audacious.
As a junior, you should be bowing to us with respect. The god bellowed, seeing Rei walk nonchalantly to the center of the room. Before he could continue, a blood-curdling killing intent locked onto him, making him pale instantly. Even though the pressure wasn't directed to anyone else, the sheer unrestrained presence of this intent made them shut up, hoping to not displease the youth in front of him. Right now they understood this. Rei wasn't a true god emperor, he was much more dangerous than one.
Better.
Rei smiled as he turned to Ophelia.
Thanks.
She replied with a smile. As I have stated before, Rei here is a newly ascended god who reached the true god emperor realm. It would be best if he were to be a part of the front lines. It is also him who the system god chose as a successor and passed down a message to just before he died. Ophelia said as the gods started to pay more attention due to the guillotine, known as Rei, hanging above their heads. Before he died, the system god had told Rei about the one who killed him. She is the goddess of fate and true death. Being killed by her means no more reincarnation. Ophelia continued as some of the gods became uneasy at the fact that there will be no more reincarnation. Is there anything else you can tell us about this goddess? Another god asked, NOV.L.B/JNN. Ophelia looked over at Rei, who understood that this was his cue. There are numerous enemies, but we know that she is most likely one of the figureheads behind the enemy army. Since she is both the goddess of fate and true death, she won't be an easy opponent. The system god had informed me about some of her abilities, as it allows for her to change her fate once every 24 hours. Not only that, Rei started to explain what might be her powers as a precaution. Such as reading her subordinate's fate, as she can't read her own. The more he talked, the more worried the gods became. If she does that, then we can't do anything. We can't ambush, we can't split up, we can't fight against her at all. One of the gods said.
No. You're wrong.
It's not that we can't fight against her, but rather the options are slightly limited.
The first god said.
He was the one who was displeased at Rei but knew he couldn't be petty anymore. Especially since he proved his prowess just from killing intent itself. Then what options do we have? We can either make it so that she's helpless against the chosen fate, or we find a god with similar powers that deal with fate. Another way is to combine several gods' powers to try conceal the true fate whilst giving her a fake one to work with. The gods said as a few others nodded in agreement. Then how should we plan this? Do we attack or defend? A god asked as Ray decided to take this as a chance to get what he wants. I say let me attack alone. If it is just me, she'll most likely lay an ambush, but unless she has a true god emperor on her side as well she'll be helpless against me. Ray suggested. No. What if she does have a true god emperor? Not to mention, what if you're swarmed with countless forsaken beasts ranked true god in physic? The god rejected. Even if I'm swarmed, I'll be able to escape. My skill, fifth-dimensional maneuver, takes me out the confines of all 4 dimensions. So even if she locks the space, I'll be able to leave. Ray smiled as the god shook his head. How are you sure it'll work? What if it failed as you're attacking? The god said as Ray thought about it then nodded. Understandable, in which case then we can make some countermeasures and test my skill out. The sooner we deal with her, the easier the rest of the fight will be. Ray persuaded. However, if they were adamant about this then he can only seek her out without their permission. Fine. We'll test it, the god said after a pause. As all the gods walked towards a large open space, Ray stood in the middle of the encirclement with a calm smile. Ready when you are. Ray said nonchalantly. The god nodded as a neon blue sphere rose up around Ray. Tilting his head, Ray examined the barrier. I can probably break this if I tapped it with my chaos element. Ray thought seeing the overall structure. Get out of this if you can. When you do, I'll believe you as this was made with a collective power of true gods and peak gods. The god said making sure to keep an eye on Ray. As if a visual glitch, Ray suddenly disappeared. The god blinked in surprise before he felt a tap on his shoulder. I'm out, Ray said with a smile. The god was speechless as Ray literally appeared and disappeared. Fine. But don't engage fully, try scout for some information first, the god said in defeat. Ray nodded as he walked away. Entering the 5th dimension, Ray locked on towards one of the main battlefields. Teleporting deep into the enemy lines, Ray reappeared as the full aura of his cultivation realm suppressed all the beasts. Walking calmly through the horde, Ray sent his senses out as he found one of the hive mind generals. Ray could feel that the general was about to flee. True dimensional lock. Locking down even the 5th dimension, you prevent any means of escape from working. Each step of his was calm as he approached the general. He could feel the fear increase with each step. However, when he came face to face with the general, he could feel the fear decrease exponentially. It wasn't entirely gone, but it was significantly less than when it was just his aura locking onto him. My lord, what brings you here? The general said as he bowed. Lord? Does he know me? No, it shouldn't be. I have no memory of him from my past. Ray thought quickly hearing the address. Moving forward, Ray mercilessly ripped the soul out of the general, surprising the general. Reading the soul, Ray frowned when he saw himself. Or rather, Kyra in his body. What the hell happened when I died? Ray thought with a frown. Leah's also with her. It seems like she forcefully reawakened her memories of her past, so she's weakened right now. Ray thought seeing Leah's condition. Controlling the general's soul, Ray made the enemies retreat as he walked towards the main base to find his sisters. Since he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, he might as well take the opportunity. Walking through the Forsaken Realm, Ray couldn't help but understand the danger the beasts hold. If these beasts attack the city all at once, I doubt I'll be able to drive them off without making some losses. Ray thought. There were too many beasts and the city was too huge to be covered all at once. This was one of the main concerns for some of the gods. The city was too big, so the number of gods needed to protect it dramatically increase. Should the number of gods be too little, the defense will be flimsy. Should they bolster the defenses in a certain area, the defenses will have a gaping weak point. Most of them are at true god realm, whilst a few are at true god emperor. There wasn't this many true god emperor ranked beast last time I was here. Ray frowned as he masked his aura so the figureheads won't detect him. He knew he couldn't be too aggressive right now as the possibility of them attacking whilst he talked to his sister was high. Since he was going to protect the higher realms in place of his father in the time being, he had to take responsibility. He couldn't be willful like he was when he just needed to worry about himself and a few people. This time, it was the entire higher realms. It didn't take long as he saw a huge eerie castle in the distance. Using 5th dimensional maneuver, Ray made sure that no one sensed him. Although he knew Kyra could probably see him coming, he still wanted to take precautions just in case she didn't. Landing lightly on the roof, Ray made sure to make his body and aura unperceivable. Sending in his senses, Ray could see several true god emperor ranked beasts patrolling. Frowning at the security, Ray wondered what would actually happen if he retained his original rank of true god emperor. How's the scouting? He suddenly heard in his mind. Several true god emperor ranked beasts protecting the main base as well as outside roaming around. As for beasts below true god emperor, I would guess there's around a few 100 million to billions of said beasts. Ray replied, turning his head to the countless beasts roaming around in the Forsaken Realm.
Billions? Are you sure?
We can't joke about this. Ophelia panicked slightly as a few billion was a ridiculous number of beasts. Not to mention all of them were at god ranked while some were true god emperors.
Yes, I'm sure.
I can say that even if I was there to protect the city, we would still take losses. Ray replied as Ophelia went silent.
New plan.
Since defense is impossible, we're going with full-out attack. Are you able to scout out their entire force? Get some key information on figureheads as well.
Ophelia asked.
What about the city and the residents? Ray asked with a frown. We'll evacuate them. They should all have spatial rings, so their belongings are no problem. If not, we can provide it to them. Ophelia said as Ray thought about it and nodded. Alright, I'll try to keep my movements silent to the enemy. Try evacuate them as soon as possible. Ray replied before focusing back onto the castle. Probing the castle further with his senses, Ray found a few hive mind generals. As for the queen/king, he still haven't found them yet. But he was sure it wasn't Kyra or Lia since the hive mind queen could only be the same race or evolved from the race. The generals were an example. Whilst they looked human, they were essentially beast cultivators like Bai Wu. Ray frowned slightly when he didn't sense Kyra anywhere in the castle. Did she avoid me on purpose?
Why?
Ray thought with a frown. He was about to leave but stopped when he found Lia's aura in the castle.
Kamui.
Slipping through the walls of the castle, he approached where Lia is carefully so that no one detects him. The walls were oddly barriered off as it would have prevented a lot of people from even trying to enter n/o/vel/b/c/int/c/om. Even with Kamui, it would have been extremely hard to enter without letting anyone know. Entering the fifth dimension, Ray saw the difficulty of navigating past the barrier. What is she doing for there to be such a solid defense? Ray thought as he continued on. He paused slightly when he heard a muffled cry of his name. Wait, does she know I'm here? She shouldn't be able to detect me. Ray thought with a frown as he entered the room. On the bed, his sister from his past was lying naked and masturbating to his name. Her body was in full view as Ray paused in slight shock. That's in my head now. Ray thought as he moved his hand. The bed sheets moved as it covered Lia up, surprising her. She instantly entered combat mode with a serious face. Before she can speak, the bed sheet covered her mouth, causing her to furrow her brows further. She was about to flare out her aura when he suddenly saw Ray appear.
MMFF.
She cried out in shock seeing Ray appear. However, she then paused and blushed, remembering what she was just doing. Pulling himself a chair, Ray sat down as he had an awkward face right now. Well? Ray said, not knowing how to start the conversation.
You know what, get dressed first. We'll talk after.
Ray said as he turned around, releasing the bedsheets from his control. Grabbing the bedsheets, Lia had a red face as she got dressed. Sitting on the bed whilst hugging her legs, she looked at Ray.
You done?
Ray asked, not sending out his senses to check due to what he learned back in Dolua Dalu.
Yeah.
Lia muttered quietly, still slightly awkward from being caught masturbating. She even took extra precautions with her barriers as well. Ray turned around and had a better look at her. Similar to her past life, she had long flowing black hair and scarlet eyes. Her facial features were small and delicate. Her breasts weren't large nor were they small, they were of moderate size. Thin waist and a slightly wider hip, she was definitely a beauty. Currently, she was wearing a slightly revealing no-sleeve dress. The dress itself reached to her ankles as the hems held some frills. The dress itself was mostly black as it held some purple patterns near the edges. In addition to this, she was also wearing long black gloves that reached her biceps, similar to what one would see the bride wear in her wedding outfit. The silence was very awkward as neither knew what to say at that moment. What happened after I died? Ray decided to get on with it and ask the main question. You got your memories back?
Lia said, surprised.
After what had happened to Ray after the fight, she wasn't sure if he would ever get his memories back. Yeah, I got it back when I ascended back to godhood. Ray replied with a smile. What do you want to know? I died not too long after, so I'm not too sure either. Lia replied with a shake of her head. Everything starting from when Kyra tried to attack Eve and Bai Wu with her dagger of true death.
Eve and Bai Wu?
Oh, you mean those girls?
Lia said after some thought.
Well, after the true god emperor self-destructed, those two girls died instantly as they were the closest. You had barely survived as your body was bloody and wounded. But because you shielded most of the impact, Kyra was relatively safe.
Lia said as Ray nodded.
But because of the impact launched you back, the dagger stabbed into you as you crashed into Kyra. You were barely conscious as you were already weakened from fighting 10 true God Emperor. To add to that, you took the full brunt of the self-destruction of 1-2. Due to the dagger's unique properties, if nothing were to be done, you would have been dead forever.
Father.
Father split his soul into fragments to save yours. He even turned his back to Kyra even though he knew she could have killed him. Lia said as Ray gripped his hands tightly. His father split his soul into pieces to save him? Splitting his own soul into pieces would have been very risky, and the pain his father felt would have been insane. Not only that, it would lead to an incomplete reincarnation. Or worse, no reincarnating at all. If he went that far to save him, then why did he want his mother and sisters dead?
It didn't make sense.
What happened after that? Ray asked as Lia waited for him to digest the information. I didn't know what went over Kyra's mind, but she immediately sought to kill Father. Since I knew that if Father were to stop you would die, I took the attack for him. After that, I don't know. Lia said as she shook her head. Ray frowned as he understood what could have happened. The corruption I detected might be the cause.
Ray thought.
Lia, do you want to come with me? Ray asked looking back at her. She shook her head surprising him. It's not that I don't want to but rather I can't. My soul is being locked down. Since Kyra forcefully awakened my memories, my soul was weakened even further. Not only that, the ability she used to lock my soul down is an annoying one. You won't be able to remove the lock without damaging my soul further. If it does damage my soul further, I would be dead forever. Lia shook her head sadly. Ray only smiled wearily. Let me examine the lock. I might be able to remove it,
Ray said as Lia nodded.
Laying her body onto the bed, she closed her eyes. Ray stood up as he walked towards her. As if reaching out for something, a wispy figure emerged from her body. Ray frowned further when he saw how hollow the soul was, including the surface damage. Around the neck, there was a lock of sorts as Ray could see it slowly corroding the soul. Not only does it link closely to the soul and is hard to remove, but it also corrupts her soul slowly. This is like what happened to Kyra. Someone must have given her this lock. Ray thought as he tapped the lock lightly. Whilst doing this, he made sure to be delicate with her soul as to not damage it further. Lia suddenly flinched, feeling the touch. Since he was touching her bare soul, it felt like he was slowly caressing her skin but with much more sensitivity. Ray's eyes shifted as he examined the lock. Furrowing his brows, Ray began to feel worried. The lock was impossible for him to see through. Using every method he could, he still couldn't peer into the inner workings. He couldn't destroy it either as it would harm Lia should he not separate the connection. For the first time in a while, Ray felt helpless. I can't see through it. Didn't I reach transcendent Empyrean God realm? So why can't I see through this? Ray thought as he could only watch as the lock corroded his little sister, like what it did to Kyra. Gritting his teeth, Ray could only choose to give up. Gathering some energy into his hand, Ray gently placed his hand on the center of Lia's soul.
Ah, Lia moaned, feeling the touch.
Bear with it for now. I'm going to nurture your soul a little, Ray said gently as his energy started to repair some of the surface damage. This was as far as he can go as any deeper into her soul would be dangerous with the lock still in place. After a while, Ray removed his hand as her soul looked much healthier now. Ignoring the damages inside for now, Ray healed most of the light injuries.
I'll head back now.
I'll try find a way to help you as soon as possible, okay? Ray said as Lia nodded, still panting slightly. Taking a second look at her, Ray only paused slightly before leaving the castle without anyone noticing. System, what the hell was that lock? Ray asked with some urgency.
I don't know.
There are clearly records in both the Akashic records and me, but I cannot determine its origin nor what it is. There are two reasons for this. Either someone is masking the records or that it's another Akashic record branch holder that's interfering. Ray frowned, seeing the message. Someone was in possession of the Akashic records branch from my past life. She is still alive, so before I can free both Lia and Kyra, I must find the holder. Ray thought as he clenched his fists. His killing intent surged further from just the thought of someone controlling his sister. The branch is most likely the Heavenly Fate Rewrite branch. Ray muttered. The Akashic records, Heavenly Fate Rewrite branch, the part of the records that can change someone's record. However, without the Heavenly Fate Insight branch, the effects are much weaker.
Even so,
unless he too possesses the Heavenly Fate Rewrite branch, it would be hard to save his sisters. To save them, I need the entire Akashic record, Ray muttered as his eyes narrowed. Making his way back to the city, Ray sat down on the roof of the palace. This palace was where he was raised as a kid, and eventually left to become its enemy. Creating a dagger, Ray twirled the blade around his hand as he thought about everything he knew so far. Dad killed Mum because she was evil. Dad eventually turned towards Kyra and Lia, but not me. When I was about to die, he even split his soul to save mine. Someone is behind the corruption of Kyra and Lia. Kyra was probably the main target first because of her fate god title. The someone is also an Akashic record branch holder. Ray thought as the twirl of his dagger increased in speed. To do anything about this, I would need the Akashic record branch to even just examine it. Ray thought as he stopped twirling his dagger. Where the hell do I even find it? Ray muttered in anger as he flung the dagger as hard as he could into the distance. The clouds split apart from the force as Ray took a deep breath to calm himself. Laying down on his back, Ray turned his gaze to the sky. Not even 10 seconds later, Ophelia and Miko appeared. Seeing Ray lay down whilst also keeping his senses out for them, Miko and Ophelia turned to each other before back at Ray. Seems like you were expecting us. Miko smiled as Ray nodded. How is the council taking the information? Ray asked. Mixed responses again. Ophelia rolled her eyes. Ray frowned. What do you mean? He asked, sitting up. Sighing slightly, Ophelia and Miko sat down as well. They've split into two factions again. One wants to run and hide to save the people, whilst one wants to fight to the bitter end. The factions who want to run and hide say that they don't want any unnecessary sacrifices in a war we can't win. Whilst the one who wants to fight to the bitter death say that their sacrifice will pave the path for their descendants to have a safe future. Ophelia complained. I mean, they both have a point, but splitting up at this point is worse. If you run, then you're going to be like lambs to be killed by a pack of wolves. They'll be so focused on running they'll hardly fight back. As for the people who want to fight, if they lose, and they most likely will, then that's it. We're in a precarious situation of all or nothing. We can't split up. Ophelia said as both Ray and Miko nodded. What would you choose, Ray? Miko asked as they turned their gaze to Ray. What would I choose, huh? Ray muttered. He could run with Eve, by Wu and other people he cares about to other worlds. Even to the Dolua Dalu world, so he could be with his daughter. But if he fights, he's not sure if he can save Lia or Kyra. Worst case scenario would be him killing them for good, as the corruption would follow them always if he didn't get rid of it. It all boils down to run and live a life with people he loves whilst giving up on Lia and Kyra, or fight and maybe having to kill them permanently. If he ran, he'll be giving up on finding a solution on his sisters and let them be prey to the corruption. If he fought, he'll have to make the hard decision of killing his precious sisters. Closing his eyes, Ray clenched his fist. I would fight, Ray said, opening his eyes. He'll rather have to kill his sisters than to let someone control them and force them to do what they don't want to. With his power, he should be able to store their soul after he's killed them, so he can wait for the time to repair their souls. I see, Miko said, seeing the pain behind his decision. She didn't know why it was that hard for him, but she knew he'll carry it out. Ray was about to ask them as well, but paused when she saw Ophelia asleep. She's tired. She's been working this entire time without rest. Miko smiled as she placed a finger over her lips. I thought gods don't need rest? Ray asked as he didn't need it. Yes, but there is still a limit to the mental toll a god can take. Push it too far and we can't perform to our maximum, Miko said as her tail swished around. I see, Ray said quietly as to not disturb her. How's Eve and Bai Wu? Ray asked. They've broken through quickly. Eve's hit rank 10 and will be challenging her trials soon, while Bai Wu is at rank 9. Miko replied as Ray nodded. What are you going to do about the situation? Ray asked Miko to see her decision. I don't know. On one side, I want my people to live. But on the other, I also know that without dealing with the source, we'll be constantly living with a blade above our heads. Miko said, shaking her head. Ray nodded as it was understandable. By the way, where is the war god? Ray asked as he never saw him around. He was the person the figure warned him not to turn his back to, so Ray wondered why he never saw the war god around. He and the element god are fighting in different war zones, so you'll hardly see them. Miko replied. So what are we waiting for now? Are we going to wait for the council to decide? What about the evacuation for the residents? Ray asked, turning his head to the city. Even though it was times of war, there are still kids playing around as the gods were working hard on keeping the city safe. As you say, we're waiting on the decision for the council. We need to stand together in this war, so we need to have the same goal. As for the evacuation, we can't carry it out yet. The gods don't have enough power to send the residents to other worlds. There are just too many residents. Miko sighed as she thought about all the children in the city. I can do it, Rei said suddenly.
What?
I can send everyone here to another world. But I doubt some worlds can even hold them. If anything, I'll have to create something similar to a second higher realm. Rei replied as Miko paused in shock. You can do that?
She whispered.
I'm not sure, the laws behind the higher realms are complicated and numerous. Not to mention, if I did do this, the enemies will have a good chance to attack us as I'll be preoccupied with creating this new realm.
Rei replied.
That'll work. No wait, depending on how we do this, there's a better way. Miko said excitedly.
Huh?
What are you talking about? Ophelia said, waking up.
Ophi. We can do it.
We can both save and fight against the horde. Miko said excitedly.
What do you mean?
Ophelia asked with a serious face. If Rei succeeds in making a second higher realm, we can teleport all of the residents there. Not to mention, we can fight without worries as we can teleport to the new realms should we be in danger. We can kill the forsaken beasts without as many risks. Miko said as Ophelia turned to Rei. Rei shrugged, feeling her gaze on him. The time needed to make this new realm will take a while. In the meantime, we don't know if the enemy will launch a full-on attack. I would also need time to evacuate the citizens. Rei said. Ophelia nodded.
This is good.
We can calm the council with this, as it allows for both sides to get what they want whilst working together. Come on Miko, we're going. Ophelia said as Miko nodded and stood up. Watching them teleport away, Rei turned his head to another location. How long do you think you can hide from me honestly? Rei smiled as Vex showed himself with a grin. After finally ascending to godhood, I can hide from even true gods, yet I cannot hide from you.
Vex smiled.
It seems like you made use of the full advantages of my blessing. Rei said as Vex nodded and sat down. Massively increased to cultivation if I'm in a certain state is more powerful than I thought. During this state of emptying out my mind, I gained an epiphany on my skills and managed to develop my own god title. Vex smiled as Rei became curious. And that title is?
Rei asked.
God of Misdirection. It's similar to the God of Perception I've heard so much about, but I'm on the high end of True God. I'm very close to True God Emperor. Vex smiled as Rei inspected him with the Akashic records. When unsealed, the holder of this title may even covertly hide their records or misdirect it with different values, tricking even the eyes of someone who holds a branch of the Akashic records. Unsealing conditions unknown. As this is a newly formed god title, it will grow in time. Rei was surprised at the hidden potential of the title. Seeing the description, Rei had an idea of how to hide his full power to even other Akashic records. Whilst talking to Vex, Rei also began to mask his own records as it made him seem like a low-tier true god emperor. Say Vex, what are you planning to do in this war? Rei asked as Vex paused. I think if I had a choice, I would run for now. If you live, you have more time to find out a better solution, you know? You just have to search for it. There will always be a reward for determination, you just need the will to push on. Vex said as Rei thought about it and nodded n/o/vel/b/int/c//om. I chose to fight since I have the power to.
Rei replied.
Yes, but not everyone can be like you. We don't have unstoppable power, nor are we at the true God Emperor realm.
We're at worse, cannon fodder.
But even then, we still have to play our own part. Without cannon fodder to reduce the stress on you, you'll eventually break yourself from the stress. Vex smiled as he stood up. Where are you going?
Rei asked.
I have to train and solidify my foundations. Once I do, I'll be able to contribute more to the war. Even if I'm just cannon fodder. Vex smiled as he accepted that his role will never be as big as Rei's. When he was on Earth, he never lost sleep thinking about how millionaires were better than him. Why should he be any different now? Everyone had their own destinies. It just meant Rei's was more difficult than his since he needed that much power. Next time we meet, let's show them the power of weebs who gained power. Vex grinned before disappearing. Rei smiled seeing Vex leave. He too stood up as he should take the time to see the laws of the higher realms while he had the chance. Neon panels appeared around him as a flood of information blocked his sights. Let's do this. The more Rei read, the more he understood. The vastness of the higher realms and its connections to every single realm that will be created and has already created was hard to replicate, though not impossible. I need the system to help me scour the entire multiverse for every single realm in existence. This way I'll be able to form connections for them to ascend into the new higher realms instead of the current one. Rei thought as he simultaneously manipulated the system and the Akashic records to assist him in replicating the entire realm laws for the higher realms. However, he could not just copy and paste as that would change nothing and the forsaken beasts would still be able to get to the new realm. Not to mention, he also needed to split the connection of the current higher realm, or else with both realms trying to drag the newly ascended cultivator into the realms will no doubt kill them. Screens after screens of text and laws scrolled past as Ray read them all. To assist him in reading faster, he even created a skill of his eyes.
Eyes of the Seeker.
You yearn for knowledge but lament the fact that you cannot read fast enough. When used to read, it can allow you to memorize everything you see even if he just scanned the text over. When used in battle, it allows you to see attacks much easier and even counter the attack. The Eyes of the Seeker is a catalyst that can be combined with multiple powers. Having created the Eyes of the Seeker, Ray activated it as his eyes shifted. 6 golden rings appeared in his iris, circling his pupil. The scrolling text almost became still text as his perception was boosted by such an amount. Lifting his hand up, Ray could see his hand move slowly as if in slow motion. Frowning slightly, Ray used more of his physical prowess as his body started to move normally in the state. To outsiders, it was like Ray was in fast forward. Increasing the speed of the scrolling text, Ray started to read it faster and faster. Whilst Ray was reading the laws, the Council of Gods slowly came to an agreement. If Ray can really succeed in creating a new higher realm, the attack faction will help protect him whilst it happens. Same with the survival faction. We'll pull our own weight in making a new home for everyone. Seeing both factions come to an agreement, both Ophelia and Miko smiled happily. This allowed the higher realms to have a higher chance of survival, whilst they were still able to kill off the threat. They looked at each other before nodding. We'll go inform Ray. We also need to make preparations as the enemy may attack whilst we create the new realms. Ophelia said as the gods nodded. Give us a day, we should have it done by then. One of them said. Got it. Ophelia replied before leaving with Miko. When they teleported to Ray, they were surprised at the sheer speed Ray was moving his head and hands as he read the laws.
Is that normal? Ophelia asked.
I don't think so. Feeling their presence, Ray stopped as he deactivated the eyes. I'm guessing they agreed, seen as though you two are so happy inside.
Ray said as they nodded.
How far are you in recreating the higher realms?
Ophelia asked.
I'm still reading the realm laws. I'd say I'm only 34% of the way done.
Ray shook his head.
Even at the speed he was going in, he barely read a third of the overall realm laws. Ophelia frowned slightly hearing the progress. How long do you think it'll take for you to complete the whole process?
She asked.
After studying the laws, I'll be creating the dimension, the world, and finally reapplying the laws. Not only that, I'll have to sever the connection this realm has with every other realm. Or else all who ascend shall meet a quick death. Ray said with a shrug. And that is how long?
Miko asked.
Give me a few hours to a day. I should have it done by the, never mind. Ray said, but suddenly paused when he felt the space elements shift. Ophelia and Miko were confused until they looked in the same direction Ray did. Crack. The sky split as a void tore open near the city. They somehow managed to bypass the city's defenses. Ray thought with a frown.
Urea.
A thunderous roar was heard as the head of a giant forsaken beast dragon was seen. Ophelia and Miko paled as they felt the aura. It was most definitely at the true god emperor rank. Take the gods and try to hold off as quickly as you can. I'll make the second realm now. Ray commanded with a serious face as his aura flared. He needed to take care of this dragon first before it fires a shot towards the city. A golden bow formed in his hand as Ray strung a spiral sword onto the string of the bow. The spiral sword was initially the Kalidbolg too, but with Ray's interference, the sword had changed and empowered greatly. A sword fused with the god titles of destruction and chaos, capable of killing even the most powerful gods, or so they say. But with great power comes with a greater price. Should one not be at the peak of true god emperor realm, they would die with a single use of this sword. But due to the fact that Ray was above the true god emperor realm and ascended to the transcendent empyrean god realm, he could use it no problem. Decapitate the gods with the might of heaven itself. Ray activated the newly created noble phantasm in his mind as his aura flared visibly around him. Both Ophelia and Miko paled as blood dripped down from their lips from just being in the presence of the bow and sword arrow. Boom. As the arrow flew off the bow itself exploded from just having to launch the arrow itself. As the arrow hit the dragon's head, the head exploded into particles that started to crumble. The body followed soon after as it collapsed on the ground. Ray breathed out. He killed the first true god emperor out of the multitude of beasts around the entire city. What are you waiting for? Quickly go assist and evacuated the people. Ray bellowed, seeing both Ophelia and Miko frozen.
All right.
Ophelia stuttered as both she and Miko quickly teleported to a way to assist other people.
System.
Make me the strongest skill I can use to read all the rules.
Ray thought.
Without even reading the description, Ray activated the skill as veins were pressured around his eyes. Ray gritted his teeth from the massive information that suddenly flowed through his head as he registered everything that happened around him. His eyes became bloodshot, but Ray ignored it. Summoning up the panel, Ray started to read through the laws at a much faster pace than before. Blood started to drip from the rims of his eyes as he continued to read. He had to complete the second world as soon as possible. If not, the casualties would be huge, and multiple true god emperors ranked beasts were not something the gods can handle without him. ####. Vex was disturbed suddenly when he heard a booming roar.
What the hell?
He muttered as he jumped onto the roof. He paused, seeing the huge dragon head that was about to descend near the city. Frowning, he summoned his spear staff as he was about to attack it, but stopped when he saw the head get destroyed with one arrow. Smiling to himself, Vex knew it was Ray.
You do you, buddy. I'll help the city,
he muttered before turning around. When he ascended to godhood, he gained 2 titles, not including the one he created. The titles were 9 Dragons Staff God and Assassin God. He could see beasts enter the city, as a lot of them were also at the true god rank. Quickly running towards the horde, he summoned his 9 Dragons Staff as elemental dragons coiled around the tip of the staff. 9 Dragons Staff Blade Dragon Form. The staff shifted as the silver dragon wrapped its body around the tip as the staff itself transformed into a glaive. Activating his stealth, Vex killed the horde as a trail of silver light followed behind him. Quickly run to the center of the city, Vex shouted as he protected a family from a beast's attack. They nodded frantically as they scrambled on their feet. Vex suddenly frowned, feeling a blast of energy shooting towards the family. Flashing his body in front of them, he deflected the shot back to the source.
Run.
I'll cover you, he shouted as they nodded once more. However, no more shots were fired as Vex saw a true god walk towards him. Vex narrowed his eyes as he was probably one of the hive generals that Ray was talking about. As the general came closer, Vex saw his face and flinched slightly. Oh god, you are one ugly motherfucker. Hell, I don't even think that's a face a mother will love, Vex quipped as the general narrowed his eyes. The general phased thought the ground as he appeared behind Vex instantly and stabbed him through the chest with his bare hands. Feeling no resistance, the general frowned when a blade stabbed him through the chest. Sorry buddy, but I don't let myself be defenseless on the battlefield, Vex said as he twisted his blade. 9 Dragons Staff Soul Eater Dragon Form, he muttered as the general's body crumbled. Since he was the god of misdirection, he's also able to make the opponent mistake his position on the battlefield. When the general tried to backstab Vex, he actually teleported in front of him with his back exposed. Flicking the blood off of his blade, Vex frowned as the beasts didn't slow down even though the general was dead. Come, I'll kill every single fucking one of you, Vex said as he charged into the horde. ####. Eve and Bai Wu had just finished their ascendance as they smiled happily. Hey Eve, let's go find hubby straight away, Bai Wu said excitedly as Eve nodded. They teleported with excitement but was greeted with destruction. Their happy mood was instantly dulled when they saw everything. Gods were frantically flying around helping out civilians whilst beasts were trying to kill everything on sight. Master! They both cried out, seeing Ophelia and Miko n/o/vel/b// and c//om.
Eve, Bai Wu.
Even though you girls have ascended, we've no time to congratulate you. We need to go help the people out, Ophelia said straight away as Eve nodded. Bai Wu did the same as she followed Miko. Miko, you take your successor to the east. I'll take the west. Ray's friend Vex is locking down the south, so send him some manpower as well since he's the only true god in that direction, Ophelia said quickly as Miko nodded.
Come on Eve,
Ophelia said as armor appeared on her body. Eve and Bai Wu turned to each other as their aura flared.
Bankai,
Eve said as her aura expanded. Her hair became a silver blue whilst her eyes were gold. Celestial apparel draped around her body it made her seem ethereal. The outfit was made from a silk-like material as the outfit itself was colored a light turquoise with blue and yellow floral patterns. She had her wire gloves as well as a translucent blade on her hip. The blade itself had no corporeal form as it could only cut energy as well as sap away at the strength of her enemies before applying it to herself. Bai Wu said nothing as she also underwent her own transformation. Her hair became a pink-silver shade as her eyes became blood red. She wore a mix of plated armor and light armor as it was like a battle dress. She had a silver crown with red gems, a torso plate, hip armor and armored boots. Sleeveless qipao colored white with the dress itself exposing one of her legs from the thigh down and black stockings with some patterns inside. She had gloves on as she held both fans in her hand. These fans could be morphed into different weapons as they allowed for versatility. Why you both reached true God Emperor rank? Ophelia said, surprised, as there were 3 true God Emperors now, including Ray, who was actually at the Transcendent Empyrean God rank.
No, we haven't.
It's just our current form allows us to perform on the same standard for a while. We're still at the peak of true God rank. Eve and Bai Wu shook their heads. I suppose it should be called pseudo-God Empress rank then. Miko smiled as she examined the two. Either way, this will be a huge help to the situation.
Come, we got no time to waste.
Ophelia said as the 4 of them nodded before departing in their respective directions. Even with Miko and Bai Wu to the west, Eve and Ophelia to the east, and finally Vex to the south, things weren't looking positive. The north was unmanned as there weren't as many peak true gods looking after that area. Not to mention there were areas in between the 4 of these main directions. Whilst reading the rules, Ray was also focusing on the situation at hand. This isn't good at all. Ray frowned before twisting his hands in a certain direction. The mangled corpse of a camouflaged beast suddenly appeared as Ray flung the body to one side, following the corpse hill he had been making. He couldn't cover the entire city either, as the army he gets in Shojun was limited as well. Not to mention, they were designed to be cannon fodder to begin with. They barely had individual prowess as they only served to power him on. System, what's the % of rules I've read till now?
Ray asked. 58%. Tisk.
Ray frowned, seeing that he was just halfway.
Lucifer.
Ray called out as Lucifer appeared beside him.
You called. Go help Vex in the south.
Ray said simply as Lucifer nodded. Tengaku Kyoki, you hear me? Ray asked internally. Yes, what do you need?
Tengaku asked.
Would you two be able to cover the northern area?
Ray asked. Maybe.
Right now both me and Kyoki's power is averaging around the mid-level of true god. Tengaku replied as Ray nodded. Help out as much as you can, he eventually said. Energy flowed out of him as both Kyoki and Tengaku materialized. Go. Ray commanded simply as they left for the northern area. Seeing the scrolling rules, Ray gritted his teeth.
No, this isn't enough.
By the time I finish, the casualties would be too big, Ray muttered.
Unless?
Ray suddenly had an idea as he deactivated his eyes.
Ophelia.
Can you hear me? Ray thought, making a link to her.
Yeah, I can.
How's the progress?
I've stopped.
It would take too long. Instead, I have a better idea.
What do you mean?
I'm going to drag everyone in the god ranks and the forsaken beasts into a sealed dimension. The dimension is a projection of my inner world. What about the beasts below god ranks? My army will deal with it.
Ray replied.
Alright, what do you need me to do? I need you to get help in killing the true god emperor beasts. Dragging them in would take a large portion of my energy, so with each one dead, the job becomes easier. How many true god emperors are there? I'd say about 49, not including the one I've already killed.
49?
You want us true gods to kill that many of them? Try kill as many of them. The more you kill, the less I'll be weakened after dragging them in. The less I'm weakened, the more I can fight. Ray explained as Ophelia went silent.
TSK.
We'll try killing as many of them, don't get your hopes up though.
Ophelia said, annoyed. I won't.
While you do that, I'll also help by killing a few of them. Ray replied before cutting the link. With my energy resources, I should be able to kill 10 of them or so and be able to pull the rest in. But it'll leave me incapacitated for a while. Ray muttered with a frown. I'll get rid of 5 first. Ray said as a fire lit up in the palm of his hands. The purifying flames raged as it started to melt everything around him. Floating up into the sky, Ray allowed for the flames to grow. When the flames grew to a decent size, Ray threw both flames up into the sky as he clutched his hands. Asterisk boom. The sky opened up with a blinding light, causing everyone to pause. Portals opened in each edge of a pentagram with Ray in the center. Ha! Ray shouted as his own aura flared, covering his portion of the city. From the portals, phoenixes made from the purifying flames appeared as they shot towards the true god emperor ranked beasts, reducing them to ashes. I'm still in the safe zone, Ray thought, feeling his energy reserves. ####. Eve, you know what you bloody husband just told us to do? Ophelia said as she cut another beast up.
HM?
What did he say like?
Eve asked, confused.
He wanted us to kill as many true god emperor beasts as we can. Ophelia cursed as Eve thought and nodded. Sure, I should be able to take a few of them down, Eve said as Ophelia turned to her. I know that you're at pseudo-god empress rank, but fighting a true god emperor isn't that easy. Ophelia said with a frown. I never said it was easy. But fighting is not always about the power. but rather how to counter.
Eve smiled. I understand.
But countering the sheer physical strength of a true god emperor would be hard. Plus, the true god emperor beasts are intelligent.
Ophelia frowned.
Don't worry, master. Let me show you a little something. Eve smiled as she turned to the closest true god emperor. Before Ophelia could stop her, Eve catapulted herself using the wires like rubber bands. As she shot through the sky, she saw the true god emperor beast shaped like a giant humanoid. Makes things a lot easier. Eve grinned as she controlled her wires. She made sure not to wrap it tightly as she caught his attention.
Come,
Eve said, giving him the middle finger as her spare hand threaded more wires around the area. Asterisk boom 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 boom. The humanoid started to smash around as each smash would destroy a large portion of the city n/o/vel/b/int/c//om. Eve continued to dodge and hit the beast, making sure it gets irritated. As it brought its hands up for a downward smash, Eve quickly threaded together a sheet of string. Asterisk boom. The sheet was threaded so fast that by the time the true god emperor realized it had already hit the sheet. As the sheet smashed downwards from the impact, the previously loose wires tightened up instantly around the true god emperor's body, slicing him apart using his own power against him. Only the physical powers of a true god emperor. If he had any other benefits, then it would have been dangerous. Eve said as she made sure it was dead. In the time she took to kill one, she saw the pentagram ray created and killed 5. He as powerful as ever. Eve smiled as she made her way back to Ophelia. ####. Bai Wu, we have to go kill a true god emperor. You think you're up to the task? Miko asked as she turned to Bai Wu, who frowned.
I'm not too sure.
My skill set isn't the best for fighting against a true god emperor. She admitted as she too knew the limit of what she could do.
At least you understand.
Honestly, I don't think we can kill one either. Our attack power just isn't enough to damage the physical defenses of the true god emperor. Miko said, shaking her head. I said I'm not too sure, but I never said it was impossible. Bai Wu said as the lessons about combat Ray taught her flowed into her mind. It all boils down to a few main points. Weakness, counter and exploitation. You find the weakness, you disable the counter it has in place to protect that weakness, then you exploit the weakness and defeat the enemy. The true god emperor near her was a giant horned earth dragon. A plan formed in her head as she walked calmly towards it. You're joking, right, Bai Wu? You know that if you get heavily injured in this fight your hubby will blame me, right? Miko asked with a fluctuating smile. Being at the receiving end of Ray's anger or blame wasn't something she was willing to find out. I know, Bai Wu smiled as she had already gained the attention of the earth dragon. Asterisk crack 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 crack. The ground split open as the earth dragon clawed its way to her. Aiming its horn at her, Bai Wu signaled Miko to dodge. Wind elements surged around her as Bai Wu opened her 2 fans. As the earth dragon was about to hit her, she twisted her body gracefully to the side of the horn before reversing the entire momentum of the dragon, sending him into the air. Using the wind to increase the speed of the dragon falling, Bai Wu created a small portal just big enough for the horns. As the speed reached its peak, the horn of the dragon entered the portal. The exit was right in front of the dragon's underbelly as the horn pierced the dragon's body entirely. Miko was about to comment on how graceful it all was as it was like a dance, but paused when she saw Bai Wu transform her fans into canister-like objects and stab it further into the body of the dragon. Twisting the canisters, Bai Wu smiled before quickly kicking off the body of the dragon. Asterisk boom. Bones exploded out the corpse of the dragon as it lay dead. Bai Wu only frowned slightly when she realized she couldn't escape all the blood falling as it drenched her from head to toe.
Tisk, dirty.
She muttered, giving what was the remains of the head a kick. What was that? Miko asked, surprised at how the corpse exploded. The weakness was its internal body and underbelly. The counter was the horns as it fended off anyone coming close. I made a portal to destroy the underbelly with the horns before I exploited the opening by inserting canisters of compressed wind. The bones are more delicate when hit from the side, so a close impact of extremely compressed wind forced the bones outwards, killing it from the inside out. Bai Wu explained with a smile. ####. That should be the last family out here. Vex muttered as he lost count of how many people he had to evacuate.
Yo.
Lucifer said as Vex turned around.
Oh, it's you.
Vex replied, uninterested. Tisk, it's not like I want to be here anyways, you little shit. But right now the situation doesn't really give us any choices. Lucifer said, burning a beast who wanted to come near him. So are you just here to help me kill these beasts? Vex asked as he continued to cut the beasts apart.
Yes and no.
Rather we should kill a true god emperor ranked beast. Or at least try to make it easier for the next step in Rei's plan. Lucifer said as Vex frowned. It's impossible for me right now. My staff mainly focuses on blunt power. Even with its other forms, they're too weak to even damage the beast.
Vex shook his head.
His main task was to save people before killing. Can't you crawl up its ass and expand your staff or something? Lucifer grinned. Fuck off, why don't you crawl up its ass and burn it from the inside out, huh? What don't want to? Whatever it takes, man, whatever it takes. Vex gave Lucifer the middle finger. TCH, as if I, the devil himself, will go crawl up someone's ass. Lucifer said, taking his anger out on the nearby beasts. In that case, help me rescue as many people as you can. Vex said as Lucifer nodded. We'll do one more sweep of this area before we head to other sites. Vex suggested as they started to search for any survivors. ####. Rei stood atop the tallest spire as he looked at the situation. 30 true God Emperor beasts left. I've killed 12, Eve killed 6, Bai Wu killed 2. That should be fine for now. Rei muttered. God Suppression Rel, Rei called out the name of the skill, seeing as though everything was prepared. *dong. A bell toll rang out as several portals spanning over a large portion of the city appeared. *cling cling 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 cling. The sound of metal was heard as golden chains dropped down in the billions, wrapping around every forsaken beast before pulling them into the portal. Gods. The beasts have been transported into a realm which suppresses them. Take this chance to end it all. Rei shouted out as sweat was dripping from his head. Moving his hand, Rei created more portals as gods flew into them. Shojun. Realm of the God Emperor. Rei called out once more as his army appeared behind him. Wipe out the beasts in the city. Rescue the residents. Rei commanded simply before he too stepped through the portal. His vision cleared as he could see almost every god flying in the sky. Right now, the beasts were being chained down, but a few of them was already breaking free. Rei's face was slightly pale from all of his energy usage within a short amount of time. Eve and Bai Wu quickly flew beside him as they helped him stabilize himself. Thanks. Rei smiled as they nodded. Turning to Ophelia and Miko, Rei smiled before saying, "You know what to do." Closing his eyes, Rei sat in a meditative position as he needed to regain energy as soon as possible. Hours passed as the gods continued to kill the remaining beasts. Leaving the true god emperors, they focused solely on the lower-ranked beasts. Eve and Bai Wu would occasionally work together in killing a true god emperor before retreating as the true god's emperors stuck close to each other. Even now, Rei didn't stop meditating as it seemed like he was still recovering. But in fact, he was already storing excess power whilst keeping an eye out on the battlefield. Masking his senses, he could already see the berserk war god killing everything in sight with a slightly annoyed face. He's not making a move? Rei thought, seeing the war god behave. The figure told me to beware of the war god, but he's not making a move. Frowning slightly, Rei reopened his eyes. Seeing him reopen his eyes, Eve and Bai Wu came over to him quickly. Have you recovered yet? Is your body okay? They both asked with concern. Yeah, I'm fine. Rei smiled lightly. Seeing the remaining true god emperor beasts, Rei decided to end this farce. At first, he wanted to try bait the war god out, but that didn't work. Therefore, leaving these beasts alive any longer were of no use. Summoning a bow, Rei created 5 gods' decapitation arrows as he notched all 5 onto the string. Aiming the bow up slightly, Rei drew back on the string, causing the frame of the bow to start crumbling already. Boom. The 5 arrows flew off as it split apart mid-air, forming several smaller arrows. As the arrows came into contact with the true god emperor beasts, they started to break apart and die slowly. With the arrow wounds as a focal point, the corruption spread outwards as it crumbled away at their flesh. Some of the gods who saw this flinched in slight fear when they turned their gaze over to Rei. Let's kill the rest of the beasts quickly so we can return and help reconstruct the city. Rei said as Eve and Bai Wu nodded. The speed of which they killed the beasts increased as every single beast was killed. Rei could see the relieved faces of the gods as they saw the rest of the beasts being killed. Raising his hands into the air, Rei retracted the dimension as everyone returned back to the city. Help rescue the citizens first. Only after that shall we help with the reconstruction. Rei said as everyone nodded. Rei floated onto the roof as he watched with a frown. His instincts were ringing out danger, but he didn't know the source of the danger. What's up? Eve asked as she landed next to him. Something is wrong. I can feel it. But I don't know what's wrong. Rei said with a frown. Hearing this, Eve became serious as she knows the instincts of a being at the god realms were almost never wrong. When did you start feeling it? She asked. The moment we exited my realm. So I know for a fact that something in this city is endangering everyone.
Rei replied.
He kept his senses onto the war god constantly just in case, but like before, he wasn't pulling any moves. Eve frowned as she turned to Bai Wu. Bai Wu, have you noticed anything wrong? She asked as Bai Wu shook her head. Maybe it's because hubby's senses are more acute than ours? Bai Wu suggested as Rei nodded. It made sense since he was 2 entire realms above them.
HAAA. Go help the rescue first.
I'll keep an eye out for any signs of danger, Rei said as they nodded before leaving. This isn't even the entire Forsaken Realm's army either. Yet it caused this much damage. Rei muttered. Looking at the streets littered with the corpses, Rei felt his senses warn him even more. Something is wrong with the bodies, Rei thought as he flew upwards. He continued to fly until the entire city was in view. By now, he could barely even see the gods as they were smaller than dots.
What the hell?
Rei muttered, seeing the entire picture. The way the beasts had died formed a huge magic seal. There were intricacies that Rei couldn't believe could be formed using dead bodies. The beasts seemed like they died in randomized patterns, but it was planned all along. Sending his senses out to the war god, Rei only saw him smirk before he suddenly disappeared. Rei's pupil shrank as he quickly teleported beside Eve and Bai Wu before taking them into his dimension. Teleporting consecutively next to Vex, Lucifer, Ophelia, and Miko. Rei had to leave as soon as possible. Boom. As the magic seal lit up, a huge dimensional rift split open, engulfing the entire city and continued across the higher realms. Rei sat in the 5th dimension, panting heavily from the constant use of the 5th dimensional maneuver in a short span of time. What happened, Rei? Vex asked quickly, seeing that everyone was in a strange dimension.
The war god.
He's the one behind this.
The beasts.
They died to form a magic seal,
Rei said between pants.
Ophelia and Miko were silent as they looked at the images shown. As the dimensional rift engulfed the entire higher realms, everyone was infected with madness as they tore at the people beside them. Punching, scratching, biting, they used everything they could. Madness spread out as Ophelia and Miko were horrified. Rei only frowned as he could see several other dimensions being dragged in as well. Naruto, Fate series, Bleach, One Piece, Fairy Tail.
What the hell?
Vex muttered, seeing everything slowly merge together. The animes had small areas of their own as the key people of each dimension could be seen looking around in confusion.
Give me a second.
Let me go grab a few people, Rei said as he had already recovered. He could see his mother in the mix as well, so he had to go help. His body flashed as he left the 5th dimension. Hashtag. Yumi was watching TV with her sister Rei when they heard thunder striking everywhere around them. Sis, what's happening? Yumi's sister asked as they looked out. They could see the skies being clear, but thunder continued to strike. Boom. A huge strike of lightning struck as it blinded them. When their vision cleared, they saw that they were surrounded by storms and conflict. They could see people with bloodshot eyes charging towards them as Yumi's sister froze them with her quirk.
Run,
she quickly said as Yumi nodded. They both ran as they soon found some familiar faces.
Midoriya-san,
Yumi called out as Midoriya looked over. Ms. Todoroki, do you see anyone else? Midoriya asked as he was with Ochako, Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki right now. They couldn't find anyone else as they wondered if they were lost in this madness as well.
No, we don't.
What's happening? Yumi asked as she would often talk to Midoriya about Rei, so they weren't unfamiliar. I don't know, but it seems like we're not the only ones affected, Midoriya said as they could see a few people in the distance. Some had stretchable limbs whilst some could eat fire. As they protected themselves from both beasts and humans, the enemies started to grow stronger as even his full power attack of one for all could barely harm them. Midoriya gritted his teeth as he protected the people around him. Katsuki, how many enemies are left? Midoriya called out to Bakugo as he had stopped calling him Kachan. Like hell would I know?
Just keep hitting them. Die,
he shouted back as he continued to defend against the horde. The veins on his arms were bulging slightly, showing how much pressure was on his body. Boom. A sudden shockwave sent everything around them away as they created clouds of dust from the impact.
Rei,
Midoriya and Yumi called out in surprise, seeing Rei suddenly appear.
Mom, Midoriya,
Rei greeted as he looked around. Is this everyone? Rei asked with a frown.
Yes.
Son, do you know what's happening? Yumi asked with worry.
Yes.
It seems like everyone was dragged into my problems. Rei smiled apologetically.
Bakugo, cousin, auntie.
Nice to see you all too. Rei smiled as Shoto and his mum nodded back, same with Bakugo. Grab onto me for now. We don't have much time to waste, Ray said quickly as they trusted him. They felt their vision shift as they saw that they were in a strange room overlooking the entire battlefield. Eve by Wu, help heal them a little. I'm going to find a few more people, Ray said as they nodded before disappearing. ####. The Straw Hat crew plus Ace were currently fending against the horde as they were reunited with Shanks. He was alone without his crew, but he was relieved when he found Luffy.
Hora!
Luffy shouted as he smashed the enemies with his haki.
Fire fist!
Ace cried out as fire pillars rose up, burning the enemies around them.
Luffy, you good?
Ace asked as he had his back to Luffy.
Yeah.
What about you? Luffy asked as he was slightly out of breath.
Just swell.
Ace replied, burning a few more enemies. Ha ha ha, the younger generation are energetic. Shanks smiled as he cut down a few beasts with haki. With the horde, they could see a giant beast stomping their way towards them. Luffy turned to the people around him as they nodded.
Gear forth.
Fire awakening. N/O/vel/B//ind/C//om. They all activated their strongest skills as they charged towards the beast. Zoro with his swords, Sanji with his kicks, Luffy with his King Kong gun, Ace with his awakening, and so on. Yet they barely dealt the beasts any damage as it shrugged it off. They were about to attack again when the beast was cut in half. Ray stood behind the beast with Kyoki in his hands as he looked at the crew.
Ray!
Trillion Bounty Emperor?
Brat!
They all called out as Ray smiled. Yo, I would chat.
But we have no time.
We need to get out of here,
Ray said as they nodded.
Making sure that everyone grabbed onto him, Ray sent them into the fifth dimension.
Ah, it's you. The murder girlfriend.
Ace shouted out as he pointed to Eve. The murder wife now. Eve smiled sweetly as wires surrounded Ace. Ace instantly perked down obediently as Shanks laughed. ####. Amiya was wielding both Kansho and Byakuya as he killed the beasts rushing towards them. Tosaka, how are you for prana? Amiya asked, looking over to Rin.
I'm fine.
But try not to overuse your swords like last time, Rin replied as he blasted a few beasts away. A beast was about to attack time when it was suddenly shot by an arrow. Che, just when I thought I had my retirement as well. A voice called out behind them as Rin perked up in surprise.
Archer.
I thought the throne of heroes was gone.
Rin asked in surprise. So did I.
But before I knew it, I was already here. Archer replied with a slight frown. Wait, then could she be here as well? Amiya muttered as a beam of light cut across the zone. If you mean Saber, then yes, she's here too. Archer pointed behind him as they could see Saber in her armor with Excalibur by her side.
Shiro, Rin.
Saber greeted. Great, we're all back together, but how do we deal with this? Archer said as he cut down a few beasts.
You don't.
A voice rang out as Enkidu killed the beasts around them. Saber and Archer were about to say Gilgamesh when they saw Ray. Sensei, it seems like you've returned. Ray smiled seeing Archer again.
Che, don't call me sensei.
I don't even remember teaching you, Archer said but had a slight smile. Flipping his hands, Ray summoned a few swords as it killed the beasts around them. Grab onto me, I'll teleport you to a safer location,
Ray said as they nodded.
When they entered the fifth dimension, Eve went over to see if she can help.
Ah, it's you.
The one I summoned together with Archer, Rin said pointing at Eve. Hi, but you didn't really summon us. Both me and Ray were interested in the world, so we joined on a whim.
Eve smiled.
And yet that whim destroyed a portion of the Magic Association and the Throne of Heroes? Rin said, raising an eyebrow.
A slight accident, Eve replied.
####. Meliodas, Ban, Elizabeth and Elaine were fending against the beasts rather easily, with Meliodas and Ban being the main spearhead. Elaine, did you see anyone else? Ban asked as Elaine was flying in the air with her blood wings thanks to the body ray created for her.
No, I haven't.
But there are strange people with weird powers around us, Elaine replied as she landed. TSK, what have we even got ourselves into? Ban clicked his tongue as he killed a beast. Not exactly you, but I may have dragged you into my problems, Ray called out as they turned to him.
Ray,
Meliodas said with a slight surprise.
Father.
Ray nodded as Meliodas was technically his adoptive father at one point. Heh, brat, you still want to such on my blood?
Ban grinned. Fuck off.
Ray replied instantly as he cleared the area. Grab onto me, we're going somewhere safer so we can reorganize the situation, Ray said as they grabbed onto him. ####.
Instance, bone-eating poison.
Tang Sen called out as he defended the area with Shrek's 7 devils along with Zhao Wuji and Flanders. Neither Tang San's master nor his parents were there.
Ha!
Xiao Wu cried out as she morphed her wings into swords before controlling them.
TCH.
This isn't ending. Mu Bai shouted as he smashed a few beasts away. All of you.
Burn.
Fatty Hong shouted as he shot fire out of his mouth. *CRRR. The ground started to shake as a giant maw appeared about to swallow everyone up. *RIP. The lower maw was suddenly ripped apart when they shivered, feeling a bloodthirsty killing intent. You dare try to eat my daughter? Ray said as his eyes were cold.
Dad.
Xiao Wu cried out in surprise.
Xiao Wu.
Ray smiled as his killing intent instantly disappeared as if it was a hallucination. Hugging his daughter, Ray looked over at the others.
Tang San.
Ray smiled as Tang Sen bowed.
Master. Zhao Wuji.
Ray smiled as Zhao Wuji shivered, remembering Bai Wu beating the crap out of him. Fatty, seems like you've been working hard. Ray smiled, feeling Fatty Hong's power. Che, whose fault is that?
Fatty Hong replied.
Ray only chuckled. All of you grab onto me. I'll send you to a safer location.
Ray said as they nodded.
Dad, where's Mum?
Xiao Wu asked.
She's where I'm bringing you. Your grandmother is also there.
Ray smiled. Grandmother. My mother. Oh, I see.
Their vision shifted as they were sent into the fifth dimension.
Mum.
Xiao Wu cried out, seeing Bai Wu.
Xiao Wu.
Bai Wu cried out in surprise as she quickly ran over with a smile. Zhao Wuji and Flanders blushed a little, seeing Bai Wu's dress revealing one of her legs. They suddenly felt a hand grab their shoulder as they turned around. They saw Ray with a smiling face as they quickly shook their heads. Ray decided to let them off, eventually seen as though there were quite a few people here. Son, is she your second wife? And I'm guessing that's my granddaughter? Yumi said, taking this chance. Ray nodded as they walked over. Bai Wu became nervous seeing Yumi.
Mother.
Bai Wu said with a bow as Yumi nodded. Is she my granddaughter? Yumi asked as Bai Wu nodded. Xiao Wu, greet your grandmother. Bai Wu said with a smile. Xiao Wu greets grandmother. Xiao Wu said, copying Bai Wu with her bow. AI so cute. Yumi instantly smiled seeing this and hugged Xiao Wu. Ray sighed in relief along with Bai Wu, but paused when he heard the next sentence. Grandmother, I heard you say that Mum was the second wife? Xiao Wu asked as Yumi nodded. I'm guessing your father didn't tell you? He had a wife before your mother and returned a while later telling me I had a granddaughter. But that granddaughter was with his second wife. Yumi said as Xiao Wu narrowed her eyes as Ray who avoided her gaze. Xiao Wu, do you want grandmother to punish your father? Yumi asked with a smile. Xiao Wu nodded as Yumi homed in onto Ray. Get your ass over here. She shouted as Ray quickly teleported away to find Tatsuya and company. The Overlord world seemed to be spared of this, as Ray had essentially isolated the world into its own dimension containing heaven and hell. After Ray had teleported Faye to the modified blood-crazy world, she had been refining her blood arts non-stop. I want to see Master, Faye complained whilst laying on top of a giant corpse. The corpse belonged to a divine rank 8 blood wyvern who tried to challenge her territory. Right now, she had reached the peak of divine rank 10 after thousands of years' worth of hard work. Reading the stone slab she found when she first entered, it detailed how to reach godhood. Sitting herself down, Faye closed her eyes as she started to form a connection to a god title which suits her the most. Ominous red light seeped out of the ground as it wrapped around her. Feeling the foreign energy, she recognized it to be what Ray described as the energy which would read your records and form a god title. As time passes, thunderous clouds gathered as a title started to form above her head. Transcendent Blood Goddess, rank peak true god. Skills gained: Transcendent Blood Arts, Transcendent Blood Goddess form, Blood Domain. Crystal Goddess, rank low true god. Skills gained: Celestial Crystal Arts, Crystal Goddess form, Crystal Domain. Faye opened her eyes slightly as she felt her body start to undergo a change. Looking at her hair, which was slowly being dyed a red, Faye held hopes for her figure. Conjuring up a crystal mirror, she examined herself. Her hair became blood red, but her eyes were now colored a light blue, which made it seem like a crystal. She still wore her robe, but it was getting tight around some areas. Arar! She cried out in defeat as her figure evolved from what seemed like a 12-year-old's to a 14-year-old's. God damn it! She shouted, hitting the ground, causing it to crack. H-A-A-A. She sighed after taking a moment to calm herself. She was about to exit the realm when she felt the surrounding space shift. When she blinked, she found herself in a battlefield of chaos where beasts were roaming around to kill everything. Some beasts had already tried to kill her, but were ended quickly. Floating up, Faye looked around and spotted Tatsuya, Miyuki, Yaiba and Harumi protecting themselves. They looked slightly older than when she last saw them. However, they seemed to have been fighting for a while as their clothes were slightly ragged and they looked fatigued. Flying over, she was about to call out to them when Tatsuya fired a shot at her without warning.
Hey brat.
Why did you shoot me? Faye cried out, slapping the blast away. Tatsuya turned over in surprise hearing the voice.
Sorry.
Tatsuya apologized as the situation had his nerves tensed up. Is that you, Faye-sensei? Yaiba said in surprise. Hee, you still recognize me? Faye smiled as she landed.
Yeah, I do.
Where's sensei? Shouldn't he be with you? Yaiba asked, but Faye shook her head. After we left your world, I asked him to send me somewhere to help me get stronger. I haven't seen him in a few thousand years.
Old.
Yaiba accidentally cried out, hearing a few thousand years.
Pucci.
But why do you still look like a child?
He asked.
Pucci. Harumi quickly tugged at Yaiba, shaking her head quickly to warn him.
Tatsuya, let the beasts come.
I got some anger to vent. Faye said coldly as Tatsuya nodded and stopped shooting. His automated turrets he created broke down as he stepped back and took a breather. Raising up her right hand, crystals stabbed through the beasts' bodies from the ground up. Clenching her right hand, the blood that touched the crystals started to harden before it exploded out of their bodies like a spike ball.
Boom.
A footstep shook the ground as a giant wyvern beast appeared. Faye could recognize that the body cultivation of the beast was higher than hers, meaning it was a true god emperor. Transcendent blood goddess form, crystal goddess form. Faye thought as blood crystal wrapped around her like a cocoon. Ping. As the cocoon broke, her new form was in view. Her red hair extended past her rear as it flowed freely in the air. She was wearing blood crystal armor as there was some silk between each armor. The armor consists of a chest piece, hip guards, and boots. The silk dress covered her body as it was colored black to contrast the blood crystal. The dress had splits at the side to allow for better leg movement. The most important factor was her figure. This transformation allowed her figure to change into a more mature figure, giving off sex appeal from just looking at her. Yaiba blushed a little, causing Harumi to slap him across the back of his head. As the wyvern approached, it shot out a beam of fire as Faye narrowed her eyes. Forming a hand seal, a crystal barrier was formed almost instantly as the shot was reflected back at the wyvern. Twisting her hand, the barrier morphed into giant spears as it shot towards the dragon, pinning it down. The moment it drew blood from the weak wings, Faye drew back her left hand. The wyvern struggled intently before finally stopping. When Faye controlled the blood, she changed the properties into an extremely poisonous and corrosive liquid in the form of blood as it ate the wyvern from the inside out. Seems like you don't need my help after all. A voice called out as they turned around to see Ray sitting on a small hill.
Master!
Faye shouted happily as she shot towards him. Ray smiled as he let her hug him. She did spend a few thousand years in isolation after all. Faye was surprised but enjoyed it.
I've missed you so much, she said as Ray nodded. You've changed a lot.
Although only temporarily, your figure has become mature. Ray chuckled as he made a mirror. She was surprised seeing her form. She actually had breasts now. Giving herself a fondle, she made sure they were real.
Ahem.
Ray coughed as he pointed to the four who were watching her fondle her breasts. Faye blushed hard as Ray only shook his head. Grab onto me, I'll take you somewhere safer,
Ray said as they nodded.
Teleporting over to the fifth dimension, the four sat down in fatigue. Dad, who's this? Xiao Wu walked over seeing Faye cling onto Ray. Her eyes bore into him as Ray laughed nervously.
She's a maid.
I picked her up a while ago, Ray replied as Xiao Wu examined her from head to toe. Seeing her breasts and figure, Xiao Wu glared at her father thinking it was another wife. Ping. A breaking sound rang out as they looked at her and found out she was back in her 14-year-old appearance. Xiao Wu looked at Ray, who raised his hands to show his defeat. She only nodded slightly before walking away. At least she had no danger for her mum. Sensei, that was your daughter? Yaiba and Tatsuya asked, surprised at seeing Bai Wu, who seemed around the same age as them. Yeah, she's called Xiao Wu, Ray replied with a smile as he got Faye to release him.
Hubby. Ray.
Eve and Bai Wu called out as Ray turned to them. Is this the maid you talked about? Eve asked, giving Faye a look whilst she didn't back down.
Yes, she is, Ray replied. This is Eve, my first wife.
This is Bai Wu, my second wife, who gave birth to Xiao Wu, Ray introduced as the four looked at the two beauties. This is Tatsuya and Miyuki, who is technically my nephew and niece. And this is Yaiba and Harumi, my students, Ray introduced.
Hi, I'm Ray's first wife,
Eve said proudly with a smile.
Hi, I'm Bai Wu,
the second wife. Bai Wu said as she bowed slightly. Also the only wife to give Ray a child. Bai Wu added on as she grinned at Eve. When this is over, Ray, you are going to give me a child. This isn't a question but an order, got it? Eve said, staring at Ray. All right, I got it. Ray replied wearily. Take them to the rest first. I'll go look for a few more people. Ray said as she nodded. He was about to teleport when Yumi grabbed him. Mum. Son, what's this about him being your adoptive father? Yumi asked, pointing at Meliodas and Elizabeth. Ah, you see. After I left, I think I died in the third world I went to. I reincarnated and got my memories back. Ray replied nonchalantly, as death was common to a cultivator, even more so because they could reincarnate. As for whether or not they can regain their memories was another problem. AI, my poor son. How much must it have hurt for you to feel that? Yumi said, giving Ray a hug. It's fine, Mum. I'm used to it. Plus, I felt pain worse than death several times already. Ray tried to comfort her but chose the wrong words. That's not any better. At least when you die you stop feeling the pain, she said as Ray sighed. All right, Mum, I'll be careful, Ray said as she nodded. Are you not able to give all of them power? She suddenly asked. HN? What do you mean? Like you've told me about your army that gives you power. Are you not able to give other people that power so they can survive out there, rather than you having to push yourself to try to save everyone? She asked. Ray started to think. Rather than give them power which I can't using Shojun, why can't I do what the system god did and distribute skills? Ray thought as he smiled. Thanks, Mum, you go help the others first, Ray said as she nodded. System. Already on it. Skills are available, but to do so would mean browsing through all the index and choosing the skills to give to the people. It would take too long. Actually, not that I think of it. Kyoki Tengaku, n/o/vel/b/jnc/om. You called. Kyoki replied. The third phase of your power. What is it? Ray asked. Heh, you already know, don't you? Just wanted to make sure. Ray smiled. The first phase was Bankai. Something which boosted my individual powers. The second phase was Shojun, which gave me an army to fight against numbers, but they were in the end cannon fodder. Going by that logic, the most possible outcome for the third phase was to boost the army. In other words, to give them all a Bankai. Ray muttered with a smile. System, are you able to target every being that is either neutral or on our side? Ray asked. Easily. Good. Ray smiled as he exited the fifth dimension. Floating up in the air, Ray looked at the entire battlefield. Bankai, he muttered as his aura flared. Ichigo, who was fighting somewhere in the battlefield, paused when he felt a spike up in aura showing someone was entering Bankai. Shojun, Ray said again, but this time no army was created. Rather, everyone on the battlefield who was against the beasts had their bodies coated with a new energy. And finally, Ray muttered with a smile. Chetsu. Chutsu means transcend or transcendence. Light erupted from everyone as a Bankai was forcefully created for them. It harnessed their potential as it boosted their overall power whilst also regaining their energy. Ichigo flinched, feeling everyone entering Bankai, but more so his own as he entered another state higher than Bankai. What the hell? He muttered, feeling his power having entered Shojun, which he should have never entered. Ray smiled, seeing it was a success, but could only shake his head at the description. Chutsu, gift of God. A gift from God in the times of need. Everyone who is marked will gain a significant power boost and enter a Bankai state. Overall status is boosted by 500%. Pain reception decreased by 98%. Energy recovery is boosted by 1000%. However, all the pain and fatigue is directed onto the host at a 300% multiplier. If he was still in true God Emperor realm, then he would definitely be in a sorry state right now. But thankfully, being in Transcendent Empyrean realm means a much higher recovery as well as pain tolerance due to his physic. Seems like your realm was also dragged into this. Ray smiled as he turned to you, Ilan. Yes and no. Since the realm is under my jurisdiction, I can stop it from being forcefully torn away. But don't think I haven't forgotten how you slapped God to death. You, Ilan said as he appeared out of his stealth. To think after God there is still this. Goddamn super end boss. You, Ilan said, seeing the place. Fancy helping out a little? Ray asked with a smile. Naturally, if I don't, I'll be like one of those people who will regret in the future due to you surviving all of this. After that my realm will be left outside of your alliance and eventually suffer an attack we can't handle, but you won't help since we didn't help. You, Ilan said as Ray looked over at him. That's a rather detailed guess. Ray said as you, Ilan smiled. Call me Uilin, the god of foreshadows.
God of foreshadows? Interesting.
Why don't you guess my destiny? Ray asked with humor.
Nope, you know why?
Because you have the settings of a person who will eventually make an extremely hard decision and can only pull it off when forced. If I guess now, then you'll try avoid it at all cost. Uilin said as Ray stopped smiling. He was right. If he knew he had to make a hard decision in the future which harmed the people he loved, he would try to avoid it or change the outcome.
Never mind then.
Here, grab on, I'll take you somewhere for now so we can discuss the current situation. Ray said as Uilin nodded before he was sent to the fifth dimension. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Ray decided to start the meeting. So what we know right now is that the war god is behind this and that he caused most of the other gods to lose their minds. I've already examined the condition and the results were the spell releasing an energy inside their bodies. This energy causes hallucinations and shows the person their mental demons.
Ray said as people nodded.
Yiba raised up his hand showing that he didn't understand.
What's a mental demon?
A mental demon is the cultivator's inner fear. When not dealt with, it would disrupt a person's cultivation and make them lose their minds.
I've already made a counter.
Ray said holding up a seal. Each of you gets this seal and try to pass it on to as many people as you can. When you attack the cultivators infected by their mental demons, the seal will take over and stop that.
Ray explained.
So it's a virus? Tatsuya said hearing the description.
Pretty much yeah.
Ray nodded after a thought. What about the war god? Ophelia asked with a frown. I'll take care of him. Ray replied to n/o/vel/b//ind/c//om. The basic gist of everything is that I want you to infect people with the virus so it overwrites the mental demons.
Ray concluded.
So, we just punch them really hard?
Luffy asked.
Yes, Luffy, you just punch them really hard. Ray smiled wearily. Ray made sure that everyone had a separate seal on them which protected them as well as boost their powers. As everyone left, Eve walked over.
Are you okay? She asked. What do you mean?
The chutsu. The negative effects. Eve said with worry.
Oh, that.
You don't have to worry. Ray smiled, giving her a kiss on the forehead. If I could redirect Tatsuya's debuffs, why can't I do the same to mine?
Ray smiled.
Che, you should have told me earlier. Saves me from worrying.
Eve said but felt relieved.
Also, Eve, do you know about Dash?
Dad?
Yeah, I know. Master told me. Eve said sadly. Then you know of his killer. Ray said slowly. The goddess of fate and true death. She replied, causing Ray to sigh slightly. What do you plan to do when you see his killer?
Ray asked. What else?
I can't kill her permanently like what she did to Dad. But I can definitely torture her.
Eve said with gritted teeth. I see.
Ray muttered as he reached out and pulled something out from midair. This is a fragment of his soul I recovered from when he sent the message to my trials. When he sent it to me, he had already made sure to separate it from his own soul so it wouldn't be destroyed. I think he was gambling on whether or not I'm able to salvage this. In time, he should be able to re-enter reincarnation. Ray said as Eve looked at the soul.
Thank you, Eve said as she hugged him.
Ray patted her head before storing away the soul. I just hope she can forgive Kyra should I save her.
Ray thought.
You know her killer personally?
Lucifer asked. What?
You can't read my mind like before. Nope, not after you reached godhood. I see, well let's just say yes. Yes I do.
Ray replied.
You have to make a clear choice if that's the case. Seen as though you have to choose one or the other, you should make some mental preparation. I would suggest trying for a third route, but the chances of losing both of which you care for is also high. Lucifer said as Ray nodded. I know. Letting go of her, Ray sent everyone out of the fifth dimension as they shot off to assist everyone. Flying high into the air, Ray sent his senses out to encompass the entire city as he searched for the war god. Seeing no sign of him in the city, Ray frowned before turning towards the Forsaken Realm. Could he be in there? Ray thought as he focused his senses on the Forsaken Realm. Sitting in the center throne room, the war god sat with a smile. Ray frowned when he saw both Kyra, in his old body, and Lian next to the war god. Lucifer, you stay in the city. Ray said as Lucifer appeared. Like I said before.
Make a clear choice.
He reminded. Ray nodded before teleporting away. Lucifer stayed in the air as Eve appeared not too long after. He's gone to find the war god. Lucifer said. He knows who killed Dad, doesn't he? If not, why would he go out of his way to try to appease me like this? I'm not an idiot. Eve said looking towards Lucifer. Yet he still chose you in the end. All that whilst ignoring the pain he would feel to kill her for good. Lucifer said as he could sense Rei's determination.
You've arrived.
The war god said as Kyra and Lia perked up. Rei landed softly as he looked at the three. Kyra, seems like you've changed a lot over the years.
Lia, nice to see you again.
And as for you war god, you're still an unbearable asshole. Rei said as the war god grinned. TSK TSK TSK, still a true god emperor yet still so arrogant. The war god said as Rei only smiled. You should leave Kyra and Lia out of this.
Just a good old fist fight between two men.
Rei said as the war god only laughed. Still clinging on to the hope that they can be saved. Kyra's long gone and Lia will follow soon after. Jesus, you are just like your mother. Prioritizing life over everything. The war god said as Rei frowned. His eyes shifted as he glared at the war god. What do you know about my mother? Rei said with a frown.
Now you see.
Your mother. Like fuck I would tell you. The war god said as he appeared in front of Rei. Asterisk boom. Rei blocked his punch as he gritted his teeth. Asterisk boom 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 boom. Between blocking and punching, Rei had to avoid Kyra's daggers as well whilst Lia had a pale face holding herself back. Summoning both Kyoki and Tengaku, Rei coated both with chaos element. The war god only grinned as he summoned his own sword. Holding a blade in reverse grip, Rei deflected the sword as he pinned it down whilst the other sword cut towards his head. Kyra suddenly jumped between the blade as Rei gritted his teeth and pulled back. Stamping down, golden chains wrapped around Kyra as Rei refocused back on the war god. The war god sneered when Rei suddenly felt danger and phased through the ground, reappearing a few meters away.
Why didn't Enkidu work?
Rei thought with a frown. Kyra was standing there unaffected.
Ah, poor Rei.
Did Enkidu not work? Did the trusty Akashic records fail you? The war god grinned as Rei narrowed his eyes. As I thought, you were the one who held the Akashic record branches. You made those soul locks. Rei said as the war god rolled his eyes.
No shit.
He replied before charging forward after morphing his sword into a spear. Asterisk clang. The spear was blocked as Rei created a magic circle under the both of them. Asterisk ping. The magic circle didn't even last a second before being destroyed.
Che.
Creating his avatar, Rei blocked another attack as he created several swords around him that shot towards the war god.
Useless.
He shouted as the swords shattered on impact from being cancelled out. Rei frowned as it seemed like his skills doesn't work at all. Using more skills will just be a waste of energy. Then why doesn't he cancel out Kyoki and Tengaku? Rei thought with a frown.
Yura.
The war god shouted as he ripped the avatar in half, leaving Rei exposed. Shifting Kyoki into a spear and Tengaku into a shield, Rei parried once more. The two glared at each other as the war god wore a grin on his face. Rei suddenly saw Kyra flying past towards the battlefield as he wanted to send his senses over but couldn't due to the war god pressuring him. ####. He. Wondering where your sister's heading now? Oh little wife Eve is all alone right now. I wonder what would happen if she saw you. The war god said as Rei felt his breathing quicken. The war god became happier feeling Rei's anger. Turning Tengaku into a smaller shield, Rei smashed the war god in the side of the cranium before turning Kyoki into a spear. His hands flinched before he finally threw the spear.
HAAA.
The spear shot after Kyra as she reached closer to the battlefield. Asterisk boom. The spear landed on her, his lower body as it smashed her out of the air. Landing near Eve, she turned over to see a bloody Rei.
Rei.
She called out in shock as she quickly ran over. Rei's face paled as he saw the scene. Wanting to head over quickly, Rei turned his back to the war god.
Too bad.
The war god said as he created two chains to hold Rei down. Asterisk ping. Breaking the chains, Rei still couldn't find a chance to leave. Turning Tengaku into a greatsword, Rei parried the sword as he let the sword slid down the greatsword's blade. Asterisk boom. Taking the chance to smash the war god away, Rei teleported next to her using the fifth dimension only to see Eve's soul scatter away. Make a clear choice, Lucifer's words rang out in his mind seeing the scene. ####. When he came back to his senses, he saw Kyra flying through the air. He. Wondering where your sister's heading now? Oh little wife Eve is all alone right now. I wonder what would happen if she saw you.
The war god said.
Rei's eyes became bloodshot as he smashed the war god in the stomach. Backflipping, Rei kicked the war god in the chin before using the momentum to morph both Kyoki and Tengaku. Chaos element and destruction element wrapped around the spear as Rei gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, he thought before throwing the spear. Asterisk boom. Just the initial throw caused the Forsaken Realm to crack as Ray put the entirety of his strength behind the throw. Feeling the danger behind her, Kyra turned around as she saw the spear. The moment she saw it, the spear had already pierced her body, causing her eyes to widen. She tried to rewrite her fate but was shocked when she saw her soul being consumed by the chaos element, stopping the revival. Without even muttering a single word, she was erased from where she flew.
Ararha!
Ray cried out in anguish, feeling the erasure of his sister's soul.
Oh wow, how merciless.
Erasing the soul even more thoroughly than she would with her god title. TSK, TSK, TSK. The war god sneered, seeing Ray stand in the center of a crater. Ray turned around quickly as his eyes were bloodshot. The war god paused at the sheer amount of blood lust radiating off Ray was the most he had ever seen. Ray stuck out his hand as both Tengaku and Kyoki reappeared, still the form of the spear. Asterisk boom. A single step caused the ground to shatter as Ray stabbed towards the war god using transcendent trajectory Yex with his spear. Asterisk ping 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 ping. The war god blocked every single one of them as kept his grin. To go so far as to erase your sister's soul permanently just to protect your lover. Color me impressed, Ray. Color me impressed. Perhaps I was wrong about how you were like your mother. Please do surprise me. The war god said, causing Ray to grit his teeth harder. During that moment, Ray understood that Kyra had used the last of her will to allow him to see Eve's fate. What could have happened was prevented due to Kyra's choice. A choice she knew would end her permanently. The moment Ray read this, it was like a lock was undone as he closed his eyes. So it's time, Ray muttered as the war god climbed back out. Before the war god could speak, Ray had already grabbed the war god by the face. Asterisk boom. Smashing the war god into the ground, a crater was formed from the force. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this? Ray muttered coldly as his eyes were radiating with anger. The war god reappeared as he punched towards Ray, who blocked it easily. Twisting the arm, Ray kicked his stomach as the force ripped the arm right out of the sockets. Asterisk boom. Crashing through the building, Ray looked at the downed war god. The war god dashed towards him, once more not believing Ray can overpower him as he regenerated his arm. As Ray roundhouse kicked towards the war god, he sneered as he too kicked towards Ray. Asterisk boom. The outcome was simple as Ray's kick destroyed his entire lower body. Regenerating quickly, the war god tried to flee. Grabbing his legs, Ray smashed him into the ground before stabbing Kyoki through him, pinning him down. How many times I've had to watch her die. How many times I had to try prevent this. How many times you have won. How many times I made the same mistake. How many times I will loathe my choices. How many times I've tried to throw away my compassion but couldn't. How many times I have repeated history but could never win. Ray said as he summoned more swords to lock down the war god through stabbing him in the limbs. What are you talking about? The war god said as he gritted his teeth. These swords are a skill, why can't I cancel them out? The war god panicked. In my first run, you had pinned me down without me being able to retaliate due to your canceling ability. I watched as my 2 wives, my daughter and everyone I know die in front of me. My power I was so proud of became null. Ray stabbed another sword into the leg. Each sword contained a mysterious ability that stopped the war god from exerting his strength. The outcome was set in stone. I lost. You sneered as you lost interest in a broken man. But I was far from broken. I created and created until I finally found a way to reverse the heavenly fate. To reset history. Not making a new timeline, but rather returning everything that happened back to a point that was already recorded in the Akashic records. I made sure to mask the change completely after much trial and error. When I prayed hard that it would work, I found myself back in time without you knowing anything. The second run, I tried to change the outcome before it could ever happen. But as fate would have it, it was ended before we could even meet. The third run, I followed the path. At the crucial moment, I killed my sister. Yet you still won. The fourth run, I tried to kill you the moment I sensed you in the city, but without a way to counter your canceling ability, I still lost. In the fifth run, I wanted to avoid this as much as I could. I tried to escape my fate but still failed. I watched her die once more. The sixth run, I tried to distance myself and not involve her. But in the end, Kyra still killed her. In my seventh run, I tried to kill you before Mother died. But yet you were still there with your love for war and violence. I was once again helpless. But this time, you not only killed Mother but everyone else in the most brutal manner in front of me. In my 8th run, 9th run, 45th run. It was during my 100th run did I discover what was wrong. You being so closely linked to the Akashic records means canceling out any ability that was recorded in the Akashic records. You could stop everything going towards you. Rei said as he glared at the war god. With that in mind, I used the runs after to develop a way to counter you. 200 runs yet still no solution. I was always so close yet so far. My mother had realized something was wrong during my 300th and 10th run. We developed the system during this run. Something connected to the Akashic records yet aimed to be separate. It was far from perfect. But it was a start to fight against you. Rei smiled at the memory. It took me 300-odd attempts to realize your background. Mother's background. From the Akashic records, it developed sentience. One looked for meaning in life. The other looked for meaning in death. Due to this connection, you were able to corrupt Mother. Corrupt sister. And yet Mother used everything in her power to prevent me from being corrupted rather than herself. How would you defeat the Akashic records? The records which contain everything that exists in the world. Rei asked rhetorically. The war god couldn't do anything as he couldn't use the records at all. He couldn't cancel the skills nor could he use them. Taking from the experience in my previous attempts, I slowly created the system it was now. Little by little, it improved with each attempt. When the system becomes perfect, it will replace the Akashic records, allowing me to destroy the original records. Destroying you and destroy Mother. Rei said sadly. When I finally perfected the system, I worked to find way to defeat you. But 50 runs in and I still couldn't defeat you. I was frustrated. Confused as to why the system still failed. Rei said, shaking his head. Holding a blade in reverse grip, Rei deflected the sword as he pinned it down whilst the other sword cut towards his head. Charon suddenly jumped between the blade as Rei gritted his teeth and pulled back. Stamping down, golden chains wrapped around Charon as Rei refocused back on the war god. The war god sneered when Rei suddenly felt danger and phased through the ground, reappearing a few meters away. Why didn't Enkidu work? Rei thought with a frown. Charon was standing there unaffected. Ah, poor Rei. Did Enkidu not work? Did the trusty Akashic records fail you? The war god grinned as Rei narrowed his eyes. As I thought, you were the one who held the Akashic record branches. You made those soul locks. Rei said as the war god rolled his eyes. No shit. He replied before charging forward after morphing his sword into a spear. Asterisk clang. The spear was blocked as Rei created a magic circle under the both of them. Asterisk ping. The magic circle didn't even last a second before being destroyed. Che. Creating his avatar, Rei blocked another attack as he created several swords around him that shot towards the war god. Useless. He shouted as the swords shattered on impact from being cancelled out. Rei frowned as it seemed like his skills doesn't work at all. Using more skills will just be a waste of energy. Then why doesn't he cancel out Kyoki and Tengaku? Rei thought with a frown. Yura. The war god shouted as he ripped the avatar in half, leaving Rei exposed. Shifting Kyoki into a spear and Tengaku into a shield, Rei parried once more. The two glared at each other as the war god wore a grin on his face. Rei suddenly saw Charon flying past towards the battlefield as he wanted to send his senses over but couldn't due to the war god pressuring him. Hashtag. Hee hee hee, wondering where your sister's heading now? Oh, little wife Eve is all alone right now. I wonder what would happen if she saw you. The war god said as Rei felt his breathing quicken. The war god became happier, feeling Rei's anger. Turning Tengaku into a smaller shield, Rei smashed the war god in the side of the cranium before turning Kyoki into a spear. His hands flinched before he finally threw the spear. The spear shot after Charon as she reached closer to the battlefield. Asterisk boom. The spear landed on her, his lower body, as it smashed her out of the air. Landing near Eve, she turned over to see a bloody Rei. Rei! She called out in shock as she quickly ran over. Rei's face paled as he saw the scene. Wanting to head over quickly, Rei turned his back to the war god. Hee, too bad. The war god said as he created two chains to hold Rei down. Asterisk ping. Breaking the chains, Rei still couldn't find a chance to leave. Turning Tengaku into a greatsword, Rei parried the sword as he let the sword slid down the greatsword's blade. Asterisk boom. Taking the chance to smash the war god away, Rei teleported next to her using the fifth dimension only to see Eve's soul scatter away. Make a clear choice, Lucifer's words rang out in his mind seeing the scene. Hashtag. When he came back to his senses, he saw Charon flying through the air. Hee, wondering where your sister's heading now? Oh, little wife Eve is all alone right now. I wonder what would happen if she saw you. The war god said. Rei's eyes became bloodshot as he smashed the war god in the stomach. Backflipping, Rei kicked the war god in the chin before using the momentum to morph both Kyoki and Tengaku. Chaos element and destruction element wrapped around the spear as Rei gritted his teeth.
I'm sorry, he thought before throwing the spear. Asterisk boom.
Just the initial throw caused the Forsaken Realm to crack as Ray put the entirety of his strength behind the throw. Feeling the danger behind her, Kyra turned around as she saw the spear. The moment she saw it, the spear had already pierced her body, causing her eyes to widen. She tried to rewrite her fate but was shocked when she saw her soul being consumed by the chaos element, stopping the revival. Without even muttering a single word, she was erased from where she flew.
Ararha.
Ray cried out in anguish, feeling the erasure of his sister's soul.
Oh wow, how merciless.
Erasing the soul even more thoroughly than she would with her god title. TSK, TSK, TSK. The war god sneered, seeing Ray stand in the center of a crater. Ray turned around quickly as his eyes were bloodshot. The war god paused at the sheer amount of blood lust radiating off Ray was the most he had ever seen. Ray stuck out his hand as both Tengaku and Kyoki reappeared, still the form of the spear. Asterisk boom. A single step caused the ground to shatter as Ray stabbed towards the war god using transcendent trajectory Yex with his spear. Asterisk ping 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 ping. The war god blocked every single one of them as kept his grin. To go so far as to erase your sister's soul permanently just to protect your lover. Color me impressed, Ray. Color me impressed. Perhaps I was wrong about how you were like your mother. Please do surprise me. The war god said, causing Ray to grit his teeth harder. During that moment, Ray understood that Kyra had used the last of her will to allow him to see Eve's fate. What could have happened was prevented due to Kyra's choice. A choice she knew would end her permanently.
Ray, no. Eve, yes.
Bai Wu, yes.
Faye, yes. Lia, yes. Ray,
isn't the female supposed to be the one rejecting?
Just don't forget about me or Mum, okay, Dad?
Xiao Wu said, staring him in the eye.
Of course.
After all, you are my first child. Ray smiled lovingly. Seeing the Dolua Dalu world group off, Ray saw who was left. It was only the Boku no Hero crew left.
Mum.
Ray said as Yumi walked closer. Do you want to stay in the higher realms with me and my family? Ray asked as she shook her head. As much as I want to, I mortal shouldn't be here in the higher realms. Just visit from time to time, okay?
She smiled as Ray nodded.
Sending them off, Ray sighed slightly as he came to a loss at what he should do next. His life goal was to kill the war god and replace the Akashic records. Now that he completed it, what next? Feeling a little lost? Lucifer said as Ray turned over and nodded.
A little. He admitted. Well, don't be.
You need to stabilize the higher realms and you owe Eve a kid.
Lucifer smiled. Ah, yes.
I did promise her, didn't I? Ray muttered as Lucifer shrugged before re-entering his body. Turning over to the girls, he saw that they were huddled up together. What are you all talking about? Ray asked, walking closer. The rankings.
Eve said as they nodded. I'm first wife, Bai Wu is second.
Faye is third and Liar is fourth.
Eve said, pointing in order. You know what?
Sure, go for it. I'll go repair the higher realms first. Ray said, shaking his head with a smile. But don't go too crazy, okay? Don't start pulling every girl you see. I was content with just you and Bai Wu. Ray reminded them as they nodded.
Got it.
Take care, Ray. Eve said as they gave him a light wave. Flying into the sky, Ray looked at the destruction around the realms and shook his head.
System.
Help me integrate some new features. Ray said as a panel appeared. Would you like me to apply the features from certain worlds for entertainment?
Sure. Dungeon Conquest feature added. Dungeon Creation feature added. Feature added. Feature added. Feature added.
Integration of the Utopia Protocol complete. Ray smiled as he looked around. The city was nothing like it was before. High towers and repaired buildings. People were surprised at the change but welcomed it. When they saw Ray creating more buildings, they knew it was him who did all this.
All right.
System. Create more system branches and scatter them out into the world. Let more people ascend and experience having the system. Ray said as he looked at the panels. Distributing systems into the lower world. The strongest system. The doctor system. The book travel system. The lucky system. The ultimate scheming system. System. Complete. A few years later. Hey sis, the new mansion has just been finished next to ours. I think the family that's moving in will be giving us a visit. Ray Todoroki said, looking at the letter.
HM?
Do they say when they'll be visiting?
Yumi asked. They said sometime today.
She replied, showing her the letter. Asterisk bing bing. The doorbell rang out as Yumi walked over and over the door. Grandma, 5 kids shouted out as they hugged Yumi.
Ha.
Yumi was surprised. She didn't have any grandkids except for Xiao Wu and Les.
Hey mum,